Li Zhihao unexpectedly traversed into a vast and mysterious realm known as the Xinjiang world, specifically in a remote location called Qingfeng Town in the Eastern Domain, which is a mere speck compared to the enormity of this world. To be precise, he found himself embodied in the figure of the patriarch of a Qi refining family, rather than a foundation establishment family. The sole foundation establishment expert of his family, his father, had fallen gravely injured during a resource contention and subsequently perished within the clan. In the wake of his father's demise, Li Zhihao was thrust into the position of clan leader, with the other four foundation establishment families from Qingfeng Town eyeing them covetously. The family faced imminent danger of annihilation. Upon his arrival, Li Zhihao, confronted with a hellish beginning, bound himself to a system that magnifies his capabilities a billionfold. Thus begins the tale of how Li Zhihao utilizes this system to turn the tides in his favor. Chapter 1. Soul Transmigration into the Cultivation Realm, the Billion-Fold Amplification System. The Xinjiang world is an expansive realm of cultivation, vastly larger than Earth. To the west of the Eastern Domain lies Qingfeng Town. Viewed from above, Qingfeng Town appears as a diminutive and secluded locale. This town spans an area comparable to a medium-sized province on Earth, with a population of approximately 18 million. Within Qingfeng Town, five prominent foundation establishment families Li, Jiangsu Chun, and Lu hold sway, each occupying their territory amidst a web of complex relationships. In the ancestral grounds of the Li family, within the patriarch's secluded chamber, Li Zhihao slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by a simple yet spiritually resonant stone chamber. The walls were constructed of an unknown bluish-gray stone, emanating a subtle luster. Every meter or so, the walls were adorned with fist-sized, mysterious gems resembling night pearls, radiating a gentle and lustrous white light that harmonized beautifully with the wall sheen. The floor was laid with smooth stone slabs etched with intricate patterns, and a quaint meditation cushion nestled in one corner, enveloped in a thin mist of spiritual energy. Before him lay a small spirit spring, its water gurgling softly, exuding tendrils of spiritual essence that invigorated the air. Various weapons hung from the left wall, each shimmering with an unusual spiritual aura, indicating their extraordinary nature. Li Zhihao lay on the floor, his legs still bent in a meditative posture, a pool of blood staining the ground beneath him, with the meditation cushion beneath his rear. It was evident that his predecessor had collapsed while cultivating. He surveyed the strange surroundings. Li Zhihao mumbled in bewilderment. Where am I? Wasn't I struck by lightning? Why is the air so fresh here? Is this heaven? Li Zhihao was an orphan raised in an orphanage, striving diligently to secure a place at university. Upon graduation, he entered society with high hopes, only to find himself ensnared in a mundane existence characterized by a 9-to-5 grind and meager earnings. One fateful night, exhausted after a long day, he trudged out of the office. Scanning a shared bicycle with his phone, he mounted it and set off for home, only to be met with ominous clouds and distant thunder, heralding an impending downpour. He pedaled furiously, hoping to reach home before the rain fell. As he traversed an empty alley, a brilliant flash of lightning split the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that erupted around him. The bolt of lightning struck directly at him, and in an instant, he was engulfed in darkness. Before losing consciousness, the last image that remained was of the bicycle pedals still spinning. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, and Li Zhihao cried out in pain. It hurts. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and came to understand his predicament. He had traversed into a realm known as the Xinjiang world, inhabiting the body of a similarly named individual, a Qi refining practitioner of the third level. His predecessor was a member of the Li family, one of the 5 foundation establishment families in Qingfeng Town, whose father, Li Jintian, was both the clan leader and the sole foundation establishment expert. His father had battled alongside the other 4 foundation establishment experts of Qingfeng Town over a first-tier water cloud, iron vein. Leveraging his cultivation prowess, he successfully claimed the vein but was gravely injured in the ensuing conflict. Ultimately, he succumbed to his wounds, leaving the family in despair, and they had no choice but to elevate the 19-year-old Li Zhihao to the position of clan leader, fulfilling his father's aspirations. However, without their only foundation establishment expert, the Li family had swiftly devolved from a foundation establishment clan to a qi refining family. The other four foundation establishment families now loomed as formidable threats. Once they learned of the fall of Li Jintian, they would undoubtedly seek to eradicate the now vulnerable Li family. As a newly appointed patriarch, Li Zhihao understood that his family, bereft of a foundation establishment expert, stood little chance against the rival clans. Burdened by the looming threat of annihilation, he threw himself into frenzied cultivation, only to fall into madness and perish. Upon absorbing the memories of his predecessor and grasping the gravity of the situation, Li Zhihao couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a hellish beginning." Empathizing with his predecessor's desperate urge to cultivate, Li Zhihao's countenance darkened, his brow furrowing with anxiety and unease. Could it be that he had merely arrived in this realm only to meet his end? At that moment, Li Zhihao felt as if he were trapped in a colossal vortex, poised to be mercilessly consumed at any moment. The four covetous foundation establishment families hovered over him like the sword of Damocles, ready to descend and obliterate him and the entire Li clan. Pacing back and forth in the secluded chamber, he muttered, "What to do? What to do? There must be a solution. Surely there is a way out." His mind raced with urgency. As he pondered, his anxiety deepened, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Frustrated by his inability to devise a plan, he felt increasingly overwhelmed. "What can I do?" he murmured, his voice trembling with despair. Was there truly no way out? Despite his overwhelming hopelessness, he refused to surrender. Having traversed into the coveted realm of cultivation, how could he allow his story to end so abruptly? Taking a deep breath, he resolved, "Remain calm. I must maintain my composure." He endeavored to steady himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. The golden finger. Li Zhihao recalled before his traversal. He had been an avid reader of novels, especially those featuring traversal plots. In such tales, protagonists often possessed a golden finger that marked them as the chosen ones. With this thought, excitement surged within him as he began to call out, "Is the system present?" With a heart full of hope, he awaited a response, yet silence enveloped him. Li Zhihao received no reply, so he raised his voice slightly. "Is the system there? Come out." Still, there was no sign of life. Gritting his teeth, Li Zhihao continued to call out, "Tongzi? Brother Tongzi? Lord Tong?" His voice echoed within the tranquil confines of the secluded chamber, but he remained unanswered. Disappointment gradually etched itself upon his face. However, just as Li Zhihao was on the brink of utter despair, a clear and melodious voice resonated directly within his mind. "Ding, detection of host soul fusion complete. The Billion-Fold Amplification System successfully bound. Activation commencing." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Zhihao was momentarily rendered speechless. Moments later, an expression of immense excitement illuminated his face. His body trembled slightly with exhilaration, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. "Ha ha! I have a system. I truly possess a system. Indeed, it was an essential tool for a transmigrator. The author did not deceive me. Ha 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 ha." Li Zhihao burst into a fit of laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the enclosed stone chamber. He envisioned the brilliance of his future, picturing himself commanding the realm of cultivation with the aid of the system, unrivaled by any, reaching the pinnacle of the cultivation world. His heart brimmed with boundless ambition. He imagined rising to prominence through the system, effortlessly wielding powerful treasures and mastering profound techniques. No longer would he be concerned about the covetous, foundational families. He would instill awe in all, becoming a paragon in the realm of cultivation, revered by countless souls. In this moment, he was completely immersed in the reverie of a splendid future. After a considerable while, Li Zhihao finally managed to temper his excitement, and thus he inquired within his heart, "System, what functions do you possess?" Ding! This system is the Billion-Fold Amplification System, as long as the host acquires items through personal effort or serendipity. Whether they be rare treasures, spiritual materials, elixirs, or techniques, they can be amplified in quantity or quality through the system. The maximum amplification attainable by this system is 100 million times. Ding! The upper limit of amplification is determined by the host's cultivation realm, from qi refining to golden core. Maximum tenfold amplification from nascent soul, the spirit. Severing. Maximum 100-fold amplification from unity to great ascension. Maximum 1,000-fold amplification and for tribulation transcendence and above. Maximum 10,000-fold amplification. Chapter 2. The Novice Gift Pack and the 10,000-fold amplification. Li Zhihao was astonished to learn that the amplification could reach an astounding 100 million times. At this moment, he felt as if he were soaring to new heights, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. Ding. The Novice Gift Pack has been distributed. May I inquire if the host wishes to open it? Open it. Li Zhihao enthusiastically responded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 1 Shisue Dan. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 1 Zhuji Dan. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 1 Supreme Yellow Grade Cultivation Technique. Ding. The system has detected that this is the host's first use of the system. An additional opportunity for amplification is granted, allowing for 1 amplification of the 3 items. Ding. Randomly selecting the amplification multiplier. Ding. The amplification multiplier has been successfully drawn. Congratulations. The host has obtained a 10,000-fold amplification. Please select Option 1, 10,000-fold quantity amplification. Option 2, 10,000-fold quality amplification. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Zhihao was overjoyed and immediately found himself at a crossroads. If he chose quantity amplification, he would receive 10,000 Shisue Dan and 10,000 Zhuji Dan, which would enable the family to cultivate a multitude of foundational cultivators for a long duration. However, if he amplified the Supreme Yellow Grade Cultivation Technique in quantity, it would yield 10,000 copies, which would be utterly useless. Thus, he was certain that he had to choose the 10,000-fold quality amplification. Yet, opting for the 10,000-fold quality amplification meant that the Shisue Dan and Zhuji Dan would possess an extraordinary quality that could potentially forge an unparalleled foundation for himself. Moreover, the 10,000-fold quality amplification of the Yellow Grade Cultivation Technique was undoubtedly something to anticipate. It might even serve as the inheritance technique for the Li family in the future. It is worth noting that the techniques currently inherited by the Li family were merely mediocre yellow grade techniques. After much contemplation, Li Zhihao made a difficult decision. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Damn it, how can this clan leader with poor aptitude lead the family to prosperity? System, grant me the 10,000-fold quality amplification for all 3 items." Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 10,000-fold quality amplified Tiandao Shisue Dan. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 10,000-fold quality amplified Tiandao Zhuji Dan. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 10,000-fold quality amplified heavenly middle grade technique, xiaoxiaaudiobooks. The items have been transferred to the system storage bag. Hooray. The system is magnificent. The Tiandao Shisue Dan and Tiandao Zhuji Dan sound incredibly prestigious. Surely they are exceptional treasures. Furthermore, the heavenly middle grade technique, xiaoxiaaudiobooks, is indeed a heavenly grade technique, likely invaluable within the entire cultivation realm. Utilizing this technique as the family's inheritance method would undoubtedly be impressive. Li Zhihao then focused his thoughts, retrieving the Tiandao Shisue Dan, Tiandao Zhuji Dan, and heavenly middle grade technique, xiaoxiaaudiobooks from the system storage space, which materialized in his hands. The Tiandao Shisue Dan exhibited a pale purple hue. Its surface smooth as jade, radiating a gentle glow and emanating a rich fragrance that invigorated the spirit. The Tiandao Zhuji Dan shone with a golden color, its mirror-like surface reflecting brilliant light under the illumination of the closed training chamber, radiating beauty and a warm, gentle sensation, surrounded by a faint aura of auspiciousness, exuding powerful and stable energy fluctuations. The jade slip of the heavenly middle grade technique, xiaoxiaaudiobooks, measured half a foot in length and 2 fingers in width, exuding a warm, jade-like texture with spiritual resonance flowing around it. The surface was inscribed with the elegantly swirling characters of xiaoxiaaudiobooks, embodying a sense of vitality. While the entire slip emitted a soft white glow, and when held, a refreshing sensation flowed from the palm. Li Zhihua's eyes were fixed intently on the Tiandao Shisue Dan and Tiandao Zhuji Dan in his hands, his gaze fervent as he swallowed hard, his body's countless cells yearning intensely for these 2 elixirs. His hands trembled involuntarily, and his breathing grew rapid as the distinct aromas from the 2 elixirs presented a deadly temptation, continuously stimulating his nervous system. Once more, Li Zhihao struggled to swallow, simultaneously inquiring of the system in his mind. System, can I consume this Tiandao Shisue Dan now? The reason he did not ask about the Tiandao Zhuji Dan was that Li Zhihao was currently at the 3rd level of qi refinement and was certain he would need to cultivate the heavenly middle grade technique, xiaoxiaaudiobooks, starting anew from the 1st level of qi refinement. Ding. In response to the host, yes, and there are unexpected benefits. Good. Upon receiving the system's clear affirmation, he succumbed to his body's cravings and quickly placed the Tiandao Shisui Dan into his mouth. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, it transformed into a torrent of scorching heat that swiftly coursed down his throat. This heat rapidly spread throughout his body, igniting a conflagration within him, enveloping every muscle and bone in a searing embrace. His skin flushed red, his temperature skyrocketed, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. The heat surged through his meridians, unblocking previously constricted pathways as the Tiandao Shisui Dan worked its magic, widening the meridians amidst excruciating pain, akin to being sliced by countless sharp blades. Li Zhihao gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The process of cleansing his marrow and refining his sinews under the influence of the Tiandao Shisui Dan was ongoing, accompanied by the expulsion of impurities from his body. The expelled impurities appeared black, oozing from his pores, releasing a foul odor. Li Zhihua's body trembled uncontrollably, the extreme agony nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, he summoned his unyielding willpower, striving to remain conscious, fully aware that this suffering was a necessary part of his transformation. As time passed, the internal heat gradually became milder, and the pain subsided. Ultimately, when tranquility returned, Li Zhihao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Though his body felt exceedingly weak, he distinctly sensed the immense changes within himself. His meridians had expanded and strengthened, and his body brimmed with unprecedented vitality and power. Struggling to sit up, he eagerly examined himself internally. To his astonishment, he discovered that his meridians had widened 3 to 5 times, and his bones gleamed with a translucent radiance. At that moment, as his consciousness probed his spiritual root, he noticed a significant difference. He murmured uncertainly, "Is this a Tianling root?" Subsequently, he swiftly searched his mind for knowledge regarding the classification of spiritual roots, comparing and confirming repeatedly. In the cultivation realm, spiritual roots are classified as white, yellow, green, blue, purple, gold, earth, Tianling, and Xianling. Tianling root. It truly is a Tianling root. Ha ha ha. The overwhelming joy nearly caused him to faint on the spot. Li Zhihua's heart roared. His spiritual root had transformed from an ordinary Huangling root into the rare Tianling root. Chapter 3. Cultivation Aptitude, Tianling Root, and Thunder Spirit Body. Yes, indeed, it is the Tianling root. I never imagined my spiritual root would evolve into the Tianling root. The Tiandao Shisui Dan is indeed remarkable. To think that my spiritual root has been directly elevated to the Tianling Gen, a Tianling Gen, indeed. It is essential to recognize that possessing a Tianling Gen grants one the unparalleled qualification to cultivate towards immortality. For those grand sects and prestigious families, this is undoubtedly a precious seedling of transcendence. Should news of my Tianling Gen leak, I fear that forces within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers would be stirred into action, eagerly vying to welcome me with promises of numerous benefits. Immediately, Li Zhihao whimsically mused that if the original owner of this body had not perished and learned of my current possession of the Tianling Gen, he would surely utter a classic line. My son, Li Zhihao, is the offspring of an emperor. Li Zhihao, exhilarated, murmured to himself, his voice trembling with excitement. His heart raced, and his face flushed with overwhelming joy. As a transmigrator endowed with a Billion-Fold Amplification System and such formidable cultivation potential, I need not concern myself with the few foundational families in Qingfeng Town. Given time, the entire realm of cultivation shall bend to my will. In his excitement, Li Zhihao's hands trembled incessantly, his eyes shimmering with fervor as he envisioned himself rapidly enhancing his cultivation through the Tianling Gen, amassing countless treasures and techniques via the amplification system, and leading the Li family to conquer the entire realm of cultivation. At this moment, Li Zhihao brimmed with unwavering confidence and anticipation for his future. Yet, he understood that the journey must be taken step by step. Contemplating this, Li Zhihao yearned to commence his cultivation immediately, to hasten his path to strength and manifest the scenes he envisioned in his heart. Just as the thrill coursed through him, Li Zhihao suddenly sensed something unusual about his body. He discovered that as his spiritual root autonomously absorbed spiritual energy, strands of electrical currents, lightning attribute spiritual energy, were continuously penetrating into his body, subsequently assimilated by his cells. As the lightning attribute energy accumulated, Li Zhihao distinctly felt his body gradually strengthening. Moreover, he could wield this lightning attribute spiritual energy at will, as if it were an extension of his own being. When Li Zhihao recognized this phenomenon, he sensed it was extraordinary, seemingly more mysterious and powerful than his Tianling general. What could this be? He pondered deeply. attempting to retrieve knowledge related to this situation from his memories. Yet, despite his efforts to search his mind, he found nothing relevant at that moment. How could this be? Did the original owner lack knowledge of such matters? In his memories, the original owner was quite fond of studying cultivation-related topics. Zhihao refused to be disheartened and meticulously reviewed his knowledge of cultivation once more, but still found himself at a loss. Just as confusion and anxiety filled his heart, the sound of a notification echoed in his mind. Suddenly, a stream of memories materialized within his consciousness, swiftly merging with his existing memories, becoming a part of him. Zhihao was momentarily dazed, but upon grasping the essence of this newfound memory, he felt a surge of excitement once again. Unable to contain himself, he burst into hearty laughter. So that was the reason. His body exhibited such phenomena because he possessed the Lei Ling Ti. As for the origin of the Lei Ling Ti, it was related to the bolt of lightning that struck him, which, combined with the effects of the Tian Dao Shi Sui Dan, transformed his body into that of a Lei Ling Ti. Not only do I possess the cultivation qualification of the Tian Ling Jin, but I have also awakened a special physique, the formidable Lei Ling Ti. In this moment, Zhihao was elated, his face radiating uncontrollable joy. His laughter echoed throughout the room, his eyes gleaming with confidence and pride. As a member of the Transmigration Legion, I truly am the child of fortune. Zhihao marveled once more, exclaiming how the author had not deceived him. At this instant, Zhihao envisioned himself, empowered by the Lei Ling Ti, shining brilliantly in the future realm of cultivation, triumphantly defeating prodigies and vanquishing geniuses. After a while, Zhihao managed to calm his exuberant emotions. With a flick of his hand, he cast a few water attribute spells to cleanse himself of dirt and impurities. He then resumed his seated meditation, retrieving the white jade slip containing the mid-tier Tian class technique, Xiao Yao Na Ling Ju, from the system space. Pressing the slip to his forehead, he focused intently on absorbing the contents within. After a considerable time, Zhihao stored the jade slip away, his gaze resolute. He then began to awkwardly form the hand seals for the technique. As he did so, intricate spiritual patterns materialized in the air. Under his mental guidance, these patterns flew to their designated locations. Soon, the Soul First Tier gathering formation in the closed room was successfully activated. At this moment, strands of spiritual energy from the outside world began to converge into the gathering formation. Zhihao took a deep breath. His expression concentrated as he swiftly reviewed the operational methods of Xiao Yao Na Ling Ju once more, preparing to officially commence his cultivation of this mid-tier Tian class technique. With his breath held and mind focused, he guided his true energy along the pathway of Xiao Yao Na Ling Ju through his meridians. Initially, he felt somewhat clumsy, but with his unwavering will and exceptional comprehension, Zhihao gradually discovered the key to mastering it. As time passed by, each tick of the clock saw Zhihao completely immersed in his cultivation, unaware of fatigue. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a day had swiftly slipped away. Zhihao successfully transformed the yellow-tier mid-grade technique, Tianyuan Juling Gong, into the sky-tier mid-grade technique, Xiaoyao Nailing Ju. Moreover, he advanced with a momentum akin to a raging torrent, reaching the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Feeling the surging true energy within him, he murmured in awe, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of this sky-tier technique. He had never anticipated such a significant enhancement within just one day. Of course, this rapid improvement was closely tied to the sky-tier technique, his Tianlingen, and his Liling Ti. After contemplating this, Zhihao once again closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Time flew like an arrow, and 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. One must admit that under the formidable talents of the Tianlingen and Liling Ti, his cultivation speed was nothing short of miraculous. Previously, it would take him at least 5 to 6 months to break through a minor realm, yet now, in merely 10 days, he had consecutively surpassed 7 minor realms. His cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. At this moment, Zhihao stood at the crucial threshold of the foundation establishment stage. He understood the significance of breaking through this stage. It was the first major realm in cultivation. Thus he dared not treat it lightly. Consequently, Zhihao devoted an entire day to optimizing his state. Throughout this day, he meticulously honed his foundation, solidified his cultivation, dispelled distractions, and sought to attain tranquility and serenity in his mindset. He thoroughly inspected every part of his body, ensuring there were no hidden dangers, preparing himself adequately for the impending foundation establishment. Once all was in order, Zhihao slowly retrieved the Tiandao Zujiden from the system space and swiftly consumed it. The Tiandao Zujiden dissolved instantly, transforming into a continuous and gentle yet powerful torrent of energy, rapidly spreading throughout Zhihao's limbs. He felt as if his entire meridians were on the verge of bursting from the relentless influx of this gentle yet overwhelming energy. Gritting his teeth, He exerted all his effort to operate the Xiaoyao nailing Ju, guiding this torrent of energy towards his dantian. Inside the dantian, the true energy of the 10th layer churned like an enraged beast, rolling violently and accelerating rapidly, soon forming vortices of true energy. As the energy torrent from the Tiandao Zujiden continued to surge into the dantian, the pressure intensified, causing the true energy vortices to spin ever faster. At this moment, Li Zhihao could distinctly feel his dantian being forcibly expanded by this torrent of energy. The relatively spacious dantian began to gradually enlarge, becoming even more expansive, accompanied by intense pain that felt as though his body was being torn apart inch by inch. Li Zhihao was drenched in sweat, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. After all, this was an inevitable process in breaking through the foundation establishment stage. He could only grit his teeth and endure the agony. As the space within Li Zhihao's dantian continued to expand, the gaseous true energy, under the transformative compression of the Tiandao Zujiden's energy torrent, began to undergo tremendous changes. The gaseous true energy, spinning at high speed, gradually transformed into droplets of spiritual energy. With the passage of time, all the gaseous true energy within the dantian ultimately condensed into liquid spiritual power. This liquid spiritual power possessed a density hundreds of times greater than that of gaseous true energy. Each droplet of liquid spiritual power contained immense energy, a substance the cultivation world referred to as spiritual power, symbolizing the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Li Zhihao's dantian was no longer merely a container for true energy. It had evolved into a powerful core hub for energy conversion and regulation. It could rapidly absorb external spiritual energy, which would then be efficiently refined and transformed into liquid spiritual power within the core hub of the dantian space. Simultaneously, Li Zhihao could feel that he was now able to control the output of spiritual power with greater precision than during the qi refinement stage. He keenly sensed an unprecedented mastery over spellcasting, and naturally, the potency of his abilities would be significantly enhanced. Finally, as time progressed, and all the gaseous true energy was successfully converted into liquid spiritual power, Li Zhihao officially broke through to the foundation establishment stage. He slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing momentarily within them. Li Zhihao felt the earth-shattering changes within his body, clearly perceiving a monumental leap in his strength, filling him with boundless ambition. Within his dantian space, the liquid true energy coalesced into a vast, tranquil lake, teeming with liquid spiritual power that flowed serenely. Such an immense reservoir of liquid spiritual power promised a continuous and inexhaustible source of energy. Li Zhihao, astounded, murmured to himself that the Tiandao Zujiden truly lived up to its reputation as a miraculous elixir magnified 1,000-fold by the system. The effects of the Tiandao Zujiden were indeed extraordinary. His dantian had expanded at least 10-fold under its potent influence, and his meridians had widened approximately 3-fold. Most importantly, the liquid spiritual power lake that had formed in his dantian was of an unimaginable vastness, hinting at the profound depth of his foundation. Taking a brief pause, Li Zhihao began to organize the knowledge he had regarding the breakthrough from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. He continued, based on the memories he had compiled, that even among prodigies with the same Tianlingen, the expansion of their dantian and the widening of their meridians post-breakthrough would be far less than his. A 2- or 3-fold increase would be considered exceptional, and their total liquid spiritual power would be incomparable to his. Possessing such an immense lake of liquid spiritual power in his dantian meant that he could freely unleash powerful spells without hesitation. More importantly, during combat, his endurance would reach terrifying levels, rendering him nearly impervious to the threat of energy depletion. This significantly bolstered his path in cultivation, providing him with a solid foundation and a significant advantage for future challenges. However, there was one notable drawback. The resources required for daily cultivation and advancement would be 10-fold, if not more, compared to others. But what did that matter? With a system that amplified his capabilities exponentially, would he truly be concerned about the resources for cultivation? Then, Li Zhihao's thoughts shifted as he recalled that he could check his personal attributes through the system, prompting him to do so immediately. Host, Li Zhihao. Gender, male. Age, 20 years. Identity, patriarch of the Li clan. Realm, initial stage of foundation establishment, first layer. Spiritual root, Tianlingen. Physique, Liling Ti. Comprehension, enlightened understanding, top-tier comprehension. Technique, Xiaoyao nailing Ju, sky-tier mid-grade. Techniques, Swift Wind Step, Huang class, low-grade. Sky Rending Palm, Huang class, medium-grade. Thunderstorm Fist, Huang class, high-grade. As Li Zhihua gazed upon the column of comprehension, he murmured to himself, transcendent enlightenment, top-tier comprehension. Top-tier comprehension. This signifies that my cultivation progress will surpass that of others, and the understanding of techniques will come more easily to me. No wonder mastering the mid-tier technique, Xiaoyao nailing Zhu, was not as complex as I had anticipated. Top-tier comprehension, Li Zhihao repeated, unable to contain his elation as he burst into hearty laughter. Ha! I am indeed the chosen one. Comprehension classification, initial awakening of wisdom, sudden insight, clear understanding, profound comprehension, divine enlightenment, transcendent enlightenment. Soon, after calming his exuberant emotions, Li Zhihua spoke to himself in a deep voice. It is time to reclaim some interest for my predecessor's father. Since I have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, avenging the perpetrators who harmed my original father's life must be prioritized. Li Zhihua understood that having inherited the body and identity of the original owner, he would regard the latter's kin as his own, taking full responsibility for them. With unwavering determination, Li Zhihua stated to the departed original owner, "As I occupy your body and identity, your kin shall be my kin, your family, my foundation. The injustices you faced, the harm inflicted upon your family, I shall avenge one by one. I will make those whose hands are stained with the blood of our Li family pay an immeasurably painful price. Rest assured, I will exhaust all means and resources to elevate the Li family to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. I shall ensure that all in the cultivation realm gaze up at the Li family, whether it be in terms of resources, techniques, or status. We shall stand tall at the summit. I want every member of the family to hold their heads high, walking proudly in the world and excelling among the masses." Taking a deep breath to further calm his feelings, he continued, "I will spare no effort in nurturing countless experts, allowing our family's influence to radiate and extend throughout the entire cultivation realm. All members of the family will possess top-tier cultivation conditions, never again subjected to the scorn and bullying of other forces. I will make the name of the Li family a symbol of honor and power, evoking awe and respect from all." The flames of vengeance and ambition blazed in Li Zhihua's eyes, and all of this would commence with the bloodshed of the Zhang family today. After concluding his thoughts, Li Zhihua strode out of the seclusion chamber. Upon stepping outside, he found that night had fallen. After walking a short distance, he encountered a peer, Li Yifeng. Upon seeing Li Zhihua, he quickly bowed respectfully and asked, "Patriarch, have you concluded your seclusion?" Li Zhihua smiled gently in response. "Indeed, I have succeeded and broken through to the foundation establishment stage." Li Yifeng's face instantly erupted with joy, his voice rising with excitement. "Really? Patriarch, heaven bless our Li family. Congratulations on your monumental achievement in mastering your skills and establishing your foundation. This is indeed a momentous occasion for our Li family. We will no longer be at the mercy of those foundational families." Li Zhihua, upon hearing this, realized that much had transpired during his seclusion. It seemed those foundational families had been relentlessly probing and testing the old patriarch's existence. With this thought, Li Zhihua nodded slightly at Li Yifeng and then, with a serious expression and authoritative tone, commanded, "Quickly notify all the elders currently at home to gather in the conference room at once. I need to convene an emergency meeting." "Understood, Patriarch," Li Yifeng acknowledged, recognizing the urgency of the matter. He immediately turned and dashed away, determined to convey the message to every elder as swiftly as possible. Half an hour later, when Li Zhihua entered the ancestral conference room of the Li family, all 12 late-stage Qi refining elders stood solemnly awaiting him. Upon Li Zhihua's entrance, the 12 elders perked up, rising to their feet and bowing in unison, exclaiming excitedly, "Congratulations, Patriarch, on your successful breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. All right, please take your seats." Li Zhihua settled into the main seat, his gaze sweeping across the room, imprinting the faces and auras of the 12 elders into his memory. Confirming through his recollections, Grand Elder Li Hong, Peak of Qi refining 9th layer, 2nd Elder Li Zhan, Late Stage Qi refining 9th layer, 3rd Elder Li Kuan, Mid Stage Qi refining 9th layer, 4th Elder Li Feng, Early Stage Qi refining 9th layer, 5th Elder Li Shui, Female, Peak of Qi refining 8th layer, 6th Elder Li Lei, Late Stage Qi refining 8th layer, 7th Elder Li Dian, Mid Stage Qi refining 8th layer, 8th Elder Li Yun, Early Stage Qi refining 8th layer, 9th Elder Li Yu, Female, Peak of Qi refining 7th layer, 10th Elder Li Shuang, Female, Late Stage Qi refining 7th layer, 11th Elder Li Wu, Mid Stage Qi refining 7th layer, 12th Elder Li Bao, Early Stage Qi refining 7th layer. At this moment, all 12 elders were visibly invigorated, their eyes filled with awe and the shock of survival. Grand Elder Li Hong spoke first, his tone filled with astonishment. "I truly did not expect, Patriarch, that you would break through to the foundation establishment stage so swiftly. This is a blessing from the heavens, indeed a great fortune for our Li family." Second elder Li Zhan followed suit with heartfelt praise. Yes, patriarch. You have achieved the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. This is truly a rare talent. Under your wise and astute leadership, our Li family will surely rise from the ashes like a phoenix and soar to the heavens. In an instant, the other elders echoed their excitement and agreement. All right, there is no need for excessive flattery. Li Zhihao raised his hand to signal for quiet, then looked sincerely at these 12 elders, who were of a generation above him, and said, during my seclusion, I appreciate your hard work in managing the family and maintaining order. Li Zhihao then shifted to the main topic, asking, during this time, have there been any significant events within or outside the family? As soon as Li Zhihua's words fell, the joyous and excited atmosphere that had filled the room moments ago instantly froze. The expressions of the 12 elders shifted dramatically, excitement quickly turning to humiliation and indignation, each revealing an indescribable look of shame. Grand Elder Li Hong, unable to contain his fury, slammed his palm onto the table and exclaimed, Patriarch, during your seclusion, those 4 families, Zhang, Su, Chun, and Lu, have gone too far. They have grown increasingly audacious, continuously testing and trampling upon the last vestiges of dignity and boundaries of our Li family. If you had not emerged from seclusion any later, they would have likely stormed our gate and slaughtered our entire clan. Third Elder Li Kuan added, filled with grief and anger, indeed, Patriarch, our Li family's core alchemy shop on West Street, which has always been a pillar of our business, is now nearly paralyzed due to the despicable Zhang family constantly sending minions to provoke trouble and maliciously slander us, causing customers to avoid us like the plague. Fifth Elder Li Shui, her face grim, also expressed her concerns. Moreover, the artifact shop on East Street is in a similar plight. The Su family has been equally vile, covertly sabotaging us, hiring ruffians to gather at the shop daily, creating disturbances that prevent normal operations, and our business is plummeting. Seventh Elder Li Jian, glaring furiously, added, and that is not all. Our Li family's mines, the Xian Iron Mine in the South Ridge and the Fire Copper Mine in the North Valley, were also targeted shortly after your seclusion. The Chun and Lu families colluded to openly tear up past agreements, sending large numbers of cultivators to forcibly seize control. Our meager forces guarding the mines are utterly inadequate, and the casualties among our clansmen are severe, forcing us to retreat. The mines have already changed hands. Li Zhihao's gaze gradually turned icy, with a chilling intent of murder gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 5. The Family Meeting, Night Raid on the Zhang Family. Immediately, the 12 elders began to recount the numerous humiliations and grievances suffered by the Li family at the hands of the 4 foundational families of Qingfeng Town during this period. As he listened to the elders' accounts, Li Zhihao's expression grew increasingly somber. His face was a mask of rage, his tightly clenched fists whitening at the knuckles. They all deserve to die? They all deserve to die? Li Zhihao seethed inwardly. At that moment, the crisp voice of 9th Elder Li Yu continued. Despite our efforts to conceal the news of the old patriarch's demise, the Zhang, Su, Chun, and Lu families have been probing incessantly, and their actions have escalated. Meanwhile, our Li family has been unable to retaliate and has only been forced to shrink our numbers and cede territory. Such a response will likely only confirm their suspicions that the old patriarch has indeed fallen. She added with deep concern, I fear that within a few days, these 4 families will launch a full-scale assault on our Li family. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhihao's suppressed fury finally erupted. His eyes were bloodshot, almost ablaze as he proclaimed, very well, very well. So, you wish to annihilate my entire family during our time of peril? Tonight, I shall first eradicate the Zhang family. 10th Elder Li Shuang, witnessing Li Zhihao's fury, sighed helplessly and cautioned, Patriarch, it is indeed a great fortune for our Li family that you have swiftly broken through to the foundational stage. However, as you have only just attained this level, your cultivation is not yet solidified. I suggest we temporarily retreat to our ancestral grounds to avoid confrontation. At the very least, with you as our foundational support, our family lineage will not be severed. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not worry about firewood, Patriarch. Upon hearing this, Li Zhihao suddenly rose with a voice like thunder, roaring furiously, retreat? Why should my Li family retreat? Endure? That will only tarnish my resolve. The 4 families dare to humiliate my Li family in such a manner. I, Li Zhihao, will not rest until I avenge this insult. In that moment, an unmatched and formidable aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire conference room. This pressure was so potent and violent that the 12 elders were caught off guard, feeling as if a great mountain had descended upon them. Their bones creaked under the strain, their skin contorted as if gripped by an invisible hand, and even breathing became exceedingly difficult. However, beneath this suffocating pressure, the elders felt a surge of exhilaration and excitement. They were astonished to realize that the intensity of Li Zhihao's aura surpassed that of the mid-stage foundational old patriarch, perhaps even exceeding it. The strength of one's aura often serves as a crucial indicator of a cultivator's spiritual power and level. The newly ascended patriarch possessed a terrifying pressure far exceeding that of the old patriarch. Realizing this, the 12 elders, under immense pressure, felt a wave of joy and excitement welling up within them. Just then, the previously silent Li Zhihao abruptly stood. A more powerful and majestic foundational pressure erupted like a raging sea. The air in the Li family conference room seemed to freeze and solidify under this palpable pressure. Withdraw. In an instant, this pressure, capable of crushing steel, was drawn back into Li Zhihao's body, dissipating into nothingness. Then, with a voice as cold and dignified as ice, he resonated throughout the room. Esteemed elders, do you dare accompany me tonight to level the Zhang family? His gaze, sharp as a sword, swept over each elder present. The elders felt the terrifying force that had nearly crushed them suddenly vanish. Reflecting on that overwhelming pressure, they were galvanized by Li Zhihao's resolute inquiry. Feeling an unprecedented surge of courage and battle spirit, that very pressure served as their greatest assurance. The grand elder Li Hong, suppressing his aching body, was the first to clasp his fists, his voice hoarse with excitement. With the patriarch's order, I would face death without hesitation. Second elder Li Zhun immediately followed suit, declaring loudly, indeed, patriarch, we shall follow your lead, and at your command, we would charge through fire and mountains without a second thought. The other elders, enduring their physical pain, shared determined gazes and echoed in unison. Li Zhihao, pleased with the resolute expressions of the elders, nodded in approval. Very well. The Zhang family has gone too far in their oppression of my Li family, inflicting the gravest injury upon my father. Tonight, they shall pay the price. I will make them repay blood with blood and erase them from Qingfeng Town entirely. I want the whole of Qingfeng Town to witness that my Li family is a fierce tiger, not a sickly cat. Li Zhihao's voice brimmed with icy determination and unquestionable authority, igniting the long-repressed humiliation and fury within all the elders. 3 hours later, all members of the Li family at the mid-stage of Qi refinement and above, including Li Zhihao and the 12 elders, a total of 254 individuals, stealthily approached the Zhang family estate like phantoms melding into the night. The Zhang estate was brightly lit, its high walls imposing, with a crimson gate tightly shut, adorned above with a grand plaque inscribed with the characters Zhang Fu in a flamboyant style. Under the pale moonlight, this estate did not exude solemnity, but rather an oppressive atmosphere of impending doom. The outlines of pavilions and towers within the estate were vaguely discernible, while the rockeries and ponds shimmered coldly in the moonlight, opulent yet unable to conceal the catastrophe that loomed. Li Zhihao gazed upon this grand estate, a flicker of cold brilliance flashing in his eyes as he muttered, this Zhang family estate is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, you have provoked those you should not have. Tonight, this place shall be your grave. Before his words had fully settled, the murderous intent in Li Zhihao's eyes flared, and he shouted in a deep voice, kill. With the utterance of this bloodthirsty command, the 2 Zhang family members, who were dozing against the doorpost, barely had time to react before 2 shadowy figures surged forth like wraiths from the side. 2 swift streaks of sword light, imbued with vengeful coldness, sliced through the stillness of the night. Thud, thud. 2 bewildered heads, frozen in expressions of terror, soared into the air. The assailants were none other than the swiftest and closest, 3rd elder Li Kuan, mid-stage Qi refinement. He struck with the speed and precision of the Grim Reaper. Following this, Li Zhihao waved his hand, as if commanding an army, onward. Leading all the Li family members poised for action, they surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, leaping over the courtyard walls with agility, silently slipping into the shadows of the Zhang estate. A bloody revenge massacre had abruptly commenced. Instantly, within the various courtyards of the Zhang estate, the sleeping Zhang family members barely had time to utter a groan before their throats were severed by icy blades in their dreams, leaving them to perish in utter bewilderment. In the corridors and pathways, teams of patrolling Zhang family guards were swiftly and efficiently cut down like vegetables in the face of the Li family members' coordinated ambush and assault. Just as Li Zhihao and his kin were harvesting lives within the Zhang estate like a reaper, rapidly advancing towards the inner courtyard, a piercing scream of panic suddenly rang out. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Li family has invaded. A Zhang family member, Qi Refinement 5th layer, who had just emerged from the restroom, bleary-eyed, stumbled upon a Li family squad attempting to infiltrate deeper. Recognizing the familiar Li family attire and their fierce demeanor, he was instantly struck with terror, instinctively channeling his spiritual power and shouting at the top of his lungs. However, he had barely managed to scream those 2 phrases before his voice was abruptly silenced, as if severed by a blade. A swift flash of a blade cut through the air, and the head of the man rolled lifelessly to the ground. The stoic 8th elder, Li Yun, Qingqi, level 8, slowly retracted his bloodied longsword. Although this member of the Zhang family only managed to cry out twice in the stillness of the night, his warning echoed like a wailing ghost, exploding like a drop of cold water into boiling oil. An enemy attack. The Li family has come to kill. The shouts and roars surged like a rampant plague, swiftly spreading through half of the Zhang residence. The once orderly courtyard was instantly thrown into chaos. Witnessing this turmoil, Li Zhihai's gaze sharpened, realizing that a stealthy assassination was no longer possible. He immediately issued a stern command, his voice piercing through the din of combat. There is no need to hide any longer. Attack with all your might. Eliminate them all. With this order, the Li family members, who had long suppressed their fury, erupted like a pack of unleashed wolves, unleashing thunderous roars and shouts. Kill. In an instant, the Zhang residence was engulfed in flames. With flashes of blades and swords, the cries of battle, the clang of weaponry, and the anguished screams intertwined, and the thick stench of blood pervaded the entire estate. However, it was this moment of chaos and alarm that finally roused the core high-ranking members of the Zhang family from their slumber deep within the inner courtyard. After the initial shock, they quickly comprehended the situation. The family head, Zhang Guifan, Foundation Establishment, Level 4, bellowed as he donned his outer robe and burst out of his chamber, followed by 16 other peak elders from the later stages of Qingqi, who rushed out in panic or fury from their respective quarters. All gathered at the core assembly hall of the Zhang residence with expressions ranging from anger to fear. An elder, his hair bristling with rage, was the first to roar, Li family, are these madmen out of their minds? According to our repeated investigations, their patriarch, Li Daocheng, that old ghost, was clearly gravely injured at home and has already perished. They have lost their only Foundation Establishment practitioner, like a tiger stripped of its fangs. Instead of seeking mercy or fleeing as a family, they dare to storm into our Zhang family. Could it be that Li Daocheng is not truly dead? Another elder interjected, uncertainty lacing his voice. Another elder, gritting his teeth, speculated, I doubt it. Perhaps they know their doom is inevitable and, in desperation, wish to take us down with them. Indeed, they must be harboring a reckless mindset, hoping to take one of us in exchange for their lives. Another elder agreed, a cruel disdain evident on his face. At this moment, Zhang Guifan's expression darkened, simmering with anger and shock. He forcefully suppressed his disarray from the surprise attack and barked, Humph, the Li family is digging their own grave. Even if they have gone mad to assault our Zhang family, what can they achieve? With their few Qingqi misfits, can they shake the profound foundation and formidable strength of our Zhang family, which is beyond their capability? A relatively younger elder, feigning ignorance yet visibly anxious, inquired, Patriarch, what should we do now? We cannot allow the Li family's rabble to rampage and kill in our Zhang residence without consequence. Can we? Zhang Guifan abruptly waved his sleeve, letting out a cold snort. Nonsense, of course we cannot. Relay my orders. All capable Qingqi practitioners of the late stage and above must gather here immediately. We will go forth and eliminate these reckless Li family wretches, leaving none alive. Yes, a trusted family member immediately complied. At that moment, a usually prudent elder, filled with concern, cautioned, Patriarch, we must exercise caution. Since the Li family dares to launch such a brazen attack, they may have some sinister plot waiting for us. Zhang Guifan, consumed by rage, paid no heed to the warning. With a grand gesture, he displayed the aura of a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, exclaiming, what is there to fear? I am a formidable Foundation Establishment, Level 4, with deep roots. Should I fear a pack of stray dogs from the Li family? Come, follow me and let these ignorant fools witness the might of the Foundation Establishment. Before he finished speaking, he had already transformed into a blurred shadow, swept along by a tempest of killing intent, charging towards the area of the fiercest flames and combat noise in the front courtyard. Behind him, the elders and the elite members of the Zhang family, alerted by the commotion, followed closely, their eyes aflame with fury, shouting their battle cries. Li Zhihai led his kin into the fray, his gaze sharp as an eagle, quickly spotting the group charging out from the depths of the Zhang residence. Brimming with ferocity and murderous intent, his eyes locked onto the most imposing figure at the forefront, a middle-aged man clad in a golden-threaded robe, radiating an overwhelming aura, with spiritual energy swirling around him like flames. This individual was none other than Zhang Guifan, Foundation Establishment, Level 4. Upon encountering his nemesis, Li Zhihai felt a surge of animosity. Without looking back, he shouted to the 12 elders beside him, everyone, heed my command. Hold back the Zhang elders with all your might. This Zhang Guifan is mine to confront. No sooner had he spoken than Li Zhihao transformed into a streak of indistinguishable purple lightning. The crowd only felt a flash before Li Zhihao had crossed dozens of yards in an instant, creating a sonic boom, directly intercepting Zhang Guifan in his path. Li Zhihao's entire being emanated a faint flow of thunderous power, exuding a terrifying spiritual pressure that sent chills down the spine. His voice was cold and piercing, imbued with boundless hatred and murderous intent. Zhang family head, today, I, Li, shall claim your head. Zhang Guifan was taken aback by the incredible speed, instinctively halting his advance. When he beheld the young yet frosty visage before him, his pupils constricted in shock. Yet, being an experienced mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, his astonishment was fleeting. Soon, a complex expression of disdain, disbelief, and fury crossed his face. Li Zhihao, son of Li Daoqing. What a stroke of fortune. I had intended to wipe out your entire family in a few days, but it seems that old ghost, Li Daoqing, is indeed dead. Yet you, this little wretch, managed to break through to foundation establishment. What right do you have to challenge me, a mere child fresh from his breakthrough? You seek your own demise. Zhang Guifan's voice dripped with scorn and mockery, but a flicker of unease flashed in his eyes. That speed, akin to thunder, was not something an ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator could possess. Li Zhihao remained unfazed by Zhang Guifan's derision, silently retrieving a pair of yellow-grade mid-tier gauntlets, shimmering with faint thunder patterns, from his storage bag and securely donned them. The joints of his fingers emitted a crisp crackle beneath the gauntlets. He slowly assumed an ancient boxing stance, the gauntlets seemingly alive with tiny arcs of electricity dancing about. Whether I possess the qualifications, we shall find out. His voice was as frigid as ice. Suddenly, Li Zhihao raised his head sharply, his eyes flashing with violet lightning. You will not be able to withstand it. At this moment, the entire Zhang residence resembled a boiling cauldron, with deafening battle cries resounding. The roars of Li family disciples and Zhang family members intertwining with the clashing of weapons and the sounds of agony, creating a symphony of death. Yet, within the confined space where Li Zhihao and Zhang Guifan confronted each other, their gazes were solely fixed upon one another, oblivious to everything else. A battle determining the fates of both families, a life-and-death struggle between two foundation establishment practitioners, was on the verge of erupting. Li Zhihao took a deep breath of the blood-scented air, facing the formidable adversary Zhang Guifan. His heart dared not entertain any complacency. Even though he was aware of his innate spiritual root and formidable thunder spiritual body, possessing the capital to fight above his level. As a young cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, standing before a seasoned mid-stage practitioner, a flicker of anxiety and caution inevitably surged within him. However, this tension was fleeting, swiftly replaced by the surging fury of vengeance and an unwavering confidence in his power. The tempestuous purple lightning energy within him surged forth like a torrent breaching its banks. Zhang Guifan, prepare to meet your fate. Li Zhihao's voice resonated like thunder, his body radiating with blinding arcs of lightning. He retracted his right fist forcefully, and in an instant, dazzling purple electricity coiled around his fist. Receive my thunderstorm fist. As he unleashed his strike, Li Zhihao's entire being pulsated with vitality, an unceasing flow of lightning-infused spiritual energy converging into his fists, crackling with power as bolts of lightning danced around them. With a fierce charge forward, he propelled himself with an unstoppable momentum, the surrounding air seemingly bending to the force of his thunderous martial technique. The sheer intensity of his effort instilled an unparalleled sense of oppression. At the moment Li Zhihao's fists were unleashed, an astonishing realization dawned upon him. The attack's intensity rivaled that of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. His fists bore the might of thunder itself, carrying the essence of devastation as they hurtled towards Zhang Guifan with ferocity. Yet, faced with this onslaught, Zhang Guifan's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing as he thought, isn't this Li family brat merely a recent breakthrough into foundation establishment? How can he wield such formidable power? It's over, my life is forfeit. Zhang Guifan had initially underestimated Li Zhihao, believing him to be just a fledgling practitioner of limited threat, despite possessing commendable martial skills. Thus, he had not prepared adequately for this encounter. By the time he comprehended the horror of Li Zhihao's strike, it was too late for effective defense. As Li Zhihao's fist, imbued with thunderous might, struck him, a deafening impact echoed, sending Zhang Guifan hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes reflected disbelief as his vitality rapidly waned beneath Li Zhihao's blow, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With his last breath, he uttered, "So powerful," before succumbing to silence, lying still upon the cold earth. At that moment, a member of the Zhang family bore witness to this shocking scene. His face contorted with terror as he cried out, The head of the family is dead. The head has been slain. His cries reverberated like thunder, igniting chaos on the battlefield. The previously confident Zhang family members were thrown into disarray, their expressions filled with panic and fear. The confidence and valor they had exhibited vanished in an instant, replaced by confusion and hasty movements. Some members even forgot to resist, standing dazed and uncertain. Seizing this opportunity, Zhihao gathered his spiritual energy and shouted, "Kill!" His voice rang out like a mighty bell, reverberating through the night sky. Upon hearing Zhihao's rallying cry, the morale of the Li family surged. They felt as though a powerful force had been injected into them, each one brimming with courage. The elders of the Li family, faced with the fierce onslaught of 18 Zhang family elders, began to display renewed vigor, turning the tide of battle in their favor. They wielded their artifacts with determination, fearlessly clashing with their opponents. At that moment, the younger generation of the Li family felt a surge of inspiration. Fueled by the anger and frustration from being oppressed by the Zhang family, they fought valiantly against their adversaries, causing the Zhang family to retreat. And the tide of battle shifted dramatically in favor of the Li family. Zhihao emerged as a harbinger of death, specifically targeting the elders of the Zhang family. His movements were as graceful as a butterfly, each punch imbued with the force of thunder. The Zhang family elders were unable to mount a defense against Zhihao's relentless assault, falling one by one under his thunderous fists. Before long, 12 Zhang family elders lay slain at his feet. The remaining 6 elders, in a state of utter panic, were besieged by the 12 elders of the Li family, who coordinated their attacks with ruthless efficiency, offering no respite to their foes. After a fierce confrontation, the 6 remaining Zhang elders succumbed as well. Under Zhihao's leadership, the Li family members pressed forward with unstoppable momentum, systematically eliminating the Zhang family clan members. As the last of the Zhang family fell, the once mighty Zhang residence was drenched in blood, its glory extinguished. Zhihao stood upon the ruins of the Zhang estate, his gaze resolute and cold, aware that this was merely the first step in the ascent of the Li family. Observing the conclusion of the battle, he commanded, "Gather the spoils. Do not overlook any valuable items, including goods from the Zhang family shops. Bring everything back for my unified management." His voice was firm and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. The members of the Li family sprang into action, methodically clearing the battlefield. Some combed through the Zhang family's treasury and rooms, carefully placing precious herbs into storage bags and handling artifacts with reverence. Others swiftly exited the Zhang estate to locate the family's shops throughout Qingfeng Town, transporting boxes of goods and scavenging for anything of worth. Every member of the Zhang family was stripped of their storage bags and artifacts, leaving nothing behind. Excitement and exhilaration filled the faces of the Li family members. This victory not only restored their honor, but also provided vital resources for their future endeavors. Under Zhihao's guidance, the entire scavenging process proceeded with a tense yet orderly efficiency. 2 hours later, Li Qingyang returned to the clan leader's cultivation chamber, laden with the spoils of their conquest. What followed was a moment of joyous reward. The harmonious voice of the system echoed in Zhihao's mind. First came the elixirs. Ding. Detected 3087 low-grade Qi gathering pills. Please select amplification method. Option 1, tenfold quantity amplification. Option 2, tenfold quality amplification. I choose tenfold quality amplification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3087 medium-grade Qi gathering pills. Ding. Detected 2174 low-grade essence gathering pills. Please select amplification method. Option 1, tenfold quantity amplification. Option 2, tenfold quality amplification. I choose tenfold quality amplification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2174 medium-grade essence gathering pills. Zhihao chose quality amplification for all elixirs suitable for the Qi gathering stage, transforming low-grade spiritual pills into medium-grade ones. He regrettably noted the absence of foundation establishment pills. However, he did acquire some second-tier pills from Zhang Guifan's storage bag, such as Peiyuan pills, Tongxiao pills, Dingji pills, and Jimai pills, all of which he also enhanced for quality, ensuring he had usable elixirs for his upcoming cultivation. Next came the spirit stones. Ding. Detected 292 low-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate for low-grade to medium-grade spirit stones is 1 to 100. The system automatically selects tenfold quantity amplification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 920 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 7. Bestowing the Celestial Rank Technique, Xiaoyao Nakiju. Ding. Detected 214 medium-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate for medium-grade to high-grade spirit stones is 1 to 100. The system automatically selects quantity amplification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 82, 140 medium-grade spirit stones. In the ensuing moments, Li Zhihua made a decisive choice to amplify the quality of the spirit medicines, spirit materials, storage bags, magical treasures, robes, martial techniques, and cultivation methods. Each notification from the system filled him with exhilaration. After an hour, having enhanced all the items, Li Zhihua murmured to himself, with these cultivation resources, the members of the Li clan will not only have access to superior elixirs for their training, but can also practice more profound martial arts and techniques. Coupled with the quality-enhanced treasures and robes, our power will experience a significant boost. Once Li Zhihua had cataloged these resources, he convened an emergency family meeting that night. Soon, 12 elders gathered once more. Observing that everyone had arrived, Li Zhihua addressed the third elder, Li Kuan, who was responsible for tallying casualties. Third elder. What was the toll of the recent night raid on the Zhang family? Third elder Li Kuan promptly replied, Patriarch, during the night raid on the Zhang family, our Li clan suffered 18 fatalities, 56 severe injuries, and 159 minor injuries. Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of sorrow crossed Li Zhihua's face, quickly replaced by a resolute demeanor. He declared, provide these fallen clan members with the highest standard of burial and establish memorial tablets for them. Document their lives, achievements, and cultivation in our family records, allowing future generations of the Li clan to revere their heroic deeds. The elders were taken aback by Li Zhihua's profound respect for the fallen. They had not anticipated such a commitment to honor those who had sacrificed their lives. Elder Li Hong spoke first. Patriarch, this profound respect will surely bring peace to the souls of our departed clan members. Second elder Li Zhen added, indeed. Such an act will foster greater unity among our clan, inspiring future generations to brave any challenges for the family. The other elders nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. Li Zhihua, with unwavering determination, addressed the elders. Our clan's present standing is solely due to the collective effort of our members. We must forever remember these valiant souls. He turned to the third elder, stating, furthermore, the injured members should receive the finest healing elixirs to expedite their recovery and ensure their future cultivation is not hindered. Understood, Patriarch. Third elder Li Kuan responded respectfully. Li Zhihua then directed his gaze towards second elder Li Zhan, inquiring, second elder, please provide the total number of clan members and how many have reached the Qi refinement stage. Without hesitation, second elder Li Zhen replied, Patriarch, our clan currently has 349 members. Among them, including the elders present, there are 253 in the Qi refinement stage. Li Zhihua nodded thoughtfully upon receiving this clear answer. He then turned to elder Li Hong and asked, what is the current monthly stipend for those in the Qi refinement stage? Elder Li Hong quickly responded, for those in the early Qi refinement stage, the monthly stipend is 10 low-grade spirit stones and 5 Qi gathering pills. In the mid-stage, it is 20 low-grade spirit stones and 10 Qi gathering pills, while in the late stage, it is 30 low-grade spirit stones and 15 Qi gathering pills. For those who have achieved full mastery, it is 50 low-grade spirit stones and 25 Qi gathering pills. After pondering this information, Li Zhihua declared, from today onward, the monthly stipend for all clan members will be increased tenfold. As for the elixirs, we shall not limit ourselves to merely distributing Qi gathering pills. There are other elixirs that can assist in cultivation, and over-reliance on a single type may lead to resistance, diminishing their effectiveness. We will distribute 3 types of elixirs: Qi gathering pills, Qi condensing pills, and cleansing spirit pills based on the members' needs, adhering to the previous distribution quantities. As these elixirs will be of medium quality. Astonished by the announcement of a tenfold increase in stipends, the elders were about to voice their thoughts when Li Zhihua continued. Additionally, every child in the clan aged 6 and above will receive 1 cleansing marrow pill. As he spoke, he produced 2 storage bags and utilized his spiritual energy to present them before Elder Li Hong. As Elder Li Hong accepted the floating storage bags, the other 11 elders looked on with expressions of delight. Each elder had descendants, and this gesture from the patriarch was a boon for the entire Li clan's future, prompting smiles of satisfaction. Whether it was the tenfold increase in stipends or the distribution of cleansing marrow pills to every child over 6. The resources would not only enhance cultivation but also foster a new generation of spiritually gifted descendants. This prospect filled them with hope for the clan's future. Is this a medium-quality cleansing marrow pill? Upon probing into the storage bag, Elder Li Hong discovered that the cleansing marrow pills were of a quality far beyond his expectations. Leaving him in awe, he gazed incredulously at Li Zhihua, his eyes brimming with confusion, as if to ask, Patriarch, where did you acquire such an abundance of medium-quality cleansing marrow pills? Curious, the other elders also probed into the storage bags, their expressions mirroring that of Elder Li Hong. Filled with astonishment, Li Zhihao, sensing their unspoken thoughts, reassured them. These medium-quality elixirs, as well as other future resources, should not be overly scrutinized. Consider it a fortunate opportunity that has befallen me. The elders exchanged glances, their hearts filled with curiosity, yet knowing their patriarch had spoken, they refrained from further inquiry. Elder Li Hong was the first to respond. Since the patriarch has spoken thus, we shall certainly adhere to your directives. Second Elder Li Zhen nodded in agreement. Indeed. It is a blessing for our Li clan to benefit from such an opportunity. Li Zhihuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the elders. He continued. Our clan is currently at a pivotal juncture of resurgence. These resources must be distributed expeditiously, enabling our members to elevate their strength. The elders responded in unison. Yes, Patriarch. Now that we have discussed the stipends, let us turn our attention to the cultivation techniques of the Li clan. I possess a medium-grade celestial technique, Xiao Yao Na Qi Ju, which is capable of supporting cultivation up to the Great Ascension stage and even transcending to the immortal realm. The room fell into a stunned silence, the elders momentarily rendered speechless by this proclamation. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape, as they struggled to comprehend the significance of a celestial technique. After a prolonged pause, they gradually regained their composure, their faces flushed with excitement, their gazes shimmering with fervor. A celestial technique. The mere knowledge of the Li clan practicing such a technique would undoubtedly attract the attention of forces across the eastern region, inciting chaos and bloodshed. Once the elders had somewhat calmed down, Li Zhihua continued, I have decided to divide this technique into several portions for our Li clan members. Ordinary members in the Qi refinement stage will receive the portion applicable to the Golden Core stage, and upon reaching that level, they may then obtain the subsequent portion. As for the esteemed elders present, you will receive the portion that advances to the out-of-body stage, and once you attain that level, you may claim the final portion. Upon hearing this, the 12 elders began to whisper among themselves, discussing the implications of such a decision. After a brief moment, Elder Li Hong stood up, cupping his hands in reverence. Patriarch, this decision is indeed astute. It will not only motivate our clan members to diligently pursue their cultivation, but also minimize the risk of the technique's leakage, safeguarding our clan's core secrets from external threats. Second Elder Li Zhen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Patriarch. This will serve as tremendous encouragement for the younger generation. They will undoubtedly exert themselves diligently in order to acquire stronger cultivation techniques in the future, not daring to show the slightest hint of laxity. Elder Li Kuan continued, stating that for us elders, there is now a clear objective and aspiration, which is beneficial for enhancing our cultivation and motivation. The other elders unanimously expressed their agreement with Li Zhihao's approach. Elder Li Feng remarked, the patriarch is wise with such arrangements. The Li family shall surely produce a plethora of talents and significantly increase its strength. Elder Li Shui, filled with excitement, exclaimed, with this celestial level technique and such a reasonable method of dissemination, the rise of the Li clan is surely just around the corner. In that moment, all the elders voiced their approval of Li Zhihao's actions. Hearing this, Li Zhihao felt a profound sense of affirmation. He then addressed Grand Elder Li Hong, saying, tomorrow, I would appreciate it if the Grand Elder could distribute the techniques and monthly allowances to the clan members in advance. Remember, especially for this celestial level technique, do not disclose that it is a celestial level technique. Simply refer to it as a powerful technique capable of cultivating to the out-of-body stage. Furthermore, clan members are prohibited from imparting it to anyone else, and any violation will be punished according to the clan's highest standards for serious crimes. All elders, assist the Grand Elder. Grand Elder Li Hong nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, Patriarch, I will handle this matter properly. The other elders, hearing this, clasped their fists solemnly and said, we shall strictly adhere to the Patriarch's orders. They continued to praise Li Zhihao's brilliance. The second elder remarked, the Patriarch's move is indeed astute, as it not only avoids unnecessary troubles, but also ignites the clan members' desire and appreciation for the techniques. The third elder concurred, saying, indeed. This way, the clan members will surely devote themselves to their cultivation and will not become arrogant or attract outside covetousness upon realizing it is a celestial level technique. The fourth elder added, the Patriarch has considered everything comprehensively. This arrangement ensures the confidentiality of the technique while allowing all of our Li clan's descendants to cultivate the celestial level technique. The fifth elder expressed, the Patriarch's wisdom is unparalleled. We are in awe. I believe that under the Patriarch's leadership, our Li family will undoubtedly prosper. The elders exchanged words of praise for Li Zhihao's decisions. Li Zhihao slightly nodded, his expression grave, and said, esteemed elders, you flatter me. This is all for the long-term development of the clan. I hope everyone can join forces to forge the Li family's glory. Everyone responded in unison. Well, it is getting late. let us adjourn. With Li Zhihao's command, the elders rose in an orderly fashion and departed the conference room. Thus, the Li family, which would dominate the entire realm of cultivation thousands of years later, completed its first critically important meeting for future supremacy in the realm of cultivation. This seemingly ordinary meeting, akin to a spark, was poised to ignite a blazing wildfire sweeping through the realm of cultivation, commencing the illustrious journey of the Li family. On the following day, news of the Zhang family's annihilation by the Li family swept through Qingfeng Town like a tempest. Discussions regarding this event erupted throughout the town. In a bustling tavern, a group of 5 individuals engaged in a fervent discussion in a corner. Have you heard? The Zhang family has been destroyed by the Li family, exclaimed a tall, slender man in shock. How is that possible? The Zhang family is a prominent foundational family in our town. How could they just be wiped out? Replied a nearby stout man, his face filled with skepticism. It is absolutely true. My cousin works for the Li family. He told me this directly. The tall man explained urgently. This Li family is truly formidable. Such a powerful foundational family like the Zhangs was obliterated overnight? Could it be that the Li family has some powerful backing or called upon a strong ally? Speculated a middle-aged cultivator holding a cup of wine. Who knows? Regardless, this matter is astonishing. I fear the entire Qingfeng Town is already aware, chimed in another young man. In the Su family of Qingfeng Town, the clan leader, Su Wenzhou, inquired urgently of the person before him. Is this true? The individual hastily replied, Clan leader, I assure you, my words are all truthful. The news of the Zhang family's destruction by the Li family has spread throughout Qingfeng Town. He continued, I even went to investigate the Zhang family residence, and it is now unrecognizable, reduced to ruins. Upon hearing this, Su Wenzhou furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, could it be that Li Daoqing has not yet perished? It seems we must deliberate carefully on the matter of jointly attacking the Li family. Meanwhile, the Chen and Lu families in Qingfeng Town also received the news of the Zhang family's demise at the hands of the Li family. In the Chen family hall, clan leader Chen Yu spoke gravely to the elders. The Li family was able to annihilate the Zhang family. It appears we have previously underestimated their strength. An elder, filled with concern, asked, Clan leader, what should we do next? Chen Yu pondered for a moment and replied, let us observe for a while and see the subsequent actions of the Li family. In the Lu family of Qingfeng Town, clan leader Lu Feng paced back and forth in his study, muttering to himself, the Li family's actions have caught us off guard. Our original plans may need to change. The entire Qingfeng Town fell into a state of tension and speculation due to the Li family's destruction of the Zhang family. That afternoon, the leaders of the 3 foundational families, Su, Chen, and Lu, convened at the Lu family. Once seated, Lu Feng spoke. I trust both clan leaders understand the purpose of my invitation today. Next, let us discuss whether we should join forces to attack the Li family. As soon as Lu Feng's words fell, Su Wenzhou retorted, based on what you say, Lu clan leader, do you believe we should join forces to attack the Li family? Su Wenzhou thought to himself, it seems Lu clan leader is eager. I need not rush. I will observe how the situation unfolds. Clan leader Chen Yu quickly added, yes. As long as Lu clan leader advocates for an offensive against the Li family, my Chen family is willing to support Lu clan leader's attack on the Li family. Chen Yu mused inwardly. After all, it is not I who has harmed Li Daoqing the most. I am not in such a hurry. Su Wenzhou hurriedly concurred. Indeed, as long as the Lu family wishes to attack the Li family, my Su family is also willing to assist in the assault. Upon hearing the words of both clan leaders, Lu Feng inwardly cursed, 2 old foxes. Assist my Lu family? At that time, who knows how much effort you 2 families will actually contribute? It is likely that you will mostly be present without putting in real effort. These 2 families wish for my Lu family to follow in the footsteps of the Zhang family. Lu Feng silently regretted, alas, I should not have invited them so hastily. Now my Lu family has fallen into a passive position. But what could I do if I did not summon them? On that day, when contending for the first-grade Xingyun iron mine, Zhang Guifan, who had harmed Li Daoqing the most, and the Zhang family had already been annihilated by the Li family. And I, Lu Feng, was the second most damaging to Li Daoqing, apart from Zhang Guifan. If this pattern continues, then the Li family's next target would be my Lu family, and compared to the Zhang family, our strength is only inferior. It was evident that clan leaders Su and Chen had also considered this point. Lu Feng suppressed his inner dissatisfaction and slowly said, both clan leaders, we are like grasshoppers on the same rope. When we contended for the mine, our 4 families joined forces to attack Li Daoqing. Now that the Li family has destroyed the Zhang family, the next target may very well be one of our 3 families. If we do not unite, we may each be struck down one by one, and in the end, we will all suffer. Chapter 9. The 3 families conspire. Qingyang Sect Zhang Chengfeng. Su Wenzhou stroked his chin and said, Lu clan leader, while your words hold truth, we are indeed faced with this reality. Yet we are entirely unaware of the extent of the Li family's strength. If we rashly attack them, we may not fare well. Chen Yu nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. Lu clan leader, we must deliberate carefully. Lu Feng's expression darkened as he said. Then do you two clan leaders propose that we simply wait for the Li family to come knocking at our door? As soon as Lu Feng's words fell, the room was enveloped in a heavy silence, each of the three men harboring their own thoughts, contemplating how to respond to the impending retaliation from the Li family. At that moment, Chen Yu suddenly had a realization. He excitedly rose to his feet and said, by the way, I wonder if clan leader Su and clan leader Lu still remember Zhang Guifan's elder brother from 20 years ago. Upon hearing this, the two clan leaders were also stirred with thoughts. Clan leader Lu Feng cautiously inquired, are you referring to Zhang Qingfeng, who was selected to join Xingyang sect 20 years ago? Indeed, that is he. Consider the might of the Xingyang sect. Its leader is a formidable figure in the spirit-severing stage, and Zhang Qingfeng was recognized as a genius with a purple spirit root. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued, if Zhang Guifan, with his inferior blue spirit root, has managed to reach the foundation establishment stage, then surely his brother has at least attained the golden core stage. Chen Yu envisioned the scene of Zhang Qingfeng annihilating the Li family. Su Wenzhou then spoke up, so, clan leader Chen, are you suggesting we inform Zhang Qingfeng about the Li family's destruction of the Zhang family? Shall we summon Zhang Qingfeng to deal with the Li family? Clan leader Lu Feng remarked, that is indeed a clever plan. However, the journey to Xingyang sect is long and may take at least 3 months. What if, during this time, the Li family wipes us out one by one? His face was etched with worry, his brow furrowed in concern. Chen Yu understood that even if the Li family's next target was the Lu family, the situation for the Chun and Su families would only deteriorate further. Thus, Chen Yu proposed, let us send someone who has reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, preferably someone who has achieved Qi refinement completion, to deliver a message to Zhang Qingfeng. In the meantime, we must fortify our defenses. If the Li family attacks any of our clans, we must not confront them head-on but retreat immediately and regroup with the other two families. I believe that as long as our 3 clans unite, the Li family will think twice before acting recklessly. After pondering for a moment, Lu Feng nodded and said, indeed, clan leader Chen's plan is quite astute. For now, we have no other choice. Su Wenzhou concurred. Indeed, this is the best course of action we can take at present. Let us hasten our arrangements and not delay any longer. Chen Yu added, we must select a clever and reliable individual to relay the message, ensuring that it is conveyed accurately to Zhang Qingfeng. Lu Feng stated, my Lu family has several suitable candidates. I will make a selection upon my return. Su Wenzhou also expressed, my Su family will swiftly choose a messenger as well. Chen Yu solemnly declared, very well, time is of the essence. Let us return and prepare, ensuring we are fully ready before the Li family makes their move. After reaching a consensus, the 3 swiftly departed. Li Zhihao was unaware of the conspiracy among the Su, Chen, and Lu families, and even if he knew, he would not concern himself with it. At that moment, Li Zhihao was overseeing the acquisition of 2 mines belonging to the Zhang family, specifically a first-tier Qingyan mine and a first-tier Qitong mine. The Qingyan mine produced Qingyan, a primary material for crafting low-tier defensive artifacts such as the Qingyan Huxin mirror, which enhances its durability. It could also serve as a foundational material for formation arrays, stabilizing first-tier formations, with an approximate value of 10 gene of Qingyan stone, equating to 1 low-grade spirit stone. The Qitong mine had a wide range of uses. It was a fundamental material for crafting first-tier offensive treasures, such as the Qitong flying sword, whose fire attribute spiritual power could amplify the treasure's potency. It could also be utilized to construct spirit-gathering formations, as Qitong could guide and concentrate spiritual power, enhancing the formation's efficiency and providing a rich environment for practitioners. Additionally, when crafting certain fire attribute talismans, adding Qitong powder could strengthen the talisman's efficacy, making the cast spells more destructive, with Qitong being purchasable at 2 gene for 1 low-grade spirit stone. As Li Zhihua entered the Qingyan mine, a voice from the system echoed in his mind, surprising him greatly. Ding! A medium-sized first-tier Qingyan mine has been discovered. Please select an enhancement method. Option 1, 10-fold quantity enhancement. Option 2, 10-fold quality enhancement. Li Zhihua pondered briefly, recognizing that first-tier mines held little value compared to second-tier mines, which were significantly more lucrative. Thus, he declared, I choose the 10-fold quality enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired a small-sized second-tier Xianyan mine. A second-tier Xianyan mine. Excellent. Li Zhihua could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with joy. Second-tier Xianyan could fetch 10 low-grade spirit stones per gene. This was a tremendous windfall. He promptly instructed Elder 10 to remain vigilant and expedite the mining process. Having tasted success, Li Zhihua hurried to the first-tier Qitong mine. Sure enough, he soon heard the system's melodious voice once more. Ding! A medium-sized first-tier Qitong mine has been discovered. Please select an enhancement method. Option 1, tenfold quantity enhancement. Option 2, tenfold quality enhancement. I choose the tenfold quality enhancement. Li Zhihua decisively responded. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired a small-sized second-tier Jingtong mine. A second-tier Jingtong mine? That would be even more valuable. One gene of Jingtong could sell for 50 low-grade spirit stones. Li Zhihua's hands trembled slightly with excitement, his face beaming with uncontainable joy. This was an extraordinary gain. A delightful surprise. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. In the secluded chamber of the Li family patriarch, Li Zhihua reflected with awe. The efficacy of this heavenly spirit root cultivation is astounding. In just 6 months, I have progressed from the first level of foundation establishment to the mid-6th level, achieving 6 minor realms in such a short span. It's as if I have advanced 1 minor realm each month. Moreover, my comprehension seems to have improved significantly. I have mastered the yellow-grade upper-tier fist technique, Thunderstorm Fist, to an extraordinary realm within this brief period. The proficiency levels in the cultivation world are classified as entry, proficient, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and transcendence. Now, in conjunction with my thunder spirit body, I fear there are no rivals below the foundation establishment stage. With this thought, Li Zhihua's gaze brimmed with confidence. He then glanced at his personal attributes panel. Host, Li Zhihua. Gender, male. Age, 21. Identity, patriarch of the Li family. Realm, mid-6th level of foundation establishment. Spirit root, heavenly spirit root. Physique, thunder spirit body. Comprehension, enlightened, top-tier comprehension. Technique, carefree spirit gathering technique, heavenly grade mid-tier. Spell, yellow grade upper-tier fist technique. Thunderstorm Fist, transcendence. Only thunder-related spells will be displayed in the future. Spells unrelated to thunder have been omitted. Chapter 10. The arrival of Zhang Qingfeng's 3 foundation establishment disciples. Just as Li Zhihua felt a sense of satisfaction after reviewing his attributes panel, a boisterous voice echoed from the entrance of the Li family estate. Li Zhihua, you have 10 seconds to come out, or I will kill 10 members of your Li clan for every second you delay. Upon hearing this, Li Zhihua was furious and instantly sprang up, racing towards the entrance of the Li estate. 6 months prior, the Su, Chun, and Lu families had conspired, ultimately dispatching Chen Yunshan, the second elder of the Chun family who had achieved Qi refinement completion, to relay the message to Qingyan sect. Chen Yunshan took 4 months to reach the gates of Qingyan sect. Upon observing that even the gatekeepers were formidable figures in the late stage of Qi refinement, Chen Yunshan was secretly astonished by the depth of this grand sect's foundation. Thus, maintaining his composure, he presented a storage bag to the guard and said, I kindly request that you inform Elder Zhang Qingfeng or someone familiar with him. I have urgent news to convey. The guard raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you referring to Elder Zhang Qingfeng? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunshan realized that Zhang Qingfeng had indeed become an elder, indicating that he must have attained the golden core stage. He quickly affirmed, Yes, indeed, Elder Zhang Qingfeng. The guard scrutinized Chen Yunshan for a moment and said, Considering you seem to recognize the situation, I will help you relay your message. With that, the guard exchanged a few words with his colleagues and entered Qingyang sect. Shortly thereafter, the guard arrived at the mountain peak where Zhang Qingfeng was cultivating, relaying Chen Yunshan's message to an individual atop the peak. Soon, Zhang Qingfeng's 4 direct disciples learned of the news and arrived at the mountain gate. They were, respectively, the first disciple Zhang Yu, who had attained the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, the second disciple Lu Yu, at the 8th layer of the later stage of foundation establishment, the third disciple Chen Jie, at the 7th layer of the later stage of foundation establishment, and the 4th disciple Wu Jun, at the 5th layer of the middle stage of foundation establishment. The eldest disciple Zhang Yu inquired of Chen Yunshan, Is it you who bears significant news for my master? Chen Yunshan hurriedly bowed, asking, May I inquire if Elder Zhang Qingfeng is present at Qingyang Zone? My master is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the nascent soul realm. You may share your news with us and we shall convey it to him upon his emergence. Thus, Chen Yunshan recounted the event of the Li family annihilating the Zhang family. The 4 disciples were taken aback. Zhang Yu urgently asked, Are you saying that my master's family has been exterminated? Indeed, that is correct, Chen Yunshan replied. What strength does the Li family possess that could accomplish such a feat? Chen Yunshan answered truthfully, The clan leader is at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while the other clan members are all at the Qi refinement stage. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu stated, Please wait here a moment. The 4 then communicated telepathically to discuss the matter, ultimately deciding that the 4th disciple Wu Jun would remain at Qingyang Zone to await Master Zhang Qingfeng's return. while the other three would embark on a journey to assist their master in obliterating the Li family. Zhang Yu produced a flying vessel artifact for their journey, and after 2 months, they arrived at Qingfeng Town. When Li Zhihao reached the entrance, he found 4 individuals waiting there, only one of whom he recognized, Chen Yinshan, the second elder of the Qin family, who had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm. Young master, it is him. He is the one who killed Zhang Guifan with a single punch. Chen Yinshan pointed at Li Zhihao. Oh, so you are the one who killed my master's uncle? Said an arrogant young cultivator. Indeed, that is I, Li Zhihao replied, calmly surveying the 3 members of the Qingyan sect. The foremost young cultivator was tall and handsome, yet his demeanor exuded an innate air of arrogance. He donned a long white robe adorned with peculiar patterns, and a belt embellished with jewels that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, clearly signifying his noble status. His gaze was dismissive, his lips curled in a slight smirk, as if he looked upon Li Zhihao and the entire Li family with contempt, deeming everything in this small locale utterly insignificant. Beside him stood a burly disciple whose muscular build emanated an overwhelming sense of power. His eyes were sharp and cold, resembling a beast poised to pounce on its prey. Though his attire was simple, it was of exquisite quality, clearly a finely crafted artifact. He stood with arms crossed, coldly regarding Li Zhihao, his gaze suggesting that before him, Li Zhihao was but an insignificant insect. Another disciple was comparatively slender, yet his arrogance was undiminished. He wielded a folding fan, which he waved delicately. His demeanor appeared refined, yet it betrayed a sense of pretentiousness. His accessories were exquisite and lavish, each a valuable artifact, yet they seemed out of place in this humble setting, further accentuating his lofty, disdainful attitude. I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and kowtow 18 times, and I might consider leaving you with a complete corpse. Zhang Yu declared haughtily. I would rather kneel to a horse. Li Zhihao retorted, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him at the sight of the 3 arrogant figures before him. No sooner had he spoken than he launched his attack. Suddenly, Li Zhihao's thunderous spiritual energy surged violently, rapidly enveloping his fists. As the lightning flickered, crackling sounds echoed, and the electricity surged, wrapping around his fists, which radiated a dazzling brilliance that was nearly blinding. This was the 3rd form of the Huangpin superior tier fist technique, the Thunderclap Fist, Thunder Radiance of 1,000 June. The Thunderclap Fist comprised 4 forms. The first form, Thunder S Initial Roar. The second form, Rushing Thunder S Continuous Bombardment. The third form, Thunder Radiance of 1,000 June. And the fourth form, Thunderstorm Annihilation. Aware that his opponent's cultivation far exceeded his own, Li Zhihao felt no fear. However, he did not dare to be negligent. Thus, he poured all his energy into executing the 3rd form of the Thunderclap Fist, the most potent single-target attack within the technique. With a thunderous shout, Li Zhihao surged forward like a thunder god, radiating an unstoppable momentum as he launched his assault against Zhang Yu. His speed astonishing as he swiftly crossed the distance between them. His fists, imbued with immense force, distorted the very fabric of space around him. Accompanied by the sound of a tremendous explosion, reminiscent of thunder erupting, the powerful shockwave radiated outward from Li Zhihao, shattering the ground beneath him and sending dust swirling into the air. At that moment, the surrounding thunderous spiritual energy became chaotic, forming a terrifying area of intertwined lightning. As Zhang Yu witnessed Li Zhihao's formidable advance, his complexion changed dramatically, and he inwardly screamed, having never anticipated such overwhelming force from Li Zhihao's attack. In a moment of panic, Zhang Yu drew his long sword from behind him, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. He twisted his wrist, unleashing a fierce sword intent that surged forth like a silver dragon, clawing its way toward Li Zhihao. Though the move appeared powerful, it was executed in haste, riddled with flaws. Chapter 11. Thunderstorm Fist Annihilates the Enemy. Nonetheless, when Li Zhihao's thunder radiance of 1,000 June collided with the sword strike, a resounding clang erupted, and an immense shockwave surged forth, releasing a torrent of astonishing energy that radiated outward. Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming force of lightning bearing down upon him, akin to a colossal mountain crashing toward him. His arms were instantly numbed by the onslaught of the lightning power, the long sword slipping from his grasp as he was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. Mid-air, Zhang Yu coughed up blood, including fragments of his internal organs, clearly indicating that Li Zhihao's strike had shattered them. As he spewed blood, a foul stench filled the air. Zhang Yu crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. His condition dire. Lying on the cold earth, remnants of lightning energy coursed through him, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhang Yu's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Li Zhihao. He could not fathom that in this remote place, he would encounter such a formidable foe. All his previous arrogance and disdain had vanished, leaving only an abyss of fear and despair. Elder brother, exclaimed Lu Yu, the second disciple at the 8th layer of the later stage of foundation establishment, and Xianxia, the third disciple at the 7th layer of the later stage of foundation establishment, as they cried out in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. They had never imagined that their elder brother, who had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment and was merely a step away from the Golden Core realm, would be so severely wounded by this young man from a small foundation establishment family. Zhihao had incapacitated him with a single technique. At that moment, their shock surged like a tempest, obliterating all remnants of their previous arrogance and contempt. Lu Yu's expression darkened ominously as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Third disciple, let us join forces to slay this little beast." Realizing that this was the only way to stand a chance against Zhihao, Xianxia promptly responded, "Agreed." Trembling with fear, it was evident that he was intimidated by the prowess displayed by Zhihao moments earlier. However, his overwhelming rage stemmed more from the grievous injury inflicted upon his elder martial brother. At this moment, his heart was ablaze with fury, vowing to join forces with his second martial brother to exact vengeance upon Zhihao for the harm done to their elder. The two swiftly summoned their spiritual energy, which surged wildly within their bodies. Lu Yu tightly gripped a long blade that shimmered with a chilling gleam. The weapon was adorned with flowing runes, emanating waves of frost. Meanwhile, Xianxia brandished a superior quality yellow-grade long sword, its blade of fiery crimson, as if scorched by an inferno, radiating an intense heat. The two brothers exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve and murderous intent. The blade wielded by Lu Yu was named Haning Run, a superior quality yellow-grade treasure. As Lu Yu's spiritual energy surged around him, he bellowed, "Ice Shatterblade Strike." Leaping high into the air, the Haning Ren exuded a bone-chilling aura, with thick ice crystals forming upon its blade. With a powerful slash, a colossal icy blue blade of energy surged forth, freezing the ground beneath into crystalline shards. This blade of energy, imbued with an endless chill and formidable destructive power, hurtled straight toward Zhihao. At that moment, the air around Lu Yu was engulfed in frigid energy, instantly freezing the surrounding atmosphere. Xianxia wielded the Yin-Yang Jian, also a superior quality yellow-grade sword. His eyes widened as he summoned all his spiritual energy, flames seemingly igniting upon his body, enveloping him in a blazing inferno. The Yin-Yang Jian blazed with fiery brilliance, and as he executed his sword technique, he roared, "Flame of the Sun's Sword." With a fierce thrust of the Yin-Yang Jian, an intensely scorching flame surged forth, distorting the air with its searing power. This fiery blade of energy, accompanied by a torrent of heat and destruction, advanced alongside Lu Yu's icy blue attack, creating a terrifying spectacle of ice and fire. The collision of these elemental forces unleashed tremendous energy fluctuations, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding space. As the combined assaults of the two brothers approached Zhihao like a tempest, he felt the chilling dread of their intertwined powers, which threatened to engulf him. In that instant, Zhihao's expression gravitated towards solemnity. He inhaled deeply, channeling the lightning attribute energy within his cells. With a thunderous declaration, he exclaimed, "Thunderstorm Annihilation." Instantaneously, a dual infusion of his spiritual energy and the lightning attribute surged into his fists. In that moment, the radiance of his fists expanded exponentially, the brilliant lightning illuminating the surroundings with an overwhelming intensity. The air crackled ominously as Zhihao's fists transformed into the very core of thunder, harboring boundless destructive force. As he unleashed his fists, a cataclysmic wave of thunderous energy erupted, forming an immense sphere of lightning that barreled towards the two brothers' combined attacks. Wherever the lightning sphere traveled, the space contorted, echoing with explosive detonations. When the icy and fiery assaults collided with Zhihao's lightning sphere, time seemed to momentarily freeze, the ensuing clash producing a deafening roar. The icy blue blade and the searing flame met the lightning sphere, and soon the combined might of Lu Yu and Xianxia began to falter. Zhihao's lightning sphere, brimming with formidable power, relentlessly dismantled their joint attack. In an instant, shards of ice and flames scattered like brilliant fireworks. Lu Yu and Xianxia felt an irresistible force surging towards them. As the lightning sphere made contact with their weapons, their arms trembled violently, nearly dislodging their grips. The overwhelming force sent them reeling backward. To their horror, they realized that the power of Zhihao's lightning sphere had not diminished. It advanced towards them with insatiable ferocity. The ground beneath them was ravaged by the chaos of the lightning sphere, creating gaping craters and scattering debris. Observing that the two had completely fallen into despair, Zhihao's eyes shimmered with cunning as he pressed his advantage. He summoned his inner power once more, invoking the second form of his perfected yellow-grade boxing technique. Thunderstorm punch, thunderous roar. Once again, Li Zhihao's body radiated with lightning, drawing upon an even greater reservoir of mixed spiritual energy. His fists became akin to bolts of lightning, unleashing a rapid barrage of strikes with relentless ferocity. Each punch, infused with the might of thunder, produced a continuous tempest of assaults. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as the tempestuous punches ravaged the surrounding space. Despite their valiant efforts to resist, Lu Yu and Xianxia found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught of Li Zhihao's ferocious strikes. Their defenses crumbled as his punches relentlessly battered them, each blow delivering overwhelming force, like a tidal wave crashing down upon them without respite. Lu Yu felt the continuous onslaught of immense power, the bones in his arms cracking under the strain. Under Li Zhihao's devastating technique, he was reduced to a state of utter devastation. Before he could utter a cry, he was sent staggering back, blood gushing from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. Xianxia, too, was not spared from the tempest of Li Zhihao's thunderous fists, struggling to cope as the lightning surged within him, wreaking havoc on his internal energy flow. His meridians, battered by the onslaught of lightning attribute energy, rendered him helpless and unable to mount an effective defense. In the wake of Li Zhihao's merciless barrage, the vitality of Lu Yu and Xianxia waned. Their eyes were filled with terror and despair, ultimately succumbing to the wrath of Li Zhihao's thunderous fists. In that moment, Li Zhihao stood amidst the chaotic battlefield like a deity of thunder, his garments billowing in the wind, gazing coldly at the lifeless bodies of his foes, devoid of any remorse or pity. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, lying amidst the blood-soaked ground, bore witness to the tragic demise of his second apprentice Lu Yu and third apprentice Xianxia. Gone was the arrogant demeanor he had displayed upon his arrival. His face twisted in anguish, his voice hoarse and filled with rage. He cried out, "You dare to kill my second and third apprentices. You are doomed. My master, Zhang Qingfeng, will never forgive you, nor will he spare anyone from the Li family." His voice echoed with an unending curse, as if emanating from the depths of hell. In an instant, Li Zhihao appeared before Zhang Yu, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. With a sudden thud, Zhang Yu let out a muffled groan. His already grave injuries could scarcely withstand Li Zhihua's powerful kick, and his body trembled violently. At that moment, Zhang Yu clutched Li Zhihua's large foot tightly with both hands. Blood mixed with internal organ fragments uncontrollably surged from his mouth, resembling a bursting river. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze on Li Zhihua, summoning the last of his strength to utter a few words. I will wait for you below." Having spoken, Zhang Yu's hands weakly released their grip on Li Zhihua's foot, and his life force dissipated entirely. The sequence of events from Li Zhihua's initial strike that injured Zhang Yu to the killing of 3 others occurred in a fleeting moment. At that moment, Chen Yanxi, the second elder of the Qin clan, was just beginning to regain his composure, fear consuming his entire being. He hurriedly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head while pleading, "Li clan leader, please do not kill me." It was all at the behest of the 3 clan leaders. "Spare me, and I am willing to serve the Li clan." His voice quivered, and the sound of his forehead striking the ground echoed, drowning in humility. He had witnessed Li Zhihua effortlessly eliminate the powerful figure he had once admired. Even the most insignificant creature fights for survival. Thus, he sought to live, even if it meant being a dog. "I have no need for someone like you to serve the Li clan," Li Zhihua retorted coldly. Then without hesitation shattered Chen Yunxi's skull with a single punch, blood gushing forth. After completing this grim task, Li Zhihua swiftly gathered the storage bags of the 4 and the scattered magical artifacts, his expression calm, as if the slaughter was merely a trivial matter to him. He then addressed the 2 Li clan members on guard, instructing them to clean the battlefield thoroughly. "Understood, clan leader." The guards responded hastily, their voices trembling with a mix of excitement and reverence. They wasted no time, quickly commencing the cleanup of the bloody scene. At that moment, Li Zhihua returned to the Master's meditation chamber, where an exhilarating moment had finally arrived. He murmured to himself, "Just as our Li clan's training resources have been depleted, these individuals have come to provoke us. I hope the talents of Qingyang's sect do not disappoint." No sooner had Li Zhihua's words faded than the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected 48,541 low-grade spirit stones. Given the exchange rate of low-grade to medium-grade spirit stones is 1 to 100, the system automatically selects quantity enhancement. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired 4,854. 100 low-grade spirit stones. With the system's notification, Li Zhihua's heartbeat quickened and excitement gleamed in his eyes. Ding. Detected 24,862 medium-grade spirit stones. Given the exchange rate of medium-grade to high-grade spirit stones is 1 to 100, the system automatically selects quantity enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host has acquired 200 medium-grade spirit stones. A series of surprises left Li Zhihua breathless, his fists clenched tightly in anticipation of further discoveries. Ding. Detected a high-grade yellow-tier treasure blade. Haunting Ren. Please select enhancement method. Option 1, tenfold quantity enhancement. Option 2, tenfold quality enhancement. I choose tenfold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired a high-grade pinnacle treasure blade, Haunting Ren. The elevation of the blade's quality brought a satisfied smile to Li Zhihua's face. Ding. Detected a high-grade yellow-tier longsword, Fantianjian. Please select enhancement method. Option 1, tenfold quantity enhancement. Option 2, tenfold quality enhancement. I choose tenfold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired a high-grade pinnacle longsword, Fantianjian. When Li Zhihua reached the elixirs, unexpected joy quickly filled his heart. Ding. Detected 38 second-tier low-grade foundation building pills. Please select enhancement direction. Option 1, tenfold quantity enhancement. Option 2, tenfold quality enhancement. I choose tenfold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host has acquired 38 second-tier medium-grade foundation building pills. Ding. Detected 17 second-tier medium-grade foundation building pills. Please select enhancement direction. Option 1, tenfold quantity enhancement. Option 2, tenfold quality enhancement. I choose tenfold quantity enhancement. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired 170 second-tier medium-grade foundation building pills. Ding. Detected 4 second-tier high-grade foundation building pills. Please select enhancement direction. Option 1, tenfold quantity enhancement. Option 2, tenfold quality enhancement. I choose tenfold quantity enhancement. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired 40 second-tier high-grade foundation building pills. Ding. Detected 8 third-tier low-grade golden core pills. Please select enhancement direction. Option 1, tenfold quantity enhancement. Option 2, tenfold quality enhancement. I choose tenfold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host has acquired 8 third-tier medium-grade golden core pills. Ding. Detected 2 third-tier medium-grade golden core pills. Please select enhancement direction. Option 1, tenfold quantity enhancement. Option 2, tenfold quality enhancement. I choose tenfold quantity enhancement. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired 20 third-tier medium-grade golden core pills. The unexpected delight was overwhelming. Li Zhihua had never anticipated that Zhang Yu's storage bag contained so many precious foundation-building pills. However, unbeknownst to Li Zhihua, Zhang Qingfeng, as the master of one peak of Qingyang sect, had granted Zhang Yu, his chief disciple, a monthly quota of elixirs from the elixir hall, including crucial breakthrough pills such as foundation-building and golden core pills. Evidently, Zhang Yu had the authority to claim these elixirs on behalf of his master. With the system's enhancement, possessing 208 medium-grade foundation-building pills and 40 high-grade foundation-building pills would ensure that the clan need not worry about the foundation-building phase for a considerable time. Additionally, there were 28 golden core pills for breaking through to the golden core stage, promising the emergence of over 200 foundation-building experts in the Li clan's future. This time, just these two types of elixirs represented a significant boon. Not to mention there were still other items yet to be fully organized. Lastly, it is worth mentioning that there were 4 higher-tier martial arts techniques, especially the 4th one. As for cultivation methods, since Li Zhihua possessed a mid-tier heavenly grade technique, there was no need to mention anything below that. Chapter 13, the high-grade mysterious tier sword technique, Zi Dian Jian Jing. Among them was a low-grade mysterious tier sword technique practiced by Zhang Yu, which Li Zhihua enhanced through the system, resulting in a medium-grade mysterious tier sword technique. Yu Feng Jianpu, a pinnacle yellow tier blade technique and a pinnacle yellow tier body technique, both transformed into a low-grade mysterious tier blade technique, Bing Yin Padao Fa, and a low-grade mysterious tier body technique, Yun Zong Meiying. The final piece, a medium-grade mysterious tier thunder-type sword technique fragment, was completed through the system's enhancement, enriching Zi Dian Jian Jing with additional content. Li Zhihua took a moment to examine this Zi Dian Jian Jing, discovering that the original 4 sword moves had now expanded to 7, and its grade had barely elevated from medium-grade mysterious tier to high-grade mysterious tier sword technique. The surprises continued to unfold, as he had unexpectedly acquired a thunder attribute high-grade mysterious tier sword technique that, while only marginally achieving high-grade status, would nevertheless serve as an extraordinary weapon in his arsenal. Once mastered, the Zi Dian Jian Jing would significantly enhance his capability to fight beyond his level. Li Zhihua thought silently. With these resources, the strength of the Li clan would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Thousands of kilometers away from Qingfeng Town, after the demise of Zhang Qingfeng's 3 disciples, Zhang Qingfeng, who had been in seclusion at Qingyang sect, suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, he retrieved the shattered soul jade slips of his son Zhang Yu and his second and third disciples, Lu Yu and Xianxia, from his storage ring. They all fell suddenly, and an intense fury surged within Zhang Qingfeng. Who has slain my son and my two disciples? He bellowed, his voice laden with sorrow and murderous intent. He clutched the shattered soul jade slip tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. His chest heaved violently, the flames of rage within him burning fiercely. Just as Zhang Qingfeng prepared to rise for vengeance, he felt a sudden turmoil in his internal spiritual energy. Damn it! He lamented, pounding the ground in frustration. It was evident that he had just broken through to the Yuanying stage and had yet to stabilize his realm. Feng Lu Yu, Xianxia, once I solidify my cultivation, I shall avenge you. Zhang Qingfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a glint of unwillingness, clearly yearning to exact revenge for the three at that very moment. Soon, the fire in his eyes transformed into a resolute determination. He closed his eyes once more, suppressing the anguish in his heart, and resumed his cultivation. Zhihao, having organized his gains, stepped out of the patriarch's training chamber, only to encounter a group of elders waiting outside the closed-door retreat. Upon seeing the elders, Zhihao smiled faintly and said, "Let us proceed to the conference room." Before long, everyone settled into their seats in the conference room. Zhihao first glanced at the 22 elders, 10 of whom were evidently new additions over the past 6 months, all at the perfected qi refinement stage. Approximately 3 months prior, Zhihao proposed in a meeting that only those who had reached the perfected qi refinement stage could join the ranks of the elders. Had it been as before, when reaching the late qi refinement stage sufficed for elder status, there would likely be 70 or 80 elders present at this moment. Zhihao then addressed the Grand Elder Li Hong, saying, "The opportunity for the 22 elders present to break through to the foundation establishment stage has arrived." As he spoke, he tossed a storage bag to Grand Elder Li Hong and continued, "Within it are several foundation establishment pills. Each elder shall receive 1 high-grade foundation establishment pill." The 22 elders were initially taken aback, but soon the conference room erupted with excitement. Second Elder Li Zhun trembled with excitement, thinking, "A high-grade foundation establishment pill. This is the pill I have long dreamed of. With it, my chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage have greatly increased." His eyes fixated on the storage bag in Grand Elder Li Hong's hands, filled with desire and anticipation. Third Elder Li Kuan sprang to his feet, his face flushed with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Patriarch, you have truly given us an immense surprise. My long-held dream is finally within reach." He gasped for breath, striving to calm his exhilarated heart. Fourth Elder Li Feng even shed tears of joy, exclaiming, "I never expected to have such an opportunity in my lifetime. The foundation establishment pill, especially a high-grade one, is something I couldn't have even dared to imagine." His lips trembled as he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. Fifth Elder Li Shui clenched her fists, her body slightly trembling, vowing within her heart, "With this high-grade foundation establishment pill, I will surely break through to the foundation establishment stage and contribute even more to the clan." Her gaze was resolute. 18th Elder's heart raced with excitement, thinking, "I initially believed that after reaching the perfected qi refinement stage, my cultivation would stagnate for some time. I never anticipated that the opportunity would arrive so swiftly. With this foundation establishment pill, especially one that significantly enhances the chances of breaking through, I will surely succeed." The other elders also displayed expressions of uncontainable excitement, whispering amongst themselves, as the entire conference room brimmed with an atmosphere of exhilaration and joy. Zhihao pondered for a moment before stating, "Each elder shall also receive 3 mid-grade foundation establishment pills as a backup. If the high-grade foundation establishment pills are insufficient for your breakthroughs, you may continue with the mid-grade pills." Upon hearing this, the elders could no longer contain their inner excitement. Second Elder Li Zhan, his face flushed, exclaimed, "With such generosity from the patriarch, we shall strive with all our might and not disappoint your expectations." His eyes sparkled with determination. Third Elder Li Kuan, elated, raised his fists, declaring, "With the patriarch's support, our breakthroughs are bound to succeed." His voice echoed in the conference room, further elevating the spirits of the other elders. Fourth Elder Li Feng, eyes shimmering with tears, remarked, "The patriarch has considered the clan so thoroughly. We shall dedicate our very lives to contribute our utmost strength for the clan's prosperity." Grand Elder Li Hong took a deep breath, striving to quell his excitement, and said, "Rest assured, Patriarch, we will not fail your trust." Once the elders had calmed down somewhat, Zhihao addressed Grand Elder Li Hong again, saying, "The storage bag also contains numerous elixirs for qi refinement stage cultivation. Please distribute them generously to enable our clansmen to cultivate rapidly. As long as it does not affect their foundations, we must elevate their cultivation swiftly." Once they reach the perfected Qi refinement stage, we shall distribute the foundation establishment pills immediately. Yes, Patriarch. Grand Elder Li Hong nodded solemnly. Additionally, the storage bag contained over a dozen martial arts techniques of the yellow tier or above, along with 4 profound tier martial arts techniques, all of which should be placed in the clan's technique pavilion. Upon hearing this, the elders became excited once more. 5th Elder Li Shui stood up in excitement, stating, "With these martial arts techniques, our clan's strength will surely be greatly enhanced." 6th Elder Li Lei also chimed in enthusiastically. "This is a tremendous opportunity for the younger generation of our clan." The conference room buzzed with the elders' animated discussions, each filled with anticipation and confidence for the clan's future. The following day, after Grand Elder Li Hong gathered all the clansmen who had reached the Qi refinement stage, Chapter 14, Li Zhihao breaks through to the Jindan stage. Grand Elder Li Hong looked at the more than 200 clansmen before him, who were still engaged in hushed conversations. He smiled slightly. At that moment, someone noticed Grand Elder Li Hong's arrival and exclaimed, "It's Grand Elder. Grand Elder has arrived." The scene quickly fell silent. Observing the situation, Grand Elder Li Hong smiled, and then called out loudly, "Dear clansmen, today I bring you all an exceptionally good piece of news." As soon as Grand Elder Li Hong's words fell, he paused for effect, smiling at the clansmen below. The clansmen, seeing that Grand Elder had only spoken half of his message, were evidently waiting for him to continue. Thus, one Qi refinement 6th layer middle-aged cultivator named Li Shuo, who held a rank just below the elders, voiced, "Grand Elder, please don't keep us in suspense. Share the good news with us." Grand Elder Li Hong, unfazed, decided to reveal the information, stating, "During the family meeting yesterday, the Patriarch announced that the monthly cultivation resources for all clansmen will be tripled." As soon as Grand Elder's words concluded, the clansmen were momentarily stunned before erupting into joyous chatter. "Is it true? Monthly cultivation resources will be increased by 3-fold? That means we will have even more resources for cultivation," exclaimed a Qi refinement 3rd layer clansman, filled with excitement. A nearby Qi refinement 5th layer woman chimed in, "Indeed, that is a full 3-fold increase in resources. Our cultivation speed will surely accelerate significantly." At that moment, Li Shua's face was also beaming with joy. "With this 3-fold increase in resource supply, our Li clan's strength will surely surge swiftly." "Absolutely. With this 3-fold increase in cultivation resources, we will no longer need to be frugal. We can cultivate with abandon," remarked an elder from Li Zhihao's generation, stroking his beard with gratitude. "With 3-fold resources, I am determined to strive for foundation establishment as soon as possible and become a pillar of strength for the clan," proclaimed another young cultivator, his fists clenched tightly. The entire scene buzzed with excitement due to the tripling of cultivation resources for the family, resulting in a lively atmosphere filled with animated discussions. The family members exchanged words, their joy evident in their expressions. At this moment, the Grand Elder intentionally cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. He then continued, "As I mentioned earlier, the Patriarch has decided to triple the cultivation resources for all clan members. This is merely an appetizer. The real good news is yet to come, and it will indeed be a delightful surprise for everyone." Upon noticing the eager gazes directed at him, the Grand Elder smiled, choosing not to keep them in suspense any longer. "I am honored to inform you that the Patriarch has procured a substantial quantity of foundation establishment pills. Whoever among you first reaches the peak of the Qi refinement realm will receive a mid-grade foundation establishment pill. Furthermore, once you attain the foundation establishment stage, you will have the opportunity to select 4 techniques from the skill pavilion, each of which must be of the profound tier or higher, including sword techniques, blade techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, body techniques, and more." As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, the crowd erupted in fervent discussions. "What? The Patriarch has actually obtained a large batch of foundation establishment pills? Those are the coveted pills that have long been sought after," exclaimed a young clan member, wide-eyed in disbelief. "Indeed, not only foundation establishment pills, but mid-grade ones at that. I feel hopeful about breaking through to the foundation establishment stage." Another excited young member at the 5th level of Qi refinement exclaimed, dancing with joy. "Moreover, after successfully establishing a foundation, we can choose techniques above the profound tier. And we can select 4? This is something I never dared to dream of. Yes, not only do we have triple the cultivation resources, but upon reaching the peak of Qi refinement, we can also receive foundation establishment pills provided by the clan. The Patriarch is truly remarkable," an elder voiced with enthusiasm. "Indeed, the Patriarch is a pillar of our Li family. With him around, our family will undoubtedly grow stronger and rise rapidly," another elder said, filled with excitement. "Absolutely. I must strive to cultivate diligently to meet the Patriarch's expectations and break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible." declared a spirited young female clan member, clenching her fists. The breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage once felt so distant, but with the support of the clan and the patriarch, I feel as if my dreams are within reach. I will definitely work hard. An enthusiastic female member at the 6th level of Qi refinement proclaimed. The Grand Elder, witnessing the joyful expressions of the crowd, felt a surge of happiness himself. He muttered to himself, "It seems I must hasten my own breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, I will lose face if these clan members surpass me." With that, the Grand Elder began distributing resources to the members. All right, we will now distribute this month's cultivation resources. The Patriarch has instructed that we provide the resources to everyone today. Please line up in an orderly fashion to receive them. Time flew by, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Half a year ago, Zhihao had already attained the peak of Foundation establishment. After 6 months of diligent cultivation, he had solidified his foundation to an extraordinary degree. And now the opportunity for him to break through to the Golden Core stage had arrived. Zhihao felt confident that, even without using a Golden Core pill, he could succeed in breaking through to the Golden Core stage. It would simply be a smoother process with the pill. At this moment, Zhihao sat cross-legged in the Patriarch's cultivation chamber, surrounded by the spiritual energy circulating from a first-tier gathering spirit array. His expression was solemn, and his gaze resolute as he took a deep breath and placed a mid-grade Golden Core pill into his mouth. As the pill traveled down his throat, it instantly transformed into a torrent of energy, surging through Zhihao's limbs and body. He quickly focused his mind and began to operate the mid-tier heavenly grade technique, Xiao Yao Na Ling Ju, guiding this torrent of energy into his dantian. Inside the dantian, a vast lake of liquid true qi began to roil violently under the impact of the powerful energy torrent. It surged like turbulent waves, relentlessly battering the shores of the dantian. Under Zhihao's full effort in operating Xiao Yao Na Ling Ju, the liquid true qi began to compress in an orderly manner. Each drop of liquid true qi was subjected to immense pressure, transforming from a freely flowing state to a denser form, showing signs of coagulation. As time passed, the liquid true qi in the dantian continued to condense until, after a considerable duration, it finally formed a small solid core. This core, while relatively minuscule compared to the previous lake of liquid true qi, contained astonishing spiritual power. At this moment, the core in the dantian began to shrink, and during this contraction, the space of the dantian rapidly expanded. The once limited dantian space now ballooned like an ever-inflating balloon. Zhihao had previously experienced the pain of this expansion during his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, and now he merely frowned slightly, clearly able to endure the discomfort. After the core continued to shrink, a golden core that was more than 10 times larger than that of an ordinary person finally took shape. As the core formed, it illuminated the entire dantian space with a brilliant light before gradually retracting, ultimately resulting in a smooth and round golden core standing solitary in the dantian. Zhihao could sense the terrifying spiritual energy contained within this golden core. If the energy unit of gaseous true qi in the qi refinement stage is 1, then the unit for liquid true qi in the Foundation establishment stage is 100. Now, the unit of spiritual energy for the golden core stage is an astounding 10,000, 1,000 times that of the Foundation establishment stage. Once the golden core was formed, the dantian underwent a dramatic transformation. It was not simply an expansion, but a qualitative change in the dantian walls. The previously relatively fragile dantian walls now became exceptionally sturdy, akin to being forged of steel. No matter how powerful the impact of spiritual energy, it could not inflict the slightest damage. Moreover, the golden core within the dantian acted as an efficient spiritual energy furnace, autonomously absorbing and refining the external spiritual energy. Due to Zhihao's thunder spirit body, the golden core was even more extraordinary, occasionally flickering with arcs of lightning, indicating that he truly possessed the thunder attribute within his spiritual energy, rather than relying on his cells to invoke it as before. Next came a crucial step. The formation of the golden core did not mark the end of the process. At this moment, the golden core was merely an empty vessel for spiritual energy, and it needed to be filled. Zhihao waved his hand, summoning 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to surround him, then closed his eyes to operate the mid-tier heavenly grade technique, Xiao Yao Na Ling Ju, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. He watched as the spirit stones visibly transformed into dust before his eyes. After approximately 20 minutes, he had absorbed all 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet the golden core had only stored about 1/5 of its capacity. Subsequently, Zhihao waved his hand once more, producing an additional 45,000 low-grade spirit stones for absorption. When the golden core was finally filled to capacity, the 45,000 spirit stones also turned to dust. If other golden core cultivators were to learn that Li Zhihao's Dantian could accommodate the spiritual energy from 55,000 low-grade spirit stones, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Typically, a golden core cultivator could absorb around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, whereas Li Zhihao required an astounding 55,000, which was over 50 times that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. One could only imagine the extraordinary quality of Li Zhihao's golden core. Li Zhihao's entire breakthrough process lasted for more than 30 hours. When everything finally stabilized, he slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within his gaze, and the aura surrounding Li Zhihao underwent a tremendous transformation. At this moment, he had successfully entered the golden core stage, exuding an immense and formidable pressure with every movement. He could distinctly feel that he had undergone a qualitative leap compared to his previous self. His mastery of spells had reached a wholly new height. The cultivation process across various realms of spiritual cultivation is as follows. 1. Qi refinement stage. The initial stage of cultivation, where one senses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and draws it into the body, refining it through the meridians to store it in the dantian, where the true energy is in a gaseous state. 2. Foundation establishment stage. The gaseous spiritual power in the dantian is compressed and transformed into a liquid state, significantly enhancing its energy. The energy of liquid true energy is 100 times that of gaseous true energy. 3. Golden core stage. The liquid spiritual power in the dantian condenses into a solid golden core. This core can slowly absorb external spiritual energy and refine it into spiritual power for storage, with its energy being 1,000 times that of liquid true energy. 4. Nascent soul stage. The golden core gives birth to a miniature version of oneself, known as the nascent soul, which possesses independent consciousness and can cultivate autonomously, significantly enhancing the speed and quality of spiritual power cultivation. One can traverse the skies. 5. Divine transformation stage. The consciousness of the nascent soul becomes even more powerful, evolving into divine consciousness, which can be differentiated for exploration and combat, allowing for better control over the surrounding environment and one's own spiritual power. One begins to touch the forces of the laws of heaven and earth and can utilize these forces to amplify attacks, resulting in a drastic qualitative change in power. 6. Separation stage. The nascent soul can leave the body and act in the external world, at this point combining divine consciousness with spiritual power to unleash even greater strength, deepening the understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. 7. Combined body stage. The nascent soul merges with the physical body, greatly enhancing its functions, refining spiritual power, and mastering the application of laws, significantly boosting one's strength. One can perform teleportation. 8. Tribulation stage. Having perfected one's essence, energy, and spirit, one must face the tribulation test, merging with the forces of heaven and earth to refine oneself. If successful, one can further enhance their power in preparation for entering the Great Ascendant stage. Failure may lead to death and the loss of one's path. 9. Great Ascendant stage. The pinnacle of strength within the realm of spiritual cultivation, requiring one to shed their mortal form and transform spiritual power into celestial power. Upon reaching a certain level, one can communicate with the heavens and ascend to the celestial realm. 10. Loose immortal. After failing the tribulation, one may use special means to preserve their primordial spirit, avoiding the tribulation and recultivating to solidify their body. Though not ascended, they cultivate celestial power, forging a powerful celestial body, existing outside the laws of heaven and earth, and can continue to pursue higher realms. Loose immortals are divided into 12 ranks, with the longest taking 1,000 years to undergo a tribulation. After completing 12 tribulations, one can ascend to the celestial realm and forge a golden immortal body. Time passed swiftly, and another year had gone by. Li Zhihao could not help but ponder whether it was due to the system's enhancement, his own Lei Ling Ti, or perhaps his exceptional enlightenment. He had, in a mere 2 years of continuous cultivation, mastered the Zidian Jianjing, a top-tier sword technique of the mysterious grade, to an extraordinary level. His eyes reflected confidence and pride at this realization. The top-tier sword technique of the mysterious grade is an exceptionally profound skill, likely only encountered by those in the nascent soul stage. With this technique, my ability to combat opponents of higher ranks is further strengthened. Chapter 15. Unifying Qingfeng Town. With this top-tier sword technique that perfectly complements my Lei Ling Ti, I now have considerable confidence in defeating ordinary nascent soul cultivators at the initial stages with my Golden Core Stage 8 cultivation. Li Zhihao gripped the sword in his hand, feeling the surge of power within. Indeed, over the past year, Li Zhihao not only mastered the Zidian Jianjing to an extraordinary level, but also, with the aid of elixirs and spiritual stones, rapidly advanced to the 8th layer of the Golden Core stage. His aura grew increasingly steady, and the fluctuations of his spiritual power became more robust. He then reviewed his personal attributes panel. Host, Li Zhihao. Gender, male. Age, 23 years. Identity, patriarch of the Li clan. Realm, Golden Core stage, layer 8. Spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root. Physique, Lei Ling Ti. Enlightenment, clear comprehension, top tier enlightenment. Cultivation method, Xiaoyao Na Ling Ju, heavenly tier, mid-grade. Technique, yellow tier, top grade fist technique. Lei Bao Quan, extraordinary level. Top tier sword technique, Zidian Jianjing, extraordinary level. Now, it is time to unify Qingfeng Town. Those few families are so oblivious. Initially, I intended for them to recognize the difficulty of their situation and for me to relocate from Qingfeng Town, leaving them a path for survival. However, they showed no intention of moving. Since that is the case, I shall not hesitate to be ruthless. An hour later, in the Li family conference room, Li Qingyang sat at the patriarch's position, observing those below. After 2 years of increasing support for the clan members, the Li family had undergone a tremendous transformation. Now, including the 12 elders present, there were a total of 117 foundation establishment stage cultivators. Li Zhihao gazed at the 117 clan members with foundation establishment cultivation. According to the ancestral rules, all 117 would typically be elders. However, Li Zhihao felt it unnecessary to have so many elders, as the sight of so many elders brought him little joy. Over the years, every clan member with a spiritual root had been fervently cultivating, resulting in a severe lack of new births among those possessing spiritual roots. The family faced a concerning situation of being unable to pass on the lineage. Who would these 117 elders manage? Mortals without spiritual roots? Clearly unreasonable, and thus, Li Zhihao regarded this matter with great importance. It was time to amend the clan rules. Therefore, Li Zhihao spoke. I have gathered everyone today to discuss 2 matters. His voice was steady and resonant within the conference room. First, implement a newborn reward policy. All members of the Li clan shall receive corresponding rewards for the birth of offspring, with increased rewards if spiritual roots are detected. This matter shall be overseen by Elder Li Shui, Elder Li Yu, and Elder Li Shuang, with the cooperation of all other elders. Li Zhihao's gaze turned to the 3 female elders, his expression serious and earnest. I set a guideline. All clan members, regardless of gender, upon reaching the age of 16, must find a partner within 3 years. After finding a partner, they must bear children within 10 years. Remember, this applies to everyone, including each one present. Elder Li Shui nodded slightly, the first to express her stance. She had long recognized this issue within the clan. It was a very serious problem, and currently, there was a complete rupture in the lineage. Her eyes shone with determination as she spoke. Patriarch, rest assured, I will do my utmost to address this matter. Elder Li Yu immediately followed suit, saying, Please be at ease, Patriarch. I will not fail your expectations. Elder Li Shuang, with a grave expression, responded, We shall strictly enforce the Patriarch's decree. Li Zhihao nodded and continued. The second matter is to have the Grand Elder lead a team to eliminate the 3 major foundation establishment families in Qingfeng Town, the Su, Chun, and Lu families. I have but one requirement. No clan member is to perish. As for the issue of having so many elders, Li Zhihao planned to revisit it at a more suitable opportunity in the future. Abruptly removing so many from their elder positions might cause discontent. Grand Elder Li Hong stood, clasping his hands respectfully. Patriarch, we shall act with caution to ensure no clan members are harmed. Li Zhihao's gaze swept across the assembly. This operation must be swift and decisive, leaving them no chance to breathe. These 3 families have opposed the Li clan for years. It is time to resolve this matter. The elders responded in unison, understood. On the second day, the Li family, comprised of 100 foundational stage masters, swiftly annihilated the Su, Chun, and Lu families with overwhelming force. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, and the resistance of the 3 families crumbled before the might of the Li clan. Once the Grand Elder organized all the spoils and presented them to Li Zhihua, he thought that even the smallest gains were worthwhile. Li Zhihua mechanistically augmented the quality and quantity of the resources from the 3 families according to the needs of the clan within the Patriarch's cultivation chamber. At that moment, an item caught his attention, and the system's voice chimed. Ding. Detected 26 xianxia seeds. Please choose a method of enhancement. Option 1, tenfold quality enhancement. Option 2, tenfold quantity enhancement. Upon realizing that this was a seed of an auxiliary cultivation item, Li Zhihua deemed it unnecessary to choose quantity enhancement and promptly declared, I choose tenfold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 26 Qing He Ling Cha seeds. What is Qing He Ling Cha? Li Zhihua was unaware of this tea or its effects. He hurriedly opened the Enhanced Alchemical Inheritance, eager to find records regarding Qingfeng Town. His eyes swiftly scanned the scroll, and soon he discovered the information. Li Zhihua was overjoyed to learn that this tea had a chance to lead to enlightenment. The older the Qingfeng Town tree, the better the effects. While it could not compare to the renowned Wu Dao tea of the cultivation world, it was indeed a rare treasure of heaven and earth. After augmenting all the items, Li Zhihua took out the 5th-tier alchemical inheritance and meticulously studied it. As a member of a transcendent family, Li Zhihua held a profound interest in alchemy. Mastering the 5th-tier alchemical inheritance allowed one to concoct pills suitable for the separation stage. As time passed, Li Zhihua perused the 5th-tier alchemical inheritance, discovering a soul cultivation technique, Jinghan-Gui-Yuan-Ju, and a fire control technique, Yin-Yu-Kong-Hui-Ju. Alchemists were classified into 10 tiers, with the 1st tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. 1st-tier alchemists concoct pills suitable for the qi refining stage. 2nd tier for the foundation establishment stage. 3rd tier for the golden core stage. 4th tier for the nascent soul stage. 5th tier for the separation stage. 6th tier for the out-of-body stage. 7th tier for the integration stage. 8th tier for the tribulation stage. 9th tier for the great ascension stage. And 10th tier for the loose immortal stage, pseudo-immortal pills. 1st and 2nd tier alchemists are referred to as alchemists. 3rd and 4th tier as alchemical masters. 5th and 6th tier as alchemical grandmasters. 7th tier as Dan Wang. 8th tier as Dan Huang. 9th tier as Dan Di. And 10th tier as Dan Xian. Thus, in the subsequent time, apart from regular cultivation, Li Zhihua dedicated all his remaining time to mastering these 2 techniques and delving into the alchemical knowledge within the inheritance, such as the names of spiritual herbs, their pharmacology, the steps of alchemy, the alchemical process, and the insights from the inheritance. In the blink of an eye, a year passed in the realm of cultivation without the passage of time being felt. At this moment, Li Zhihua had cultivated the Jinghan-Gui-Yuan-Ju and Yin-Yu-Kong-Hui-Ju to a high level of mastery, and he had thoroughly comprehended the alchemical inheritance, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Just then, outside the patriarch's cultivation chamber, the 6th elder urgently shouted, "Patriarch, trouble is at hand. A man claiming to be Zhang Yu from Qingyang sect has come to our Li family and is killing everyone he sees." Chapter 16. The arrival of Zhang Qingfeng at the nascent soul stage. After 3 years, Zhang Qingfeng had finally consolidated his recent breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. He had come to Qingfeng Town to seek revenge for his illegitimate son, Zhang Yu. Indeed, Zhang Yu was his illegitimate child, a fact even Zhang Yu himself was unaware of. As for his 2nd and 3rd disciples, they both came from respectable families. Even if he did not seek revenge, their families would undoubtedly come to avenge him once they found out. Upon hearing the 6th elder's words, a glint of anger flashed in Li Zhihua's eyes as he rose swiftly to head outside. His steps were hurried and his expression stern, with the flames of rage burning within him. Soon, Li Qingyang arrived at the location where Zhang Qingfeng was situated, and the sight before him filled him with fury. He saw more than 10 corpses lying in disarray on the ground, all of them foundational stage clansmen. Li Zhihua was instantly enraged, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed, "Everyone, step back." His voice was like thunder, shaking the very soul. With that, Li Zhihua did not hesitate to summon the yellow grade supreme sword, Fentian Jian, from his dantian. Upon appearing in Li Zhihua's grasp, the sword glimmered with fierce waves of crimson fire. Thunder attribute spiritual power surged into it in an instant. Without hesitation, Li Zhihua prepared to unleash the superior sword technique, Zi Dian Jian Jing. In that moment, sword energy surged forth, and lightning crackled as a fierce thunder attribute sword aura enveloped him. Li Zhihua shouted within, "Die!" The first move of Zi Dian Jian Jing, Zhile Tu Ci. Li Zhihua instantly infused more thunder attribute spiritual power into the Fun Tian Jian, and the formidable thunder attribute energy intertwined with the fire attribute of the sword, creating a dazzling interplay of terrifying forces as the surrounding air trembled under this power. In that brief moment, Li Zhihua thrust the sword forward with incredible speed. The moment the sword was unleashed, it resembled flickering purple lightning, quietly shimmering around the blade, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The tremendous force immediately tore through the air ahead, forming a visible wave of thunder and fire. This swift and fierce sword strike shot straight towards Zhang Qingfeng, devoid of any embellishments, yet brimming with boundless thunder and firepower. Li Zhihua's sudden and unhesitating attack caught Zhang Qingfeng off guard. His eyes widened in astonishment at the explosive speed and power emanating from this seemingly insignificant golden core cultivator daring to confront a formidable nascent soul expert. Although caught off guard, Zhang Qingfeng, as a nascent soul strongman, still had the confidence to react, albeit with a sense of urgency. He quickly drew a low-grade mysterious sword, Shi Han Jian, and executed the mid-grade mysterious sword technique, Shui Ing Jian Hen. First move, Shui Ing Chu Xian. Zhang Chengfeng instantly concentrated his internal spiritual power, rapidly merging it with the sword in hand, etching ethereal crimson patterns onto the surface of the Shi Han Jian. As he drew his sword, he matched its speed, the sword's shadows transforming into fleeting blood apparitions, piercing directly toward Li Jihua's incoming purple lightning, while simultaneously emitting a faint bloodthirsty aura that sought to disrupt Li Jihua's focus. However, at the moment their swords clashed, Zhang Chengfeng quickly realized that his initial move was being countered and was at a disadvantage. The thunder and fire attributes contained in Li Jihua's Zhilei 2Ci far exceeded his expectations, and the powerful thunder and fire energy left his arm numb. Without time to be astonished, Zhang Chengfeng swiftly executed the second move, Shui Wen Lai Kong. He channeled his spiritual power like a surging undercurrent into the sword, causing the blood-red patterns on the blade of the Shi Han Jian to deepen and become clearer. With a forceful swing of the sword, waves of eerie blood-red light erupted, the sword energy tearing through the air with a piercing howl, resembling a blood-red lightning bolt shooting straight toward Li Jihua. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be marred by the strange blood-red sword energy, leaving behind visible crimson fissures, as the surrounding air was thrown into disarray by this overwhelming force. At this moment, Li Jihao's fury blazed ever more intensely. The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became. How dare Zhang Chengfeng strike down the clansman he had painstakingly nurtured, particularly one who had just reached the foundational stage. Unfazed by Zhang Qingfeng's impending sword strike, Li Jihao no longer merely shouted in his heart. Instead, he bellowed aloud. Second form, Li Keing Lio. Li Jihao's sword technique drew power from his waist and legs, channeling his entire body's lightning attribute spiritual energy into the FNTNGN like a torrent. He then executed a diagonal slash from below, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of purple lightning sword chi imbued with destructive force. This sword chi possessed the might to rend the heavens and the earth, instantly tearing through the surrounding air with a clarion sound of sword resonance, as if it sought to shatter the very fabric of existence. The menacing aura of the lightning and fire attributes struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. This superior-grade profound sword technique, ZLIGNJing, had been mastered by Li Jihao to an extraordinary degree. Zhang Qingfeng's contempt for Li Jihao led him inexorably toward his own demise. This sword move could not only target distant foes, but, owing to the ferocity of the lightning and fire attributes, could also forcibly breach formidable defenses. Before Li Jihao's overwhelming power, the blood-patterned sword light produced by Zhang Qingfeng's technique was swiftly severed by Li Jihao's crescent-shaped purple lightning sword chi. Realizing the dire situation, Zhang Qingfeng hastily unleashed two successive sword techniques. His body spun rapidly, the sword in his hand dancing around him as he executed the third form, Su Ying Ziying Hing. A multitude of blood shadow sword chi erupted from all directions, interweaving to form an impenetrable sword net that enveloped Li Jihao. At this juncture, the aura of malevolence spread, as if the surrounding air were tainted by this wicked essence. Zhang Qingfeng then unleashed the fourth form, Su Ji Nqielo. He infused his spiritual energy into the ground in a unique manner, causing several massive blood-red sword pillars to surge forth from the earth at Li Jihao's position. These sword pillars rapidly encircled him, creating a prison that confined him within. The pillars pulsed with a blood-red glow, exerting powerful restraining force while continually releasing wisps of blood malice, attempting to sap Li Jihao's spiritual and physical strength. However, despite Zhang Qingfeng's utmost efforts, Li Jihao's sword move surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. The crescent-shaped purple lightning sword chi, laden with destructive power, broke through Zhang Qingfeng's layered sword techniques with thunderous force. A cry of anguish echoed as Li Jihao's sword severed Zhang Qingfeng's left arm, blood gushing forth profusely. Lightning energy rapidly coursed through the wound, causing Zhang Qingfeng's movements to slow. After severing Zhang Qingfeng's arm, Li Jihao wasted no time. Roaring internally, third form of Yul Ing Chdn. In an instant, Li Jihao's figure transformed into a darting dragon, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he agilely traversed the battlefield. The in his hand flickered with electric light, its attacks elusive and unpredictable. The purple lightning coiled around the sword like a living creature, radiating brilliant luminescence and crackling with energy. At this moment, Li Jihao's form became increasingly indistinct, making it difficult to discern his true position. Each strike of his sword varied in angle and rhythm, sometimes piercing swiftly from the left, other times cleaving from the right, or delivering a thunderous blow from above. The purple lightning traced resplendent arcs through the air. Faced with this capricious sword technique and the tumultuous lightning energy raging within him, Zhang Qingfeng found himself overwhelmed, his eyes filled with terror and panic. He attempted to defend and evade, but Li Zhihao's onslaught was akin to a tempest, leaving him unable to cope. Chapter 17. The Ascendant Slaughter of Zhang Qingfeng. Zhang Qingfeng, confronted with Li Zhihao's unpredictable swordplay, felt a surge of unwillingness. Had he been at his peak, he would not be in such a predicament. Yet now, not only had he lost an arm, but the lightning and fire energies wreaked havoc within him, severely impairing his actions and focus. In this life-or-death moment, Zhang Qingfeng understood that retreat meant certain death. The only path to survival lay in executing a powerful counterattack. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to unleash a desperate sword move. Su Ying Bosh. In an instant, he channeled nearly all his spiritual power into the soul-devouring sword, enveloping it in a dense crimson glow. Then he roared, "Die!" as Zhang Qingfeng charged towards Li Zhihao. The blood-red spiritual energy coalesced on his sword erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. The tremendous force and malevolent energy surged outward, shaking the air with a resonant hum and distorting the fabric of space itself. Yet, despite the might of Zhang Qingfeng's strike, Li Zhihao remained unscathed, employing the nimble and varied sword technique to deftly evade the devastating blast. Observing that his previous attack had failed to connect, Zhang Qingfeng immediately executed another move, Su Hnling. Drawing upon the ambient spiritual energy, he converted it into eerie blood-red sword waves that surged towards Li Zhihao like a torrent, each crest glinting with lethal sharpness and immense force. As the two sword techniques clashed once more, the uncanny blood-red spiritual energy within Zhang Qingfeng's strike began to dissolve upon meeting Li Zhihao's technique. The purple lightning of Li Zhihao's countered the sinister blood malice, and with a flurry of strikes, he unleashed a barrage of purple lightning toward Zhang Qingfeng, shattering the relentless blood waves in mere moments. The backlash from the overwhelming force left Zhang Qingfeng unable to resist. He was sent reeling backward, stumbling several dozen steps before crashing to the ground, his complexion pale as a corpse, blood gushing uncontrollably. Gazing upon the still mighty Li Zhihao, despair and regret flooded Zhang Qingfeng's heart. He lamented his failure to solidify his cultivation before seeking vengeance, and regretted not reporting to his sect for stronger reinforcements. Li Zhihao, however, was unconcerned with Zhang Qingfeng's internal turmoil, resolute in his intent to slay Zhang Qingfeng. He roared once more, fourth form of Qi-N-Z-H-Ing-L-I-Y-ing. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhihao wielded the with unparalleled finesse, unleashing a flurry of overlapping sword shadows like a torrential downpour. Each beam of sword light was infused with violent purple lightning, cascading toward Zhang Qingfeng in a fan-like onslaught. The formidable lightning and fire energy crackled ominously, subjecting Zhang Qingfeng to an all-encompassing assault. Though severely injured, Zhang Qingfeng rose with the last vestiges of his strength, determined to execute the final and most powerful technique of the seventh form, Su Ying Y. In an instant, a dark aura of blood seemed to be drawn towards Zhang Qingfeng, as if the very heavens and earth were responding to his call. Zhang Qingfeng fervently concentrated the summoned blood energy into the soul-devouring sword held tightly in his grasp. As the blood power continued to coalesce, the sword's body gradually turned transparent, its interior revealing ethereal blood shadows swirling within, a clear manifestation of the utmost refinement of blood energy. Subsequently, with an unstoppable momentum, Zhang Qingfeng struck towards Li Zhihao, his attack seemingly capable of shattering the confines of space and time, converging all power into a singular point, causing minute fissures to appear in the surrounding fabric of reality. However, despite the amplified potency of Zhang Qingfeng's strike, Li Zhihao's thunderous sword technique, the Zidian sword cannon, perfectly countered the blood energy swordplay of Zhang Qingfeng. It is crucial to note that Li Zhihao's swordsmanship was not only of a higher tier than Zhang Qingfeng's, being of the top quality in the Xian rank, but his mastery of the Zidian sword cannon had reached an extraordinary level of perfection. Thus, from the very onset of the battle, Zhang Qingfeng's fate was sealed. Even if he had stabilized his realm, or if his cultivation reached the second or third level of the Yuaning stage, it would be of no avail. When their sword strikes collided, the meticulously refined blow of Zhang Qingfeng shattered instantly, akin to fragile paper meeting a razor-sharp blade, dissolved by the overwhelming force of thunder and fire. As Li Zhihao's relentless attack struck Zhang Qingfeng's flesh, he was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, which thudded onto the ground. Even the Yuan that fled in panic was brutally annihilated, dissipating into pure spiritual energy in the expanse of the heavens and earth. The Yuan-Ing of a Yuan-Ing stage expert can detach from the body, allowing for a potential rebirth by seizing a weaker cultivator's body within a certain time frame. After Zhang Qingfeng was thoroughly vanquished beneath Li Zhihao's sword, a multitude of elders swiftly converged. With a grim countenance, Li Zhihao silently collected Zhang Qingfeng's storage ring and the scattered mid-tier Xian rank longsword from the ground. He then raised his gaze to the gathered elders, his eyes sharp and his voice low and powerful as he declared, "Bestow a grand burial for the deceased kin. And remember today's lesson. Weakness is the original sin." The elders, upon hearing this, bowed their heads, their expressions solemn. Li Zhihao's words resonated like a heavy tolling bell in their hearts, deepening their understanding of the necessity of strength. He surveyed the assembly and continued, "If we do not grow stronger, today's tragedy will surely repeat. Only by continually enhancing our power can we protect our clan and our loved ones." With that, Li Zhihao ceased further discourse and proceeded directly to the clan leader's training chamber. Upon returning, he began to organize the contents of Zhang Qingfeng's storage ring. There were 260,000 low-grade spirit stones, which the system automatically multiplied to 6,050,000 mid-grade spirit stones, also increased to 500,000, and 680 high-grade spirit stones, enhanced to 368,000. A plethora of qi refining and foundation establishment pills were present, sufficient in quantity. Undoubtedly, Li Zhihao opted for quality enhancement. Among the golden core stage pills were Jiejin Dan, Ningyuan Dan, Juling Dan, Pei Yuan Dan, and Shengling Dan, among others, designed for breakthrough, aiding cultivation, accelerating progress, restoring spiritual energy, and healing. A notification chimed, discovered 41 low-grade Jiejin Dan of the third tier. Please select a method for enhancement. Option 1. Tenfold quantity increase. Option 2. Tenfold quality increase. Without hesitation, Li Zhihao chose to increase the quantity tenfold. Congratulations. Host has obtained 410 low-grade Jiejin Dan of the third tier. For the other pills, he primarily selected quantity enhancements, while for cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, he unequivocally chose quality enhancement. This time, he acquired 2 new Xian rank techniques, a mid-grade palm technique and the swordplay used by Zhang Qingfeng, which, after enhancement, transformed into the high-grade fist technique, the Qingfeng Duankong palm, and the high-grade sword technique, the blood shadow sword scar. Zhang Qingfeng was indeed a peak master of the Qingyang sect, a veritable mobile treasury. The abundance of spirit stones and elixirs was astonishing. Enough for the Li clan's use for over a decade. However, with the sudden fall of a peak master from the Qingyang sect, it was certain that they would launch a thorough investigation into this matter, and once the truth came to light, they would not rest until justice was served. I must be fully prepared. Chapter 18. To prevent retaliation from the Qingyang sect, disperse the clan. First, I must find a way to break through to the Yuaning stage. If I can achieve this before the Qingyang sect arrives, the situation will change dramatically. With my Thunder Spirit body, my prowess as a Yuan-Ing will enable me to wield the high-grade sword technique, Zidian sword cannon, with power exponentially greater than in my current golden core state. Upon reaching Yuan-Ing, I will be able to harness a portion of the laws of heaven and earth to enhance my attacks, leading to a qualitative leap in strength. Furthermore, to err on the side of caution, I must disperse the clan members. I cannot afford to let the enemy capture the entire Li family in one fell swoop. I will not allow my negligence to bring catastrophe upon my family. Meticulous arrangements must be made to ensure their safety. An hour later, Li Zhihao sat upright in the clan leader's seat, his posture dignified, his expression grave, and his gaze sharp as he addressed the assembled elders below. He slowly began, "Esteemed elders, I have slain a peak master of the Qingyang sect, and given their modus operandi, they will undoubtedly investigate this matter thoroughly. We must prepare for the worst and devise a counter-strategy." The elders looked grave, all eyes fixed on Li Zhihao, awaiting his further instructions. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhihao continued, "To avoid being entirely captured by the Qingyang sect, I hereby issue an edict. All clan members must comply unconditionally, effective immediately after this meeting. All Li clan members must evacuate Qingfeng Town tonight and proceed to Lingfeng City. Upon reaching Lingfeng City, they must go into hiding. Quickly rent a residence, and once settled, do not leave the premises until the threat from the Qingyang sect has passed." His voice was resolute and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. The realm of cultivation is divided into towns, small cities, medium cities, large cities, prefectural cities, state cities, and county cities, with kingdoms, dynasties, empires, and sacred dynasties above them, spanning the eastern, southern, western, northern, and central regions. While Lingfeng City is a small city, it boasts an expansive territory, roughly half the size of the Earth. with a population exceeding 3 billion. This city is undoubtedly more suitable for the development of the Li clan. Moreover, the city has strict regulations against random violence, providing an essential safeguard for our family. One elder raised his head, his eyes filled with concern and urgency, and tremulously asked, "But clan leader, won't you stay? Are you truly going to face this unknown danger alone?" The other elders echoed this sentiment, their faces etched with anxiety and unease. Another elder quickly added, "And what about the properties and undeveloped mines we leave behind? Those are the fruits of our family's labor over many years." All eyes turned to Li Zhihao, awaiting his response. "You need not worry about me. I will be fine." Li Zhihao's expression was resolute, his eyes gleaming with confidence and fearlessness. "Only a nascent soul stage expert could pose a threat to me. As for those in the Yuaning stage, as long as I remain cautious, no one can kill me. As for the shops and mines here, no one would dare touch them." His words were firm and unyielding. Just as the elders were about to voice further concerns, Li Zhihao interjected, "That is the final decision. You simply need to execute the plan." As he spoke, he retrieved a storage bag along with a trove of cultivation resources. Inside were elixirs suitable for the Qi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, and even the golden core stage, including an astonishing 410 golden core pills. The Grand Elder's eyes widened, his lips trembled, and his voice faltered. 410 golden core pills? How is that even possible? The other elders were equally astounded, their mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken egg inside, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of the elders. On the following day, Li Zhihua strolled through the streets of Qingfeng Town, where the Li clan had evacuated entirely the previous night. His destination was the renowned Duobao Pavilion, famed for its vast scale and branches that spanned the various factions of the Xinjiang realm. Li Zhihua intended to see if Duobao Pavilion could assist in procuring a golden infant pill from its other branches, willing to pay a premium if necessary. Before long, Li Zhihua arrived at the entrance of Duobao Pavilion. The grand edifice, adorned with sparkling glazed tiles under the sunlight, boasted robust and ornate vermilion columns, its wide entrance capable of accommodating several individuals side by side. Upon entering, a saleswoman in the Qi refinement stage quickly approached him, her face aglow with a smile. "Esteemed guest, we have just received a new batch of elixirs to enhance spiritual energy, exquisite magical artifacts, and rare martial arts manuals." Interrupting her, Li Zhihua stated, "I am the patriarch of the Li clan from Qingfeng Town, and I wish to conduct a business transaction with your pavilion's master. Please relay my request." The saleswoman's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she quickly replied, "Of course. Allow me to escort you to a private room while I inform the pavilion master." Li Zhihua smiled gently at the saleswoman, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, fair lady." The saleswoman, taken aback by his smile, hurriedly led him, her thoughts racing. Heavens! This is the famed patriarch of the Li clan. He is so young and handsome. How wonderful it would be to be his partner. In Qingfeng Town, the Li clan was universally recognized as the sole dominant force. Shortly thereafter, the saleswoman guided Li Zhihua to a private room, offering fragrant tea before hastily seeking the manager to inform the pavilion master. After approximately 10 minutes, the door to the private room swung open, and a fragrant breeze wafted in. To Li Zhihua's surprise, the pavilion master was a female cultivator. Moreover, her cultivation level matched his own, both having reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, a status indicating an impending breakthrough to the next major realm. Lin Wanqing, clothed in a moon-white flowing dress, exuded grace, accentuated by a pink ribbon cinched at her waist. Her delicate features, skin as fair as sheep fat jade, sparkling eyes, straight nose, and naturally rosy lips created an enchanting visage. Her long, black hair was casually styled, with strands framing her delicate face, adding to her allure. Upon seeing Li Zhihua, Lin Wanqing was taken aback. The patriarch appeared to be merely in his 30s, yet he had already attained the same pinnacle of the golden core stage. Furthermore, the aura he radiated was profound and unwavering, clearly indicating a solid foundation that surpassed the hastily cultivated practitioners reliant on elixirs. Suppressing her astonishment, Lin Wanqing quickly regained her composure and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, patriarchally?" Chapter 19, Duobao Pavilion and Lin Wanqing. She had been observing the patriarch of the Li clan for some time. Duobao Pavilion excelled in investments, and a promising young talent like him could yield immense benefits. In Duobao Pavilion's strategic development, investing in potential talents was crucial for long-term growth. By aligning with the right individuals, they could rise alongside these prodigies and reap substantial rewards. Li Zhihua undoubtedly topped the list of desired investments, and his remarkable accomplishments at such a young age promised a bright future in the cultivation realm. Establishing a strong partnership with him now would undoubtedly propel her career within Duobao Pavilion. Lin Wanqing gazed intently at Li Zhihua, awaiting his response. Indeed, Pavilion Master Lin, I have come to request your assistance in procuring a golden infant pill from your other branches. Li Zhihua's gaze was resolute and sincere as he looked directly at Lin Wanqing. Understanding his intent, Lin Wanqing feigned ignorance, asking, a golden infant pill? Are you seeking to break through to the nascent soul stage, patriarchally? Her surprise was perfectly measured, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of shrewdness. Yes. Given that my Li clan is currently facing formidable foes, I am in urgent need of a golden infant pill to advance to the nascent soul stage. Lin Wanqing pondered the situation, recognizing that supporting this patriarch would be more beneficial than merely adding to her own success. With determination, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her storage ring and offered it to Li Zhihua. This golden infant pill was originally intended for my own breakthrough. Given the precarious situation of your clan, it is clear you require it more, so please accept it. Her eyes were resolute, devoid of hesitation. Li Zhihua was profoundly moved upon hearing this, taking the vial with trembling hands. He eagerly uncorked it, revealing a pill that left him momentarily speechless. Is this truly a premium golden infant pill? He exclaimed, his voice quivering with astonishment. Staring at the pill, which radiated rich spiritual energy, disbelief etched itself across his face. Li Zhihua had not anticipated such generosity. Initially, he would have been content with a lower-grade golden infant pill, prepared for a lengthy wait. However, the reality exceeded his expectations, and the disparity stirred tumultuous waves within him. As he gazed at the pill in his hand, he raised his eyes to Lin Wanqing, gratitude and determination shining within. I sincerely thank you, Pavilion Master Lin, for your selfless generosity. You will surely find fortune in the decision you made today. His words were earnest, devoid of pretense, as he vowed not to let Lin Wanqing's kindness go unreciprocated. Though he had yet to attain the golden infant pill, he firmly believed that upon reaching the nascent soul stage, the system would unlock a hundredfold enhancement. At that moment, any elixir would be easily elevated to the level of a premium pill. He was confident that Lin Wanqing's sacrifice would not be in vain, and he would repay her handsomely. What is the price of this golden infant pill? Li Zhihua inquired. While Lin Wanqing had aided him, she still intended to collect the requisite spirit stones. In past auctions, premium golden infant pills typically sold for between 100 million to 200 million low-grade spirit stones. I propose a moderate price of 150 million low-grade spirit stones, patriarchally. Li Zhihua considered this, deeming it reasonable. He then asked, may I offset the cost with cultivation techniques and martial arts skills? Lin Wanqing responded, that is permissible, but we only accept techniques and skills that we do not already possess at Duobao Pavilion. Li Zhihua assured her, I guarantee that the techniques I offer will be unique to your pavilion. He thought, the techniques enhanced by the system are certainly not available at Duobao Pavilion. He then inquired about the price of superior grade and premium grade cultivation techniques, as well as martial arts skills. In the realm of cultivation, if one were to contemplate whether the significance lies in the cultivation techniques or the elixirs, the answer is unequivocally the techniques. For once an elixir is consumed, it ceases to exist, whereas cultivation techniques become enduring companions for the cultivator over time. Lin Wanqing, unhurriedly, responded, if my Duobao Pavilion does not possess a high-quality Xian-level technique, we can acquire it for 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. As for the supreme Xian-level techniques, the price escalates to 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Regarding the martial arts techniques in the realm of spells, the price for a high-quality Xian-level martial technique stands at 50 million mid-grade spirit stones, while the supreme Xian-level martial techniques are valued at 250 million mid-grade spirit stones. These prices I have quoted are for the ordinary varieties. Should they possess mutated attributes such as wind, thunder, ice, light, or darkness, the price may soar 3 to 5-fold. Li Zhihao felt a surge of elation within. The pricing was quite reasonable, and he had not anticipated that his system would possess such an extraordinary function for cost saving. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he could already envision a future overflowing with wealth. Once Li Zhihao grasped the entirety of the situation, he rapidly produced 5 high-quality Xian-level cultivation techniques, 3 supreme Xian-level cultivation techniques, and even a low-grade D-level technique, all while Lin Wanqing looked on in astonishment. He then stated, as for the martial arts techniques, present me with 3 high-quality Xian-level ones and 2 supreme Xian-level techniques. Lin Wanqing, stunned, took a moment before replying, I cannot provide an immediate response. I must verify these techniques and martial arts spells. This will take about 7 days. Li Zhihao nodded in agreement and replied, no problem. Once verified, please assist me in exchanging for a few low-grade D-level techniques or higher that pertain to the thunder attribute, with a preference for sword techniques. but any general items will suffice. As long as they are suitable for cultivation in the thunder attribute, it will do. Moreover, if the techniques and martial arts spells I provide are ones that your Duobao Pavilion does not possess, can we exchange them for your commonly available low-grade D-level or higher thunder attribute martial arts spells? Lin Wanqing responded without hesitation. Of course, such an exchange is possible. Our existing techniques and martial arts spells are widely distributed throughout the Xianxian realm, thus the prices differ drastically from those we do not possess. If all the techniques and martial arts spells you provide are ones that Duobao Pavilion lacks, not only low-grade D-level, but even low-grade celestial techniques can be exchanged for. Chapter 20. The value of enhanced techniques. Oh, they are so valuable? Li Zhihao exclaimed in surprise, then reconsidered and said, in that case, I will only require martial arts spells from low-grade D-level to mid-grade. However, I want the very best of that category. Sword techniques take precedence. I wish for at most 2 thunder attribute sword techniques, 1 movement technique, and 1 each for fist and palm techniques. If there are additional spirit stones, please procure for me a thunder attribute magic sword, a pair of thunder attribute boots, and a pair of thunder attribute gauntlets. Lin Wanqing swiftly committed Li Zhihao's requests to memory and replied, understood. Li Zhihao continued, since it will take about 7 days, please arrange for me a cultivation chamber. I will wait by the Duobao Pavilion and strive to break through to the Yuaning stage. Li Zhihao dedicated 3 full days to adjusting his condition to its optimal state. Once all preparations were complete, he quickly consumed a supreme Jiebing Dan. The elixir dissolved upon entry, instantly transforming into a torrent of magnificent and pure spiritual energy that surged and roared within him. He immediately closed his eyes, concentrating his mind to guide this powerful spiritual energy towards the golden elixir residing in his dantian. The once solid golden elixir began to tremble slightly under the relentless impact of the spiritual energy, resembling a chrysalis on the verge of breaking free. As the spiritual energy continued to pour in, minute cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the golden elixir, radiant light seeping through the fissures. Soon after, the cracks multiplied and expanded until the entire golden elixir shattered completely. Amidst a dazzling brilliance, a small yuan ing gradually materialized. This yuan ing resembled a miniature version of Li Zhihao, vividly lifelike, emanating an aura of tranquility and serenity. Upon its emergence, it autonomously began to voraciously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, its speed surpassing that of the previous golden elixir by several folds. Li Zhihao felt a profound elevation in his perception and control over spiritual energy, as if he had ascended to an entirely new realm. Concurrently, his consciousness surged forth like tumultuous waves, expanding beyond its previous limits. Where once it could only encompass a radius of several dozen miles, it now extended to several thousand miles in an instant. He could distinctly sense every subtle movement around him. Even the slight wriggle of a small insect could not evade his keen scrutiny. In terms of spiritual energy manipulation, Li Zhihao discovered he could control and condense spiritual energy with unprecedented ease. He attempted to cast a simple spell, witnessing the spiritual energy condensing to a heightened degree. Its power amplified several times over compared to before. Most critically, after breaking through to the Yuaning stage, his perception of the laws of heaven and earth sharpened significantly. He could genuinely feel the mysterious and potent forces of the laws surrounding him, as if they were within reach. When he launched an attack, he could cleverly invoke the fire laws of the universe, causing flames to ignite with unparalleled ferocity, their temperature skyrocketing and destructiveness increasing exponentially. Similarly, when casting thunder attribute spells, he could draw upon the laws of heavenly punishment, summoning lightning with a potency far surpassing ordinary thunder techniques, akin to a divine wrath descending, delivering cataclysmic blows to his foes. His body was undergoing a tremendous transformation as well. His muscles became increasingly taut, and his bones seemed to be reforged, their strength significantly enhanced, enabling him to effortlessly withstand attacks from low-grade magical artifacts. Even if injured, his wounds healed at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye, granting even severed limbs a chance at regeneration. On the soul level, the formation of the Yuan Ing forged an indomitable bastion for his spirit, providing an exceptionally stable vessel. The relatively fragile soul power from the golden elixir period erupted in explosive enhancement during the Yuan Ing stage. He could keenly capture the faintest fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world around him, discerning various traps with precision, and even gaining insight into others' emotions and hidden intentions, leaving no thought or action of his enemies concealed. In terms of flight capabilities, Li Zhihao no longer relied on magical tools. His immense strength alone allowed him to soar through the skies. He darted forward like a flash of lightning across the heavens, his speed akin to the flow of light, traversing the realms in an instant. In the air, he executed a myriad of complex evasive maneuvers with remarkable agility, akin to a bird soaring through the skies. Notably, the consumption of spiritual energy during flight was relatively low, permitting him to sustain high-speed flight for extended periods. After this intense and miraculous transformation, Zhihao successfully broke through to the yuaning stage. He slowly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance flickering within, radiating an overwhelming and powerful aura as if he had merged with the very essence of the universe. Simultaneously, within the Qingfeng sect, in the main hall of the sect leader, Chu Tianhe sat solemnly, the most formidable figure of the Qingfeng sect, at the mid-stage of the divided spirit realm, fourth layer. He cast his gaze over the more than 40 Yuan-ing elders present in the hall. Among these elders, 3 had reached the peak of Yuan-ing. 7 were at the perfected Yuan-ing, 14 were in the late Yuan-ing stage, while the remainder were all at the mid-stage of Yuan-ing. Chu Tianhe slowly inquired, "What progress has been made in the investigation? How did my young disciple Zhang Qingfeng meet his demise?" At that moment, an elder stepped forward, methodically recounting every detail. As time passed, this elder thoroughly narrated the events leading up to the incident. Upon concluding, Chu Tianhe furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you saying that Zhang Qingfeng, having just broken through to the Yuaning stage, rushed to seek vengeance without solidifying his foundation?" "Indeed, sect leader." Chu Tianhe internally sighed. "Oh, Cheng'er, how reckless you are. Even if you sought revenge, you should have informed your master. I could have casually dispatched an elder to accompany you, preventing this tragedy from occurring." With that, Chu Tianhe refocused his thoughts, his authoritative voice resonating within the main hall. "Elder Lu, you shall lead 10 of our initial Yuan-ing disciples to eradicate that Li clan completely." Evidently placed significant emphasis on Li Zhihao and his Li clan, dispatching a mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivator along with 10 early-stage Yuan-ing disciples to eradicate the Li family. However, what Chu Tianhe failed to recognize was that, despite his considerable attention to Li Zhihao and his lineage, he had underestimated both Li Zhihao and his family. Li Zhihao had just broken through to the Yuan-ing stage, significantly increasing his power, and under his command, his family members had already evacuated Qingfeng Town. 10 days later, Lin Wanqing brought good news to Li Zhihao. The techniques and martial arts he presented did not overlap with any existing methods within Duobao Pavilion, indicating that he could amass a substantial fortune in spiritual stones. Nevertheless, Li Zhihao had previously instructed that these techniques and martial arts should be exchanged for 4th grade lower and middle-tier lightning attribute martial arts. Although the appraisal of the techniques Li Zhihao provided was completed within 3 days, the delay until 10 days later clearly indicated that they were gathering the necessary martial arts techniques for him. When Lin Wanqing delivered these martial arts techniques to Li Zhihao, his eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 21. Exchange for lightning attribute techniques and magical artifacts. The techniques included the lower-grade Earth-level sword technique Thunderclap Sword, the middle-grade Earth-level sword technique Sword of Frenzied Thunder, the middle-grade Earth-level body technique Lightning Step, the middle-grade Earth-level palm technique Thunderclap Breaking Palm, the middle-grade Earth-level fist technique Thunderbolt Fist, the middle-grade Earth-level boots Phantom of the Silent Thunder, and the middle-grade Earth-level gauntlets Raging Thunder. Li Zhihao cherished these treasures, as the martial arts techniques exuded a mysterious and potent aura, seemingly narrating the infinite possibilities of the future to him. After merely expressing his gratitude to Lin Wanqing, he eagerly retreated to his cultivation chamber, sitting cross-legged, unaware of whether these techniques would enhance his abilities. Li Zhihao murmured to himself, eagerly awaiting the system's voice. However, after several minutes, there was no response from the system. Thus, he inquired within his mind, "System, why can't these techniques be enhanced?" Ding. To prevent the host from endlessly stacking enhancements, items that have already been enhanced cannot be enhanced again. The system has detected that the host is attempting to exchange enhanced techniques for new ones, so it cannot provide further enhancements. Oh, so that is how it is. Meaning enhanced items cannot undergo further enhancement, even if they are exchanged for other items. Once Li Zhihao comprehended this, he chose not to dwell on it any longer. Time was of the essence. He needed to hasten his strength to deal with the impending retaliation from Qingfeng sect. As Li Zhihao immersed himself in his cultivation, 2 years swiftly elapsed. During this period, he devoted himself entirely to his training, reaching a state of complete focus. He perfected the middle-grade Earth-level sword technique Thunderclap Sword, with each strike accompanied by the sound of thunder, showcasing immense power. The 4 middle-grade Earth-level martial arts techniques, Sword of Frenzied Thunder, Lightning Step, Thunderclap Breaking Palm, and Thunderbolt Fist, were also cultivated to minor mastery, each deployment capable of invoking the forces of thunder, leaving onlookers in awe. Simultaneously, his cultivation level did not lag behind. Li Zhihao's state had now reached the peak of early-stage Yuan'ing, merely a step away from mid-stage yuanying. His aura grew increasingly formidable, as the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to converge toward him, illustrating the terrifying potential of his Tian Lingjin and Lei Lingti. While others toiled for years to achieve such results, he was on the verge of accomplishing it in merely 2 years. Subsequently, Li Zhihao glanced at his personal attributes panel. Host, Li Zhihao. Gender, male. Age, 26 years. Identity, patriarch of the Li clan. Realm, yuanying stage 4. Spiritual root, Tian Lingjin. Physique, Lei Lingti. Comprehension, enlightened insight, top-tier comprehension. Techniques, Xiaoyao nailing Ju, heavenly tier middle grade. Martial arts, upper grade yellow tier fist technique. Thunderstorm fist, masterful. Upper grade Xian tier sword technique. Purple lightning sword scripture, masterful. Lower grade earth tier sword technique. Thunderclap sword, perfected. Middle grade earth tier sword technique. Sword of frenzied thunder, minor mastery. Middle grade earth tier body technique. Lightning step, minor mastery. Middle grade earth tier palm technique. Thunderclap breaking palm, minor mastery. Middle grade earth tier fist technique. Thunderbolt fist, minor mastery. Gazing upon such an illustrious attributes panel, confidence surged within Li Zhihao. He had to admit that his cultivation was as effortless as eating and drinking. The effects were truly astonishing. Li Zhihao felt as if he was a natural-born genius for cultivation. With his realm and strength, coupled with numerous lightning attribute techniques and the enhancement of Lei Lingti, he believed he could become invincible within the yuanying stage. He could even contend with weaker early-stage Shun cultivators. However, unbeknownst to Li Zhihao, during his 2-year seclusion, the mid-stage yuanying elder Lu Kuan from Qingfeng Sect, along with 10 early-stage yuanying cultivators, had been waiting for him in Qingfeng Town for 2 long years. As for storming into Duobao Pavilion, not even 100 of them would dare, let alone a mere junior elder from Qingfeng Sect. The might of Duobao Pavilion was such that it had branches spread across every major city in the cultivation realm. Its profound foundation and the multitude of powerful figures behind it rendered it virtually untouchable. Even a hegemonic force would think twice before provoking Duobao Pavilion. In the face of such overwhelming power, Qingfeng Sect was akin to an ant before an elephant, utterly insignificant. Lu Kuan and his companions were acutely aware of this. Forced to wait outside Qingfeng Town, their eyes fixed on the entrance, yet daring not to offend Duobao Pavilion in the slightest. Upon exiting his seclusion, Li Zhihao was greeted by the female cultivator who had first received him. She had received a promotion at Duobao Pavilion due to the substantial transaction Li Zhihao made, along with a reward that she had never dared to dream of. At this moment, she was immensely grateful to Li Zhihao, and her primary focus was to serve him well. Young master, you have emerged from seclusion. Would you like me to arrange for you to bathe and change? Upon hearing this, Li Zhihao thought to himself that Lin Wanqing, the pavilion master, was quite considerate. Thus, he replied, "Then I shall trouble you, fairy. You are too kind. Young master, it is my honor to serve you." Approximately an hour later, Li Zhihao emerged feeling refreshed before Lin Wanqing. When she saw him again, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Congratulations, young Master Li, on your remarkable progress. Fairy, you too have stepped into the yuanying stage, and you are at the second layer of early-stage yuanying. I did not expect Pavilion Master Lin's cultivation speed to be so rapid. It seems that your aptitude for cultivation is indeed exceptional. All right, young Master Li, let us dispense with the mutual flattery. By the way, the Qingfeng Sect dispatched 11 yuanying cultivators 2 years ago. They learned that you were in seclusion at Duobao Pavilion and did not dare to act recklessly. However, your Li family residence has been razed to the ground in their fury." "Oh, such a thing has occurred. Do you know what their cultivation levels are?" Li Zhihao inquired. 1 mid-stage yuanying and 10 early-stage yuanying. They are currently waiting outside Duobao Pavilion for your emergence. "Oh, they did not threaten you to hand me over?" Li Zhihao asked again. "Threaten us? Do they dare? Not to mention this small 7th-grade sect. Even a sacred land would not dare to cause trouble in any branch of Duobao Pavilion." Lin Wanqing replied with a commanding presence. Upon hearing this, Li Zhihao understood the magnitude of Duobao Pavilion's power. Indeed, a mere 7th-grade sect like Qingfeng Sect lacked the audacity to act against Duobao Pavilion. Thus, he remarked, "In that case, it seems I have been sheltered by your Duobao Pavilion for 2 years. Chapter 22. The 11 yuanying powerhouses from Qingfeng Sect strike. The division of forces in the realm of cultivation is as follows. 9th rank forces. This is the lowest tier of power, requiring only a Jindan stage cultivator to oversee it. 8th rank forces. These require a yuanying stage cultivator to be in charge, showcasing a notable enhancement in overall strength compared to 9th rank forces and exerting a certain influence in localized areas. 7th rank forces. A minimum of 1 Xinhua stage cultivator is required. At this level, forces can occupy more premium resources, possess unique martial arts legacies, and maintain a relatively systematic disciple training system. 6th rank forces. These must have at least one Chuqiao stage cultivator. Such forces are formidable in their respective areas and can form alliances with other forces of similar or slightly lower tiers. 5th rank forces. They necessitate the presence of a Hades stage cultivator, enabling them to control and exploit significant spiritual veins, relics, and other resources, thereby enjoying a high level of recognition and status within the realm of cultivation. 4th rank forces. These require at least one Dujia stage cultivator, allowing for equitable communication and cooperation with various factions, and possessing a certain degree of influence in major events. 3rd rank forces. A minimum of 5 Dujia stage cultivators is mandated, often acting as the leaders in specific fields or regions of the cultivation world, capable of establishing rules and standards. 2nd rank forces. These necessitate the presence of a Deshang stage cultivator, boasting profound foundations, numerous rare resources, and top-tier martial arts, with many outstanding disciples under their tutelage. 1st rank forces. As the pinnacle of power, they are commanded by a Sanxian ancestor and hold a revered status and immense influence throughout the cultivation realm, with their decisions and actions capable of swaying the tide of events. Holy grounds, requiring at least 5 first-tier Sanxian to preside. These are incredibly powerful and deeply rooted entities in the realm of cultivation, often wielding decisive influence in significant matters and playing a crucial role in the direction of the entire cultivation world. Of course, this protection is not granted freely. The 2 years of refuge granted to Li Daoyu is my limit. Our Duobao Pavilion engages in commerce and refrains from participating in conflicts between forces. Thus, Li Daoyu cannot linger within our pavilion for extended periods. Upon hearing this, Li Zhihao understood the implications. Realizing that the substantial deal struck with Duobao Pavilion was the reason he was allowed to seclude himself there, and that 2 years was indeed the maximum. If Li Zhihao were to negotiate a more significant transaction with Duobao Pavilion in the future, he believed they would not refuse his request for extended seclusion. With this thought, Li Zhihao yearned to sell his mid-tier heavenly-grade martial art, Xiaoyao Na Lingju, to Duobao Pavilion, convinced that it would fetch a staggering price since they lacked such a technique. His motivation was not merely to seek shelter, but rather the exceptional training environment offered by Duobao Pavilion, which not only boasted a rich spiritual energy, but also numerous beneficial features. In just 2 years, Li Zhihao had managed to cultivate 5 techniques to a significant level, attributing this success not only to his diligent practice, but also to the superior conditions of the training chamber. He contemplated how immensely beneficial the resources and conditions provided by Duobao Pavilion were for his cultivation journey. If he could maintain a positive collaboration with them, the path ahead would undoubtedly be smoother. However, he understood that all exchanges must be founded on equitable terms. Being granted 2 years of seclusion at Duobao Pavilion was a rare opportunity. Now, faced with the threat from Qingyang's sect, he must rely on his strength to confront it. Lin Wanqing observed Li Zhihua's contemplative demeanor, formulating her own plans. She recognized his extraordinary potential and understood that establishing a long-term stable collaboration with him would also benefit Duobao Pavilion. Yet, the rules of Duobao Pavilion could not be broken. It must remain neutral in the struggles between factions. Both were lost in their thoughts, and a moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. Eventually, Li Zhihua broke the silence, stating, "Head Pavilion Master Lin, I shall forever remember the assistance provided by Duobao Pavilion. If an opportunity arises in the future, I shall surely repay it." Lin Wanqing offered a slight smile and replied, "Young Master Li, you are too courteous. I only wish for your cultivation path to proceed smoothly." Li Zhihua took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on the outside of Duobao Pavilion, murmuring to himself that his seclusion had allowed them to live for 2 more years, and it was time for them to taste the fruits of his cultivation over the past 2 years. As Li Zhihua exited Duobao Pavilion, the elders surnamed Lu and 10 early Yuanying stage cultivators immediately fixed their gazes upon him. Li Zhihua was well aware that the 11 Yuanying cultivators from Qingyang's sect would follow, yet he maintained a calm expression and strode steadily toward a secluded area. Upon reaching an empty alley, he halted and turned to address them. "Come out." As soon as Li Zhihua's words fell, the 11 Yuanying cultivators, led by the elder Lu, appeared before him, less than 100 meters away. The elder Lu's face twisted in fury as he snarled, "You truly seek your own grave, brat." Li Zhihua frowned slightly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, unwilling to engage in empty banter with these Yuanying cultivators. Thus, he spoke, "You talk too much." His voice was cold and resolute, devoid of fear, as if facing formidable opponents was merely a matter of confronting insignificant ants. With that, Li Zhihua launched his attack on the 11 Yuanying stage cultivators, including the elder Lu. he executed the first movement of the mid-tier earth-grade technique Leguangbu, which he had cultivated to a minor success. With his legs slightly bent, it seemed as if boundless explosive power resided in his knees, with spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave toward the Yongquan point beneath his feet. In that instant, a dazzling silver-blue lightning aura enveloped him, accompanied by a deep and resounding thunderclap. Li Zhihao propelled himself off the ground, resembling the initial thunder that pierces the darkness, launching forth at an astonishing speed. In the place where he once stood, only a fleeting afterimage remained, along with faint footprints and scorch marks from the rapid friction. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhihua found himself beside one of the early Yuanying stage cultivators. Concurrently, he gripped the Huang Grade Supreme Fenchin sword, activating his Lei Ling body, causing the surrounding lightning energy to surge toward him in a frenzy. He swiftly executed the first move of the high-tier Xian grade sword technique, Zilei Jianjing, Thunderstrike Thrust. As he wielded the sword, the spiritual energy within him surged like a hidden thunderstorm, erupting in an instant. The sword shot forth like lightning, piercing straight toward the target without any embellishment. At the moment the sword was unleashed, purple lightning flickered around the blade, emitting a series of sharp crackling sounds. Chapter 23, Slaying the Invading Enemies. Li Zhihua drew upon vast amounts of lightning energy from the laws of heaven and earth, continuously infusing this power into his attack. The lightning grew intensely brilliant, enveloping the entire sword, creating a resplendent radiance. The originally formidable sword strike was further amplified geometrically by the addition of lightning energy. The air distorted under the might of this overwhelming force, producing explosive sounds. Faced with this sudden and ferocious assault, the early Yuanying stage cultivator's expression changed drastically, realizing it was too late to evade. In a panic, he hastily drew a low-tier Xian grade treasure blade, named Pafeng Dao, and executed the strongest move of his Huang grade supreme blade technique, the Whirling Gale. With both hands firmly grasping the hilt, his spiritual energy surged wildly, pouring into the blade like a tumultuous tide. The surrounding air became chaotic, forming visible whirlwinds. The blade shimmered with a green light, resonating with the power of the wind in the world around him. A fierce gale howled, and dust and debris swirled, creating a scene of chaos. With a thunderous roar, he brandished his precious blade, and the gleaming light transformed into countless azure wind blades, sweeping towards Li Zhihao. Each wind blade harbored formidable power, seemingly intent on cleaving everything before it into oblivion. However, despite exerting every ounce of his strength and channeling a modicum of the world's rules to augment this strike, he was unable to withstand the thunderous swordplay of Li Zhihao. A loud crash resounded as Li Zhihao's sword clashed with his blade. The overwhelming impact erupted instantaneously, and the early-stage Yuanying cultivator felt an irresistible force surge through him, nearly causing the blade to slip from his grasp. In the next moment, he was sent flying nearly 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground like a kite severed from its string. He lay there, gravely injured and on the brink of death, as chaotic lightning surged within him, his internal organs feeling as though they had been struck by countless bolts of electricity, leaving them shattered and broken. Blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs, gushed forth, forming a horrifying pool on the ground. Before Elder Lu and the remaining 9 early-stage Yuanying cultivators could react, Li Zhihao once again executed the first stance of the mid-grade earth-tier movement technique, Leguangbu, the initial thunder flash, arriving beside the early-stage Yuanying cultivator, while simultaneously unleashing the first stance of the profound-grade superior sword technique, Zilei Jianjing, the thunderbolt thrust. The cultivator, seeing Li Zhihao's impending attack and sensing a life-and-death crisis, cried out with bloodshot eyes, "Elder Lu, save me." But in the depths of despair, he was swiftly decapitated by Li Zhihao's strike, his physical body obliterated by the immense power of the thunder. Yet, as his Yuanying fled in a desperate bid for survival, it was struck down by the residual force of Li Zhihao's swordplay, dissipating amidst the thunderous light, leaving no trace behind. This scene transpired in the blink of an eye, awakening the other Yuanying cultivators from their stupor. Elder Lu's face turned ashen, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. He had never anticipated that Li Zhihao would be so formidable, having already slain one of their own before they could respond. "You dare lay such a vicious hand? I shall ensure you have no place to be buried today," Elder Lu bellowed, his magical artifact radiating blinding light as he prepared to launch a lethal strike against Li Zhihao. The other early-stage Yuanying cultivators also roared in anger, unleashing their unique skills. And in that moment, a cacophony of magical artifacts and spells surged towards Li Zhihao. Unfazed by the joint assault of 10, Li Zhihao merely smiled derisively and swiftly executed the second stance of Leguangbu, the Thunder Arc Leap. His body leaned back slightly as his arms moved naturally, channeling the lightning attribute spiritual energy within him, allowing it to surge through his entire being like a torrent. Suddenly, he propelled himself upward with explosive force, his legs acting like springs, creating an elegant and powerful arc in the air, reminiscent of a bending lightning bolt. During this leap, his body moved with uncanny agility, ready to launch various offensive or defensive maneuvers, his gaze sharp and predatory, constantly tracking the movements of his foes. As he neared the apex of his leap, he utilized his spiritual energy to briefly hover, surveying the battlefield, before plummeting like a meteor, arriving instantly behind a fellow early-stage Yuanian cultivator. With a speed that defied perception, Li Zhihao gripped the Huangtier superior long sword, Fentianjian, and unleashed the second stance of Zi Lei Jianjing, the sky-splitting thunder radiance. The sword strike emanated from his waist and legs, pouring all his spiritual energy into the blade. Then, with a diagonal slash from bottom to top, a half-moon-shaped purple lightning sword aura surged forth, tearing through the air with a cataclysmic force, producing a deafening roar. This sword aura was capable of attacking distant targets and could forcibly breach enemy defenses with its sheer might. The early-stage Yuanian cultivator barely had time to react before being cleaved in two alongside his Yuanian, reduced to ash. Li Zhihao's series of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with precision and decisiveness, instilling terror in the remaining Qingyang sect cultivators. They could hardly believe the extent of Li Zhihao's power and ferocity. Elder Lu's expression darkened further, regret gnawing at him for accepting this task. Yet, it was too late to retreat. They had no choice but to continue battling Li Zhihao. Next, Li Zhihao, employing Lei Guangbu, moved with an ethereal grace. The Huangtier superior sword, Fentianjian, glimmered with a cold light under the radiance of the thunder, each swing accompanied by the roar of purple lightning. His swordplay was unmatched, akin to a tempest, leaving the early-stage Yuanian cultivators overwhelmed. They were horrified to find their defenses crumbling like parchment beneath Li Zhihao's strikes. With a resounding crash, another purple lightning sword aura sliced through the air, instantly tearing apart the body of one early-stage Yuanian cultivator, who, as he attempted to escape, was obliterated by the following surge of lightning. Li Zhihao's gaze was cold and resolute, showing no mercy, undeterred by the fear of his adversaries. His figure flickered, a cascade of sword shadows relentlessly reaping the lives of his foes. With a crunch, yet another cultivator was reduced to ashes beneath Li Zhihao's blade, their Yuanian not spared either. Thus, under the overwhelming strength and resolute assault of Li Zhihao, the remaining 8 early-stage Yuanian cultivators, along with their Yuanian, were systematically slain. The battlefield was suffused with the stench of blood and crackling thunder, as Li Zhihao stood as an invincible war god amidst the ruins. At this moment, only Elder Lu remained to face Li Zhihao, his complexion pale as paper, his body trembling slightly from fear. Chapter 24. The Slaughter of Elder Lu of Qingyang Sect. You actually killed 10 early-stage Yuanian cultivators of my Qingyang Sect. How dare you? Elder Lu's voice quivered, disbelief and terror etched across his face. What a joke. Truly a tremendous farce. You are allowed to send people to hunt me, yet I am not permitted to retaliate? What logic is this? Enough of your prattle. It is time for you to meet your end. Li Zhihao glared, the lightning energy within him surging with greater intensity, crackling ominously. Elder Lu gritted his teeth, fully aware that today was a matter of life and death. With a roar of fury, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his magical artifact, which erupted in a blinding brilliance, emanating a powerful pressure. Yet Li Zhihao remained unfazed, employing Lei Guangbu to swiftly close the distance, his Fentianjian, infused with boundless lightning, thrusting directly at Elder Lu. Elder Lu hurriedly swung his artifact to defend, but the ferocity of Li Zhihao's sword was overwhelming, and with a clang, his artifact cracked under the strain. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zhihao unleashed a barrage of purple lightning sword auras, leaving Elder Lu scrambling to defend, his body soon covered in wounds. Elder Lu let out a desperate roar, attempting a final struggle. But Li Zhihao would not grant him the chance. He altered his sword technique, executing the third stance of Zi Lei Jianjing, summoning a colossal purple lightning sword light from above, striking down upon Elder Lu. With a thunderous boom, Elder Lu was obliterated, reduced to ashes, his Yuanian failing to escape. Thus, all 11 early-stage Yuanian cultivators sent by Qingyang Sect were slain by Li Zhihao, who stood proudly amidst the carnage, his gaze fixed into the distance, silently vowing to make Qingyang Sect pay dearly for their transgressions. Li Zhihao collected the storage rings of the 11 cultivators and turned to head towards the ancestral home of the Li family. As he drew near the once familiar and warm ancestral residence, he stood frozen in shock, akin to being struck by lightning. The vibrant scene of yore was replaced by ruins. scorched earth, and shattered debris. Li Zhihao understood that the 11 early-stage Yuanian cultivators from Qingfeng sect had not waited for him. They had unleashed their wrath upon his ancestral home. Li Zhihua's eyes widened in shock, his eyelids instantly reddening, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. His nails deeply embedded in his palms, blood dripping through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to it all. He trudged forward with heavy steps, entering the desolate ruins, each stride igniting the flames of rage within him. The once grand pavilions and towers had vanished, and the courtyard where he had played as a child was now an expanse of desolation. He could almost see the smiling faces of his family in the ancestral home, hear their joyous laughter, but all of it had been ruthlessly destroyed by the Qingfeng sect. Qingfeng sect, you have obliterated my Li family's ancestral home. I shall not rest until I make you pay. You shall await your reckoning. Li Zhihua bellowed to the heavens, his voice brimming with boundless sorrow and hatred. His roar echoed through the ruins, startling a flock of birds into flight. Standing at the center of the wreckage, he radiated a chilling, killing intent, silently vowing to exact vengeance upon the Qingfeng sect and to restore the Li family's ancestral home. After venting his emotions, Li Zhihua casually found a relatively intact room to reside in. Once inside, he performed several cleansing spells to tidy up the space before settling down on a meditation mat, cross-legged, to assess the storage rings of 11 Yuanian stage cultivators. After a considerable time, Li Zhihua meticulously organized all the items. Then came the exhilarating moment. First were the spirit stones. 11 Yuanian stage cultivators had contributed an astonishing 1.8 million low-grade spirit stones, 270,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 9,800 high-grade spirit stones. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has reached the Yuanian stage. The system has automatically upgraded you to a 100-fold enhancement. Detected 1.8 million low-grade spirit stones. Please select enhancement method. Option 1, 100-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 100-fold quantity enhancement. I choose 100-fold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones. Next, for the mid-grade spirit stones, Li Zhihua also opted for 100-fold quality enhancement, resulting in a total of 270,000 high-grade spirit stones. Notably, for the 9,800 high-grade spirit stones, he similarly selected 100-fold quality enhancement. Ding. Detected 9,800 high-grade spirit stones. Please select enhancement method. Option 1, 100-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 100-fold quantity enhancement. I choose 100-fold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 9,800 premium spirit stones. Premium spirit stones. A full 9,800 of them. I never anticipated receiving such a bounty. It seems the members of my Li family will be blessed in the future. Li Zhihua exclaimed excitedly. Just imagine, every family member could have several premium spirit stones for their cultivation, coupled with elixirs and celestial level techniques. Their progress in cultivation would be nothing short of astonishing. Although the spiritual energy in premium spirit stones is not significantly denser than that in high-grade spirit stones, their value lies not only in the purity of the spiritual power they contain, but also in their unique ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy. Premium spirit stones possess a distinctive texture, with an internal structure resembling a complex natural array. Their surfaces are dotted with countless minute pores, acting like intricate valves that exert a powerful attraction to the spiritual energy of the world. When placed in an environment rich in spiritual energy, these pores will automatically open, continuously drawing in the surrounding ambient energy. Within the spirit stone, a special energy network exists, allowing the absorbed spiritual energy to circulate and flow, becoming increasingly refined and concentrated in the process. Premium spirit stones appear to possess a faint sentience, allowing them to keenly sense fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy. If the environment becomes sparse in energy, they will slow their absorption rate, locking in the stored spiritual power to prevent leakage. Conversely, when the ambient energy becomes plentiful again, they will quickly resume their efficient absorption. Moreover, during the absorption process, premium spirit stones resonate with their surroundings, attracting nearby spiritual energy of the same attribute, forming a small vortex that further accelerates their absorption efficiency. This intrinsic ability to absorb energy ensures that premium spirit stones maintain a state of abundant spiritual power, making them highly coveted resources for cultivators. Among the subsequent items were elixirs, spiritual herbs, techniques, artifacts, and materials for refining. Li Zhihua categorized the items according to the needs of his family members, enhancing where necessary and adjusting quantity accordingly. Chapter 25, Xian Grade Superior Red Fire Burning Heaven Furnace. It is worth noting that Li Zhihua collected numerous elixirs suitable for Yuanian stage cultivation, such as the 4th grade Gathering Yuan Pill, the the 4th grade condensing infant pill, the 4th grade nurturing infant pill, the 4th grade spirit nourishing pill, and the 4th grade solidifying yuan pill. Li Zhihua enhanced these elixirs based on his own needs, ensuring he would not lack for resources during his yuanying stage. Then 2 more items appeared, bringing Li Zhihua immense joy. Ding! Detected a lower grade alchemy furnace red fire furnace. Please select enhancement method. Option 1, 100-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 100-fold quantity enhancement. I choose 100-fold quality enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a superior grade alchemy furnace red fire burning heaven furnace. A superior grade alchemy furnace red fire burning heaven furnace? This is certainly suitable for my current needs. Li Zhihua exclaimed happily, as he had long harbored a keen interest in alchemy, but had never had the opportunity to procure a furnace. To acquire a good one today was a delightful surprise. Ding! Detected a 4th grade superior spiritual talisman explosive flame talismans. Please select enhancement method. Option 1, 100-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 100-fold quantity enhancement. I choose 100-fold quality enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5th grade mid-grade spiritual talisman Mystic Fire explosive flame talisman. With this 5th grade mid-grade spiritual talisman Mystic Fire explosive flame talisman, would I not be able to strike a heavy blow or even kill any cultivator below the out-of-body stage by catching them off guard? And the leader of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Tianhe, is indeed a cultivator of the out-of-body stage. With this thought, Li Zhihua felt a surge of excitement. However, to ambush and critically injure or kill an out-of-body stage cultivator is exceedingly difficult. Cultivators possess an innate sense of danger, especially those at the out-of-body stage. Who would be foolish enough to remain still while you activated a talisman to eliminate them? Clearly, that is impossible. Thus, this 5th grade mid-grade spiritual talisman Mystic Fire explosive flame talisman would serve as one of my current trump cards. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual talismans and elixirs are categorized similarly, spanning 10 grades, from 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest and 10 the highest. Each grade of spiritual talisman is further divided into lower grade, mid-grade, upper grade, premium, and perfect. After organizing his spoils, Li Zhihua plunged into fervent cultivation once more, surrounding himself with premium spirit stones, which sparkled like brilliant stars. The moment they were activated, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him like a breaking dam. Concurrently, he held in his hand a 4th grade perfect gathering yuan pill, exuding a soft yet radiant glow, its rich fragrance filling the air and refreshing his spirit. Compared to ordinary gathering yuan pills, this 4th grade perfect pill contained an even more formidable spiritual power, akin to an unfathomable ocean. Moreover, its spiritual power was far easier to refine. As soon as Li Zhihua placed it in his mouth, the pill transformed into a gentle warmth, flowing smoothly down his throat, nourishing his meridians without any discomfort. This warmth rapidly spread throughout his limbs and bones, resonating with the abundant spiritual energy emanating from the premium spirit stones. Converging within Li Zhihua's dantian, his body felt like an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbing this endless reservoir of spiritual power. Li Zhihao swiftly activated the celestial level cultivation technique, Xiaoyao Naki Ju, to refine the essence of the 4th grade perfect gathering yuan pill. Instantly, a radiant glow enveloped him, as his spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a mighty river flowing into the sea, both tumultuous and orderly. The remarkable attributes of Xiaoyao Naki Ju gradually unfolded, guiding the medicinal power and the energy from the spiritual stones in a methodical manner, nurturing Li Zhihao's body and meridians. Each cycle of spiritual energy enhanced his aura, filling his dantian with an abundance of spiritual force, akin to a lake on the verge of overflowing. His skin shimmered with a faint spiritual glow, as his pores slightly opened to expel impurities from within. As time passed, Li Zhihao became wholly absorbed in his cultivation, his mind undistracted. His body seemed to merge with the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a vast vortex that incessantly absorbed the essence from the finest spiritual stones nearby. Subsequently, Li Zhihao continuously consumed the 4th grade perfect gathering yuan pill, the 4th grade perfect condensing infant pill, the 4th grade perfect nurturing infant pill, the 4th grade perfect spirit nourishing pill, and the 4th grade perfect stabilizing yuan pill. The 4th grade perfect gathering yuan pill consistently gathered immense spiritual energy for him, causing the energy within him to flow ceaselessly like a roaring river. Each pill consumed felt as though it illuminated his path of cultivation, guiding him forward. The 4th grade perfect condensing infant pill focused on solidifying and refining his yuan infant, rendering it more robust and exuding an increasingly potent and pure aura. Under the nourishment of the pill, his yuan infant gradually transformed into a crystal clear entity, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. The fourth-grade perfect nurturing infant pill acted as a diligent gardener, meticulously nurturing his Yuan infant, enabling it to grow stronger continuously. The power of his Yuan infant escalated with the aid of the pills, as if it were on the brink of emerging from its cocoon. The fourth-grade perfect spirit-nourishing pill enriched his soul, augmenting his mental acuity. Li Zhihao felt his mind clear, his thoughts sharpened, and his perception of the surroundings heightened. The fourth-grade perfect stabilizing Yuan pill fortified his foundation, akin to laying a solid groundwork for a towering edifice, ensuring his cultivation remained steadfast and preventing instability from rapid advancement. With the support of this series of pills, Li Zhihao's aura continually ascended, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him intensified, propelling his cultivation journey forward like a vessel catching the favorable winds. Time flew by as another month elapsed. And under ample resources and the celestial level technique, Xiaoyao Na Ling Ju, Li Zhihao's cultivation progressed from the mid-stage of Yuan Infant Level 4 to the late stage of Yuan Infant Level 7. If anyone were to discover Li Zhihao's astonishing speed of advancement, they would undoubtedly be astounded. It typically takes years for ordinary Yuan Infant Level cultivators to ascend even a single realm, whereas Li Zhihao managed to elevate himself every few days, highlighting the exceptional nature of his Tianling Jin and Lei Ling Ti. As Li Zhihao remained engrossed in his cultivation, Qingfeng Sect thoroughly investigated his background. Upon learning that Li Zhihao was merely the head of a family in Qingfeng Town without any influential backing, Sect Master Chu Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief. Consequently, he dispatched 2 elders from Qingfeng Sect, both at the pinnacle of Yuan Infant Level 10, along with 10 elders ranging from late-stage Yuan Infant Level 7 to 9, to encircle and eliminate Li Zhihao, vowing to leave nothing to chance, for his rapid cultivation speed posed a significant threat. Chapter 26. The 12 Elders of Qingfeng Sect Strike. At this moment, Li Zhihao remained oblivious to the impending crisis, still immersed in his training. The fluctuations of spiritual energy around him grew increasingly intense, as if he had become one with the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, the formidable members of Qingfeng Sect were hastening toward his location, their expressions grave and their eyes filled with murderous intent. The 2 pinnacle Yuan infant elders led the charge. One named Elder Zhao Yin declared, "We must capture Li Zhihao this time, for he could become a dire threat to our Qingfeng Sect." The other elder, Sun Hai, nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the sect master considers this matter of utmost importance. We must not falter." 15 days passed once more, and Li Zhihao's cultivation ascended yet again to reach the 8th level of the late Yuan infant stage. Meanwhile, the 12 elders of Qingfeng Sect had arrived in Qingfeng Town 3 days prior. Instead of immediately moving to eliminate Li Zhihao, they first settled into an inn. After days of travel, they had exhausted much of their spiritual energy, so they took 3 days to replenish it. At this moment, the 12 elders gathered in a secluded chamber within the inn. Elder Zhao Yin spoke with a serious countenance. "Li Zhihao's current strength is unknown. We must exercise caution and not underestimate him." Elder Sun Hai concurred, "Indeed, but with all 12 of us working together, no matter his ability, he cannot escape." Another elder interjected, "That is true, but we must devise a meticulous plan to avoid any potential counterattack that could leave us injured or worse." The next hour saw the 12 elders of Qingfeng Sect formulate a series of strategies to eliminate Li Zhihao. Once their discussion concluded, they arose and set off toward Li Zhihao's location. Meanwhile, Li Zhihao, still immersed in his training, suddenly sensed powerful auras approaching. Startled, he ceased his cultivation and stood on guard. Soon, the 12 elders of Qingfeng Sect surrounded his residence. Upon seeing Li Zhihao's cultivation level, Elder Zhao Yin was taken aback. Li Zhihao had reached the 8th level of the late Yuan infant stage. What astonishing speed in his cultivation! In merely 6 or 7 years, he had progressed from the foundation establishment stage to the 8th level of the late Yuan infant stage. Such rapid advancement was simply incomprehensible. It was clear that Li Zhihao must have encountered a great opportunity. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for his extraordinary progress. If they could eliminate him, that opportunity might very well belong to Qingfeng Sect. Greedily, Zhao Yin thought, "Li Zhihao, you have already killed 3 of my Qingfeng Sect's foundation establishment disciples, Zhang Yu, Lu Yu, and Xin Jie, as well as Yuan infant disciple Zhang Chengfeng. Today shall be your last." Li Zhihao scoffed, "Unforgivable? Today is my death day? You lot of insignificant clods dare to utter such words. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Spare me your meaningless chatter." Thus, an intense battle was set to unfold against these 12 formidable adversaries, including 2 at the pinnacle of Yuan infant level 10. Li Zhihao appeared outwardly relaxed, yet internally, he dared not let his guard down. Indeed, he was filled with exhilaration. The thirst for battle coursed through him. This was an unprecedented challenge. Li Zhihao retrieved the yellow grade supreme sword, Fengshen Jian, from his storage ring. This time, he prepared to wield the Earth-grade inferior sword technique, Jinglei Jiaming, which he had cultivated to perfection rather than the high-grade Xian-level sword technique, Zilei Jianjing. This sword technique comprised 7 distinct moves. First move, Initial Thunder's Echo. Second move, Thunder's Resonance. Third move, Rushing Thunder's Piercing. Fourth move, Purple Lightning S Horizontal Slash. Fifth move, Radiant Thunder S Strike. Sixth move, Thunderstorm S Whirl. Seventh move, 10,000 Thunders Uniting. Li Zhihao made the first move, inhaling deeply as he infused his Lei Ling Ti's spiritual energy into the Fengshen Jian. Simultaneously, he harnessed the power of heavenly rules to draw the ambient thunder attributes from the air. In an instant, the yellow-grade supreme sword, Fengshen Jian, radiated dazzling arcs of lightning, crackling and popping as if it sought to rend the very heavens asunder. With a resounding inner call, Li Zhihao unleashed the first move of Jinglei Jiaming, Initial Thunder's Echo. His momentum surged dramatically as waves of spiritual energy converged upon the sword, and with a movement akin to lightning, he surged toward his target with breathtaking speed. As the sword traversed the air, it emitted a sharp, explosive sound, akin to the sudden crack of thunder in a silent night sky, sending shivers down one's spine. Just before executing his sword technique, Li Zhihao unleashed the third step of the Earth-level middle-grade movement technique, Leguang Bu, Thunderous Lateral Shift. His figure instantly transformed into a blurred silhouette, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible, like a raging bolt of lightning. He darted across the ground in an instant. With each step, brilliant flashes of lightning accompanied by a deep, thundering sound seemed to make the very earth tremble beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhihao appeared beside a formidable opponent at the 7th level of the late Yuaning stage. This man, appearing to be in his 30s and standing around 6 feet tall, was caught utterly off guard. Before he could react, Li Zhihao's fierce sword strikes rained down upon him. At present, Li Zhihao had reached the 8th level of the late Yuaning stage, and his extraordinary ability to fight above his rank rendered this opponent utterly defenseless. In an instant, the flash of the sword was followed by a spray of blood, as the man's physical form was torn asunder, with even his Yuaning failing to escape the violent onslaught, both perishing in the chaos. Elder Zhao Yin of the Qingyang sect. At the peak of the Yuaning stage, along with 10 other elders above the late Yuaning stage, were left aghast and enraged upon witnessing Li Zhihao's swift demise of their 7th level elder. They had not anticipated the agility of Li Zhihao's lightning-attributed sword technique, nor the ghostly movement that rendered them defenseless. Elder Zhao Yan, his eyes wide with fury, bellowed, "Unleash your strongest attacks. Bring this boy down." He was the first to act, wielding a fiery long spear that blazed with intense flames. With a fierce sweep, he sent forth a torrent of flames hurtling towards Li Zhihao, warping the air in its wake. Elder Sun Hai, unwilling to be outdone, formed seals with his hands and intoned incantations. Moments later, a gigantic ice phoenix materialized above his head, unfurling its wings and emitting a clear cry, unleashing a frigid ice column that surged towards Li Zhihao. Chapter 27. Lin Wanqing and Granny Chung observing the battle. The other elders also employed their signature techniques. Some released countless flying swords, transforming the air into a rain of blades. Others summoned massive rock golems that swung their powerful arms towards Li Zhihao. Meanwhile, formidable spells erupted forth. In an instant, the elements of wind, fire, thunder, ice, and earth converged, creating a dazzling yet lethal spectacle. As if to obliterate the very space Li Zhihao occupied. Unfazed by the attacks of the 11 opponents, Li Zhihao glanced at his premium yellow-grade long sword, Fengshen Jian, which had developed slight cracks. He murmured, "This yellow-grade long sword is still somewhat lacking, and more critically, it is not a lightning-attributed sword. This hampers my ability to unleash the Earth-level inferior-grade sword technique, Jinglei Jiaming. It seems I must have the master of Duobao Pavilion, Lin Wanqing, procure a lightning-attributed sword of Earth level or above." Having concluded his thoughts, he swiftly readied himself. For the relentless assaults from the 11 elders of the Qingyang sect were upon him. In a flash, Li Zhihao executed the 4th step of Leguang Bu, Purple Thundergale. His body was immediately enveloped in a mysterious purple lightning, as if bathed in a radiant violet glow. His form became ethereal and elusive, transforming into a streak of purple light that darted through the various attacks with unbelievable speed. The air sliced with sharp sounds as he left behind enchanting purple afterimages. Once again, he found himself before the only other late Yuan-Ing stage elder of the Qingyang sect, who appeared to be around 40 years old. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, his face bearing the marks of time. At that moment, Li Zhihao's heart roared once more, Jinglei Jianming, second style, thunderous continuous stabbing. He instantly became a mere illusion, his sword striking out with lightning speed, each thrust carrying a fierce sword aura, intertwining to form an impenetrable web of blades. The ferocity of his swordsmanship was reminiscent of countless thunders erupting simultaneously, producing a deafening roar. The sword aura tore through space, dismantling the elder's defenses in a heartbeat, leaving him no time to scream before being pierced by the relentless barrage of sword strikes. His body collapsed, with both his yuan-ing and physical form extinguished in an instant. Above the battlefield, amidst the clouds, a young female cultivator of about 20 stood, her figure graceful and her beauty exquisite. With brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters, her clarity radiated intelligence and vibrancy. Her straight nose and naturally rosy lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile, as if she could captivate the very flowers around her. Her flowing black hair danced gently in the wind, exuding a captivating fragrance. Clad in a flowing white silk gown that billowed like a blooming white lotus, she appeared both pure and ethereal. Behind her stood an elderly female cultivator of about 80, clad in a gray robe, her white hair neat and orderly. Although her face bore the marks of time, her gaze remained sharp and penetrating, as if she could perceive the essence of all things. She stood tall, embodying an aura of celestial grace that inspired awe in those who beheld her. At that moment, they were observing the battle below. Lin Wanqing, the master of Duobao Pavilion, was enveloped in a protective aura of spiritual energy, shielding her from the raging winds and significantly mitigating the attacks to prevent any unforeseen incidents. This formidable shield was a testament to the extraordinary cultivation of her guardian. At this juncture, Lin Wanqing inquired, "Granny Cheng, do you think Li Zhihao can win this battle?" Granny Cheng, addressed by Lin Wanqing, did not respond immediately. Instead, she was engaged in performing a divination technique. Her eyes shimmered with golden light, radiating brilliance. Not receiving a reply, Lin Wanqing turned to observe her, choosing to remain silent and allowing Granny Cheng to complete her technique. After approximately 3 seconds, Granny Cheng, astonished, spoke. "Heavenly Spirit Root, Thunder Spirit Body. His skeletal age is under 30. I did not expect such a prodigy to emerge from this remote and obscure place. Such talent is rare even in the central domain's divine capital. This child is no ordinary figure. His future is limitless." Lin Wanqing, undeterred by Granny Cheng's earlier silence, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Li Zhihao possesses a heavenly spirit root and a thunder spirit body." Granny Cheng confirmed. "If you befriend this child, it will bring you endless benefits. Indeed, if you were to join our Duobao Pavilion, the advantages would be even greater. In that case, you would surely achieve an impressive ranking in the internal competitions of Duobao Pavilion." Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, a glint of determination in her gaze. "Granny Cheng, we must find a way to win him over." Duobao Pavilion, as a formidable force that has stood resilient in the realm of cultivation, maintains rigorous standards for its internal assessments. Each submaster of the pavilion must not only be proficient in the art of commerce and adept at maximizing benefits from transactions, but also possess keen insight and exceptional social skills to accurately identify those with boundless potential and successfully recruit them into the Duobao Pavilion's ranks. Throughout its history, Duobao Pavilion has faced numerous crises and challenges from various quarters. However, it was precisely those prodigies who once forged bonds with Duobao Pavilion that stepped forward at critical moments, utilizing their formidable strength and influence to resolve one crisis after another for the pavilion. These prodigies have either become dominators that command respect in their realms or have gained repute as superpowers within the realm of cultivation. Regardless of the changes in their identities, their affection for Duobao Pavilion remains unwavering. For on their paths of growth, Duobao Pavilion has provided support and assistance, and this mutual relationship has long been deeply engraved in their hearts. Therefore, for the branch masters of Duobao Pavilion, the ability to attract promising prodigies or powerful forces is not merely a reflection of personal capability, it is crucial to the future development of Duobao Pavilion. Only by continuously establishing profound connections with such extraordinary individuals can Duobao Pavilion endure in the ever-shifting world of cultivation and continue to thrive. Every decade, Duobao Pavilion hosts a grand competition, wherein the participants are the prodigies gathered by each branch master. Through this competition, each branch master determines their standing within Duobao Pavilion. In Chapter 28, the 12 elders of Qingyang's sect launch an assault. In this grand competition, branch masters who perform exceptionally well are rewarded with abundant cultivation resources and gain greater influence and decision-making power within Duobao Pavilion. Conversely, those branch masters who perform poorly may face certain penalties, even risking demotion or reassignment. Thus, for branch masters like Lin Wanqing, attracting a peerless prodigy like Li Zhihao becomes exceedingly vital. Should Li Zhihao represent her in the competition and achieve remarkable results, her status within Duobao Pavilion would rise significantly, paving the way for a promising future. At this moment, Lin Wanqing gazes at Li Zhihao, who is fiercely engaged in battle below, resolutely deciding that regardless of the cost, she must enlist his aid for the competition 6 years hence. Unbeknownst to Li Zhihao, as he battles the elders of Qingyang's sect, there are observers concealed within the clouds above their battlefield. At this instant, having just dispatched the last of the late-stage Yuanying elder from Qingyang's sect, he once again employs the mid-tier earth-grade movement technique, Lei Guangbu, executing its first step, initial thunder flash. His figure darts like lightning, instantly transforming into a silver-blue streak, evading the powerful attacks of the remaining 10 foes with astonishing speed, as if traversing time and space, escaping the encirclement in the blink of an eye. As the attacks of the Qingyang sect elders descend, Li Zhihao employs the mid-tier earth-grade movement technique, Lei Guangbu, to appear before a late-stage Yuanying elder from Qingyang's sect, then unleashes the fourth form of his earth-grade low-tier sword technique, Jing Lei Jianming, Purple Thunder Slash. His entire being erupts with spiritual energy, surging violently into his sword. As the Fun Tian Jian becomes enveloped in a dense purple lightning, resembling the sword of a thunder god, grasping the sword with both hands, he swings it horizontally with the might to cleave the heavens, and a colossal purple lightning arc bursts forth, infused with an aura of annihilation, slicing toward the elder. The late-stage Yuanying elder is caught off guard, unable to react before being struck by the terrifying purple lightning slash, his form instantly torn apart, reduced to a cloud of blood mist, with his Yuanying dissipating under the violent onslaught. Thus, Li Zhihao, employing the mid-tier earth-grade movement technique, Lei Guangbu, in a surprise attack, continuously reaps the lives of the elders of Qingyang's sect, until only the Yuanying elder Zhao Yin and another perfected Yuanying elder, Sun Hai, remain. Zhao Yin and Sun Hai, pale and filled with fear and disbelief, never anticipated that Li Zhihao could be so powerful, annihilating all others single-handedly. At this moment, both have lost the will to fight. They exchange a glance, then imperceptibly nod. In an instant, they become 2 streaks of light, fleeing from opposite directions. Without hesitation, Li Zhihao employs Lei Guangbu to pursue Elder Zhao Yin. Why does Li Zhihao pursue Elder Zhao Yin without a moment's doubt? Because throughout the battle, Zhao Yin has been the most boisterous. Who else would he pursue if not him? Li Zhihao, like a bolt of lightning, closely follows Zhao Yin. As Zhao Yin frantically escapes, he glances back, his eyes filled with terror. Li Zhihao, why must you pursue to the bitter end? Zhao Yin shouts. Li Zhihao pays no heed to Zhao Yan's cries, swiftly executing the 6th step of Lei Guangbu, Thunderbolt Ascension. In an instant, he appears 2 meters away from Zhao Yin, immediately employing the 5th form of the low-tier earth-grade sword technique, Jing Lei Jianming, Thunder Radiant Strike. Li Zhihao becomes enveloped in dazzling lightning, resembling a radiant sun, the brilliance blinding and impossible to gaze upon. In a flash, he appears before Zhao Yin. Zhao Yan's eyes widen in horror as he attempts to resist, but he is utterly unprepared to react. Li Zhihao's sword strikes like a bolt of lightning cleaving through darkness, imbued with unfathomable destructive power aimed at Zhao Yin. Realizing he cannot evade, Elder Zhao Yin grits his teeth, unleashing the final move of his perfected earth-grade ultimate spear technique, Huan Ing Lai Tian Chong, the Phantom Annihilation Strike. Holding the spear with both hands, its tip bursts forth with dazzling light, within which countless phantoms seem to surge forth, akin to 1,000 troops charging. He swings the spear with tremendous force, its trajectory resembling a meteor piercing the void, swiftly thrusting toward Li Zhihao. Just as Elder Zhao Yin believes he is destined to inflict a grievous wound or meet his demise, he finds his spear shattering the Huang-grade ultimate sword, Fan Tianjian, in Li Zhihao's grasp, while simultaneously piercing through Li Zhihao's shoulder blade. Li Zhihao suffers a grievous injury, blood spurting forth. Despite the pain, he grits his teeth and steps back, freeing himself from the grasp of the spear wielded by Elder Zhao Yin. Initially taken aback, Zhao Yin quickly rejoices, realizing Li Zhihao is not as formidable as he had imagined. He bursts into laughter, exclaiming, Li Zhihao, I thought you were so powerful. Turns out, you're just like this. Li Zhihao, however, pays no mind to Zhao Yan's words. He gazes at the hilt of the Fun Tian Jian left in his hand and discards it, reflecting that he had been careless. This Huang-grade ultimate sword could not withstand his immense lightning attribute power. In the end, while he was unaware, it was shattered by Zhao Yan's spear strike. Meanwhile, Li Zhihao quietly retrieves the mid-tier earth-grade boots, Yulei Huaning Su, and the mid-tier earth-grade gauntlets, Bao Lei. As Li Zhihao suffers the injury inflicted by Elder Zhao Yin, high above, Lin Wanqing, the branch master of Duobao Pavilion, urgently speaks to the elderly woman beside her. Chung Papa, Li Zhihao has been injured. Should we save him? Lin Wanqing's face is etched with concern, her brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes reflecting worry and urgency. She clutches her garment tightly, her body slightly leaning forward, as if ready to leap down to assist at any moment. Chung Papa, a powerful cultivator at the perfected integration stage, has already anticipated the battlefield's dynamics. She calmly responds, "Miss, do not be anxious." Li Zhihao's injury arises from two reasons. Firstly, his sword's grade is too low to withstand his immense power. Secondly, he underestimated his opponent, allowing Elder Zhao Yan to gain the upper hand. However, with Li Zhihao's strength and talent, this injury will not lead to his defeat. Let us observe further. As Elder Zhao Yan of Qingyang Sect erupted into raucous laughter, Li Zhihao swiftly donned the mid-grade Earth-tier boots, Yulei Huaning Shui, and mid-grade Earth-tier gauntlets, Bao Lei. Chapter 29. The consecutive slaying of 11 elders of Qingyang Sect. Elder Zhao Yan, believing Li Zhihao to be at his wit's end, declared, "Li Zhihao, your longsword has been shattered by me. Even with a new pair of shoes and gauntlets, you are of no use. Witness how I shall slay you. This is for the vengeance of my disciples at Qingyang Sect." At that moment, Zhao Yan spoke with an air of unbridled confidence, as if Li Zhihao were destined to perish at his hands in mere moments. Standing tall, with his hands firmly gripping his spear, the tip aimed directly at Li Zhihao. The muscles on his face twitched with triumph. His eyes, momentarily weary from battle, now gleamed with excitement and arrogance, as if the dawn of victory was already within his grasp. With a broad grin revealing his menacing teeth, his laughter echoed through the air. His robes billowed in the wind, hair dancing, embodying the essence of an invincible war god, utterly convinced that he had the situation under control. Viewing Li Zhihao merely as a cornered beast struggling for survival, unperturbed by Elder Zhao Yan's taunts, Li Zhihao prepared to unleash his mid-grade Earth-tier martial art, Dianshan Lei Ming Quan, now cultivated to a minor completion. This technique consisted of 8 distinct forms. First form, the emergence of lightning. Second form, the sudden roar of thunder. Third form, the flickering light of electricity. Fourth form, the rapid charge of thunder. Fifth form, the horizontal purple lightning. Sixth form, the thunder's resounding explosion. Seventh form, the thunderstorm vortex. Eighth form, the unification of lightning and thunder. Li Zhihao channeled the spiritual energy from his Lei Ling body into the gauntlets, Bao Lei continuously. Simultaneously, the air around him thickened with strands of electric energy, as if the forces of lightning were drawn towards him by an unseen force. In an instant, he became enshrouded in radiant lightning, crackling with sound, as if he had become the sovereign of thunder and lightning within this realm. Next, he executed the second step of the mid-grade Earth-tier movement technique, Lei Guangbu. The leap of thunder arc. Li Zhihao leaned slightly backward, akin to a taut bowstring, his arms swinging rhythmically, as the surging lightning attribute energy flooded his entire being. With sudden force, he propelled himself upward, his figure tracing a graceful and powerful arc in the air, resembling a curving arc of lightning, dazzling and resplendent. During his leap, he moved with agility, his hands shifting between fists and palms, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, ever locked onto the movements of his adversary. As he approached the apex of his leap, he briefly paused with the aid of spiritual energy, surveying the battlefield below, before plummeting like a meteor, propelled by an unstoppable momentum. With the enhancement of the mid-grade Earth-tier boots Yulei Huaning Shui, his speed surged beyond measure. He transformed into a blur of purple light, nearly vanishing from sight, leaving behind a trail of electric residue and the piercing sound of displaced air. He then unleashed the first form of the mid-grade Earth-tier martial art, Dianshan Lei Ming Quan, the emergence of lightning. Instantly, he concentrated all his spiritual energy into his fists, the lightning surging from the gauntlets, Bao Lei becoming overwhelmingly intense, as if illuminating the entire world. His punch struck with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, aimed directly at Elder Zhao Yan's face. The ferocity of the punch summoned a tempest of electric force that threatened to tear the very fabric of space apart. Upon witnessing Li Zhihao's overwhelming assault, Elder Zhao Yan realized his earlier misjudgment. Li Zhihao was far from being at his limit. Faced with an even more formidable onslaught, Zhao Yan had no choice but to execute the final move of his perfected mid-grade Xian-tier spear technique, Huaning Lai Tian Chang, the Phantom Annihilation Thrust. However, unlike previous encounters, Li Zhihao's first punch sent Zhao Yan's spear flying from his grasp. The resounding impact echoed with a deafening roar, as the spear shot away like a kite severed from its string. Li Zhihao's second punch then crashed into Zhao Yan's face with the force of a raging storm. A sharp crack resounded as the elder's teeth shattered, blood erupting from his mouth in a gruesome display. Wide-eyed, he attempted to scream in agony, but the fragments of his teeth and the gushing blood rendered his voice indistinct, an evident response to his earlier bravado. Yet, before he could even spit out the remnants of his shattered teeth, Li Zhihao's third punch descended upon him with even greater ferocity, forcing the shards down his throat. Li Zhihao's relentless assault continued, growing ever faster. His figure appeared as a wraith, fists raining down with unbridled fury and power. Each punch carried the weight of devastation, the air shrieking in protest with each strike. Just as Elder Zhao Yan braced for Li Zhihao's third punch, his fourth, the elder's head was violently obliterated. In that instant, a mist of blood enveloped the air, brain matter splattering. The sheer velocity of Li Zhihao's strikes caused many punches to miss their mark. The wind from his blows creating deep craters in the ground, dust swirling around, while nearby trees were uprooted and shattered by the overwhelming force, leaving chaos in their wake. As Zhao Yan's head was reduced to ruin, smoke billowed from his neck, a clear sign of the devastating power of lightning. Suddenly, a baby-sized Yuan Ying, exhaling black smoke, darted from the neck wound, racing in a singular direction. Observing this, Li Zhihao scoffed. A mere Yuaning thinks it can escape. With that, he activated Lei Guangbu and appeared before the Yuaning, casually striking it with a punch that shattered it. Instantly, a torrent of rich spiritual energy erupted forth, signifying the complete demise of Elder Zhao Yan. Once the battle concluded, Li Zhihao exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing, as if the tension had been released from a tightly drawn bowstring. After retrieving a healing elixir from his storage ring and consuming it, he sat cross-legged to recuperate. Approximately 10 minutes later, the wounds on his shoulder had healed entirely, the flesh mending at a visible rate, the new skin smooth and unblemished. Li Zhihao could not help but marvel at the terrifying efficacy of the high-quality healing elixir. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise and satisfaction flashing within. Chapter 30, System Upgrade, a Hundred-Fold Amplification. After collecting Elder Zhao Yan's storage ring, Li Zhihao returned to the battlefield at the ancestral home of the Li family, gathering the remaining 10 storage rings. He raised his gaze, surveying the once intact abode where he had trained, now reduced to a desolate ruin. The remnants of walls, charred wood, and shattered bricks lay strewn about, dust swirling in the air, transforming his once familiar home into a state of utter decay. Li Zhihao shook his head in resignation, a wave of sentimentality washing over him. He turned his eyes toward the fleeing direction of another Yuan Ying completion elder from Qingyang's sect, murmuring to himself, "Very well. I shall spare you for now." However, at this moment, it was too late for Li Zhihao to pursue. At the moment when Li Zhihao concluded his battle, the head of duo Bao Gu, Lin Wanqing, and Granny Qing swiftly returned to the duo Bao Gu of Qingfeng Town through a momentary teleportation. Lin Wanqing's face still bore the remnants of astonishment and excitement, and she eagerly addressed Granny Cheng, saying, "Granny Cheng, with such an exceptional talent as Li Zhihao, we must devise a way to win him over." Granny Cheng nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting contemplation. "Miss, this matter requires careful deliberation. We must not act hastily." Lin Wanqing bit her lip and replied, "I understand, but it would be a great pity if such a prodigy cannot be utilized for our cause." Li Zhihao, having found a relatively intact house in the ancestral residence of the Li family, sat cross-legged after casting several cleaning spells to tidy the room. He began sorting through his spoils of battle. First, he retrieved 11 storage rings and proceeded to categorize the items within them. After a considerable time, he completed the classification of all items. He discovered inferior spirit stones, medium spirit stones, and a total of 26,824 superior spirit stones, prompting the system to present him with options for enhancement. 1. A hundredfold quality enhancement. 2. A hundredfold quantity enhancement. "I choose the hundredfold quality enhancement," he declared. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 26,824 exquisite spirit stones." With a laugh, Li Zhihao reveled in the windfall of over 20,000 exquisite spirit stones. Having experienced the benefits of these superior stones, his exhilaration was palpable. The more exquisite spirit stones, the better. He discovered 86 inferior 4th grade gathering yuan pills, 59 inferior 4th grade nurturing infant pills, 78 inferior 4th grade cultivating infant pills, 104 inferior 4th grade spirit nourishing pills, and 76 inferior 4th grade solidifying yuan pills, along with 145 inferior 4th grade healing pills. The system again prompted him for enhancement options. "I choose the hundredfold quantity enhancement," he announced. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 8,600 4th grade inferior gathering yuan pills, 5, 900 4th grade inferior nurturing infant pills, 7, 800 4th grade inferior cultivating infant pills, 10, 400 4th grade inferior spirit nourishing pills, 7, 600 4th grade inferior solidifying yuan pills, and 14, 500 fourth-grade inferior healing pills. Next, he discovered 326 medium fourth-grade gathering yuan pills, 359 medium fourth-grade nurturing infant pills, 278 medium fourth-grade cultivating infant pills, 354 medium fourth-grade spirit nourishing pills, 376 medium fourth-grade solidifying yuan pills, and 245 medium fourth-grade healing pills. Once again, he was prompted for enhancement. I choose the 100-fold quantity enhancement, he declared. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 32, 600 medium fourth-grade gathering yuan pills, 35, 900 medium fourth-grade nurturing infant pills, 27, 800 medium fourth-grade cultivating infant pills, 35, 400 medium fourth-grade spirit nourishing pills, 37, 600 medium fourth-grade solidifying yuan pills, and 24, 500 medium fourth-grade healing pills. Li Zhihao chose the 100-fold quantity enhancement for a reason. These pills were intended for his clan. He believed that the availability of such a quantity would ensure his family would not lack for cultivation resources. He then discovered 176 superior fourth-grade gathering yuan pills, 169 superior fourth-grade nurturing infant pills, 178 superior fourth-grade cultivating infant pills, 174 superior fourth-grade spirit nourishing pills, 176 superior fourth-grade solidifying yuan pills, and 165 superior fourth-grade healing pills. I choose the 100-fold quality enhancement, he proclaimed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 176 perfect fourth-grade gathering yuan pills, 169 perfect fourth-grade nurturing infant pills, 178 perfect fourth-grade cultivating infant pills, 174 perfect fourth-grade spirit nourishing pills, 176 perfect fourth-grade solidifying yuan pills, and 165 perfect fourth-grade healing pills. Upon completing the enhancement of all the pills, Li Zhihao noticed that the quantity of inferior fourth-grade pills was surprisingly scarce, while the medium and superior pills were significantly more abundant. After careful consideration, he realized the reason. The 11 elders of Qingyang's sect held esteemed positions and were certainly not lacking in cultivation resources. Thus, they would prefer medium and superior pills over inferior ones for their training. As for the inferior pills, they were likely the resources they had used prior to becoming elders. Naturally, he enhanced all fourth-grade and below pills according to the needs of his family, applying both the 100-fold quality and quantity enhancements. Simultaneously, within the Qingyang sect, the Grand Hall was notably quieter, with an air of tension pervading the atmosphere. Sect leader Chu Tianhe sat in his position, his countenance dark and brooding, alternating between expressions of shock and fury, rendering his once authoritative visage somewhat menacing. Kneeling before him was a Foundation Establishment disciple who had reported from the Soul Tablet Hall earlier that day. His body trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as he breathed cautiously, overwhelmed by fear. Suddenly, sect leader Chu Tianhe inquired, "Are you saying that all 11 elders, including Elder Zhao Yan, had their soul tablets shattered?" His voice was low and strained, brimming with pent-up rage that threatened to erupt at any moment. "Why yes, sect leader," the trembling disciple stammered, his heart heavy with dread, lamenting his misfortune at being embroiled in such a calamity. The sect leader and the elders were all exceptionally furious. If they were displeased, his fate would be sealed. He was acutely aware that any one of them had the power to obliterate him without a second thought. His teeth chattered, his voice quaking with evident trepidation. What of Elder Sun Hai's soul tablet? Did it shatter? Chu Tianhe pressed on, his gaze fixed intently upon the disciple, the urgency and anticipation in his eyes almost palpable. No, sect leader, Elder Sun Hai's soul tablet remains intact. Hearing this, Chu Tianhe and the other elders exhaled a collective sigh of relief. You may leave now. Should there be any anomalies in the soul tablet hall, report to me at once. The disciple, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy, as if granted a reprieve. He hurriedly rose and exited the grand hall, his steps faltering as he nearly stumbled out, fearing that the sect leader and elders might suddenly change their minds. Chapter 31. The 12 Elders, all in the Golden Core stage. Under the shroud of night, the entire Qingfeng city radiated a unique charm, captivating those who wandered its streets. In an inconspicuous corner of this bustling city, there stood an unremarkable residence. Its exterior was quite ordinary, with weathered stone lions at the entrance, their surfaces marred by the passage of time, as if narrating tales of yore. The surrounding walls were low, sparsely adorned with a few withered grasses that swayed feebly in the wind. The heavy wooden doors remained perpetually closed, their rusty copper locks dull and lifeless. Occasionally, when the doors creaked open, members of the Li family emerged, clad in simple garb, their expressions hurried and their eyes betraying a sense of caution and restraint. The Li family had quietly relocated from Qingfeng Town, adopting a low profile and blending seamlessly into the clamor of Qingfeng City. They understood that while the city offered numerous opportunities, dangers lurked at every turn, and only by maintaining a discreet approach and diligently cultivating could they secure their existence. The rich spiritual energy of Lingfeng City was a stark contrast to that of Qingfeng Town and represented a veritable land of cultivation for the Li family. With a steady supply of resources, the family's progress was nothing short of remarkable. In just over 2 years, the initial 12 elders had all ascended to the Golden Core stage. The Grand Elder Li Hong had reached the 4th layer of the Mid-Golden Core stage. The 2nd Elder Li Jun the 5th layer of the Mid-Golden Core stage. The 3rd Elder Li Kuan the 3rd layer of the Early Golden Core stage. The 4th Elder Li Feng the 3rd layer of the Early Golden Core stage. And the 5th Elder Li Shui the 4th layer of the Mid-Golden Core stage. Elder Li Lei, the 6th Elder, has attained the initial stage of the Gold Core at the 2nd level. Elder Li Jian, the 7th Elder, has reached the mid-stage of the Gold Core at the 5th level. Elder Li Yun, the 8th Elder, has achieved the late stage of the Gold Core at the 7th level. Elder Li Yu, the 9th Elder, is at the mid-stage of the Gold Core at the 4th level. Elder Li Shuang, the 10th Elder, has reached the late stage of the Gold Core at the 9th level. Elder Li Wu, the 11th Elder, is at the initial stage of the Gold Core at the 2nd level, while Elder Li Bao, the 12th Elder, is at the mid-stage of the Gold Core at the 4th level. The younger generation of the family is equally determined, exhibiting exceptional talent under the nurturing of the heavenly level cultivation techniques and the abundance of resources available. The 1st Elder's grandson, Li Liuguang, at merely 15 years of age, has achieved the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage through remarkable talent and relentless effort, distinguishing himself among his peers. The youngest son of the 3rd Elder, Li Zhua, aged 20, has already reached the mid-stage of the Gold Core at the 4th level, showcasing considerable strength. Presently, the Li family boasts 253 cultivators, all of whom have attained the foundation establishment stage or higher. Among them, there are more than 70 members at the Gold Core stage, including the original 12 elders. Despite the family's growing strength, they diligently follow the directives of Patriarch Li Zhihao, opting for a low-profile development, quietly cultivating their skills and continuously accumulating power. At this moment, within the inconspicuous residence of the Li family in Lingfeng City, the original 12 elders convene in a hidden conference room. The atmosphere is heavy, illuminated only by flickering candlelight that casts varying expressions across their faces. The 1st elder furrows his brow, a hint of urgency in his gaze as he turns to the 4th elder, Li Feng, and inquires, 4th, do you have any news from Qingfeng Town? It has been quite some time without any definite updates, which is truly concerning. Upon hearing the 1st elder's question, 4th elder Li Feng's face reveals an uncontrollable excitement. Leaning slightly forward as his voice trembles with enthusiasm, elder brother, I was just about to mention this. I received news today that the patriarch has slain an elder at the peak of the nascent soul stage from the Qingyang sect, along with 10 elders at the late stage of the nascent soul, at level 7 and above. Upon hearing this revelation, the 1st elder's previously solemn expression transforms into one of delight, his eyes sparkling as he exclaims, excellent, excellent. The patriarch has indeed displayed remarkable prowess. The Qingyang sect, known for their arrogance, has long needed a lesson. To have defeated a peak nascent soul elder and so many at the late stage, our patriarch's strength has undoubtedly surged. 7th elder Li Jian stands up excitedly, his face glowing with admiration. Indeed, our patriarch has always been both courageous and wise. The Qingyang sect must have been caught completely off guard. I knew the patriarch would not let us down. 3rd elder Li Kuan nods vigorously, reflecting. I recall our hasty escape from Qingfeng Town, and now to witness the patriarch achieving such feats fills us, the elders, with immense pride. 5th elder Li Shui beams with a satisfied smile. The patriarch has devoted himself tirelessly for the family's benefit. As elders, we must assist him diligently to ensure our family grows ever stronger. 10th elder Li Shuang slightly nods, her eyes filled with respect. Indeed, with such accomplishments, we can hold our heads high in Lingfeng City. However, we must not become complacent. We must accelerate our own cultivation. The other elders echo their agreement, and the conference room buzzes with praise. Once the excitement subsides, the 1st elder speaks. It has been over 2 years since our Li family relocated to Lingfeng City. And during this time, the resources provided by the patriarch have become insufficient for our cultivation in the coming 3 months. Should we continue to be financially constrained? Or should we devise a plan to acquire more resources? As these words resonate, the room falls silent, and the 12 elders lapse into contemplation. After a moment, 2nd elder Li Zhan is the first to speak. I believe we should seek ways to earn resources. Remaining in a state of scarcity will undoubtedly hinder our family's cultivation progress. We cannot allow fear of the Qingyang sect's discovery to paralyze us. 6th elder Li Lei concurs. What the 2nd elder states is accurate. We can proceed cautiously, seeking resources discreetly. As long as we do not expose our identities, it should not pose a significant issue. 8th Elderly Yun, after a moment of reflection, adds, I too support the idea of acquiring resources. The family's development must not stagnate. We must consider the future of our kin. However, 9th Elderly Yu shakes his head, his tone resolute. I find this approach unwise. Our primary focus should remain on maintaining a low profile and adhering to the patriarch's commands. Should we venture out in search of resources, we risk attracting unwanted attention. And if the Qingyang sect becomes aware, the patriarch's previous efforts would be rendered futile and could create further complications for him. 11th Elderly Wu agrees, indeed. Our family has only just begun to stabilize in Lingfeng City. We cannot jeopardize our position due to a temporary shortage of resources. Let us endure for now and reassess our situation upon the patriarch's return. 12th Elderly Bao slightly nods. I align with the sentiments of the 9th and 11th elders. The patriarch is laboring outside. We must not distract him and should exercise caution above all. As the discussion progresses, the sentiment favoring a cautious approach gradually prevails. Ultimately, the 12 elders reach a consensus. In the following days, the family resolves to endure a period of scarcity, striving to conserve their cultivation resources, refusing to expose themselves for the sake of acquiring more, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles for the patriarch. Upon reaching a decision, the first elder exhales a sigh of relief, stating, Since we have all agreed, let us execute this plan. I hope our kin can understand and work together to navigate this challenging period. After the meeting concludes, the 12 elders disperse, preparing to relay this decision to the family members. Time flies, and Li Zhihao spends another 3 months at Duobao Pavilion, diligently cultivating in the training room while eagerly anticipating Lin Wanqing's return with the long sword of the lightning element. A month and a half prior, with the aid of high-quality spirit stones and perfect-grade medicinal pills, Li Zhihao successfully elevated his cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul stage. In the subsequent month and a half, he refined the earth-level low-grade sword technique, Jinglei Jiaming, to an extraordinary level. One day, while practicing the earth-level mid-grade body technique, Leguangbu, Li Zhihao suddenly senses the barrier of the training room being triggered. He promptly rises to deactivate the barrier. Upon exiting the training room, he finds Lin Wanqing standing vivaciously at the door. Lin Wanqing begins, Young Master Li, I have fulfilled your request. The long sword is now in hand. As she speaks, she retrieves an exquisite sword box from her storage ring and presents it to Li Zhihao, continuing. The 2 earth-level superior techniques you requested have been confirmed to be unrecorded at Duobao Pavilion. After evaluation, our headquarters has procured a top-tier earth-level lightning sword of equivalent value for you. This sword is named Zhixiao Leijian. Li Zhihao eagerly accepts the sword box and opens it without delay. Instantly, a flash of lightning radiates forth, the Zhixiao Leijian exuding an immensely powerful aura, causing Li Zhihao's heart to soar with joy. Thank you, Pavilion Master Lin, he expresses with a cupped fist in gratitude. Young Master Li, you are too courteous. I look forward to further collaboration in the future, Lin Wanqing replies with a smile. As Li Zhihao holds the Zhixiao Leijian, preparing to bid farewell to Lin Wanqing, she hesitates. Young Master Li. Noticing her faltering words, Li Zhihao inquires, Is there something you wish to discuss, Pavilion Master Lin? Do you require my assistance? If it does not contravene any rules or interfere with my cultivation, I am more than willing to help. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wanqing quickly assures him, It certainly will not affect your cultivation. She nods slightly and continues, You see, Duobao Pavilion will hold a grand competition internally in 6 years, which occurs once every decade. At that time, all the branch leaders of Duobao Pavilion must bring along the talented young individuals they have befriended to participate in this grand competition. The outcome of this contest is intricately linked to the standing of each branch leader within Duobao Pavilion, as it determines their status within the organization. Lin Wanqing's gaze revealed a hint of seriousness as she continued, stating that the branch leaders who perform exceptionally well in this competition would not only receive abundant rewards in terms of cultivation resources, but would also gain greater opportunities for promotion and influence within the pavilion. Conversely, those branch leaders who perform poorly may face certain penalties, even risking demotion or reassignment. Thus, this competition is of utmost importance to every branch leader. Upon hearing this, Li Zhihua understood Lin Wanqing's intentions and spoke up. So, are you preparing for me to participate in the internal competition of Duobao Pavilion 6 years from now? Indeed. Young Master Li, I wish to invite you to assist me in this competition. If you agree, I will do my utmost to provide you with the cultivation resources you require during these 6 years. Lin Wanqing looked at Li Zhihua with eager anticipation. Li Zhihua smiled faintly upon hearing this and replied, All right, I accept your invitation. However, the cultivation resources are somewhat dispensable. The reason Li Zhihua said this was due to his possession of a system that could amplify any resources he obtained by 100-fold. Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from him, but soon replied joyfully, "That is truly wonderful. With your assistance, I am confident we will achieve remarkable results in this competition." Li Zhihua nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost." At that moment, Lin Wanqing produced a storage ring and handed it to Li Zhihua, saying, "Young Masterly, this contains some resources I am providing for you. Once you have utilized them, I will provide you with the next batch of cultivation resources according to your needs." As Li Zhihua looked at the storage ring being offered, he initially hesitated to accept it, but suddenly realized that the cultivation resources Lin Wanqing provided were not enhanced by the system, which meant he could amplify them himself. With this thought in mind, he eagerly accepted the storage ring, but, in his excitement, his movement was a bit too vigorous, causing him to inadvertently touch Lin Wanqing's delicate hand. Instantly, Lin Wanqing's charming face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the vibrant hues of a sunset, her bashful demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness. She instinctively withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Li Zhihua's eyes, while biting her lower lip in an attempt to conceal her flustered state. At this moment, Li Zhihua also became aware of his blunder and prepared to apologize. However, upon seeing Lin Wanqing's enchanting shyness, he found himself momentarily entranced. Her rosy cheeks resembled ripe apples, and her sparkling eyes were veiled with a misty sheen, enhancing her allure. Li Zhihua's heart raced uncontrollably, his throat feeling constricted, leaving his words of apology stuck on the tip of his tongue. After a long pause, Lin Wanqing noticed Li Zhihua's lingering gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to grow even warmer, the blush creeping to her ears, and her long neck taking on a rosy hue as she nervously twisted the hem of her garment, appearing increasingly shy and flustered. In that moment, Li Zhihua thought to himself that Lin Wanqing was unimaginably beautiful, her bashful demeanor captivating beyond any beauty he had encountered in his past life on Earth. Every subtle expression and smile of hers seemed to possess an enchanting charm that stirred his heart, creating ripples of emotion within him, leading him to feel an unexpected attraction. Despite Lin Wanqing's shyness, she could hardly withstand the intensity of Li Zhihua's gaze, prompting her to speak, "I shall take my leave now, young Master Li. Please continue your cultivation here." With that, she swiftly turned to depart, but just 3 steps away, she suddenly recalled something. "If young Master Li holds any affection for me, as long as you reach the He-Huan stage before turning 100, I would consider becoming your Dao partner." Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wanqing's father and grandfather were both esteemed elders of Duobao Pavilion, holding significant influence. She was acutely aware of her family's stringent requirements for a Dao partner, which necessitated not only exceptional talent and strength, but also the potential for long-term advancement in the path of cultivation. The He-Huan stage is an almost unattainable pinnacle for cultivators under 100 years old, and only by reaching this realm could one earn the family's approval and possess the capability to stand by her side through future trials. After uttering these words, Lin Wanqing hurriedly left, soon returning to her chamber. Sitting on her bed, her cheeks flushed like a sunset, she murmured to herself, "Having a Tian Ling Zhen Lei Ling Ti is indeed a remarkable talent. He is truly worthy of me. After all, my own talent is no less. I possess the Di Ling Zhen Shui Ling Ti. No. I must gather more cultivation resources from my father and grandfather to help him reach the He-Huan stage swiftly. After all, he is the prodigy I have chosen to support." Li Zhihua stood there, lost in thought, reflecting on Lin Wanqing's parting words. He muttered, "Reaching the He-Huan stage by 100 years? It doesn't seem too difficult. Perhaps having such a beautiful Lin Wanqing as my Dao partner wouldn't be so bad. Should I cultivate even harder?" With a deep sigh, he contemplated, "If I were not the head of my family, I would gladly accept the comforts offered by Lin Wanqing. After all, I am a man endowed with an amplification system. A mere enhancement would suffice for my needs, but supplying my family would barely make a dent." Thus, Li Zhihua's path of growth was destined to be fraught with thorns and challenges, filled with legendary tales. He then returned to his cultivation room, seated himself in meditation, and began examining the cultivation resources Lin Wanqing had provided. To his astonishment, he found a considerable amount. There were 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 5 5th-grade superior Shun Shindan, 55th grade superior Ning Shindan, 55th grade superior Gu Shindan, 55th grade superior Yang Shindan, and 55th grade superior Tong Shindan. Li Zhihua was amazed at the quality of the cultivation resources Lin Wanqing had prepared for him. Not only did he have 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but also 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and all the provided elixirs were of the 5th grade superior quality. After reviewing these resources, he promptly began the amplification process. Beep. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones detected. Please select amplification method. Option 1, 100-fold quality amplification. Option 2, 100-fold quantity amplification. I choose 100-fold quality amplification. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Beep. 5th grade superior Shun Shindan, 55th grade superior Ning Shindan, 55th grade superior Gu Shindan, 55th grade superior Yang Shindan, and 55th grade superior Tong Shundan detected. Please select amplification method. Option 1, 100-fold quality amplification. Option 2, 100-fold quantity amplification. I choose 100-fold quality amplification. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 perfect Shun Shindan, 50 perfect Ning Shindan, 50 perfect Gu Shundan, 50 perfect Yang Shindan, and 50 perfect Tong Shundan. Moreover, he had gained 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, indicating that the Li family members would soon enjoy the freedom of cultivating with top-grade spirit stones. With this, the cultivation levels of everyone in the family would surely improve rapidly. Moreover, I no longer need to worry about the resources required for my cultivation during the Funshin stage. Unbeknownst to Li Zhihao, even the cultivation resources possessed by the gifted prodigies born with a silver spoon in the sacred land are not of a higher caliber than those at his disposal. In the realm of cultivation, who else can recklessly indulge in the consumption of perfect quality elixirs? Without further contemplation, Li Zhihao quieted his mind to commence his training. Dedicating 3 full days to achieve his optimal state, he was prepared to break through to the Funshin stage. Li Zhihao retrieved a jade vial containing the 5th grade perfect Funshindan and swiftly consumed one. The Funshindan is an elixir utilized by those in the Yuaning stage to assist in their breakthrough to the Funshin stage. Upon ingestion, Li Zhihao felt a surge of immense and pure energy erupt within him. He quickly focused his mind, exerting all his effort to guide this power to nourish his Yuaning. Under the influence of this energy, his Yuaning shone ever more brilliantly, gradually growing stronger and more substantial. Subsequently, Li Zhihao began to attempt the differentiation of his divine consciousness. Initially, this process proved to be exceedingly arduous, with his consciousness seemingly bound by an invisible force, making escape difficult. Yet, with unwavering determination and formidable mental strength, he gradually overcame the obstacles. At long last, the first independent strand of divine consciousness was successfully differentiated, and Li Zhihao cautiously manipulated this consciousness, gradually stabilizing it. As time elapsed, more and more independent strands of consciousness emerged, forming a resplendent starry sky within his sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, Li Zhihao's control over his spiritual power reached an exquisite realm. His spiritual energy flowed through his meridians like obedient soldiers, accurately following his will, and each cycle resulted in the fortification of his physique. His bones emitted cracking sounds. Growing ever more resilient, his muscles tightened with power, brimming with boundless explosive potential. His meridians widened and became increasingly supple, capable of accommodating a greater flow of spiritual energy. When the independent strands of consciousness had successfully differentiated and stabilized, Li Zhihao experienced an unprecedented sense of ethereality and clarity. His consciousness attached itself to the Earth-grade Supreme Sword, Zhihao Lei Jian, which instantly resonated with his thoughts, as if it had become a part of his very being. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy surrounding him surged like a tumultuous tide, and the forces of the laws manifested like radiant stars. With this overwhelming power, Li Zhihao ultimately succeeded in breaking through to the Funshin stage. Following his successful breakthrough, Li Zhihao devoted an entire month to solidifying his newfound realm. As it stands, his personal attributes are as follows. Host, Li Zhihao. Gender, male. Age, 27 years. Identity, patriarch of the Li clan. Realm, early Funshin stage, level 1. Spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root. Physique, thunder spirit body. Comprehension, enlightened understanding, top-tier comprehension. Cultivation method, Xiao Yao Na Ling Ju, heavenly tier, middle grade. Techniques, Huang tier. Upper grade fist technique, Lei Bao Quan, masterful. Xian tier, upper grade sword technique, Zi Dian Jian Jing, masterful. Earth tier, lower grade sword technique, Jing Lei Jian Ming, masterful. Earth tier, middle grade sword technique, Jian In Quang Lei, minor completion. Earth tier, middle grade body technique, Lei Guang Bu, major completion. Earth tier, middle grade palm technique, Jing Lei Pekong Zhang, minor completion. Earth tier, middle grade fist technique, Dianshan Lei Ming Quan, minor completion. Chapter 34, Teasing Lin Wanqing. The cultivation of the Funshin stage is a continuous process of strengthening one's divine consciousness and comprehending the rules of the heavens and earth. Once Li Zhihao had solidified his cultivation, he emerged from seclusion. When he encountered Lin Wanqing, the branch leader of Duo Bao Gu, once more, their eyes met, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the air. Li Zhihao's gaze flickered slightly, while a subtle blush colored Lin Wanqing's beautiful visage. As the branch leader of Duo Bao Gu, she possessed a certain degree of emotional control. She slightly inclined her body and smiled charmingly, saying, "Congratulations, young Master Li, on successfully breaking through to the Funshin stage. Your talent is exceptional, and your abilities outstanding. To have entered the Funshin realm at such a young age, you are destined to soar high and achieve greatness." However, Li Zhihao seemed oblivious to her praise and directly inquired, "Branch leader Lin, were your previous words sincere?" Lin Wanqing, upon hearing this, understood the implication, yet feigned ignorance and replied, "What does young Master Li mean?" Seeing Lin Wanqing diverting the topic, Li Zhihao pretended to be angry and said, "Since branch leader Lin has forgotten, then it is of no matter. I have other matters to attend to, farewell." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away without hesitation. Seeing Li Zhihao's resolute departure, Lin Wanqing hurriedly called out, "Wait, I meant what I said last time." Upon hearing this, Li Zhihao halted, yet his tone remained cold as he asked, "What matter does branch leader Lin refer to?" Lin Wanqing, sensing the chill in his voice, thought he might genuinely be upset and internally chastised. What a petty man. Thus, she replied coldly, "What I previously stated was that if you have intentions towards me, as long as you reach the He T stage before the age of 100, I might consider becoming your Dao partner. But if you have no interest in me, then let us pretend I never spoke such words." After absorbing Lin Wanqing's words, Li Zhihao secretly mused, "This little vixen thinks she can escape my grasp." He swiftly turned around, employing the Earth Tier, middle-grade body technique, Lei Guang Bu, and instantly stood before Lin Wanqing, mere inches apart. Naturally, Li Zhihao executed the Lei Guang Bu without utilizing spiritual energy. He raised his right hand to gently lift Lin Wanqing's delicate chin and asked, "Then, fair maiden, do you desire me to have intentions or not?" Lin Wanqing was taken aback by Li Zhihao's sudden action. Having been pampered her entire life, she had never experienced such intimate contact with a man. Her heart raced like a startled deer, her cheeks flushed like fire, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and shyness. Her delicate form trembling slightly like a flower swaying in the wind, enchanting and captivating. However, before Lin Wanqing could respond, Li Zhihao continued, "There is no need to wait until one reaches the He T stage at 100. I will reach the He T stage by 50. My dear maiden, prepare to be my Dao partner." As soon as Li Zhihao finished speaking, his expression turned grave, and he added solemnly, "However, until then, you must not engage in any ambiguous relationships with other men. If I discover otherwise, I will eliminate him and even his entire family. Do not doubt the authenticity of my words. A woman of mine should forever remain loyal to me." Upon hearing Li Zhihao's exceedingly domineering declaration, Lin Wanqing felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. On one hand, she felt a thrill at his intense possessiveness, indicating his regard for her, yet on the other hand, she sensed her freedom was being constrained, leading to feelings of grievance and anger. Her complex emotions were as tangled as a knot, difficult to unravel. However, upon seeing Lin Wanqing's dazed expression, Li Zhihao released her chin and said, "I must take my leave." At that moment, Lin Wanqing snapped back to reality and urgently exclaimed, "You cannot leave." The leader of Qingyang sect, Chu Tianhe, along with dozens of Yuan Ing stage experts, has set a trap outside Duo Baogo, and Chu Tianhe has already broken through to the 4th level of the Fun Shin middle stage. Hearing that Qingyang sect was outside, Li Zhihao's heart surged with joy. These individuals were once again bringing him cultivation resources. However, he replied, "A mere 4th level of the Fun Shun middle stage is nothing. How could I not handle such a character while seeking to be your Dao partner?" With that, Li Zhihao strode confidently toward the entrance of Duo Baoge. The moment he stepped outside, he caught the attention of Chu Tianhe, the leader of Qingyang sect, who was taken aback upon realizing that Li Zhihao had reached the early Fun Shin stage. The pace of cultivation is astonishingly swift. Today, it is imperative to eliminate Li Zhihua, this harbinger of calamity, otherwise, future troubles will be endless. At the same time, Chu Tianhe is grateful that he arrived today, otherwise, after another year or so, I fear I would not be a match for this youth. Chu Tianhe refrains from confronting Li Zhihua immediately, for he lacks the courage to engage in battle before the entrance of Duobao Pavilion. Thus, he and his companions silently follow Li Zhihua. Soon, Li Zhihua arrives at the alley where the previous battle took place and turns around to declare, "Come out." As he speaks, he quietly dons the Earth-level mid-grade gauntlets, ballet, and simultaneously retrieves the Earth-level supreme sword, Xianxiaaudiobooks, grasping it in his hand. Gazing at the Xianxiaaudiobooks, he murmurs to himself, "This time, I shall not hesitate in battle." Indeed, during his prior confrontation with the 12 elders of the Qingfeng sect, including Elder Zhao Yan, all in the late stage of Yuaning, Li Zhihua had refrained from exerting his full strength due to the inferior quality of the yellow grade sword, Jian, which was not a lightning type. Li Zhihua observes the group before him and silently counts. There are as many as 38 formidable cultivators at the mid-stage of Yuaning or above. At this moment, Chu Tianhe speaks. "Li Zhihua, you have slaughtered so many disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Today, as the sect master, I have come personally to ensure you are ground to dust." Ignoring Chu Tianhe's words, Li Zhihua takes action directly, embodying his philosophy. If one can act, one should not speak. He understands well that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. With a firm footing, Li Zhihua executes the fourth style of the earth-level mid-grade movement technique, Leguangbu, Zile Filu. As his comprehension of Leguangbu deepens, he successfully channels the more powerful force of purple lightning. Enveloping his body is a mysterious and perilous circle of purple lightning, tangible as if it cloaks him in a resplendent and lethal purple battle armor. His movements become increasingly agile and swift, akin to a violet thunderbird soaring freely across the treacherous battlefield. Chapter 35. Confrontation with the sect master of Qingfeng sect, Chu Tianhe. As he dashes forward, his form fluctuates unpredictably. At times, he darts forward like a released arrow, and at others, he shifts abruptly at unforeseen angles, making it nearly impossible to discern his whereabouts. Where he passes, the air is ruthlessly sliced by the potent force of purple lightning, emitting a sharp, piercing hiss. Brilliant purple afterimages are left in his wake, as though the purple lightning has inscribed an indelible mark upon the fabric of space. With the formidable enhancement of the earth-level mid-grade boots, Yulei Huanying Su, his figure becomes a streak of purple lightning, slicing through the darkness at remarkable speed. Simultaneously, he grips the earth-level supreme sword, Xianxiaaudiobooks, channeling the surging power of his lightning attribute into the weapon. At this moment, the rules of the lightning attribute in the air are drawn in with a chillingly terrifying velocity. He unleashes the fourth style of the earth-level low-grade sword technique, Jinglei Jiaming, Zile Hengzhan. Harnessing the pure lightning attribute energy within him, the sword emits a brilliant and dazzling purple glow that is nearly blinding. He then swings the sword with the ferocity of an army in a sweeping motion, unleashing a wave of purple sword energy that arcs like a massive bolt of lightning, carrying with it the force to annihilate all. Wherever this sword energy travels, the very fabric of space seems to tear, producing a series of heart-stopping roars. In an instant, 14 mid to late stage Yuaning cultivators are struck down before they can even react, their bodies obliterated beneath the overwhelming sword energy, blood splattering, and their Yuan extinguished, creating a gruesome scene. Following this, Li Zhihua delivers merely 2 more strikes, annihilating all Yuaning cultivators, including Elder Sun Hai, who had previously fled. Now at the peak of the Yuaning stage. At this moment, only the sect master of Qingfeng sect, Chu Tianhe, remains, standing solitary before Li Zhihua. Chu Tianhe's eyes blaze with fury, bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead like twisted earthworms. His face, once handsome, now contorts into a terrifying visage due to his extreme anger. He gasps for breath, his chest heaving violently, resembling a wild beast on the brink of losing control. "Li Zhihua, I will kill you. I will tear your body apart. I will annihilate you and your kin." Chu Tianhe roars in rage, his voice echoing as if emanating from the depths of hell, filled with boundless resentment and murderous intent. As he speaks, he brandishes his earth-level mid-grade broadsword, his entire being surging with energy as he unleashes the 5th style of the superior earth-level wind attribute sword technique, Jifeng Po Kuang, Jifeng Huanying Zhan. In an instant, his figure becomes indistinct, moving with unparalleled speed, leaving behind multiple afterimages that obscure his true form. Then, from an unexpected angle, he strikes, the broadsword cutting through the air with a fierce gale, aimed directly at Li Zhihua. Faced with the overwhelming attack from Chu Tianhe, Li Zhihua feels no fear. Instead, he erupts with excitement, shouting, "Come at me." As he speaks, his internal energy bursts forth like a volcanic eruption, enveloping his body and sword in a brilliant display of lightning, akin to a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. Without hesitation, he charges directly towards Chu Tianhe, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning. Before Chu Tianhe can fully unleash his attack, Li Zhihua already strikes forward, intent on meeting his assault head-on. Showing no inclination to evade, his speed is so rapid it resembles a flash of lightning attacking Chu Tianhe. As their attacks collide, the very heavens tremble. A violent energy radiates outward from their center, compressing the surrounding air into a temporary vacuum. The clash of their formidable powers disrupts the very rules of the world. Dark clouds gather in the sky, lightning flashes, and purple lightning intertwines with azure wind blades, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of space. The ground shakes violently under the impact, debris flying, and fissures spreading. Amidst this chaotic scene, both combatants remain undeterred, each striving to infuse their full strength into their assault, attempting to defeat the other in one fell swoop. After a moment, both retreat simultaneously. Li Zhihua steps back 5 or 6 paces, while Chu Tianhe stumbles back nearly 20 steps before finally dissipating Li Zhihua's lightning attribute energy. Clearly, Chu Tianhe finds himself at a disadvantage. This realization leaves Chu Tianhe in disbelief. His eyes widen in shock and incredulity as he gazes at his slightly trembling hands, filled with astonishment and resentment. How is this possible? I, the esteemed sect master of Qingyang, at the 4th layer of the separation of spirit stage, engage with Li Zhihua, who has just stepped into this realm, and yet I am at a disadvantage. Chu Tianhe mutters, his face contorting with extreme anger and frustration. Li Zhihua, uninterested in Chu Tianhe's impotent fury, stands firmly in his earth-level mid-grade boots, Yulei Huanying Su, and once more executes the 6th style of the earth-level low-grade movement technique. Leguang Bu, Leitang Zongtian. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhihua feels his internal energy boiling, resonating with the vast power of thunder in the heavens. In an instant, his aura surges like a volcano erupting, the overwhelming pressure distorting the surrounding space. He forcefully stomped his feet, causing the solid ground to crack like a spider web. The immense reaction force propelled his body skyward like a cannonball, so swiftly that it left a blur in the eyes of onlookers, and he soon vanished into the clouds. As he ascended, he was enveloped by a tempest of raging thunder and lightning, where electric serpents danced, and the deafening roar seemed poised to tear the very heavens apart. Upon reaching a great height, he surveyed the battlefield below like a deity wielding control over thunder and lightning, his indifferent gaze radiating an overwhelming majesty that sent chills down the spines of those who beheld him. He was ready to launch a lethal assault on Shudia, instilling in him immense psychological pressure and dread. Meanwhile, Li Zhihao wielded the exquisite earth-grade sword, Zhixiao Leijian, as the power of the thunder attribute surged towards him like a tidal wave. In this moment, he unleashed the final and most formidable move of the earth-grade inferior sword technique, Jinglei Jiaming, the 7th form, Wanlei Gi. He released all his spiritual energy without reservation, channeling his comprehension of the thunder attribute into the sword. In an instant, the blade shone brilliantly, dazzling like the very essence of thunder. Chapter 36, Slaying Shudia. He then unleashed this overwhelming force instantaneously. A colossal column of thunder erupted from the sword's tip, akin to a gigantic lightning bolt connecting heaven and earth. Wherever it struck, the space crumbled, and everything was ruthlessly obliterated by the might of the thunder. The power was earth-shattering, as if it sought to reduce everything in existence to ashes, a testament to the sword technique's rightful claim as the ultimate killing blow. As Li Zhihao's formidable attack surged toward Shudian, the latter's complexion changed dramatically, his pupils constricted, and his face was etched with fear and despair. He understood that with such a ferocious strike, resistance was futile. His lips trembled as beads of cold sweat cascaded from his forehead. With gritted teeth, Shudian summoned all his strength to execute the pinnacle move of the earth-grade superior blade technique, Jifeng Poku, the 6th form, Quangfeng Gi Pa. He gathered all his spiritual energy and understanding of the wind attribute, channeling it into the blade, and unleashed a strike that summoned a furious gale. The blade's aura howling forth, tearing the very air asunder. However, at the moment of impact between Li Zhihao's thunder column and Shudian's blade aura, the world seemed flooded with boundless light and power. Thunder and wind intertwined, forming a colossal vortex of energy, distorting the surrounding space under the force of this clash. The deafening roar reverberated, seemingly capable of shattering souls. Yet soon, Shudian found himself unable to withstand the might of Li Zhihao's Jinglei Jiaming's most powerful attack. With a cry of unwilling rage, no, Li Zhihao struck down Shudia. Suddenly, a yuanying, nascent soul escaped from Shudian's corporeal form, fleeing in a particular direction. Li Zhihao, casting a disdainful glance at the fleeing soul, swiftly executed the earth-grade intermediate movement technique, Leguang Bu, in pursuit of Shudian's yuanying. As the yuanying perceived Li Zhihao closing in rapidly, it desperately cried out, "Li Zhihao, you cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the esteemed Xianxianzong, a first-rate force in the eastern region. My master, Ling Fengzhenren, is a consummate expert." Li Zhihao snorted dismissively, "And what of it? Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." The yuanying, trembling with terror, implored, "If you kill me, Xianxianzong and my master will never let you go." You will face endless pursuit. Undeterred, Li Zhihao's lightning surged with even greater intensity, his speed amplifying. Even if the heavenly king himself came, he could not save you. A first-rate force in the eastern region? Xianxianzong? Poor disciples? Shudian, do you take me for a fool? As he spoke, Li Zhihao closed in on Shudian's yuanying, his Zhixiao Legion flickering with resplendent lightning. The yuanying, in utter despair, screamed, "No, you will regret this." With a frigid gaze, Li Zhihao swung his sword decisively. As his sword fell, Shudian's yuanying was cleaved in two by Li Zhihao's strike. Thus, the threat from the Qingfeng sect was completely eradicated by Li Zhihao. The members of the Li clan would no longer need to hide in fear. After collecting 38 storage rings, Li Zhihao made his way back to the Duobao Pavilion. Above the battlefield, Lin Wanqing and her protector, Granny Cheng, watched as Li Zhihao effortlessly dispatched Shudian and his companions, their eyes alight with admiration. Lin Wanqing's heart surged with excitement, secretly rejoicing. Gazing at Li Zhihao's upright figure, her heart brimmed with joy. Thankfully, I said those words before. This Li Zhihao is exceptionally talented and possesses extraordinary strength. I truly did not choose wrongly. With him by my side in the future, my path in cultivation shall surely be smoother. Upon this thought, a smile crept upon her lips, her face radiating happiness and anticipation. Observing Lin Wanqing's expression, Granny Cheng felt a deep sense of contentment. Having watched Lin Wanqing grow, she held a familial affection for her. Seeing her young mistress find such an outstanding talent, she envisioned a bright future for Lin Wanqing and couldn't help but exclaim, "My dear lady, I am genuinely happy for you. This young Master Li will surely remain by your side." While Granny Cheng thought this, she spoke aloud, "Miss, young Master Li is heading toward the Duobao Pavilion." Upon hearing Granny Cheng's words, Lin Wanqing playfully retorted, "Oh, Granny Cheng, let us hurry back." Granny Cheng replied with a smile, "Of course." As soon as she finished speaking, they instantly teleported back to the Duobao Pavilion. Li Zhihao returned to the Duobao Pavilion without seeking out Lin Wanqing, instead heading directly into the cultivation chamber from before. Inside the chamber, he did not hastily tally his spoils, but instead quietly reflected on the battle. He contemplated whether there were any missteps or areas for improvement. After a considerable time, Li Zhihao muttered to himself, "Although I emerged victorious, during my initial confrontation with Shudian, I was overly aggressive, resulting in excessive consumption of my spiritual energy. Furthermore, when faced with multiple attackers, my movement technique lacked sufficient agility, nearly trapping me in their formation. Additionally, I must enhance the speed of my spiritual energy condensation when executing my sword techniques to ensure a more rapid and lethal attack." With a slight frown, he fell into deeper contemplation. In his thoughtful state, Li Zhihao unknowingly entered a state of enlightenment that all cultivators yearn for. The spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber began to surge wildly, akin to a flock of birds drawn by an invisible force, converging towards Li Zhihao. A vortex of spiritual energy spiraled around his body, shimmering with light, as if in a dream. The runes on the walls responded, emitting a soft and mysterious glow that harmonized with the spiritual energy. The entire cultivation chamber transformed into a mystical spiritual realm, filled with unknown powers and marvelous changes. Unbeknownst to him, Li Zhihao remained in this state of enlightenment for 2.5 hours. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Reminder to the host, items will no longer be amplifiable after 3 hours. Please amplify the items within 3 hours. This sudden prompt gently roused Li Zhihao from his state of enlightenment. When he fully opened his eyes, he murmured, "So that is how it is. So that is how it is." A glimmer of clarity illuminated his gaze. Li Zhihao realized he had overly relied on powerful martial techniques during battle, neglecting the meticulous control of foundational spiritual energy. He also recognized that he lacked flexible strategies when facing joint attacks from enemies, often resorting to brute force to break through, which made him susceptible to their traps. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of his occasional impatience, which could likely lead to misjudgments at critical moments. Having addressed some of his shortcomings, he felt confident in defeating any formidable opponent beneath the realm of Shun Yuan, provided they possessed inferior talents to his own. Chapter 37. The Mid-Grade Artifact Refining Manual of the 7th Tier. If his opponents shared a similar aptitude, he might only be able to overcome them by advancing 1 or 2 minor realms. After contemplating these matters, Li Zhihao retrieved 38 storage rings, including those from Chu Tianhe, the leader of Qingfeng sect, and murmured, "Ah, Chu Tianhe, may your cultivation resources not disappoint me." He swiftly began to inventory his spoils. Soon, Li Zhihao sorted all the items and commenced their enhancement. Firstly, he focused on spirit stones. 42 million lower-grade spirit stones. 97 million middle-grade spirit stones. 20. 000 upper grade spirit stones, and 8 premium spirit stones. He augmented them all by 100-fold. Astonishingly, he discovered 8 premium spirit stones. He had not expected a mere Xinyuan cultivator like Chu Tianhe to possess such treasures. Indeed, one must not underestimate the capabilities of others. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 42 million middle-grade spirit stones, 97 million upper-grade spirit stones, and 20,000 premium spirit stones. Ding. It has been detected that premium spirit stones cannot undergo a 100-fold quality enhancement. The system will automatically convert them to a 100-fold quantity enhancement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 800 premium spirit stones. Upon realizing that premium spirit stones could not be subject to a 100-fold quality enhancement, Zhihao inquired within his mind, "System, why can premium spirit stones not undergo quality enhancement?" Ding. In response to the host's query, premium spirit stones require at least 1,000-fold enhancement to obtain the next tier of cultivation resources. What is the next cultivation resource? What is its name? Zhihao continued to probe. Ding. Please explore on your own, host. Hearing this, Zhihao shook his head in resignation. Very well. Is it not merely 1,000-fold enhancement? I shall achieve it soon enough. A breakthrough to the out-of-body stage is all that is required. He then turned his attention to enhancing the elixirs. Zhihao discovered an abundance of first to third tier elixirs in Chu Tianhe's storage ring, indicating that he had brought the entire cultivation resources of Qingyang sect with him. There were at least several hundred of each first and second tier elixir, with some numbering in the thousands. As for the third and fourth tier elixirs, each type had at least 100, with some exceeding several hundred. However, fifth tier elixirs were quite scarce, evidently consumed by Chu Tianhe during his advancement to the mid-fourth layer of Shenyuan. Zhihao enhanced all the elixirs by 100-fold, elevating their quality by 2 minor tiers. Other items were also enhanced according to their specific circumstances. Among these resources, a few items surprised and delighted Zhihao. Ding. A 5th tier lower grade attack array disc has been discovered. Please choose an enhancement method. Option 1, 100-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 100-fold quantity enhancement. I choose 100-fold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 5th tier upper grade attack array disc. Ding. A 5th tier middle grade defense array disc has been discovered. Please choose an enhancement method. Option 1, 100-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 100-fold quantity enhancement. I choose 100-fold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 5th tier premium defense array disc. Ding. A 7th tier lower grade artifact refining inheritance has been discovered. Please choose an enhancement method. Option 1, 100-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 100-fold quantity enhancement. I choose 100-fold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 7th tier middle grade artifact refining inheritance. Ding. A 5th tier middle grade flying vessel has been discovered. Please choose an enhancement method. Option 1, 100-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 100-fold quantity enhancement. I choose 100-fold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 5th tier premium flying vessel. Zhihao was astonished to find that Chu Tianhe possessed 2 5th tier array discs, a 7th tier artifact refining inheritance, and a 5th tier flying vessel. After examining these enhanced items, he discovered that the 5th tier upper grade attack array disc was configured with a rare spatial assault array known as the Rift Space Shattering Array. This formation would likely catch even out-of-body stage cultivators off guard. As for those at the Shenyuan stage, if they lacked knowledge of spatial attributes, they would be hard-pressed to escape unscathed. Truly, the system produces only the finest quality. The 5th tier premium defense array disc contained a golden attribute defense formation known as the Golden Radiance Guardian Array, which was impenetrable to Shenyuan stage cultivators. Even out-of-body stage cultivators, if lacking profound knowledge of gold and earth attribute rules, would expend considerable effort to breach this array. The 7th tier artifact refining inheritance was an ancient tome detailing the forging methods for weapons ranging from the 1st to 7th tier. Zhihao spent 3 days perusing this inheritance and found that the art of artifact refining was vast and profound, with knowledge as deep as the ocean. Artifact refiners are categorized into Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian. Huang is the lowest tier, while Tian is the highest. The classifications of artifact refiners are Huang tier artifact refiner, master. Xian tier artifact refiner, grandmaster. D tier artifact refiner, artifact king. And Tian tier artifact refiner, artifact emperor. The classification of magical treasures is as follows. 1st to 3rd tier belong to Huang tier artifacts. 4th to 6th tier belong to Xian tier treasures. 7th to 8th tier belong to D tier spirit artifacts. And 9th tier belongs to Tian tier Dao artifacts. Each tier is divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and perfected. Finally, there is the 5th-tier premium flying vessel. Li Zhihao was unfamiliar with flying vessels, as he had never ventured beyond Qingfeng Town. His knowledge of the outside world was merely hearsay. He resolved to seize the opportunity to explore the world beyond Qingfeng Town. After placing all his enhanced spoils into his storage rings, he prepared to commence his cultivation. Speaking of storage rings, Li Zhihao now possessed a total of 56 storage rings, all enhanced by 100-fold in quality, thus alleviating any concerns regarding storage. Just as Li Zhihao was about to begin his cultivation, he noticed that the restrictions in the cultivation chamber had been disturbed. Rising to deactivate the restrictions, he discovered it was the female cultivator who had first attended to him. Before Li Zhihao could utter a word, she spoke. "Young master, a male cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage claims to be your kin. He said Elder Fourth sent him to find you." Upon hearing this, Li Zhihao's eyes brightened, and he replied, "I would appreciate it if you could lead the way." "Certainly. Please follow me." Before long, Li Zhihao was escorted to a private chamber. He offered the female cultivator an upper-grade spirit stone, saying, "Thank you, fair maiden." The female cultivator was taken aback to receive such a generous reward, her eyes widening in astonishment and disbelief. Her hands trembled as she reached for it, then hesitated, stammering, "Young master, this is far too precious. I feel unworthy of such generosity." Her gaze remained fixated on the upper-grade spirit stone, filled with longing yet hesitant to accept it. After all, in her understanding, such a reward was exceedingly lavish. She had never imagined that merely guiding someone would yield such a bounty. Li Zhihao smiled gently and said, "There is no need for modesty, fair maiden. This is what you rightfully deserve." Hesitating only briefly, the female cultivator mustered her courage to accept the upper-grade spirit stone, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young master. Should I ever have the opportunity to be of service to you again, I shall give my utmost effort." Li Zhihao nodded and entered the private chamber. Upon seeing Li Zhihao's arrival, Li Baran immediately stood up. After dismissing the female cultivator, he turned to Li Baran, who appeared to be around 27 or 28 years of age, with a resolute countenance, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. His straight nose and tightly pressed lips exuded an air of determination. Chapter 38. The Return of Qin to Qingfeng Town. He was tall and upright, radiating a sense of composure. Years of cultivation had instilled in his gaze an unwavering resolve and decisiveness. Li Baran has achieved the consummate stage of foundation establishment, just a step away from the golden core stage. "Patriarch," he exclaimed with palpable excitement. In his heart, he held Li Zhihao in the highest regard. Recalling the fierce battles he witnessed in Qingfeng Town between Li Zhihao and the Qingfeng Sect, which stirred his emotions. The breathtaking scenes of Li Zhihao bravely facing numerous foes continuously replayed in his mind. He understood the formidable enemies Li Zhihao confronted and admired his ability to triumph over them time and again, a testament to his remarkable strength and fearless courage. Though he struggled to contain his admiration without voicing it outright, his fervent expression and slightly trembling body betrayed the turmoil within. "Ah," Li Zhihao nodded in acknowledgement. "What brings you to Qingfeng Town? Did you not go to Lngfeng City?" "Patriarch, it's as follows," Li Baran replied respectfully with a slight bow. "Elder Four specifically instructed me to remain in Qingfeng Town. He ordered me to report to him immediately upon receiving any news from you." Speaking thus, Li Baran's face was grave and earnest. "I have been in Qingfeng Town all along. Your conflict with the Qingfeng Sect has brought great joy to our kin. The clansmen are all thrilled to hear of your victories. Patriarch, you have slain the sect master CHTNH and most of the Yuan stage experts of the Qingfeng Sect. They pose no threat to our Li family anymore. Elder Four has asked me to inquire whether the Li family can return to Qingfeng Town." Upon hearing this, Li Zhihao pondered for a moment before replying, "Let everyone return. I trust the resources I provided for their cultivation have been exhausted." Li Baran rejoiced at this news and quickly responded, "Excellent. Patriarch, I shall contact Elder Four immediately." Speaking of communication, one must mention the message jade slips. These are the common communication tools used by cultivators in the realm of cultivation. They can transcend vast distances, allowing users to leave messages with their spiritual awareness, which are instantly conveyed to the holder of the corresponding slip. Regardless of how far apart the two parties may be, as long as they are within a certain range, they can receive each other's messages promptly. Moreover, these slips can transmit not only simple textual information, but also slight emotional fluctuations, enabling the recipient to better grasp the sender's intent. Lngfeng City, the residence of the Li family. The 12 elders were gathered, evidently awaiting the patriarch's command from Qingfeng Town. All eyes were fixed on the communication jade slip before Elder Four, anticipating its message. Suddenly, the slip emitted a faint glow and vibrated slightly. Elder Four, Li F. Ing, hastily took the slip into his hands and eagerly probed its contents with his spiritual awareness. Soon, Elder 4 exclaimed with excitement, "The Patriarch has commanded that all clansmen return to Qingfeng Town." As soon as Elder 4's words fell, everyone erupted in joy. "Wonderful. We can finally go home. Indeed, I have always felt uneasy in Lngfeng City. Nothing compares to the warmth of Qingfeng Town." The crowd exchanged enthusiastic words, their faces aglow with happiness. "Let us swiftly notify everyone to assemble and prepare to depart for Qingfeng Town," Elder 4 Li Feng declared loudly. Instantly, the residents buzzed with activity as everyone gathered, ready to embark on their journey home. At this moment, Li Zhihao spoke slowly. "Due to the situation with the Qingfeng Sect, our family's newborn reward policy has been delayed. From today, we shall vigorously implement the newborn reward policy." Upon concluding this statement, he turned to Elders 5, 9, and 10 and said, "In these extraordinary times, we must adopt extraordinary measures. Elders 5, 9, and 10, you shall lead this effort, with the other 9 elders supporting you, to hold a selection event for potential partners. After the meeting, disseminate this information throughout all of Qingfeng Town. Mobilize all unmarried men and women over the age of 16, regardless of their cultivation aptitude, to participate in our Li family selection event. At that time, all Li family members aged 16 and above must ensure that male members without cultivation talent select at least 3 partners, while female members select 1. Those with partners are exempt from selection. Male members with cultivation must select at least 10 partners if in the Qi refinement stage, and at least 50 partners if in the foundation establishment stage. Those in the golden core stage must select at least 100 partners. Additionally, all family members must ensure their partners give birth within a year. This order is mandatory and applies to all clansmen, including the 12 elders present." Upon hearing this, the 12 elders were taken aback, exchanging glances, their expressions complex. Elder 5 hesitated and said, "Patriarch, such a large-scale selection might invite controversy." Li Zhihao gaze was resolute as he replied, "In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Our family must grow rapidly, and increasing our population is crucial. We need not concern ourselves with the opinions of others, as long as we act justly and with a clear conscience." Elder 9 then inquired, "Patriarch, what are the standards and processes for this selection?" Li Zhihao interrupted, "The specific details shall be decided by the 3 of you elders. Ensure everything is arranged within a month." Elder 10 clasped his hands and assured, "Rest assured, Patriarch, we will do our utmost to execute this matter well." After announcing the newborn reward policy, silence fell over the assembly hall. Seeing the elders hesitating to speak, Li Zhihao smiled slightly, aware of their thoughts. He then produced over a dozen storage rings, stating, "These storage rings contain 300 million low-grade spirit stones, 50 million mid-grade spirit stones, and 8 million high-grade spirit stones." He paused, observing the shock wash over the 12 elders. 300 million low-grade spirit stones, 50 million mid-grade spirit stones, and 8 million high-grade spirit stones? Such a vast quantity. As the elders remained astounded, Li Zhihao continued, "There is also 10,000 top-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the 12 elders could no longer contain their composure. Top-grade spirit stones? And 10,000 of them? Am I hearing correctly? 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones. Elder 4 Li Feng stammered, his voice trembling. One must understand that top-grade spirit stones can autonomously replenish spiritual energy, making them the coveted treasures of all cultivators. The spiritual energy within top-grade spirit stones is not only pure, but also accelerates the cultivation process immensely, preventing any impurities from accumulating over time. It is crucial to note the purity levels of spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones have a purity of around 70, mid-grade spirit stones around 80, high-grade spirit stones around 90, and top-grade spirit stones are at a purity of 100. Li Zhihao smiled lightly and affirmed, "Yes, indeed, and there are exactly 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Henceforth, every member of the Li family shall enjoy the freedom of cultivation with top-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, all 12 elders gasped in astonishment, followed by waves of elation. Chapter 39, Distributing Resources, The Shocked Elders. The Li family selection event. One must recognize that the spiritual energy in top-grade spirit stones is even more concentrated than that in high-grade spirit stones. If the clansmen engage in daily cultivation with top-grade spirit stones, their advancements will be meteoric. All the elders excitedly contemplated the extraordinary potential for the clansmen's growth. Just as the 12 elders were reveling in the thought of their kin utilizing top-grade spirit stones for rapid cultivation, Li Zhihao's voice resonated once more. This storage ring also contains millions of first-grade pills of various types, hundreds of thousands of second-grade pills, over 1 million third-grade pills, and 80,000 fourth-grade pills. There are also magical artifacts, talismans, and spells. With each mention of resources, the 12 elders gasped in astonishment. By the end, they were utterly exhilarated. Zhihao gazed at the elders, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "These resources are sufficient for our family to thrive for quite some time. Esteemed elders, I implore you to plan and allocate wisely, ensuring that the Li clan ascends to greater heights." The first elder, Li Hong, was the first to regain his composure. His voice filled with excitement as he responded, "Rest assured, clan leader, we shall not disappoint you. We will maximize the potential of these resources." The other elders nodded in agreement, pledging to proceed with caution. Zhihao nodded in return, "Very well. Let today's discussions conclude here. Elders, go forth and make your arrangements. Remember, the distant relatives gathering must be executed flawlessly." The 12 elders, hearts brimming with enthusiasm, bowed respectfully before departing the council hall. 3 days later, news of the Li family's selection gathering spread like wildfire throughout Qingfeng Town, swiftly becoming the focal point of conversations in every corner. People congregated on the streets, eagerly discussing the event. "Have you heard? The Li clan is hosting a selection gathering," one person said mysteriously. "Who hasn't he heard? This is undoubtedly a momentous occasion for our town." Another chimed in. "But why is the Li family organizing such a grand selection?" Someone curiously inquired. "You don't know?" The clan leader, Li Zhihao, possesses unfathomable cultivation prowess. It is said he has slain numerous formidable foes at the Yuaning stage and has even vanquished several at the Shinshin stage, with some stronger opponents at the Chu Qiao stage falling to his might. The Li family's reputation is now formidable. Hosting this gathering must surely aim to bolster the family further, an informed elder elaborated, leaving the listeners in awe. The tavern was abuzz with excitement. Patrons downing drinks while animatedly discussing the gathering. "My nephew may lack cultivation talent, but he is quite handsome and strong. Perhaps the Li family will take notice." A middle-aged man boasted. Your nephew? My daughter's beauty and grace could captivate even the Li clan's youth," a stout woman retorted defiantly. "Huh. Let us see who has the luck when the time comes." The crowd erupted in laughter. Moreover, I hear all members of the Li family are at the foundation establishment stage. In the past, a single foundation establishment expert could dominate Qingfeng Town. But now the entire Li family consists of such powerful cultivators. Their strength is beyond measure. It can be said that the Li family is undoubtedly the colossal force in Qingfeng Town. A scholarly figure in a long robe remarked, with the crowd nodding in agreement. Those meeting the Li family's criteria were filled with joy, eagerly preparing themselves. Young women flocked to fabric stores, selecting the most exquisite new garments, then sitting before mirrors to meticulously adorn themselves, hoping to present their most beautiful selves at the gathering. Young men practiced martial arts in courtyards, showcasing their robust physiques, while others honed their eloquence before mirrors, aspiring to win the hearts of fair maidens with their charm. Families of various scale from the town's Qi refinement clans were equally stirred. Elders convened urgently, discussing, "If our clan could unite with the Li family, we would have a powerful ally in Qingfeng Town, ensuring our family's ascendance." An elderly clan leader stated with keen eyes, "Indeed, we must ensure our eligible youths prepare diligently, showcasing their appearance, talents, and cultivation to represent our family's prestige and secure a selection from the Li family." The others concurred, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the ordinary families unable to cultivate were equally exhilarated at the prospect of marrying their children into a family of cultivators. "If my daughter could wed into the Li family, it would be a blessing from our ancestors," a humble farmer exclaimed, his eyes shining with hope. "If my son could become a son-in-law to the Li family, we too could bask in their glory and live well." An elderly woman clasped her hands together, fervently praying. The entire Qingfeng Town was enveloped in this fervent atmosphere, with people eagerly anticipating the selection gathering, all hoping to partake in this grand event and alter the destinies of their families. The Li family's selection gathering commenced as scheduled, its scale nothing short of magnificent, resembling a surging ocean. The venue was set on a vast, boundless plain, where the horizon was obscured by throngs of people. Towering stone pillars encircled the area, each requiring several individuals to embrace, intricately carved with mysterious runes and vivid patterns that occasionally shimmered with an otherworldly glow, adding an air of solemnity and mystique to the scene. Within the venue, numerous opulent tents and elevated platforms were erected, adorned with exquisite embroidery and constructed from precious jade and timber, epitomizing luxury. Nearly 100,000 young maidens, all above the age of 16, gathered from all corners of Qingfeng Town. The daughters of wealthy families donned resplendent silks and satins, adorned with dazzling jewelry. exuding an air of elegance and nobility with every graceful movement. Their makeup was meticulously applied, their features akin to paintings, radiating innate confidence and pride with every smile. In contrast, the daughters from humble households wore simple yet tidy clothes, lacking extravagant embellishments but embodying natural innocence and purity. Their faces shone with hope for the future, their eyes glimmering with aspirations. Meanwhile, the Qi refinement stage maidens from various clans donned standardized attire embroidered with their family insignia. In the following chapter, Li Zhihao spent over an hour playfully teasing Lin Wanqing at the Duobao Pavilion, leaving her blushing, before departing to commence his studies in alchemy. Before leaving, he instructed Lin Wanqing to continue gathering the necessary herbs for crafting the 2 types of elixirs. 3 days later, in the clan leader's cultivation chamber, a loud bang echoed as Li Zhihao, covered in soot, waved his hand to disperse the smoke from his failed alchemical attempt. He muttered to himself, "This alchemy is no trivial matter. Yet, I sense progress. I am close to success." Over 3 days, he had attempted to refine elixirs over 300 times, all resulting in failure. With a resolute expression, he swiftly cleaned the Qi Hua Funtian Lu. He meticulously checked the required herbs once more, inhaled deeply, and prepared for another attempt. With both hands, he executed a series of incantations, igniting the flames within the furnace. Li Zhihao focused intently, carefully following the recipe and adding the herbs into the cauldron in succession. As time passed, crackling sounds emanated from the furnace, causing his heart to race. However, at the critical moment, a dull thud resonated from the Qi Hua Funtian Lu, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Li Zhihao shook his head in resignation and began cleaning the furnace again, preparing for yet another attempt. He thought to himself, "I refuse to give up. Onward." 3 more days passed. With a thundering crash, Li Zhihao waved his hand mechanically, dispersing the smoke from another failed attempt. At this moment, he was covered in soot, his hair disheveled, his face smeared with black ash, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing profound exhaustion and reluctance. His once neat attire had become soiled, marked by stains and signs of scorching. Sweat mixed with ash trickled down his face, leaving peculiar trails, yet he remained oblivious. Staring blankly at the Qihua Finshin Lu, repeatedly murmuring, "Why have I failed again? Where has it all gone wrong?" For days passed. Within the Qihua Finshin Lu, a fragrant aroma wafted out, revealing 6 plump and lustrous Yuzi Dan lying quietly within the furnace. The pills bore faint patterns, emanating a mysterious and gentle light. After 10 arduous days and the expenditure of nearly 1,000 spiritual herbs, Li Zhihao had finally succeeded in concocting a first-tier Yuzi Dan. His weary face instantly transformed, radiating ecstatic joy as he gazed upon the pills. His eyes even glistened with tears, lips trembling as he murmured, "I did it. I finally did it." He then looked to the heavens and burst into uproarious laughter. His laughter echoed within the alchemical chamber, filled with boundless joy and confidence. His features contorted with overwhelming excitement, and his hands waved animatedly, as if to release the pent-up emotions within. In that laughter, there was the exhilaration of perseverance, the satisfaction of effort, and boundless hope for the future. Just then, a voice resonated in Li Zhihao's mind. Ding. 6 first-tier inferior-grade pills Yuzi Dan detected. Please choose amplification method. Option 1. 100-fold quality amplification. Option 2. 100-fold quantity amplification. Indeed. With excitement, Li Zhihao responded, "I choose the 100-fold quality amplification." Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 12 third-tier pills Ling Tai Yuzi Dan. Third-tier Ling Tai Yuzi Dan. Li Zhihao hastily retrieved the alchemical inheritance to examine the information about this pill. Soon, he found the effects of the pill. This particular pill belonged to a niche category and was not a cultivation-type pill. Thus, it could be consumed normally by ordinary individuals without cultivation. Upon realizing this, Li Zhihao exhaled in relief, fearing that the third-tier pill might be unusable by commoners. Following this, Li Zhihao was filled with joy. This meant that his kin could consume the more effective third-tier pill Ling Tai Yuzi Dan. As for the effects of this pill, it could be used by both men and women below the golden core stage. If one party used it, it could enhance the conception probability by 20. If both parties used it, the probability could rise to 50. Naturally, the higher the cultivation level, the lower the effectiveness. It is known that there is an ironclad rule in the cultivation world. The higher the cultivation, the lower the probability of conceiving offspring. Over the next 16 days, Li Zhihao successfully refined all the Yuzi Dan. First, the yield of the alchemical process. On the first day, the yield was around 60, producing 6 to 7 pills per furnace. By the third day, it reached around 70, yielding 7 to 9 pills. By the fifth day, it rose to 80, producing 8 to 10 pills. On the seventh day, it reached 90, yielding 9 to 11 pills. By the 10th day, the yield was around 100, producing 12 pills per furnace. On the 12th day, it reached around 120, yielding 15 pills. By the 15th day, the yield was around 140, producing 18 pills per furnace. Second, the enhancement of pill quality. On the first day, he could refine inferior-grade pills. By the 5th day, he could produce medium-grade pills. By the 8th day, he could produce superior-grade pills. By the 11th day, he could produce exquisite-grade pills. And by the 15th day, he could produce perfect-grade pills. In total, he obtained 500 pills of various qualities of the third-tier Ling, Tai Yuzi Dan. Next, Li Zhihao refined in Tai Dan, and upon the completion of the first furnace, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. 12 first-tier superior-grade pills and Tai Dan detected. Please choose amplification method. Option 1, 100-fold quality amplification. Option 2, 100-fold quantity amplification. Li Zhihao excitedly responded, I choose the 100-fold quality amplification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 12 third-tier superior-grade pills Yuling and Tai Dan. Quickly, Li Zhihao found the effects of the Yuling and Tai Dan in the alchemical inheritance. This pill also belonged to a niche category and was not a cultivation-type pill. Thus it was likewise consumable by ordinary individuals without cultivation. Li Zhihao rejoiced once more. With the Yuling and Tai Dan, it meant that the partners of his kin would have a chance to conceive offspring with spiritual roots. As for the effects of the Yuling and Tai Dan, it could be used by partners below the golden core stage. Using inferior-grade Yuling and Tai Dan could enhance the probability of conceiving offspring with spiritual roots by 20. Using medium-grade Yuling and Tai Dan could enhance the probability by 25. Using superior-grade Yuling and Tai Dan could enhance the probability by 30. Using exquisite-grade Yuling and Tai Dan could enhance the probability by 40. Using perfect-grade Yuling and Tai Dan could enhance the probability by 60. As for the quality of the spiritual roots, it certainly depended on both parents' spiritual roots. It can only be said that the higher the quality of the pill, the higher the chance of producing high-quality spiritual roots. Li Zhihao gazed at the superior-grade Yuling and Tai Dan in his hand and murmured to himself, as long as I refine all the pills to perfect quality and amplify them through the system, wouldn't that mean that my kin's partners will have at least a 60 probability of conceiving offspring with spiritual roots? With this thought, Li Zhihao felt a surge of motivation. He then resumed refining the Tai Dan. This time, he approached the refinement of Tai Dan with even greater diligence. In just 3 short days, he elevated the quality of Tai Dan to exquisite grade. By the 7th day, he had raised it to perfect quality. On the 7th day, the yield had already reached around 150, producing 18 to 19 pills per furnace. By the 20th day, the yield had reached around 200, producing 24 pills per furnace. After that, the yield could no longer be increased. Li Zhihao thought to himself that a yield of 200 might be the limit. Thus, he began to enhance the speed of his pill refinement. Time was of the essence for Li Zhihao. At this point, he could refine 110 furnaces of pills each day. Subsequently, he spent 3 days increasing this to 120 furnaces per day. By the 8th day, he had elevated it to 130 furnaces per day. However, his supply of spiritual herbs had now run out. After refining 200 furnaces of spiritual herbs, and after the 100-fold quality amplification, he obtained a total of 46. 200 perfect-grade Yuling and Tai Dan, 200 exquisite-grade Yuling and Tai Dan, and 700 superior-grade Yuling and Tai Dan. In total, he acquired 100 Yuling and Tai Dan. As Li Zhihao gazed at the mountain of pills piled up in his storage ring, a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. However, he quickly calmed down. Although these pills seemed plentiful, they were utterly insufficient for the upcoming family selection conference. It must be noted that over 100,000 partners had been chosen by the family's younger generation. Contemplating this, Li Zhihao felt a wave of frustration. If he wished to amplify the pills he refined to third-tier quality, he could not use the amplified spiritual stones to exchange for spiritual herbs at the Duobao Pavilion. What to do now? The family was in urgent need of pills, yet the path to acquiring spiritual herbs was constrained by this limitation. Over 2 months had passed since this round of alchemy began. Li Zhihao contemplated for a moment, deciding it was prudent to convene a family meeting to assess the current state of the Li clan before making further plans. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the conference hall was solemn as Li Zhihao sat in the patriarch's seat, his expression calm and composed. His gaze swept over the elders present, ultimately resting on the 3 female elders responsible for the selection of partners, the 5th elder, the 9th elder, and the 10th elder. He slowly inquired, 5th elder, 9th elder, 10th elder, it has been over 2 months since the partner selection conference concluded. Could you enlighten me on how many of our clan's youth have successfully conceived? The 5th elder, upon hearing this, immediately stepped forward, respectfully and clearly articulating, Patriarch, at the partner selection conference, our clan selected a total of 108,870 partners. Among them, 11,400 were from the Golden Core stage, 12,390 from the Foundation Establishment stage, and 85,080 were ordinary youths without spiritual roots. As of now, 176 partners have successfully conceived. This includes 352 from the Golden Core stage, 327 from the Foundation Establishment stage, and 197 from the ordinary clan members. Upon hearing this, Zhihao pondered inwardly. It seemed that the clan members had exerted considerable effort over the past 2 months, achieving such a significant number of successful conceptions without the aid of medicinal pills. However, in relation to the vast number of partners, the proportion still had ample room for improvement, and achieving this would require a lengthy period. To enable more partners to conceive successfully and to produce offspring with greater spiritual roots, it would necessitate a substantial supply of Yuzi Dan and Ling Tai Yuzi Dan. If the clan could acquire a steady stream of these pills, along with Tai Dan and Yuling and Tai Dan, the future strength of the clan would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. With this thought, he raised his head to address the elders, stating, "It appears our clan members have not been idle. The progress in nurturing new life has commenced favorably. Yet our ambitions extend far beyond this. I have brought a portion of the pills refined over the past 2 months, 16,500 of the third-tier Ling Tai Yuzi Dan for aiding conception, and 57,100 of the third-tier Yuling and Tai Dan to enhance the likelihood of producing offspring with spiritual roots. Each type of pill comes in various qualities." As these words resonated throughout the hall, the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. The 12 elders sat as if struck by a spell, their expressions frozen, soon replaced by overwhelming astonishment. It was as if time stood still at that moment, with only the sound of their slightly hurried breaths bearing witness to the tumult within. The eldest elder, whose robust frame leaned forward in shock, widened his usually steady and profound eyes, locking his gaze onto Zhihao with intensity. His voice trembling with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Patriarch, are you implying that these third-tier pills are your own concoctions? Not only have you become an alchemist in just over 2 months, but you have also attained the status of a third-tier alchemist?" Zhihao, upon hearing the elder's query, thought to himself, how could I be a third-tier alchemist? However, recognizing that the system was indeed a part of his abilities, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Yes, you are correct, esteemed elder." The eldest elder, filled with excitement, murmured to himself, in just these brief 2 months, the patriarch has not only stepped into the highly esteemed realm of alchemy, but has also remarkably reached the capacity to refine third-tier pills. Such rapid progress is indeed unprecedented and beyond imagination. He shook his head slowly, his expression a mix of awe and incredulity, as he struggled to digest this thunderous revelation. The second elder, typically gentle in demeanor, was now equally astounded, rising abruptly, his robe fluttering with emotion. His eyes glowed with admiration and respect as he deeply bowed to Zhihao, remaining bent for a prolonged moment before exclaiming, "Remarkable, Patriarch. A third-tier alchemist is a rarity, even in the entirety of Qingfeng Town and Lingfeng City. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists were already scarce, and third-tier alchemists were coveted by various factions. Your ability to elevate your alchemical skills to that of a third-tier alchemist in such a short span leaves us in sheer embarrassment. With a patriarch of such extraordinary talent, our clan is indeed blessed beyond measure. Under your leadership, our clan shall undoubtedly ascend to unparalleled heights," he praised, his admiration spilling forth like an unending river from his every gesture and gaze. Zhihao smiled at their praises, saying, "Enough of the flattery. The development of our clan requires the collective effort of all members." He then produced a storage ring, handing it to the eldest elder while stating, "The pills are contained within this ring. Elder, please discuss with the other 11 elders how to best utilize these pills. I must take my leave." With that, Zhihao rose and departed the conference hall. As the elders watched him exit, the eldest elder glanced at the storage ring containing the pills and remarked. The other elders gazed upon Zhihao's retreating figure, and the third elder could not help but exclaim, "Our patriarch's talents are indeed unparalleled. A genius of such caliber is likely a rarity in the entire realm of cultivation, perhaps even one of a kind." The eldest elder, surveying the storage ring in his hand, commented, "Such a substantial quantity of pills, whose effects are nothing short of miraculous, are indeed third tier. For our rapidly developing clan, this is undoubtedly a boon, akin to a timely rain in a drought, a brilliant beacon illuminating the darkness." The eighth elder added, "Indeed. Moreover, the patriarch has truly devoted himself to our clan, meticulously strategizing for our long-term development, akin to a masterful chess player maneuvering through the intricate game of cultivation, leading our clan towards victory. With these pills in hand, the rate of conception among our clan's youth will surely see a significant increase, and the chances of producing offspring with spiritual roots will rise markedly. Consequently, our clan's strength will grow exponentially, emerging prominently in this ruthless world of cultivation where the strong prevail and the weak are devoured. All of this achievement is attributable to the patriarch's wise leadership and selfless dedication. The contributions of our patriarch will be etched in the hearts of all clan members, who will undoubtedly strive wholeheartedly for the prosperity of our clan. The eighth elder exhaled softly, his eyes reflecting profound respect for Zhihao while seemingly peering through the river of time, envisioning a future where the clan flourished with talent and prosperity. This vision was as vibrant as a dream, yet felt within reach, filling his heart with hope and longing. The other elders unanimously echoed their agreement. Having exited the family conference hall, Zhihao hurriedly made his way towards Duobao Pavilion. Soon, he arrived at the pavilion, where he would typically be greeted by Lin Wanqing's graceful figure and her warm smile. However, today, Lin Wanqing was conspicuously absent. Just as he pondered this, a kind-faced, composed elderly woman approached him. It was Granny Cheng. Granny Cheng slightly bowed, a gentle smile gracing her face as she said, "Young Master Li, the pavilion master is currently in seclusion and cannot welcome you in person. She has instructed me to hand these over to you should you arrive." As she spoke, Granny Cheng's hand shimmered with light, revealing 2 storage bags which she handed to Li Zhihao. One contained 10,000 spiritual herbs for refining the Yuzi Dan, while the other held 10,000 herbs for the Antai Dan. A flicker of astonishment flashed across Li Zhihao's eyes as he eagerly accepted the bags. Delving into them with his spiritual sense to examine their contents, he confirmed their authenticity and felt an overwhelming joy. These herbs were undoubtedly a timely boon for the family. Regaining his composure, he turned to Granny Cheng and inquired, "Granny Cheng, how many spirit stones are required for these 20,000 herbs?" Granny Cheng gently shook her head and smiled. "Young Master Li, these are a special gift from Lord Lin, and no spirit stones are needed. Lord Lin has instructed that this is merely a token of goodwill." Upon hearing this, Li Zhihao felt another wave of elation wash over him. With these herbs, the pills produced could be amplified through the system, transforming from first tier to third tier, thereby providing the family with greater security. Yet, even so, Li Zhihao earnestly addressed Granny Cheng. "If Lord Lin has emerged from seclusion, please convey my gratitude. Inform her that I have accepted these 20,000 herbs with heartfelt appreciation. Additionally, let her know that I owe her a favor for my assistance in the battle. Should she require anything in the future, I shall not refuse." Granny Cheng smiled and nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, young Master Li, I will deliver your message. It is evident that Lord Lin values her friendship with you and sincerely wishes to support you and your family." After expressing his gratitude once more to Granny Cheng and bidding her farewell, Li Zhihao hurried back to the family with the herbs, his heart brimming with joy. He then swiftly entered the clan leader's cultivation chamber, determined to refine these herbs into pills to address the urgent needs of the family, filling the void left by the Ling Tai Yuzi Dan and Yu Ling and Tai Dan. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. In this duration, Li Zhihao successfully refined all 10,000 herbs for both the Yuzi Dan and the Antai Dan. Through his relentless efforts over these 5 months, Li Zhihao's alchemical skills had drastically improved. Not only did he reduce the time to concoct pills, initially managing 130 batches per day, but he later escalated this to 150. The yield per batch also saw significant enhancement, rising from 12 pills to 28. It can be said that Li Zhihao had perfected the development of these 2 types of pills. From the 20,000 herbs, he produced a remarkable total of 278, 800 flawless third-tier Ling Tai Yuzi Dan and 280,000 perfect third-tier Yu Ling and Tai Dan. In the blink of an eye, another 2.5 years quietly passed. During this period, thanks to Li Zhihao's unwavering dedication to refining the Ling Tai Yuzi Dan and Yu Ling and Tai Dan, the Li family experienced unprecedented growth, with their population skyrocketing. At this moment, the family had reached a staggering population of 320,000, with nearly 300,000 children under the age of 3, among whom over 120,000 possessed spiritual roots. Drawing upon the memories of his past life, Li Zhihao devoted considerable effort to creating an expansive amusement park for the children of the clan. Chapter 43. Establishing an amusement park within the family. This amusement park, akin to a dazzling pearl embedded in the family's land, instantly became a joyous sanctuary for children, brimming with boundless vitality and exuberance. The slide area resembled an unending assembly line of joy. The straight slide served as a swift passage, with children launching themselves down like arrows, swiftly descending from the top, followed by bursts of crisp and joyful laughter that erupted into the air. Their laughter, infused with uncontainable delight, resonated with everyone around. The spinning slide transformed into a mesmerizing whirlpool, where children gleefully took their seats, spiraling down in circles, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they waved their hands in the air, joyously shouting, as if they were enveloped in a wondrous dreamscape. The wave slide presented an adventure filled with surprises and thrills, as children swiftly glided down the undulating path, their bodies shifting in response to the slopes, occasionally experiencing heart-pounding moments of weightlessness and, at other times, relishing the exhilarating rush of speed. Throughout this journey, the alternating screams and laughter intertwined to create a unique symphony of joy. The rainbow slide resembled a vibrant ribbon cascading from the heavens to the earth, its colorful brilliance captivating the children's gaze. As they took to specially designed sleds and raced down the rainbow slide, it felt as though they were gliding freely upon this magical band, immersed in a dreamlike wonderland, their faces alight with surprise and joy. The aerial slide undoubtedly stood as a challenge for the brave-hearted, as daring children stood atop the towering structure, their gazes resolute and fearless, plunging down without hesitation. As they sped downward, the wind howled past their ears, and they reveled in the thrill and exhilaration. This unique experience igniting excitement within them and drawing envious glances from their peers, with many children kindling a desire to try it themselves. The climbing area resembled a realm of mystery and challenge, where children acted as agile and courageous little adventurers, exuberantly showcasing their vigor and bravery. The climbing net resembled a vast web, meticulously woven within the space. Children, nimble as little monkeys, navigated effortlessly between the net's grids, each movement filled with a thirst for exploration. During their ascent, they encouraged and assisted one another, weaving a vibrant and united tapestry of energy and camaraderie. The tire bridge and the suspension post bridge became perfect testing grounds for the children's balance. Cautiously, they stepped onto the tire bridge, arms slightly outstretched as they endeavored to maintain equilibrium, moving forward slowly yet steadily. Occasionally, their bodies would sway due to shifts in their center of gravity, but they always managed to regain stability through sheer determination and quick reflexes, their eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit. The suspension post bridge added an extra layer of difficulty, requiring children to leap from one spaced post to another, demanding not only good balance, but also courage and decisiveness. The volcanic climbing area simulated the rugged terrain of a real volcano, becoming a battleground for children to challenge themselves. Clinging to the volcanic rock face, they grasped the protruding stones tightly, pushing their feet against the surface, climbing steadily yet laboriously upward. Beads of sweat dotted their foreheads, but the fire of ambition burned brightly in their eyes. Each successful ascent earned them enthusiastic cheers and applause from their peers, fueling their motivation to reach the summit. The sky bridge hung in midair, resembling a mysterious path leading to the heavens. Stepping onto the sky bridge, the children may have felt a flicker of trepidation at first, but with encouragement from their companions, they supported one another, hand in hand, bravely taking steps forward. Through this experience, they not only cultivated courage, but also deeply understood the strength of unity. Together, they conquered their fears, collectively overcoming this challenging journey. And each successful passage along the bridge would bring forth confident and proud smiles upon their faces. The trampoline area, swing zone, sand pit, water activity area, and comprehensive expansion zone filled the entire amusement park with joyous laughter, every corner radiating with the vitality and happiness of children. Everywhere, the lively figures of children can be seen as they weave joyfully among various amusement facilities, fully savoring the delightful moments of childhood. This vibrant playground not only serves as a paradise for the growth of children, but also infuses the Leaf family with an increasing sense of vitality and hope. Observing the children flourishing with such happiness, the elders of the clan wear smiles of contentment, as if they glimpse a brilliantly radiant future for the family. This atmosphere, brimming with energy and hope, shines like warm sunlight, illuminating every corner of the Leaf family, foretelling a prosperous future ahead. Over the past few years of flourishing development, the family has grown to nearly 5,000 cultivators, alongside their partners possessing spiritual roots, whose strength has advanced remarkably due to abundant resources. Once comprised of only 263 cultivators, including 12 elders, the family now boasts nearly 212 formidable Yuan-Ing stage practitioners. The presence of early, mid, late, and even perfected Yuan-Ing stage experts is commonplace, enhancing the reputation of the Leaf family in Qingfeng Town. The remaining 51 family members possess a minimum cultivation of late foundation establishment stage. Their partners are equally distinguished, with a multitude having reached the foundation establishment stage over the past 3 years, resulting in a significant enhancement of the family's overall strength. Zhihao reached the perfected 10th layer of the spirit division stage 6 months ago. However, despite his diligent seclusion and arduous practice over the past half year, he has been unable to make further progress in cultivation. Clearly, Zhihao has encountered a bottleneck. After thoughtful consideration, he resolved to leave Qingfeng Town to experience the broader world while seeking opportunities to break through his cultivation limitations. During this 2.5-year period, Zhihao's cultivation has plateaued at the perfected 10th layer of the spirit division stage, indicating a clear impasse. Through comprehensive exploration, he has discerned that the root cause lies in the need for an enhancement of his state of mind. Thus, he has prepared to venture beyond Qingfeng Town to broaden his horizons and seek the chance to transcend his cultivation barrier. Chapter 44, Panyu County City. Strolling through the streets of Qingfeng City, Zhihao curiously spread his spiritual awareness, observing the bustling scenes around him. In an instant, the myriad shops brimming with spiritual artifacts, the practitioners traversing on foot or in flight, and the diverse spiritual energies permeating the air vividly materialized in his mind. He could not help but murmur to himself, Qingfeng City, though merely a modest settlement in the realm of cultivation, is already so prosperous. The larger medium-sized cities and grand cities, along with the provincial capitals and even higher powers, must surely be even more magnificent. It seems that his decision to leave Qingfeng Town has indeed been a wise one. Just moments ago, Zhihao keenly sensed a slight refinement in his state of mind, a subtle yet tangible improvement. He then ceased his lingering and turned towards the teleportation square leading to the city lord's residence. He intended to utilize the teleportation array to reach Xianxiaking, a higher-tier city under Qingfeng City. Within the Xianxian realm, each medium-sized city governs an array of smaller towns. For instance, Xianxiaking oversees 13 smaller towns. Similarly, each large city governs a varying number of medium-sized cities. Each provincial city encompasses a varying number of large cities. And each county city is responsible for a varying number of provincial cities. The kingdom he currently inhabits is known as Lingyuan Kingdom. In this Xianxian realm, the mayors of smaller towns are typically cultivators at the late Golden Core phase to the perfected Golden Core stage. The mayors of medium-sized cities are generally at the early to mid-Yuaning stage. And the mayors of large cities are often at the late Yuaning stage to the perfected Yuaning stage. The heads of provinces are typically at the early to mid-spirit division stage. The heads of states usually reside at the late spirit division stage to the perfected spirit division stage. And the heads of counties are generally cultivators at the early to mid-out-of-body stage. The royal family of Lingyuan Kingdom, bearing the surname Zhang, has a lineage spanning over 1,000 years, reputedly guarded by perfected out-of-body stage cultivators. This seemingly unremarkable small kingdom within the Xianxian realm boasts an area 30 times that of Earth, with a population exceeding hundreds of billions. Not to mention, above the kingdom lies a dynasty, above the dynasty an empire, above the empire a holy dynasty, and above the holy dynasty an imperial dynasty. Merely in the eastern region, there are dozens of empires, while beyond the eastern region lie the southern, northern, and western regions. The central region, vast and boundless, dwarfs the combined area of the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions. It is evident that the entire Xianxian realm encompasses an area at least 100 million times that of Earth. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhihao's purpose for departing Qingfeng Town is to broaden his horizons and fully experience the myriad wonders of the Xianxian realm. After a month of traversing countless teleportation arrays, Zhihao finally arrived at his destination, Panyu County City, one of the 12 major county cities governed by Lingyuan Kingdom. From a distance, Panyu County City resembles a colossal beast resting majestically upon the earth, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. The towering city walls, constructed from massive blocks of dark iron rock, bear intricate and mysterious inscriptions that shimmer with an otherworldly glow under the sun. As if recounting the passage of time this city has endured. Upon reaching the city gates, 2 towering stone gates, each soaring several dozen zhang high, stood before him, adorned with vividly carved mythical beast patterns, seemingly ready to burst forth at any moment. Flanking the gates stood 2 statues of equal height, standing guard over the city. A closer inspection reveals the gates marked with claw marks and indentations of varying depth, remnants of fierce battles waged against demonic beasts. Panyu County City is located at the juncture of the demonic Beast Mountain Range and Lingyuan Kingdom, where the mountain range sprawls like a colossal dragon, stretching between the central and eastern regions. The small portion of the mountain range that borders Panyu County City, though insignificant, is still substantial enough for the city. Moreover, it grants access to the depths of the demonic Beast Mountain Range. Entering the county city, one can feel its unique vibrancy. The streets are bustling with activity, filled with people and vehicles, creating a lively atmosphere. Due to its proximity to the demonic beast mountain range, countless adventurers, rogue cultivators, teams, and various family factions have established themselves here, relying on the abundant resources of the mountain range. They seek to uncover rare treasures hidden within the mountains, discover inheritance caves, or hunt demonic beasts for their precious cores and pelts. The city's prosperity is also reflected in its diverse trading markets. Along the streets, an array of stalls displays a plethora of goods related to demonic beasts, luminous cores, reputed for their miraculous effects, incredibly resilient pelts, perfect for crafting formidable armor, and bones infused with rich spiritual energy, ideal for forging magical artifacts. The scars from the demonic beast attacks on the city walls resemble vivid paintings, narrating tales of past ferocious battles. Periodically, waves of beasts from the mountain range surge towards the county city like a torrential tide. To defend against these onslaughts, the city has established a formidable defense system. The walls are adorned with a multitude of defensive runes, intricately woven together to form a transparent spiritual barrier that envelopes the entire city. When a beast tide approaches, the barrier emits a brilliant light, repelling the frenzied assaults of the demonic beasts. Upon the city walls, numerous formidable spirit cannons have been established. These cannons harness the energy of spirit stones to unleash projectiles imbued with potent spiritual power, inflicting immense damage upon the approaching demonic beasts. The Yaoshou mountain range resembles an endless treasury, teeming with a myriad of avian and terrestrial creatures, and an abundance of various demonic beasts. Legends whisper of a Yaoxian, a demonic immortal of comparable strength to that of celestial beings, hidden deep within the mountains, casting a mysterious and perilous veil over the entire expanse of Yaoshou Mountain. Within these mountains lie not only powerful demonic beasts, but also countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Rare spiritual herbs flourish in the valleys, exuding an enticing fragrance. Mysterious ores shimmer with peculiar luminescence along the cliffs, awaiting discovery by the fated. Additionally, the legacy caves are concealed within, said to grant immense power to those fortunate enough to inherit their secrets. All of this entices countless individuals to disregard danger and delve into the depths of the mountains in search of adventure. With a flash of white light, Li Zhihao arrived at Panyuejun City via the teleportation array. Stepping out of the array, he was momentarily struck by the grandeur before him. The teleportation square sprawled expansively, dotted with countless teleportation arrays of varying sizes, an estimated few hundred to 1,000 in number. Chapter 45, Howling Moongale Wolf. These arrays exhibited diverse forms. Some radiated a gentle blue light reminiscent of the profound ocean, while others flickered with a fiery red glow akin to burning flames. Some emitted an enigmatic purple light, exuding an ineffable mystery. Each array was surrounded by intricately carved and exquisite runes, their brilliance flowing as if narrating their mission to connect to various cities. Li Zhihao murmured to himself, "This teleportation square in Panyuejun City is truly extraordinary, with so many arrays." He marveled inwardly at the scale and prosperity of the city. He then took a step forward, gradually exiting the square. Beyond the square lay a broad street, paved with smooth azure stones that bore the subtle marks of time's passage. Flanking the street were numerous shops, adorned with a plethora of signs, offering an array of spiritual items, magical artifacts, and elixirs. Passers-by, cultivators of various backgrounds, hurried along the street, some clad in resplendent robes, exuding an air of distinction, while others dressed simply yet displayed resolute determination in their eyes. As Li Zhihao meandered down the street, he was enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. Shopkeepers enthusiastically promoted their wares, showcasing their goods. On the street, cultivators conversed about the recent happenings within the Yaoshou mountain range, sharing news of rare heavenly materials and fierce battles. With each step, Li Zhihao observed his surroundings, filled with curiosity for this county city that bordered the Yaoshou mountain range. Before long, he arrived at a bustling area that resembled a marketplace. Stalls lined up in close proximity, brimming with an assortment of exquisite treasures. Some spiritual plants, exuding rich spiritual energy, glistened like gemstones under the sun's rays. Unique magical artifacts subtly radiated powerful waves of spiritual energy. Additionally, various materials from demonic beasts, including fur, bones, and inner alchemical cores, were abundantly available. 3 days later, Li Zhihao emerged from the inn where he had been staying. During these 3 days, he had gained a basic understanding of the various aspects of Panyuejun City. Today, he intended to venture beyond the city limits and into the Yaoshou mountain range for training. Soon, he passed through the city gates and reached the edge of the mountain range. With a thought, a jade slip appeared in his hand, the map of the Yaoshou mountain range's divisions, which he had purchased for 10 low-grade spirit stones in Panyuejun City. As he probed the slip with his consciousness, a detailed division map unfolded in his mind. The map delineated the outer, middle, and perilous inner regions. The outer section marked the locations and names of 1st to 3rd tier demonic beasts, while the middle section indicated the 4th to 6th tier beasts. The inner region had become almost a forbidden zone for human cultivators, housing beasts of 6th tier and above, with only sparse markings on the map. Demonic beasts are classified from 1st to 10th tier, with the 1st tier being the weakest and the 10th the strongest. The 1st tier corresponds to human cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, the 2nd to the foundation establishment stage, the 3rd to the golden core stage, the 4th to the nascent soul stage, the 5th to the spirit severing stage, the 6th to the out-of-body stage, the 7th to the body fusion stage, the 8th to the tribulation crossing stage, the 9th to the great completion stage, and the 10th to the loose immortal stage. Each tier is further divided into initial, middle, late, and perfected stages. The 1st to 3rd tiers are collectively referred to as demonic beasts, while the 4th tier becomes demonic soldiers, the 5th tier demonic generals, the 6th tier demonic kings, the 7th tier demonic emperors, the 8th tier demonic sovereigns, the 9th tier demonic lords, and the 10th tier demonic immortals. As Zhihao scanned the map, he suddenly noticed a region in the middle marked as the territory of the Howling Moongale Wolf Pack. The strength of these wolves ranged from the initial stages of 4th tier demonic generals to the late stages of 6th tier demonic kings, with the alpha wolf nearing the 7th tier demonic emperor, being a perfected 6th tier demonic king. Zhihao swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Having reached the perfected 10th level of the spirit severing stage, he realized that ordinary training would hardly suffice to break through his current bottleneck. Although there were risks involved, the Howling Moongale Wolf territory could provide the challenge he sought. Resolute in his decision, Zhihao stowed away the jade slip, channeling his spiritual energy as he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the territory of the Howling Moongale Wolves. As he journeyed, the scenery of the Yaosho mountain range receded rapidly behind him, enveloped in a dense and intricate spiritual aura, tinged with traces of blood, indicative of the frequent skirmishes in the area. Before long, he reached the fringes of the Howling Moongale Wolf territory. The terrain here was undulating, strewn with bizarre rocks, and colossal black stones jutted out like slumbering giants. Towering, twisted trees surrounded the area, their branches intertwined, allowing sunlight to filter through in scattered patches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was thick with a pungent odor, a nauseating blend of blood and decaying leaves, evoking a sense of revulsion. Scattered across the ground were stark, white bones, remnants of both demonic beasts and human cultivators, as if narrating the brutality of this territory. Not long after entering, Zhihao encountered a small pack of 13 Howling Moongale wolves. These wolves silently converged from all directions, their agile forms moving like silver flashes of lightning. Quickly encircling Zhihao, the wolves regarded him with hostility, their silver fur bristling, emitting low growls, while their emerald eyes shimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam. Sharp fangs protruded from their slightly parted jaws, drool dripping from the corners, exuding a repugnant scent. They crouched low to the ground, their hind legs slightly bent, poised to attack at any moment, as if the slightest movement from Zhihao would incite them to pounce and rend him to shreds. The palpable aura of killing intent enveloped him. Zhihao's gaze sharpened as he quickly assessed the 13 Howling Moongale wolves. Through his rapid observations, he discerned that the pack was led by a 6th-tier Howling Moongale wolf, accompanied by 3 perfected 5th-tier wolves, for late-stage 5th-tier wolves, and 5 mid-stage 5th-tier wolves. Suddenly, Zhihao realized that he could view the attributes of these Howling Moongale wolves through the system. Demonic beast name, Howling Moongale wolf. Demonic beast species, wolf clan. Beast level, 6th tier perfection. Beast quality, exceptional. Beast attributes, wind, moon. Beast skills, moonlight wind blade. Harnesses moonlight to form wind blades, piercing and slicing enemies with a slowing effect. Swift shadow charge, creates afterimages while traversing swiftly, attacking with claws, making it difficult to capture. Wolf howl soul capture, a long howl that intimidates the soul, inflicting damage to the mind and instilling fear. Gale armor break, channels the full power of wind elements into its claws, sharpening them with immense destructive force, easily tearing through enemy defenses. Moon shadow ambush, utilizes moonlight for concealment, launching a surprise attack on enemies with a devastating strike. Beast status, alert. Beast potential, exceptional aptitude. Should it chance upon and consume celestial spiritual substances, comprehending the laws of power, it may aspire to break through to the 7th tier, significantly enhancing the powers of wind and moon. Evolutionary directions for the beast. Lingfeng Yuelang, Qianfeng Yuelang, Xingxin Huan Yuelang. Inying Yu Lang, Leiting Nu Yu Lang. The attribute panels for other Xia Jifeng Lang are largely similar. Classification of beast quality: ordinary, fine, elite, exceptional, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical, transcendent. The quality of beasts parallels the spiritual roots of human cultivators. The higher the level, the greater the potential. Beasts of perfect quality can generally grow to ascend to the immortal realm and become celestial beasts. Li Zhihua swiftly reviewed the attributes of the Xiaoya Jifeng Lang and began to assess their appearances. The Xiaoya Jifeng Lang possessed a lithe physique. Their bodies cloaked in fur resembling silver frost, shimmering with a cold luster under the dappled shadows. Their ears were sharp and erect, constantly rotating to capture every subtle sound around them. Their triangular heads bore a pair of emerald eyes, deep as mysterious pools, exuding cunning and ferocity. Through the system panel, Li Zhihua realized that the most remarkable skill of these Xiaoya Jifeng Lang was their mastery over wind elements. In battle, they could instantaneously unleash piercing wind blades. These blades, thin and sharp, dart towards enemies at an astonishing speed. Moreover, during the night, the Xiaoya Jifeng Lang could harness the power of moonlight. When moonlight cascaded down, they could absorb this lunar energy into their bodies, enhancing their capabilities, including speed, strength, and control over wind elements. The power of moonlight amplified the might of their wind blades and agility, granting them formidable combat prowess in nocturnal battles. Chapter 46, Slaying 12 Xiaoya Jifeng Lang. Simultaneously, they could leverage the power of wind to elevate their speed, adeptly alternating between attack and evasion, making them elusive. During assaults, they often employed a strategy of collective cooperation. With the lead wolf at the center, lower-tier Xiaoya Jifeng Lang would encircle from all directions, incessantly disrupting enemies with wind blades to divert their attention. Meanwhile, higher-tier wolves would seize the opportune moment, propelled by the wind, launching themselves towards their foes like arrows released from a bow, delivering lethal strikes with their sharp fangs and claws. At this moment, Li Zhihua found himself encircled by this pack of Xiaoya Jifeng Lang. With a piercing howl from the leading 6th-tier Xiaoya Jifeng Lang, filled with intense murderous intent, the sound resonated across the rugged terrain. The remaining 12 Xiaoya Jifeng Lang surged forth towards Li Zhihua like arrows shot from a bow. 3 5th-tier perfection Xiaoya Jifeng Lang led the charge, summoning fierce gales, manipulating wind elements to condense dozens of wind blades, which whirred ominously as they raced towards Li Zhihua. 4 5th-tier late-stage wolves darted forward, using the wind to maneuver from the sides, their forms flickering as they became almost indistinguishable, attempting a flanking attack. Meanwhile, 5 5th-tier mid-stage Xiaoya Jifeng Lang encircled from behind, unleashing wind projectiles that whirled through the air, emitting a hissing sound as they sliced through the atmosphere. In that instant, Li Zhihua found himself ensnared within a veritable cage woven from wind-based assaults, with attacks raining down from all directions. Confronted with the onslaught of 12 Xiaoya Jifeng Lang, each possessing strength equivalent to mid-stage divided spirit cultivators, Li Zhihua faced the most formidable challenge of his cultivation journey. Yet, he remained undaunted, his spirit ignited with determination. He swiftly retrieved the Earth-grade superior longsword, Zhihao Lei Jian, from his storage ring. As the blade emerged, it shimmered with tendrils of purple lightning, resonating with echoes of thunder. He then executed the third form of the mid-grade Earth-level movement technique, Lei Guang Bu, thunderous lateral shift. In an instant, Li Zhihua's aura surged tremendously, concentrating in his legs. His figure became a streak of black light, racing along the ground with an astonishing speed, as if merging with the very essence of lightning. With each step, the ground reverberated with a series of dense, muffled thuds, leaving behind a trail of shimmering purple footprints, as if the earth itself bore the mark of thunder. With this maneuver, Li Zhihua deftly evaded the oncoming tide of attacks, effortlessly reaching the vicinity of the 5 mid-stage Xiaoya Jifeng Lang. Almost simultaneously, he unleashed the third form of the inferior earth-level sword technique, Jing Lei Jianming, thunderous stabbing flurry. His body leaned forward like a hunting cheetah, his steps as swift as a phantom, as his Zhihao Lei Jian struck forth like a flickering bolt of purple lightning, delivering a relentless series of thrusts. Each strike was accompanied by a thunderous roar, the swordplay unyielding and continuous, as the overpowering force of the lightning attribute surged from the blade, manifesting as razor-sharp sword chi, precisely and swiftly targeting the vital points of the Xiaoya Jifeng Lang. In a cacophony of thunderous roars and wolf howls, within mere breaths, the 5 mid-stage Xiaoya Jifeng Lang succumbed to the overwhelming assault of Li Zhihua, enveloped by purple lightning, falling lifelessly to the ground, leaving behind 5 charred corpses that emitted wisps of smoke. The leading 6th-tier Xiaoya Jifeng Lang, witnessing the instantaneous demise of its 5 kin, was consumed by rage. its eyes ablaze with fury, its aura swirling violently with indignation. Unable to contain itself any longer, it threw back its head and unleashed a howl that pierced the heavens. The sound waves expanding outward like a tangible force, causing the surrounding air to reverberate and the ground to tremble. With a powerful leap, it propelled itself forward like a silver cannonball, hurtling towards Li Zhihao with the might of thunder, simultaneously unleashing its most potent bloodline attack skill, Gale Armor Break. The 6th tier, Xianxiafans' silver fur bristled as if charged with static, each hair standing on end, ravenously drawing in the wind elements from the air. Around its body, the wind elements swirled chaotically, forming small vortices under the influence of an invisible but formidable force. These vortices surged towards its claws, enveloping them in a dense and potent wind power, sharpening their already lethal tips to a glacial glimmer, capable of effortlessly tearing through space, radiating an aura of devastating power, seemingly able to pierce through enemy defenses with ease and strike at their very cores. Simultaneously, the remaining 3 5th-tier perfection Xianxiafans and 4 5th-tier late-stage Xianxiafans launched their strongest assaults. The 3 5th-tier perfection Xianxiafans simultaneously raised their heads, releasing a chorus of wild and ferocious howls. As the howls echoed, they unleashed solid columns of wind, each as thick as a water barrel, erupting forth from their mouths like a fountain. These wind columns spun at astonishing speeds, emitting sharp whistling sounds, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits wailing in the night. Wherever the wind pillar passed, the solid rocks seemed to be simultaneously sliced by countless sharp blades, instantly turning into powder and scattering with the wind. The surrounding trees were not spared, being effortlessly severed in half, their broken branches and leaves swirling chaotically in the air. The 4 late-stage 5-tier Xiaoyu wolves circled around Li Zhihao with astonishing speed, their forms becoming increasingly blurred as they gradually formed a massive and violent vortex of wind around him. This vortex incessantly absorbed the surrounding air and spiritual energy, growing ever larger and more terrifying. At its edge, countless blades of wind, composed of wind elements, danced wildly, shredding everything in their vicinity into pieces. The tremendous sound of the wind roared like a mountain's call or a tsunami, resembling the wails of countless wronged souls, instilling fear and trepidation in all who heard it. The ground around was pulled apart by the vortex's powerful suction, creating deep cracks, as if the earth itself could not bear this terrifying force. Smaller stones were directly swept into the vortex, instantly ground into dust. In a moment, the area surrounding Li Zhihao seemed to be engulfed in an apocalyptic storm. The raging winds surged like tumultuous waves, stirring up sand and stones that filled the entire space, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Trees were uprooted, shredded into fragments in the air. Massive rocks were torn apart by the wind pillar and the flying blades, scattering into countless small stones across the ground. Chapter 47, A Hundred-Fold Amplification. Qingfeng Wolf Corpse. The air, thick with wind elements, almost solidified into form, creating sharp wind blades that charged through the surroundings, slicing through all obstacles. The ground was riddled with deep and shallow ravines, as if a giant had recklessly slashed through it with a sharp blade. Li Zhihao found himself at the absolute center of this storm, facing the formidable assault of 8 Xiaoyu wolves, each unleashing their full power, the situation perilous. Before him stood a 6th-tier Xiaoyu wolf, whose cultivation surpassed his own, equivalent to a powerful out-of-body stage warrior, along with 7 others at the same level as his perfected 10-layer divide. The overwhelming force of their combined attack twisted the very fabric of space, the air boiling with intensity. Such a grand display of power manifested as an invisible and formidable pressure, akin to an unseen mountain bearing down upon Li Zhihao. His clothes flapped wildly in the gale, making a crackling sound as if they would tear apart at any moment. His hair stood on end, dancing frantically in the wind. In this critical moment, Li Zhihao made a decisive choice, his left hand darting like lightning to retrieve a ground-tier spear from his storage ring. The spear, with its dark body etched with ancient and mysterious runes, glimmered with a faint yet resilient light, as if narrating the countless battles it had endured. Gripping the spear tightly, Li Zhihao shouted, exerting all his strength to thrust the spear forcefully into the ground beneath him. As the spear pierced the earth, cracks resembling a spider's web instantly spread outward, radiating from the spear's point. Utilizing the powerful resistance generated by the spear embedded in the ground, Li Zhihao barely stabilized his precarious stance. At that moment, he couldn't help but admire the unparalleled mastery and application of wind elemental rules possessed by the Xiaoyu wolves. Their attacks vividly showcased the unpredictable and fierce nature of wind elements. The gathered force of the wind seemed to possess life, coalescing into sharp blades or transforming into a raging storm, each form embodying the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. However, unexpectedly, rather than feeling fear in the face of such a formidable and awe-inspiring assault, a glimmer of joy flickered in Li Zhihao's eyes. For at this critical juncture, he keenly sensed that the once impenetrable barrier of his cultivation, akin to a glacier, had begun to yield, as if a gentle spring breeze had brushed across a tranquil lake. This subtle change resonated within him like a thunderous revelation. Suddenly enlightened, his thoughts raced like lightning, and he murmured to himself, "So that is it. The reason I have been unable to break through is that I have not engaged in such a thrilling life-and-death battle for so long." With this realization, the excitement within Li Zhihao surged like a flood breaking through its dam, impossible to contain. He tilted his head back and let out a hearty laugh that echoed through the tempest, brimming with boundless enthusiasm and confidence. He fixed his steadfast gaze upon the 8 Xiaoyu Jifeng wolves and proclaimed, "Come forth. Today, let you become the stepping stones for my breakthrough." With that, Li Zhihao's spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, the aura that had been stable at the perfected 10-layer divide, now showing faint signs of ascension. An even more intense life-and-death struggle was about to unfold. His eyes blazed with fervent determination as he unleashed his attacks, without reservation. The Zhihao Lei Jian in his hand erupted with a blinding purple lightning, casting a profound hue across the realm. The lightning surged like a ferocious dragon, colliding violently with the incoming wind elemental forces. Each clash generated a thunderous roar, fracturing the space like a shattered mirror. Li Zhihao moved like lightning, seamlessly weaving through the storm of wind and lightning. He executed various exquisite sword techniques, each strike powerful and fierce, infused with the world-shattering force of thunder attributes. At times, he struck down with the might of a thunderclap, while at other moments, he pierced through the gaps in the wind with precision. Meanwhile, his footwork, enhanced by lightning, reached its pinnacle, leaving behind fleeting afterimages that made it difficult to track his movements. After approximately 10 minutes, the intense battle finally drew to a close. Li Zhihao slowly sheathed his sword, surveying the ravaged scene before him. The ground lay uneven, as if it had been mercilessly pounded by countless colossal hammers, with deep ravines crisscrossing the landscape. The air still crackled with the chaotic currents of intertwined thunder and wind elemental forces. Strands of lightning and wind blades darting about in the void, emitting hissing sounds. The corpses of 13 Xiaoyu Jifeng wolves lay scattered around, their bodies marked with sword scars and scorched by lightning, devoid of life. Li Zhihao murmured to himself, "These several Xiaoyu Jifeng wolves simply lack the strength to challenge my limits. It seems I must delve deeper in search of stronger foes." With that, he hesitated no longer, reaching out to collect the 13 wolf corpses scattered around into his storage ring. Almost instantaneously, as the last corpse entered the ring, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected 1 early-stage 6-tier Xiaoyu Jifeng wolf corpse, 3 perfected 5-tier Xiaoyu Jifeng wolf corpses, 4 late-stage 5-tier Xiaoyu Jifeng wolf corpses, and 5 mid-stage 5-tier Xiaoyu Jifeng wolf corpses. Please select amplification method. Option 1, 100-fold quality amplification. Option 2, 100-fold quantity amplification. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zhihao responded, "I choose 100-fold quality amplification." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 early-stage 6-tier Qingfeng EU wolf corpse, 3 perfected 5-tier Qingfeng EU wolf corpses, 4 late-stage 5-tier Qingfeng EU wolf corpses, and 5 mid-stage 5-tier Qingfeng EU wolf corpses. What? Qingfeng EU wolf corpses? Li Zhihao was genuinely astonished, never expecting that through the 100-fold quality amplification, the Xiaoyu Jifeng wolf corpses would transform into Qingfeng EU wolf corpses. According to Li Zhihao's understanding, the Xiaoyu Jifeng wolf is born with the strength of the 4th tier, and upon reaching adulthood, its power fluctuates between the mid to full 6th tier. The pivotal factor determining the growth limit of these demonic beasts is their innate bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the potential for growth. In Chapter 48, titled Objective, Subduing the Xiaoyu Jifeng Wolf King, it is evident that the Qingfeng EU wolf possesses a bloodline that surpasses that of the Xiaoyu Jifeng wolf. The Qingfeng EU wolf is born with a 5th-tier strength and can attain a strength ranging from late 7th tier to full maturity upon reaching adulthood. Among its ranks, some exceptional individuals can even transcend their limits to achieve an 8th-tier strength. The significance of bloodlines for demonic beasts is self-evident. Their yearning for a powerful bloodline mirrors the pursuit of high-tier techniques by human cultivators, representing their lifelong aspiration. Thus, the Qingfeng EU wolf's corpse that Li Zhihao acquired presents a fatal temptation for the Xiaoyu Jifeng wolf, as the blood and essence contained within are imbued with potent and pure bloodline power. enabling the Xiao Yujifeng wolf to evolve into the more formidable Lingfeng EU wolf. Contemplating this, Li Zhihao's mind raced, formulating an audacious and grand plan. It seems feasible to subdue the 6th-tier fully matured Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King residing here. Successfully subduing the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King would equate to commanding the entire Xiao Yujifeng Wolf pack, allowing each clan member to mount a Xiao Yujifeng Wolf as a steed. In that case, the strength of the Li family would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. It is worth noting that there is a pack of several 100,000 wolves here. With this thought, Li Zhihao's heart surged with fervor, and he felt an exhilarating excitement, as if he could already envision the glorious future of the Li family dominating the region. If that is the case, I must refrain from recklessly slaying the Xiao Yujifeng wolves here. Moreover, once I break through to the out-of-body stage, the system will upgrade to 1,000-fold amplification. When that time comes, the corpses of the Xiao Yujifeng wolves I slay will experience 1,000-fold enhancement. I will obtain a more powerful wolf clan bloodline. Thus, I would possess an even greater bargaining chip in subduing the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King. Li Zhihao grinned slyly, his expression tinged with cleverness and determination. Meanwhile, deep within the territory of the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf, the Wolf King shuddered involuntarily, leaving it perplexed. The Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King pondered. As a Wolf King at the peak of the 6th tier, on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier, why do I suddenly feel a chill coursing through my body? However, this Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King was unaware that its destined master, who would alter its fate, was on the verge of finding it. 3 hours later, guided by the map, Li Zhihao soared through the skies on his sword, finally arriving at the location of the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King. Without the slightest restraint on his imposing aura, powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy surged forth like tumultuous waves, radiating outward. The Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King immediately sensed Li Zhihao's arrival. Instinctively responding to the territorial awareness and perceived threat, it unleashed Jifeng Pajia, resembling a silver phantom, and lunged fiercely at Li Zhihao. In an instant, Li Zhihao discerned the attributes of the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King. He found that its attribute panel was comparable to that of the previously encountered Xiao Yujifeng Wolf, with the sole distinction being that the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King possessed a fully matured 6th-tier strength, facing the formidable Jifeng Pajia attack, which was several dozen times more powerful than that of the earlier 6th-tier Xiao Yujifeng Wolf. Li Zhihao felt the lethal aura that threatened his life. Instead of fear, a surge of joy erupted within him as he exclaimed, "Excellent." On the surface, Li Zhihao appeared carefree, yet internally he remained vigilant. He swiftly stowed away the Earth-tier Supreme Sword Zhihao Lei Jian into his storage ring and donned the Earth-tier mid-grade gauntlets Bao Lei. Li Zhihao contemplated that to break through the bottleneck, engaging in close combat would yield better results. Furthermore, should he inadvertently kill the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King, it would lead to a tragic outcome. Thus, he executed the 5th form of the Earth-tier mid-grade movement technique, Lei Guangbu, Thunder Radiance, Instant Flash. In that moment, the lightning attribute's spiritual energy within him erupted like a volcanic explosion, his eyes flashing with a dazzling lightning brilliance, as if he had achieved a mysterious harmony with the surrounding space. Subsequently, his body was struck by an overwhelmingly powerful bolt of lightning, and with a swish, he vanished from his original position. Almost simultaneously, he reappeared several zhang away, his speed so swift that the surrounding air could not fill the void left behind, producing a sharp howling sound. This instantaneous movement caused the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King's fierce attack to miss entirely, and a glimmer of surprise crossed its murderous gaze. At the same time, Li Zhihao unleashed the 6th form of the Earth-tier mid-grade fist technique, Dianshan Lei Ming Quan, Thunder Radiance Roaring Sky. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his fists, causing the gauntlets to radiate with brilliant light, resembling 2 miniature suns, as the scorching lightning danced wildly between his fists, intertwining as if thunder had descended upon the mortal realm. Li Zhihao raised his fists high and, with an unstoppable force, brought them crashing down, summoning the lightning power of heaven and earth. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, as thick bolts of lightning rained down furiously from the clouds, responding to the lightning radiance on Li Zhihao's fists, forming a terrifying thunderous shockwave that surged toward the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King. Facing Li Zhihao's sudden and immensely powerful attack, the Xiao Yujifeng Wolf King did not show the slightest sign of retreat. Its massive body twisted agilely in midair, and the elemental wind power surged wildly toward its claws. The already razor-sharp claws became even sharper, glimmering with a chilling light, as if any defense in their presence would be as fragile as paper. It roared defiantly at the thunderous shockwave, its voice filled with the majesty and unyielding spirit of a king, then charged toward Li Zhihao with even greater ferocity. In an instant, the thunderous shockwave collided head-on with the Xiaoyu Qingfeng Wolf King's Qingfeng Pijia, erupting in a thunderous roar. The intense light resembled a solar explosion, illuminating the entire area, blindingly painful to the eyes. The powerful energy fluctuations swept through the surroundings like a raging hurricane, uprooting trees and tossing boulders like dust, while massive cracks appeared on the ground, as if the earth itself could not withstand such overwhelming force. In this evenly matched confrontation, Li Zhihao and the Xiaoyu Qingfeng Wolf King exchanged blows without yielding to one another. However, as the battle progressed, the Xiaoyu Qingfeng Wolf King, being a full realm and 10 minor realms above Li Zhihao, wielded its Qingfeng Pijia with formidable strength, gradually gaining the upper hand. Each of the Wolf King's attacks carried the force of a mountain, leaving deep gashes on Li Zhihao's gauntlets, while the overwhelming wind power surged through the gauntlets, impacting Li Zhihao's arms, causing them to tingle and his blood to surge. In Chapter 49, titled Battling the Xiaoyu Qingfeng Wolf King, Danger Looms. Despite Li Zhihao's clever evasion of lethal attacks using the exquisite Lei Guangbu, he gradually sustained several wounds, staining his garments with blood. Yet, Li Zhihao remained undeterred. His eyes ignited with a fervent fighting spirit. He understood that this was a golden opportunity to break through his own limitations. As long as he persevered, a breakthrough might be attainable. Thus, he gritted his teeth and continued to fight fiercely against the Xiaoyu Qingfeng Wolf King. With every punch thrown, there was an unwavering determination, even in the face of inevitable defeat. As the battle raged on, Li Zhihao's body became increasingly marred with wounds. Crimson blood flowed incessantly from his injuries, staining his garments a deep red. The worsening of his condition rendered him more and more powerless. Each swing of his arm felt as heavy as if it were burdened with lead. This creature possesses formidable defenses. My once unassailable thunder attribute power fails to inflict significant damage upon the howling Moongale Wolf King. Anxiously, Li Zhihao contemplated the situation. The Wolf King's mastery of wind attribute power far surpasses my comprehension. My thunder attribute attacks are swiftly diminished and redirected by the wind attribute, leaving less than 30% to strike the howling Moongale Wolf King, a mere trifle it can easily endure. Reflecting on this, Li Zhihao could not help but admire the Wolf King's robust physique and its exceptional affinity for wind attribute power. Most critically, the howling Moongale Wolf King's realm is vastly superior to his own. Moreover, the Wolf King's true strength manifests not in daylight, but under the cover of night. As dusk falls and the moonlight descends, it harnesses the soft yet enigmatic power of moonlight. A faint silver glow envelopes its form, significantly enhancing its defenses, speed, and offensive capabilities. It integrates the moonlight into its wind attribute attacks, rendering them not only sharp, but also infused with the mysterious essence of moonlight, creating an insurmountable challenge for any opponent. Should nightfall arrive, Li Zhihao would stand no chance against the howling Moongale Wolf King. As time elapsed, Li Zhihao continued to battle the howling Moongale Wolf King for another 10 minutes. By this point, he was a tapestry of injuries, his body nearly drenched in blood, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. His legs, weakened by injury, felt as if they might collapse at any moment. He understood that if this continued, he would surely perish. In this desperate moment, Li Zhihao summoned his last reserves of strength, forcing the remnants of his spiritual energy to unleash the Earth-level mid-tier movement technique, Thunderlight Step. Channeling the thunder attribute power, he enveloped himself in a brilliant flash of lightning. In an instant, he transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, his speed multiplying several times, leaving a trail of flickering lightning marks on the ground as he fled desperately into the distance. This lightning seemed capable of tearing through the confines of space, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The howling Moongale Wolf King would not relinquish its prey so easily. It let out an enraged roar, unleashing a torrent of wind attribute power. The already fierce wind elements became even more frenzied under its command, coiling around its limbs like invisible ropes, granting it formidable propulsion. Its figure morphed into a silver gale, hot on Li Zhihao's heels, uprooting trees and shredding the earth as it passed. Li Zhihao exerted every last ounce of strength, weaving through the forest-esque terrain, employing the intricate landscape to disrupt the Wolf King's pursuit. Yet, the Wolf King, familiar with its territory and wielding powerful wind energy, relentlessly pursued him, its murderous gaze seeming to pierce through him. Eventually, after a heart-stopping chase, Li Zhihao successfully crossed beyond the boundary of the howling Moongale Wolf King's territory. The moment he crossed the threshold, the Wolf King abruptly halted, its eyes flashing with anger and frustration. It threw back its head and let out a thunderous howl, a sound imbued with its unwillingness to allow Li Zhihao to escape and the majesty of its royal stature. This howl echoed throughout the forest, seemingly a warning to Li Zhihao not to trespass again. Quickly, Li Zhihao found a hidden cave, its entrance obscured by layers of vines, making it difficult to discern without careful searching. Dragging his battered body, he struggled to push through the vines and slipped inside. Once within, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The pain from his wounds pierced through him, each injury telling the tale of the fierce battle he had just endured. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Li Zhihao retrieved several fifth-tier perfect healing elixirs from his storage ring, swallowing them without hesitation. The elixirs dissolved instantly, releasing a warm current that flowed through his meridians, nourishing his injured pathways and gradually healing his ruptured muscles. 3 hours later, Li Zhihao had fully recovered. At this moment, he began to reflect on his experiences and the battle with the howling Moongale Wolf King. He realized that while he had made strides in his mastery of Thunder attribute power, there remained a significant gap compared to the Wolf King's control over Wind attribute power. The Wolf King adeptly integrated Wind attribute power into both its offense and defense, not only diminishing Li Zhihao's thunder attacks, but also enhancing its own speed and lethality. In combat, Li Zhihao had overly relied on the brute force of thunder attribute attacks, resulting in a somewhat rigid strategy lacking in adaptability. Furthermore, he recognized his shortcomings in the finesse of controlling spiritual energy, unable to wield it with the precision displayed by the Wolf King, who could deftly navigate crises and launch attacks. Then, Li Zhihao murmured to himself, "Through my encounters with the howling Moongale Wolf King, my bottleneck has loosened considerably." This battle, fraught with peril, had proven to be immensely rewarding, providing him with an opportunity to break through his limitations. Thus, he swallowed a 6th-tier perfect concentration pill and began to cultivate on the spot. He sat cross-legged, aligning his heart and mind towards the heavens, as his spiritual energy began to circulate slowly. The insights gained from his previous battle with the rules of power flowed into his cultivation like a refreshing stream. The cave was silent, save for the sound of Li Zhihao's breathing, which gradually became long and steady. As his spiritual energy continued to circulate, the aura surrounding him began to transform quietly. 10 days swiftly passed. During this period, Li Zhihao ventured daily into the territory of the howling Moongale Wolf King, engaging in life-and-death battles. Each encounter was fraught with danger, teetering on the edge of life and death. Yet, through these intense confrontations, Li Zhihao's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth deepened. Initially, he found himself at a disadvantage after only moments of engagement with the Wolf King. However, as time progressed, he was able to prolong each battle. He continually adjusted his tactics, employing the Thunder attribute power with increasing sophistication. Through the accumulation of these 10 days, Li Zhihao finally keenly sensed that the bottleneck in his cultivation had quietly shattered, and the opportunity for breakthrough had arrived. Thus, Li Zhihao retrieved the 6th-tier pill of transformation gifted to him by Lin Wanqing, intended for breaking through to the out-of-body stage. Enhanced by the system, this pill had transformed into a perfect quality 6th-tier divine medicine. As the perfect 6th-tier pill of transformation rested in Li Zhihao's palm, it radiated a soft yet brilliant light. A rich and profound wave of spiritual energy emanated from it, as if cloaking the surrounding air in a dreamlike veil. The surface of the pill was adorned with intricate runes, whispering the mysterious laws of the world. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhihao placed the pill of transformation in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it instantly transformed into a torrent of powerful yet gentle energy, sweeping through his entire being like a surging undercurrent. This force was not only robust, but also remarkably soothing, swiftly integrating into his meridians, guiding his spiritual energy towards his sea of consciousness. In the spirit-separating phase, Li Zhihao had refined his ability to differentiate his consciousness and control his spiritual energy to an almost peak state. The potent medicinal power released by the Chuqiao Huajin Dan resembled a pivotal spark, igniting the opportunity for a breakthrough in an instant. The essence of the medicine acted as a gentle yet forceful pair of hands, cautiously yet resolutely urging the Yuanying within the sea of consciousness to attempt its escape from the corporeal form under the precise guidance of the divine awareness. In that fleeting moment, a searing pain akin to the tearing of the soul surged forth like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the laws of heaven and earth keenly sensed this disturbance and retaliated mercilessly. Li Zhihao's complexion turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, with beads of sweat cascading down his face. Yet, through sheer determination, he gritted his teeth and persevered, while enduring the excruciating pain and the backlash of the laws. The medicinal power of the Chuqiao Huajin Dan continuously stimulated his potential, facilitating a smoother manipulation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Under the guidance of the medicinal essence, This energy surged into his body like a torrential flood, conducting an all-encompassing refinement of his physical form. At this moment, a strange and resplendent light radiated from his skin, each inch of flesh undergoing the baptism and reshaping by the spiritual energy. The interplay of medicinal power and spiritual energy rendered the process of physical transformation more efficient and flawless. Meanwhile, deep within the sea of consciousness, the Yuanying struggled painfully yet steadily under the continuous propulsion of the medicinal power and the steadfast protection of Li Zhihao's divine awareness. Finally, through Li Zhihao's relentless efforts and the formidable medicinal force of the Chuqiao Huajian, the Yuanying successfully separated from the body. In that instant, intricate and mysterious patterns of law manifested around the Yuanying, as if bearing the mark of acknowledgement from the laws of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to respond to a supreme call, converging upon Li Zhihao like a tempestuous whirlwind. His physical body underwent a miraculous transformation, akin to shedding its former self, propelled by the combined forces of the laws and the medicinal essence. His skin became translucent, resembling the finest jade, exuding a soft and enchanting luster. His bones, nourished by the dual forces of spiritual energy and medicinal power, grew increasingly resilient, each appearing forged from the most tenacious materials of the universe. Ultimately, the Yuanying soared freely in the void, resonating harmoniously with the spiritual forces of heaven and earth. Li Zhihao's divine awareness fused deeply with the power of the cosmos, and around him, the nascent form of a domain began to subtly emerge. This marked his successful breakthrough into the Chuqiao stage, a perilous ascent, accomplished through his indomitable spirit and the miraculous aid of the Chuqiao Huajian, reached its triumphant conclusion. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharp confidence illuminating them. At this moment, he stood at a new starting point on the path of cultivation. After breaking through to the Chuqiao stage and comprehending the nascent form of the domain, Li Zhihao suddenly realized the significance. He murmured to himself, reflecting on his previous encounter with the Xiaojiafan Wolf King, where his attacks had been diminished by 70 to 80%. This was the power of the nascent domain. His eyes sparkled with excitement and enlightenment, as the myriad uncertainties from the prior battle found resolution at this moment. Now that he had transcended to the Chuqiao stage and grasped the nascent form of the domain, he held unwavering confidence in defeating the Xiaojiafan Wolf King. This time, he would ensure that the Wolf King recognized his might. Clenching his fists, a formidable aura emanated from him. With that, Li Zhihao closed his eyes once more, embarking on the endeavor to solidify his cultivation. His spiritual power circulated gently around him, akin to a serene and profound river, with each cycle refining his realm. The spiritual energy within the cave was drawn to him, coalescing into a small vortex of spiritual essence. Half a month later, Li Zhihao had thoroughly solidified his cultivation to the initial layer of the Chuqiao stage. Rising slowly, confidence filled his eyes, and a hint of a teasing smile graced his lips. "Little wolf cub, you have tormented me for 10 days. Today, watch how I torment you." His words resonated with an unmistakable air of dominance and self-assurance. Once he had spoken, he exited the cave, his spiritual power surging beneath him, propelling him like a streak of light towards the lair of the Xiaojiafan Wolf King. As he rushed forward, the wind howled past his ears, and the scenery blurred by him. Along the way, he spotted a small pack of wolves composed of 15 members, led by a 6th-tier late-stage Xiaojiafan wolf. These wolves exuded a potent aura, with the weakest being at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Li Zhihao's eyes. Without hesitation, he descended from the air, akin to a meteor, launching a direct assault on the wolf pack. As soon as Li Zhihao landed, the nascent form of the domain unfolded, enveloping the area around him in a layer of lightning. The air crackled with the sharp scent of ozone as the wolf pack sensed the overwhelming pressure, immediately becoming alert and fanning out in a semicircle around Li Zhihao, baring their teeth and emitting low growls. Before long, the 15 Xiaojiafan wolves fell effortlessly to Li Zhihao's might. One by one, he stored their bodies in his storage ring, just as the anticipated voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 51. Subjugate me? This Wolf King would rather die than submit. Ding. Detected the body of a 6th-tier late-stage Xiaojiafan wolf. For bodies of 6th-tier mid-stage Xiaojiafan wolves, 5 bodies of 6th-tier early-stage Xiaojiafan wolves, and 5 bodies of 5th-tier perfected Xiaojiafan wolves. Please choose an amplification method. Option 1, 1000-fold quality amplification. Option 2, 1000-fold quantity amplification. Li Zhihao did not hesitate for a moment and immediately responded. I choose 1000-fold quality amplification. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired 1 body of the 6th-tier late-stage Thunder Fury Moon Wolf. For bodies of the 6th-tier mid-stage Thunder Fury Moon Wolves, 5 bodies of the 6th tier early stage Thunder Fury Moon Wolves, and 5 bodies of the 5th tier perfected Thunder Fury Moon Wolves. To his surprise, after the 1000-fold amplification, the bodies of the Xianxiafans wolves transformed into those of the Thunder Fury Moon Wolves. The Thunder Fury Moon Wolves possess a lineage far superior to that of the Qingfeng Town wolves, born at around the mid-stage of the 5th tier. They can reach the perfected 9th tier in adulthood, comparable to fully realized cultivators in the Great Ascension stage. They can even ascend to the celestial realm and become celestial beasts, with the body of the Thunder Fury Moon Wolf. Subjugating the Xianxiafans Wolf King would likely become remarkably simple. With that, Zhihao set off once more towards the domain of the Xianxiafans Wolf King. Shortly thereafter, Zhihao descended, only to be greeted by the signature skill of the Xianxiafans Wolf King, Wind Blade Armor Break. The Xianxiafans Wolf King dashed forward like lightning. Its claws enveloped in the power of the tempest, the wind blades sharp enough to slice through all existence, charging towards Zhihao with an overwhelming force. Zhihao smiled slightly, confidence radiating from his demeanor as he proclaimed, "Little wolf cub, today, watch as I make you lose your teeth." The Xianxiafans Wolf King seethed with rage, internally roaring, "You insignificant human! If I had not spared you repeatedly, would you have survived to break through to the 6th tier? Yet now that you have reached the 6th tier, you dare to provoke me again and refer to me as a little wolf cub? It seems I cannot let you go today." Zhihao's expression hardened, and he immediately focused all his mental energy. In an instant, 2 brilliant bolts of lightning shot from his eyes, and his aura surged dramatically, resonating with the rules of lightning in the world. The ambient air, infused with the power of lightning, began to quiver violently as if stirred by an invisible hand. Initially, only sporadic flashes of lightning flickered around Zhihao, but soon, these flashes began to converge upon him from all directions, drawn by a powerful gravitational force. As the power of lightning continued to accumulate, it intertwined and coiled, forming robust chains of lightning. These lightning chains intertwined and wove into an enormous and intricate network of thunder. The thunder web continuously contracted and refined, its radiance becoming increasingly brilliant, piercing the eyes with its intensity. Simultaneously, a layer of crystalline thunderlight enveloped Zhihao's body, transforming every inch of his skin into a conduit for the power of thunder attribute rules. The gathered thunder energy coursed through his body as meridians, cycling and relentlessly strengthening the gradually forming embryonic domain. In mere moments, centered around Zhihao, a nascent domain of thunder attribute rules manifested within a radius of several zhang. Inside this embryonic domain, the thunderlight danced like nimble serpents, colliding and producing crackling sounds, as if constructing a miniature world of lightning filled with destructive power, emanating a heart-pounding wave of force. Concurrently, Zhihao executed the mid-tier earth step martial art, Lei Guangbu, leaving behind ghostly afterimages as he moved like a specter. He swiftly appeared before the howling moon gale wolf king, his hands adorned with mid-tier earth-grade gauntlets, Bao Lei, and immediately unleashed the 6th form of the mid-tier earth-grade fist technique, Shandian Laming Quan, Lei Yaohong Tian. Zhihao channeled his entire spiritual energy into his fists, the gauntlets shining brilliantly, as if 2 scorching suns of thunder hung high in the sky. He raised his fists high and then struck down with an overwhelming force, instantly summoning the thunder energy from the heavens. In an instant, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and thick bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, resonating with the thunderlight on Zhihao's fists, forming a terrifying shockwave of thunder that surged toward the howling moon gale wolf king. Bolstered by the embryonic domain, the power of this thunderous shockwave increased exponentially. The destructive force of the lightning surged forth like a colossal beast unleashed from its restraints, roaring toward the howling moon gale wolf king's domain. The wolf king's domain, constructed from wind elements, began to tremble violently under the impact of the thunderous shockwave, which had been once stable. The fierce clash of the powerful forces of wind and thunder erupted into deafening roars, and the light blazed so brightly that it was impossible to behold. In just a few breaths, the howling moon gale wolf king's domain shattered like broken glass. The shockwave, undiminished, crashed directly into the howling moon gale wolf king. It let out a harrowing shriek as its massive body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a wide pit several zhang across. The howling moon gale wolf king struggled to rise, but found it futile. Its fur was singed, blood flowing profusely from its wounds, and its breath became chaotic and weak. The once imposing figure of the king had vanished, replaced by fear and unwillingness as it stared intently at Zhihao, seemingly unable to comprehend how this human had become so powerful in such a short time. Zhihao approached steadily, gazing at the wolf king with an icy stare and coldly stated, "I will ask the questions, and you shall answer. You need only nod or shake your head. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the Howling Moongale Wolf King appeared intimidated by the cold tone and quickly nodded. As a 6th-tier perfected demon king, its strength was comparable to that of a human cultivator at the perfected out-of-body stage, and its intelligence was naturally not low. It understood that the current situation was unfavorable for it. Zhihao narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "Do you wish to live or die? Nod if you wish to live. Shake your head if you wish to die." The Howling Moongale Wolf King internally scoffed at the absurdity of the question. Who in their right mind would choose death over life? Yet, its instinct for survival led it to nod without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhihao's lips curled into a subtle smile of satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. If you wish to live, then submit to me and sign a contract." Upon hearing this, the Howling Moongale Wolf King's eyes widened with anger, fixating on Zhihao, internally roaring, "Human, you dare to enslave me." This Wolf King would rather die than submit. Simultaneously, its expression grew increasingly ferocious, revealing sharp fangs and emanating a hostile aura. However, Zhihao remained unfazed, his expression calm as he regarded the Wolf King, stating, "Of course, submitting to me will also bring you benefits. For you, this is a tremendous opportunity." The Howling Moongale Wolf King disdainfully scoffed, rolling its eyes, thinking, "I don't believe you. You're a nefarious human. You simply want to enslave me. I would rather die." Just then, with a thought, Zhihao summoned a glowing mass of the essence blood of the Qingfeng Town wolf, which floated gently before the Howling Moongale Wolf King under his control. Zhihao looked at the Wolf King earnestly, declaring, "If you submit to me, this essence blood of the Qingfeng Town wolf shall be yours." The Howling Moongale Wolf King gazed at the powerful essence blood capable of transforming its own bloodline, feeling its resolve waver. It mused, "This human just broke through to the 6th-tier Demon King realm and can overpower me effortlessly. Following such a strong individual might not be a bad idea. Moreover, this essence blood." Before it could finish its thought, Zhihao took out another large mass of the lightning-glowing essence blood of the Qingfeng Town wolf, casually stating, "If you submit to me and perform well, I can also grant you this essence blood of the Qingfeng Town wolf." After saying this, he tucked away the 2 masses of essence blood, fixing his gaze on the Howling Moongale Wolf King, asking, "So, will you submit? If not, it matters not. I believe there will be other Howling Moongale wolves in your territory willing to follow me." At this moment, the Howling Moongale Wolf King finally snapped out of its shock, repeatedly pondering the words Qingfeng Town wolf essence blood in its mind. It was astonished. That was the essence blood of the Qingfeng Town wolf, a powerful lineage capable of reaching the 9th-tier demon emperor, even able to transcend and ascend to become an immortal beast. Just thinking about this powerful essence blood made it yearn to submit. With this realization, it gritted its teeth, enduring the pain coursing through its body, and slowly crawled to Zhihao's side, gently rubbing its head against his arm while emitting low whimpers, seemingly expressing its submission. Zhihao understood this gesture as the Howling Moongale Wolf King's indication of submission. A slight smile graced his lips as he reached out to stroke the Wolf King's head, saying, "Very well, from this moment on, you shall be my companion. I shall not treat you poorly." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhihao promptly proceeded to sign a contract with the Howling Moongale Wolf King. The method of forming a contract with demon beasts was acquired when he defeated Chu Tianhe from Qingyang's sect, and through that experience, it had become even more formidable. Zhihao closed his eyes in concentration, channeling his spiritual energy as his hands swiftly moved, forming a series of complex seals. With each seal, strands of obscure runic power overflowed, intertwining in the air and gradually outlining an unusual pattern. The pattern radiated a subtle glow, with mysterious lines flickering within the light. As the pattern solidified, Zhihao suddenly opened his eyes wide, thrusting his hands forward, sending the pattern flying towards the Howling Moongale Wolf King. The Wolf King did not evade, calmly observing the approaching pattern. As the pattern hovered above the Wolf King's head, it began to rotate slowly, showering beams of light upon the Wolf King. Meanwhile, Zhihao chanted solemnly, "By the laws of heaven and earth, with my blood as a guide, I established this contract. From now on, our fates are intertwined." Upon finishing, he bit his fingertip, and a drop of blood flew forth, merging into the rotating pattern. As the essence of blood merged, the patterns radiated with an overwhelming brilliance, from which strands of contract power emerged, gradually permeating the body of the Howling Moongale Wolf King. The Wolf King trembled slightly, sensing a force spreading within, delving into its consciousness, and imprinting a mark deep within its soul. This mark carried an unyielding power of rules, compelling its will and firmly rooting its loyalty. The contract power not only influenced the soul, but also subtly transformed its body. The Wolf King perceived that its latent potential seemed to be activated by a newfound strength, showing signs of loosening the restraints on its growth. Meanwhile, as the contract neared completion, Li Zhihao established a unique connection with the Howling Moongale Wolf King. He could distinctly sense the constraints of the contract on the Wolf King, understanding that if he were to perish, the Wolf King would follow suit. However, should the Wolf King fall, he would only suffer a minor backlash. When the last trace of contract power flowed into the Wolf King's body, a subtle surge of rule power stirred in the sky, as if acknowledging this contract. The Howling Moongale Wolf King lifted its head and let out a long howl, resonating with submission and a newfound sense of strength. Thus, the contract was sealed, binding the fates of Li Zhihao and the Howling Moongale Wolf King, transforming them into steadfast companions. Master, can you hear me? At that moment, a soft, delicate voice echoed in Li Zhihua's mind, reminiscent of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Li Zhihua responded, I can't hear you. You are actually a female wolf? The Howling Moongale Wolf King lowered its head slightly, a hint of shyness in its voice as it gently replied, Yes, Master, I am indeed a female wolf. Surprised, Li Zhihua inquired further. The little wolf continued, Master. This contract is quite marvelous. Ever since we formed it, I can feel my bloodline power rising. I believe I will soon break through to the strength of a 7th-tier demon emperor. Hearing this, Li Zhihua's heart leaped with joy, thinking to himself that it was indeed the case. He replied, Yes. Your bloodline will enhance as my strength increases. However, I find your method of growth rather slow. Subsequently, Li Zhihua discreetly shifted the topic, producing several vials of perfect 5th-tier healing elixirs, instructing the Howling Moongale Wolf King, Open your mouth. Obediently, the Wolf King complied, and Li Zhihua uncorked the vials, pouring the perfect 5th-tier healing elixirs into its mouth, simultaneously stating, For now, I only have 5th-tier healing elixirs. Consume them all. Your beastly physique is strong. You may require more elixirs to fully recover. The Howling Moongale Wolf King dutifully swallowed the healing elixirs. By the way, from now on, I shall call you Little Wolf. At that moment, as the Howling Moongale Wolf King refined the healing elixir's essence, it had no objections. Thus the name for Li Zhihua's first contracted partner was joyfully decided. Chapter 53, Little Wolf's Advancement, Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang. An hour later. Master, I am all better now. Quickly give me the essence blood of Ling Feng Yu Lang. Li Zhihua noticed that Little Wolf's injuries had mostly healed. With a thought, he produced the essence blood of Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang. Upon seeing that Li Zhihua had not brought forth the essence blood of Ling Feng Yu Lang, but rather that of Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang, Little Wolf's bloodline surged with excitement and yearning. Its body trembled slightly, filled with shock and anticipation, as it stammered, Master, didn't you say you would give me the essence blood of Ling Feng Yu Lang? Why is it the essence blood of Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang? I want you to evolve and grow stronger quickly. Don't you want it? Of course I do. Thank you, Master. Little Wolf felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, knowing that the essence blood of Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang was far more precious than that of Ling Feng Yu Lang. The Master's willingness to bestow such rare blood upon it was a testament to the value placed upon it. It silently vowed to devote itself wholeheartedly to its master without any ulterior motives. This feeling of gratitude coursed through its being. Thus, with a heart full of emotion and excitement, Little Wolf unhesitatingly swallowed the essence blood of Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang. As the essence blood entered its body, a torrent of overwhelming and violent power surged within, wreaking havoc. This force rampaged through its meridians, inflicting excruciating pain akin to being seared by raging flames, causing Little Wolf to emit anguished howls. Simultaneously, its bones creaked under immense pressure as if they might fracture. Each jarring movement sent shockwaves through Little Wolf's nerves, and beads of sweat rolled down its forehead, soaking the ground beneath. The Little Wolf's body trembled uncontrollably, its limbs clawing desperately at the earth, carving deep grooves into the hard surface. The spiritual power within the meridians surged like a tumultuous tsunami, disrupting the once calm cycle. The clash and compression of the spiritual power inflicted agonizing pain, rendering Little Wolf's consciousness hazy. The elemental turmoil within its bloodline was excruciating, as the wind element resisted the invasion of the lightning element, leading to a fierce conflict. Little Wolf felt as if its bloodline was being scorched and simultaneously pierced by countless steel needles, its agonized roars reverberating around. Its fur fell away under the impact of this force, and a strange red glow surfaced upon its skin, reflecting the external manifestation of the bloodline conflict. Its eyes, bloodshot from suffering, were filled with struggle and resilience. Despite enduring such intense pain, Little Wolf's innate desire for strength propelled it to grit its teeth and persevere. As the lightning element gradually gained the upper hand with the formidable power of the essence blood from Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang, the agony intensified. Yet, just as it seemed on the brink of being overwhelmed by suffering, a purer force of lightning began to spread, initiating the remaking of its bloodline. Under the influence of this force, Little Wolf's body gradually ceased its trembling, its expression of pain softening, as it realized it was at a pivotal moment of transformation. As this pure lightning power meticulously reshaped its bloodline, the lightning radiance on Little Wolf's surface pulsated more vigorously, its previously chaotic aura evolving into something stable and powerful. Its bones, nurtured by the lightning force, underwent their final fortification, becoming increasingly resilient, with faint glimmers of lightning flickering between the joints. The muscle fibers were also undergoing astonishing changes, becoming denser and more resilient, each muscle seemingly transforming into a vessel of power. Little Wolf's consciousness gradually sharpened from its previous haze, allowing it to clearly perceive the monumental changes within. Once the lightning element completely supplanted the wind element as the dominant force in its bloodline, a brand new sense of power flooded its being. This power was starkly different from the previous wind power. The lightning was more domineering, fierce, embodying both destruction and rebirth. Finally, a majestic aura erupted from Little Wolf, breaking through the confines of the 6th tier's perfection and successfully stepping into the realm of the 7th tier Demon Emperor. The surrounding space slightly distorted under the impact of this aura, and the lightning elements in the air seemed to respond to the call of a sovereign, converging frantically towards Little Wolf, forming a colossal vortex of lightning elements. Little Wolf slowly opened its eyes, their depths flickering with lightning, akin to two dancing fires of thunder. At this moment, it not only achieved a qualitative leap in power, but also reached a new pinnacle in its understanding of the rules of the lightning attribute. Thus, Little Wolf successfully transformed from the Howling Moongale Wolf into Lei Ting Nu Yulang. Beast name, Lei Ting Nu Yulang. Beast race, Wolf Clan. Beast level, early 7th tier. Beast quality, epic. Beast attributes, lightning, moon. Beast skills, thunderous roar, a fierce howl that releases a powerful sound wave infused with lightning energy, capable of shattering enemy defenses, paralyzing their senses, and summoning a storm of lightning that descends upon foes, inflicting immense damage. Ben Liangxi, in an instant, it transforms into a flash of lightning, traversing the battlefield at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of thunder. Enemies that come into contact with it will be paralyzed and suffer continuous lightning damage, while its speed advantage allows for multiple strikes during an attack. Yuel, merging the powers of moonlight and thunder, it creates a shimmering cage of lightning, where trapped enemies will not only endure relentless electrical assaults, but the moonlight will also erode their minds, weakening their will and rendering them unable to escape. Leijian Likong, harnessing the power of lightning into its claws. It forms an incredibly sharp lightning blade that can tear through space, inflicting lacerating damage on enemies. Wounds struck by the lightning blade will continuously emit electricity, hindering their healing. Lei Yao Yuehua, absorbing moonlight and lightning elements briefly enhances its various abilities, significantly boosting attack power, defense, and speed. While the released attacks carry dual attribute damage of lightning and moon. Yao Beast status, healthy, excited. Yao Beast potential, possessing an ancient Leiyu bloodline. If it can acquire heavenly treasures imbued with the powers of thunder and moon, and continuously hone itself, it is likely to break through its current limitations, greatly enhancing its mastery over the dual attributes of Lei and Yu, and become a formidable force. Yao Beast evolution directions, Zi Lei Yao Yulang. Song Lei Shuang Yulang. Yulei Huan Yulang. Qi Lei Ming Yulang. Yen Lei Shua Yulang. Li Zhihao watched as the little wolf slowly rose, its appearance having undergone a profound transformation. The originally silver-gray fur, faintly tinged with a bluish glow, was now completely replaced by fur shimmering with ethereal blue lightning. Each strand standing erect and firm like steel needles, with lightning coursing through the fur, showcasing the untamed power of its rebirth. Its size had grown significantly, with its shoulders rising several feet higher, limbs becoming extraordinarily robust and powerful, claws sharp as blades, glinting with a chilling light. Seemingly capable of tearing through space with a mere swipe. Its head had widened, with a golden pattern resembling lightning emerging on its forehead, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. Its ears stood tall, the tips also enveloped in lightning, akin to two sharp lightning blades. Its eyes resembled the profound abyss of thunder, flickering with ethereal blue lightning, reflecting not only the majesty of a 7th-tier Yao Emperor, but also a confident mastery over its newfound power. The tail behind it resembled a stout lightning pillar, with the tips bursting forth with lightning like a blooming flower of thunder, imposing and awe-inspiring. Through their bond, Li Zhihao felt the little wolf's joy, and upon witnessing its current form, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, It seems you have successfully transformed into the Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang. Moreover, you have surpassed the perfect quality to achieve epic quality. However, although you have successfully transformed into the Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang, your bloodline is relatively the most diluted among the Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang clan. The little wolf, initially filled with delight, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it upon hearing Li Zhihao's words. Just as the little wolf was about to say something, Li Zhihao continued, "But fear not, since I have chosen to assist you, I will see it through to the end. I will help you become a standout among the Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang in a short time." With that, Li Zhihao produced the corpses of 15 Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang. In the little wolf's astonishment, he went on, "Here are the remains of 15 Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang, each possessing a stronger bloodline than yours. You can refine their essence, and their flesh and Yao Dan will greatly benefit you. Soon, you will no longer be the weakest among the Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang." The little wolf was taken aback by the sudden appearance of 15 Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang corpses, utterly amazed by Li Zhihao's capabilities. After hearing Li Zhihao's words, it nodded enthusiastically, expressing gratitude in its thoughts. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. You are truly wonderful to me." Chapter 54, Evolving the Wolf Clan's Bloodline. Well then, no need for pleasantries. You shall refine these 15 Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang corpses here. However, before that, I have a task for you. Gather all the Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang together. I will enhance their bloodlines as well. The little wolf's eyes brightened at this, and it nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, Master." The little wolf then lifted its head and howled. Soon, Li Zhihao heard a series of resonant howls echoing, "Awu, awu, awu," as all the Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang within the territory responded to their king's summons, hastily making their way toward the little wolf. A day later, Li Zhihao and the little wolf stood side by side, gazing at the hundreds of thousands of Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang before them, specifically 576 of them. At this moment, these Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang, feeling the overwhelming power radiating from the little wolf, regarded it with utmost reverence. Their eyes filled with awe towards the now transformed Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang at Li Zhihao's side. A surge of pride welled up within Li Zhihao. Such a powerful wolf pack would become the foundation of the Li family in the future. He then focused his mind and communicated with the little wolf, saying, "Little wolf, command all the Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang to expel 10 drops of their essence blood." Upon hearing this, the little wolf, filled with absolute trust in its master, promptly lifted its head and howled. The wolf pack obeyed the little wolf's command, each one fervently channeling their energy, evidently forcing the essence blood out of their bodies. Soon, all the Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang had expelled 10 drops of essence blood each. Li Zhihao observed the floating essence blood, rich with their bloodline essence, while witnessing the weary expressions of the wolves that had forced it out. With a wave of his hand, he utilized his formidable cultivation and the differentiation technique mastered during the Fun Shen period to collect all the essence blood into his storage ring. After gathering the essence blood, the Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang let out unwilling roars, clearly perplexed by Li Zhihao's actions. At this moment, the little wolf howled to the heavens, instantly silencing the wolf pack. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in Li Zhihao's mind. Ding! Detected Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang essence blood. 735, 760 drops. Please choose the amplification method. Option 1, 1000-fold quality amplification. Option 2, 1000-fold quantity amplification. Li Zhihao immediately responded, "I choose 1000-fold quality amplification." Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have received 735, 760 drops of Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang essence blood. After amplifying the essence blood, Li Zhihao waved his hand, and the essence blood precisely floated before each Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang. Upon seeing the 10 drops of Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang essence blood hovering in front of them, each wolf was overwhelmed with excitement and a strong desire emanating from their souls. Li Zhihao took all of this in and then spoke aloud. "This Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang essence blood is a gift for you. Consume it, and may each of you awaken the bloodline of the Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang." As soon as Li Zhihao's words fell, all the Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang excitedly consumed the Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang essence blood. After the Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang pack ingested the essence blood, the entire space was enveloped by a peculiar and powerful force. The first to undergo transformation were those wolves with robust physiques and rich bloodlines, as they began to shimmer with lightning, their fur gradually changing color from its original hue to one that sparkled with lightning. As time passed, more and more Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang underwent metamorphosis, their physiques growing taller, muscles tightening, and bones reinforcing with loud cracks. An hour later, 80% of the entire wolf pack, the Xiao Yu Ji Feng Lang, successfully transformed into the Lei Ting Nu Yu Lang. Lightning-like patterns emerged on their foreheads, their eyes flickered with a ghostly blue radiance, and they exuded a formidable pressure of thunder power, appearing majestic and awe-inspiring. Additionally, 20%, though not fully transformed, evolved into a lineage akin to the previous young wolves, capable of ascending to the 7th tier, Yaohuang. Their strength also saw a significant enhancement, as the original wind attributes intertwined with strands of thunder intent, leaving trails of lightning in their wake. While these wolves were not as powerful as their fully transformed companions, they should not be underestimated. In that moment, the pack was filled with excited growls and the rumble of burgeoning power. The successful Lei Ting Nu Yulang held their heads high, showcasing their newfound strength, while the 20% who had not evolved into Lei Ting Nu Yulang felt a tinge of disappointment but gazed at Li Zhihao with gratitude. At this moment, the entire wolf pack held a profound respect and appreciation for Li Zhihao, observing the elevation in the realms of all the wolves before him. With some even achieving the 6th tier perfection, Li Zhihao took it all in, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, "You must be aware that I have forged a pact with your Wolf King. As subjects of the Wolf King, you are also my subjects, and I trust you have come to understand my capabilities. In the future, you may continue to enhance your bloodline, especially for those 20% who have not yet transformed into Lei Ting Nu Yulang. You have addressed your innate shortcomings this time. The next occasion will surely see your successful metamorphosis into Lei Ting Nu Yulang." Upon hearing Li Zhihao's words, the previously disheartened Xiao Yu Jifeng Lang experienced a spark of excitement. They felt a surge of emotion, realizing that this formidable being had made a promise and possessed the ability to fulfill it. Contemplating the future opportunities for bloodline transformation and becoming stronger, Li Xiao Yu Jifeng Lang trembled slightly with anticipation and excitement. Li Zhihao continued, "Now, you need only to consolidate your current realm. When the time is ripe, I will facilitate your further evolution. I now entrust you with a task. Gather all the spiritual flowers, herbs, ores, and other treasures within your territory and present them to me." The wolf pack fell silent for a moment upon hearing Li Zhihao's request. Then a larger Xiao Yu Jifeng Lang howled to the heavens, as if in response to Li Zhihao. Following suit, the rest of the wolves echoed with a chorus of howls, their voices reverberating through the valley, demonstrating their resolve. The young wolf, understanding the pack's intent, turned to Li Zhihao and communicated telepathically, "Master, they all agree to your request and will exert their utmost to collect the treasures within their territory." Li Zhihao nodded in satisfaction, surveying the orderly pack before him. "All right, you may disperse." The pack, under Li Zhihao's command, cast deep, reverent glances at him and their king. Chapter 55, 7th Tier Perfect Qi Zhi Wu Zhendan. Time flew by, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Li Zhihao had just completed the refinement of a batch of pills. Ding! 20 pieces of 5th Tier Perfect Wu Zhen Dan discovered. Please select an amplification method. Option 1. 1000-fold quality amplification. Option 2. 1000-fold quantity amplification. Li Zhihao promptly responded, "I choose 1000-fold quality amplification." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 pieces of 7th Tier Supreme Qi Zhi Wu Zhendan. In the past 6 months, through the spiritual herbs provided by the wolf pack, Li Zhihao successfully comprehended the 5th Tier Alchemy inheritance, becoming a 5th Tier Perfect Alchemist. Simultaneously, he discovered a pill of great interest within the alchemical inheritance, known as Wu Zhendan, which could permanently enhance a cultivator's comprehension. Although the efficacy described in the formula was rather limited, Li Zhihao was overjoyed. After amplifying the 5th Tier Wu Zhen Dan 1000-fold, he obtained the 7th Tier Perfect Qi Zhi Wu Zhen Dan. With this pill, I can enhance the comprehension of the descendants of the Li family. Thus, their cultivation will accelerate. Comprehension levels are categorized as initial awakening, glimmering insight, attaining wisdom, profound realization, divine enlightenment, and clear understanding. As time swiftly passed, another 6 months flew by, and Li Zhihao completed the final stroke on a stone table. Suddenly, a burst of radiance illuminated the surroundings. Ding! 1 piece of 5th Tier Perfect Spirit Talisman, Xianhua Bao Yen Fu discovered. Please select an amplification method. Option 1, 1000-fold quality amplification. Option 2, 1000-fold quantity amplification. Li Zhihao immediately replied, "I choose 1000-fold quality amplification." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 piece of 7th Tier Supreme Spirit Talisman, Yen Yu Fun Tian Fu. 6 months prior, Li Zhihao returned to Pan Yujun City, selling a significant portion of the treasures collected by the wolf pack that he could not utilize, while also purchasing a 5th Tier Spirit Talisman Inheritance Jade Slip for 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Under the system's 1000-fold amplification, it transformed into a 7th Tier Spirit Talisman Inheritance. Through 6 months of cultivation, Li Zhihao progressed from nothing to mastering the art of talisman making to the level of a 5th Tier Perfect Talisman Master. Another year swiftly passed, and Li Zhihao's hands moved in a blur, rapidly inscribing fifth-tier formation seals into the sword embryo nearing completion. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be summoned, wildly converging. The once unadorned sword embryo was suddenly enveloped by mysterious runes, the sword body trembling and emitting a melodious ringing. When the light dissipated, a seventh-tier, supreme long sword emerged. The sword was elongated, with a deep blue hue resembling an abyss, its runes shimmering faintly, as if revealing the hidden stars of the galaxy. A gentle swing parted the air like a blade, releasing a chilling sword aura that captivated all, showcasing its unparalleled brilliance and overwhelming might. Ding! One piece of perfect long sword. Yu Xingjian discovered. Please select an amplification method. Option 1, thousandfold quality amplification. Option 2, thousandfold quantity amplification. Li Zhihao promptly responded. I choose thousandfold quality amplification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained one piece of Earth-tier upper-grade longsword, Lai Kong Yumang Jian. During these 2.5 years, Li Zhihao successfully elevated his formation skills to the 5th-tier perfection, nearing the 6th tier, becoming a 5th-tier perfect formation master, while his refining skills also reached the level of a 5th-tier perfect refiner. Over the course of nearly 3 years, Li Zhihao's realm had ascended to the 5th layer of the middle stage of the out-of-body realm. Meanwhile, he had cultivated all his spells and techniques to the realm of extraordinary mastery. Li Zhihao examined his personal attribute panel. Host, Li Zhihao. Gender, male. Age, 33 years. Identity, patriarch of the Li family. Realm, 5th layer of the middle stage of out-of-body. Spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root. Physique, thunder spirit body. Comprehension, clear understanding, top-level comprehension. Cultivation method, xianxiaaudiobooks Ju, heavenly tier middle grade. Techniques, yellow tier upper grade fist technique. Lei Bao Quan, extraordinary mastery. Xian tier upper grade sword technique. Zi Dian Jian Jing, extraordinary mastery. Earth tier lower grade sword technique. Jing Lei Jian Ming, extraordinary mastery. Earth tier middle grade sword technique. Jianin Quang Lei, extraordinary mastery. Earth tier middle grade body technique. Lei Guang Bu, extraordinary mastery. Earth tier middle grade palm technique. Jing Lei Pekong Zhang, extraordinary mastery. Earth tier middle grade fist technique. Dian Shan Lei Ming Quan, extraordinary mastery. 5th tier perfect alchemist. 5th tier perfect talisman master. 5th tier perfect formation master. 5th tier perfect refiner. After reviewing the personal attribute panel, Li Zhihao felt a surge of accomplishment. At 33 years of age, I have reached the 6th realm of cultivation, the out-of-body stage, specifically the 5th layer of the middle stage, with all my spells and techniques cultivated to the extraordinary mastery realm. At this moment, Li Zhihao recalled a phrase from his past life. Who else is there? May I ask, who else is there? He then burst into hearty laughter. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Li Zhihao gradually collected his thoughts and murmured to himself. The 6 years are nearing their end. It is time to fulfill my promise to Lin Wanqing. However, prior to that, he felt it imperative to impart some instructions to Xiaolang. Thus, Li Zhihao summoned Xiaolang. After a moment, Li Zhihao focused his mind and softly articulated. The time to honor my commitment to Lin Wanqing is approaching. Yet before I proceed, I must earnestly caution Xiaolang. Upon saying this, he called for Xiaolang. Over the past 5 years, Xiaolang had diligently refined the remains of 15 Lei, Ting Nu Yu Lang, establishing himself as a paragon among their kind. His current prowess had firmly reached the mid-stage of the 7th rank. Nevertheless, to further enhance his bloodline, additional time for growth and physical fortification was necessary. Li Zhihao estimated that Xiaolang would need to attain the strength of an 8th-rank monster emperor to have a chance at further bloodline enhancement. As Xiaolang approached, Li Zhihao spoke earnestly. Xiaolang, remain here for the time being. Remember, you must vigorously propagate your kin. Within a decade, the population must exceed 1 million. The expansion of your territory must also be pursued simultaneously, but it must be done steadily, under your control. Do not provoke beasts more powerful than yourself. Furthermore, gather all the heavenly materials and treasures within your territory. Do you understand? Xiaolang's eyes brimmed with reluctance as he stammered. Master, may I accompany you? I do not wish to part from you. Li Zhihao gazed at Xiaolang with a serious expression and replied. Your foremost task now is to enhance your own strength and that of your entire clan. Once your physicality matures to a level capable of elevating your bloodline, I will assist you in that endeavor. Remember, my aim is to unite the entirety of the Monster Beast Mountain range, but as it stands, your current strength is far from sufficient. Thus, you must remain in the Monster Beast Mountain range and lead your clan towards prosperous development. A month later, Li Zhihao returned to Qingfeng Town. Upon learning of their patriarch's return after more than 3 years, the clansmen, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly gathered to pay their respects. Zhihao felt their fervent excitement and promptly decided to convene a family assembly. Chapter 56. The Ancient Seven-Rank Reversal Array, Jutian Luanhui Great Array. It was mandated that all clansmen possessing spiritual roots must attend. During the family assembly, Zhihao sat confidently in the patriarch's seat, his gaze sweeping calmly over the assembly of elders below. He discerned that the elders had all reached the later stages of yuanying, with some even attaining the perfected yuanying realm, which filled him with satisfaction as he nodded appreciatively. Subsequently, Zhihao inquired, "What is the current population of the Li clan, and how many among them possess spiritual roots?" The fifth elder, Li Shui, promptly stood and respectfully responded, "Patriarch, since the selection conference nearly 6 years ago, bolstered by the Ling Tai Yuzi Dan and Yu Ling and Tai Dan you provided, the enthusiasm for procreation among our clansmen has surged. To date, we have welcomed nearly 580,000 new descendants, with approximately 250,000 possessing spiritual roots. Among these, the eldest is now 5.5 years old and will soon embark on the path of cultivation at the age of 6. At present, several urgent matters require decisions from the clansmen. First, what cultivation techniques should these descendants practice? Secondly, once they embark on their cultivation journey, the demand for spiritual herbs will be immense. However, the lower-tier cultivation resources within the clan have nearly been depleted. Upon hearing this, Zhihao's brow furrowed. Indeed, the resources required for the cultivation of the hundreds of thousands of descendants constituted a considerable expense. Even though he had amassed a significant quantity of spiritual herbs in the territory of the wolf demons, he now felt a pressing constraint. After a moment of contemplation, Zhihao addressed the Grand Elder. "From this day forth, all resource mines must be fully exploited, and I require a monthly report. I will utilize these to acquire lower-tier cultivation resources. Additionally, we must prioritize the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Furthermore, we need to establish the Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Talismans Hall, Formation Hall, Reincarnation Hall, Techniques Hall, Tasks Hall, and Contribution Hall as soon as possible." As soon as Zhihao finished speaking, the Grand Elder, displaying a look of confusion, asked, "Patriarch, what is the purpose of the Reincarnation Hall?" Zhihao patiently explained, "This hall will become one of the crucial establishments in the Li clan. I plan to set up a reincarnation array, a type of illusion array. Once one enters the array, they will experience a lifetime of reincarnation. Of course, the duration of the reincarnation within the array is variable. It may last hundreds or even thousands of years. The specifics will only be revealed once I complete the array's setup. Now, let us adjourn this meeting." Zhihao was acutely aware that numerous matters awaited his attention: alchemy, artifact crafting, and the arrangement of the reincarnation array, all while the need for medicinal pills for the cultivation of the clan's hundreds of thousands of descendants was urgent. With these thoughts in mind, he hastily concluded the meeting. 3 months later, Zhihao refined all the third-rank and below spiritual herbs in his storage ring into perfect quality pills ranging from first to third rank. These included pills for aiding cultivation, enhancing cultivation levels, and healing. Among the most important were the perfect Shisui Dan for improving cultivation aptitude, alongside the previously refined Ling Tai Yuzi Dan and Yu Ling and Tai Dan. Aside from the 2 aforementioned pills, which provided quality amplification, all others were produced in quantities increased by 1,000-fold, resulting in nearly 1,000,000 of each type. In the ensuing 10 days, Zhihao set up a 5th-rank protective array for the clan, integrating attack, defense, illusion, and spirit-gathering capabilities. The moment the array was formed, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. "Ding. 5th-rank protective array detected. Please select amplification method. Option 1, 1,000-fold quality amplification. Option 2, 1,000-fold quantity amplification." Zhihao promptly responded, "I choose 1,000-fold quality amplification. Congratulations, host has acquired the 7th-rank protective array, Zhu Ling Huan Gong Array." As soon as Zhihao chose the 1,000-fold quality amplification, the array underwent a dramatic transformation. Dense spiritual energy manifested as tangible mist, swirling and rolling within the array. The spiritual energy was no longer formless or colorless. It radiated a faint blue light, filling the entire space, as if every inch of air was saturated with it. The defense mechanism activated, and a solid, shimmering energy shield slowly rose from the ground, enveloping the entire clan area. Although the energy shield appeared transparent, it was, in reality, indestructible, with runes circulating continuously, emitting powerful waves of energy. This wave not only repelled external physical attacks, but also dissipated various magical impacts. The attack system commenced, unleashing robust pillars of spiritual energy that shot out from the base of the array, traversing swiftly within. Wherever these pillars passed, the space trembled slightly, Should any enemy intrude within the array, the pillars would promptly alter their trajectory, striking down upon the intruder with the force of thunder. The immense power contained within the pillars could effortlessly pierce through an enemy's body, inflicting fatal injuries. The illusion array also began to take effect, distorting the space within the array instantaneously. Those entering the array would find their surroundings transformed. The once familiar scenes of the clan vanished, replaced by a labyrinth of convoluted passages. Shadows would occasionally flicker beside these passages, accompanied by chilling sounds that disrupted the intruder's judgment. Should an intruder attempt to flee along the passage, hidden spiritual traps would be triggered, subjecting them to sudden bursts of spiritual energy. In various corners of the grand array, countless tiny spirals of spiritual energy spun ceaselessly, voraciously absorbing the natural spiritual essence from their surroundings to continuously replenish the array's energy, ensuring its functions remained stable and powerful, erecting an impregnable barrier for the Li clan. Afterward, Zhihao spent another 10 days meticulously arranging the reincarnation grand formation. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within his mind, announcing the discovery of a 5th-tier reincarnation grand formation. Please select an amplification method. Option 1, 1,000-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 1,000-fold quantity enhancement. Without hesitation, Zhihao responded, I choose the 1,000-fold quality enhancement. Congratulations. The host has acquired the 7th-tier, 9 Heavens Reincarnation Grand Formation. After a considerable pause, Zhihao murmured to himself, this 7th-tier Reincarnation Grand Formation can actually sustain a cycle of 3,000 years. With that, he placed the meticulously copied celestial-level technique, xianxiaaudiobooks, along with various spells, 7th-tier alchemy texts, 7th-tier artifact crafting texts, 6th-tier formation texts, and 6th-tier talisman crafting texts into the core of the formation. Thus, the clan members entering the formation would cultivate these techniques and spells according to their innate spiritual roots and preferences, encompassing alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, and talismans. However, unbeknownst to Zhihao, both the 6th-tier formation texts enhanced by the system and the 9th-tier reincarnation grand formation, amplified from the 5th-tier version, were relics from the ancient era, representing an extraordinary existence in the current realm of cultivation. Should the outside world become aware, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the cultivation community, sparking a tempest of bloodshed. Even the most formidable sacred grounds would intervene to seize them. Setting aside these matters, Zhihao turned to the 12 elders and inquired, who among the Li family currently possesses the highest spiritual root at the age of 3? The 5th elder, Li Shui, spoke up, reporting to the clan leader, if he has reached the age of 3, then the 3rd elder Li Kuan's grandson, Li Yunshan, has the highest spiritual root. He possesses a soil spiritual root. Oh, a soil spiritual root? Zhihao's eyes lit up at this revelation. He had not anticipated that the clan still harbored a descendant with a soil spiritual root. It should be noted that the soil spiritual root ranks just below Zhihao's own heavenly spiritual root, offering a significantly high potential, allowing for unobstructed cultivation towards ascension into the celestial realm. As the clan leader of the Li family, nothing could bring Zhihao greater joy than hearing of the continuous emergence of promising talents within the clan. It reassured him that his efforts had borne fruit. In a state of elation, he said, quickly bring Li Yunshan to me. Understood, clan leader. The 5th elder Li Shui promptly replied. Before long, a young couple appeared at the reincarnation hall, holding hands with Li Yunshan. Li Zhihao observed that Li Yunshan's father, Li Changyu, was of the same generation as himself, while his mother, introduced by the 5th elder, was named Xiao Yuanxiang. Both parents were cultivators. Li Changyu was an accomplished mid-stage golden core practitioner, while Xiao Yuanxiang had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Li Zhihao's gaze fell upon Li Yunshan, who bore a round, rosy face akin to a ripe apple. His large, bright eyes brimmed with curiosity and innocence, rolling around occasionally. Small in stature, he donned a green robe, the edges of which swayed gently with his movements. In his tender hands, he clutched a rattle, sucking on his finger while curiously surveying his surroundings. Wondering if he could examine Li Yunshan's attribute panel, Li Zhihao thought to himself, system, is it possible to view someone else's attribute panel? Suddenly, he discovered that he could access the attribute panels of everyone present through the system. Li Zhihao opened Li Yunshan's attribute panel to take a look. Li Yunshan's attribute panel. Name, Li Yunshan. Age, 3 years. Race, human. Cultivation, none. Spiritual root, soil. Spiritual root comprehension, spirit. Intelligence, quickly grasps the essence of cultivation knowledge and can apply it innovatively. Physique, none. Techniques, none. Not yet commenced cultivation. Treasures, none. Quite impressive, Li Zhihao remarked to Li Yunshan's parents, Li Changyu and Xiao Yuanxiang. The reason I summoned you is to invite Li Yunshan to the reincarnation hall. Entering this hall allows one to experience a cycle of reincarnation. The flow of time within the hall differs from that of the outside world, with 9 days outside equating to a maximum of 3,000 years within a single reincarnation. During this extended experience, Li Yunshan will encounter various life situations, accumulating profound experiences that will greatly benefit his future path of cultivation. Li Zhihao succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Li Changyu and Qiu Yuanxiang were astonished and then elated, fully understanding that this meant their son, Li Yunshan, would gain an extraordinary experience spanning up to 3,000 years. They exchanged glances and quickly bowed, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, clan leader, for providing Li Yunshan with this opportunity. There's no need for such formalities. Li Zhihao waved his hand to halt their gestures of reverence. I should be the one thanking you for giving birth to such a prodigy for our clan. As he spoke, Li Zhihao retrieved a perfect quality pill of abstinence from his storage ring and said, "Let this little one take this pill." He then prepared to allow Li Yunshan to enter the reincarnation hall. After consuming the pill of abstinence, a warm sensation enveloped Li Yunshan's body, dispelling the hunger that had been gnawing at him. Following the encouragement of his parents, the little figure of Li Yunshan wobbled as he entered the reincarnation hall alone. In a flash of brilliant light, he was transported to the realm of reincarnation. Once Li Yunshan could see clearly, he found himself in a cozy courtyard, adorned with vibrant flowers and the chirping of birds, brimming with life. This was Li Yunshan's home. In the morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, and his mother's affectionate voice roused him from slumber. The family gathered around the table for breakfast, with his father recounting the heroic tales of their ancestors, instilling in Li Yunshan an endless yearning for the mysterious world of cultivation. After breakfast, he played joyfully in the yard with his siblings, chasing colorful butterflies and gazing up at the ever-changing clouds in the sky. In the afternoon, his mother taught them to read and draw. Although his handwriting was initially crooked, under her patient guidance, it gradually became neat, filled with anticipation for her praise. His parents would also take them to the amusement park specially constructed by the clan leader. Before even stepping into the park, the cheerful sounds of children echoed in the air. Upon entering, the array of fascinating amusement facilities dazzled their eyes. They excitedly partook in the flying swings, colorful flower cars, and mazes, playing until they were drenched in sweat, reveling in their joy. As evening approached, their father strolled leisurely with the children in the garden, patiently explaining the unique uses of various flowers and plants. Li Yunshan, filled with curiosity, asked numerous questions, to which his father always responded with a smile. The family's figures appeared particularly heartwarming in the golden glow of the setting sun. In such carefree times, Li Yunshan flourished day by day, and before long, he reached the age of 6. On his 6th birthday, his father solemnly informed him, "Yunshan, you have now turned 6. The age at which one is eligible for cultivation. I hope you will quickly embark on this path and become a formidable cultivator, bringing glory to our Li family." Li Yunshan felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as he followed his father to the family's library. Within the library, his father guided him to the section housing the cultivation manuals, pointing to one among many, saying, "Yunshan, this is the essential technique, xiaoxiaaudiobooks, that every member of the Li family must cultivate." Li Yunshan gazed at the manual, which bore no particularly remarkable features. Its pages were slightly yellowed, exuding an air of antiquity. His father continued, "This technique is divided into several parts, and the clan stipulates that one must cultivate to a certain level before progressing to the next part. It is of utmost importance for the cultivation of our family's descendants." Li Yunshan curiously picked up the manual of cultivation techniques. The moment his hand made contact with the tome, a peculiar warmth coursed through his arm, igniting an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Unbeknownst to Li Yunshan, this volume, titled Xiaoxiaaudiobooks, was a tome of celestial-level techniques. Upon returning home, he eagerly commenced his training. Sitting cross-legged, he followed the guidance outlined in Xiaoxiaaudiobooks, calming his mind and focusing intently on the ethereal energy swirling in the surrounding air. In Chapter 58, Li Yunshan embarked on a cycle of reincarnation within the Jiutian Luanhui Dajin. Initially, his progress in cultivation was less than smooth, as he could only perceive the faintest fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, he did not succumb to discouragement. Instead, he continuously adjusted his state and experimented with various methods. At last, during a moment of deep meditation, he successfully guided a wisp of spiritual energy into his body, allowing it to flow gently through his meridians. In that moment, his heart brimmed with unprecedented joy, for he knew he had finally embarked on the righteous path of cultivation. The Xiaoxiaaudiobooks possessed a remarkable capacity for absorbing spiritual energy. Within a mere 2 years, Li Yunshan progressed from the initial stage of qi cultivation to the early stages of the third level of qi refinement. As his cultivation deepened, he began practicing the family's elementary yellow-level sword technique, Qingfeng Town. When executing this technique, the swordplay was light and airy, capable of harnessing a gentle breeze to enhance its momentum. Though its power was modest, it served to refine his control over spiritual energy and the finesse of his sword techniques. At this juncture, Li Yunshan developed a keen interest in talisman crafting and began to delve into the knowledge of first-level talismans. As his cultivation advanced, he reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. At the age of 8, he successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the 6th level of qi cultivation and learned the intermediate yellow-level fist technique, xianxiaaudiobooks. This technique utilized the power of rising dust to amplify the strength of his punches while simultaneously obscuring the enemy's vision. In the ensuing 2 years, Li Yunshan achieved a breakthrough to the late stage of the 9th level of qi refinement. In pursuit of reaching the pinnacle of qi cultivation, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, simultaneously studying the advanced yellow-level palm technique, Xingho Liayuanzhang. This palm technique concentrated spiritual energy, using the spark of a star to unleash a sweeping force, endowed with a certain degree of offensive capability. After several months of relentless effort, he successfully gathered sufficient spiritual energy and broke through to the consummate stage of qi refinement, fully preparing himself for foundation establishment. By this time, he had mastered the art of crafting first-level talismans and began to experiment with the techniques of second-level talismans. At the age of 10, Li Yunshan arrived at this pivotal moment of foundation establishment. He secluded himself in a meditation chamber specifically designated for foundation establishment cultivators within his family. Following the detailed instructions regarding foundation establishment in Xiaoyao Lingju, he continuously compressed and refined the spiritual energy within his body, gradually constructing a solid foundation in his dantian. After days and nights of diligent effort, he successfully established his foundation and officially entered the foundation establishment phase. Upon entering this phase, Li Yunshan continued to deepen his practice of Xiaoyao Lingju, leveraging its formidable capacity for absorbing spiritual energy to solidify his foundation further. 3 years later, he smoothly progressed to the mid-stage of foundation establishment and learned the elementary earth-level movement technique, Tuani Nibu, which allowed him to conceal his form using earth-type spiritual energy, evading attacks. At this point, he made strides in talisman crafting, capable of producing competent second-level talismans. 2 years later, he reached the late stage of foundation establishment and began attempting to concoct simple pills to aid his training. Simultaneously, he practiced the intermediate earth-level sword technique, Qingmu Lai Kong Jian, which enabled him to manipulate the energy of the green wood, augmenting the sword's cutting power while binding and striking at adversaries with vines. By now, Li Yunshan had become adept at second-level talisman crafting and began to delve into the methods of third-level talismans. At the age of 15, Li Yunshan attained the pinnacle of the 10th level of foundation establishment and began preparing to break into the golden core stage. His family provided him with a high-grade golden core pill. Subsequently, Li Yunshan entered seclusion to forge his golden core, concentrating all his spiritual energy in his dantian. After months of arduous training, he successfully condensed his golden core, officially stepping into the golden core phase. Having succeeded in forming his golden core, he was now capable of crafting commendable third-level talismans. During the golden core stage, Li Yunshan experienced a qualitative leap in power, mastering the art of sword flight and freely traversing between heaven and earth. Throughout 5 years of consolidating his initial golden core stage, he practiced the advanced earth-level fist technique, Bingling Piyu Quan, which summoned the power of ice shards to concentrate upon his fists, unleashing formidable destructive force. As he delved deeper into talisman crafting, he began to experiment with talismans possessing special attributes. Subsequently, after 3 years of relentless effort, he advanced to the mid-stage of the golden core phase, mastering the elementary earth-level palm technique, Li Hua Fun Tianzhang, which released powerful flames with significant area of effect capabilities. At this stage, he successfully reached the 4th level of talisman crafting, capable of producing more intricate talismans. 4 years later, he smoothly transitioned to the late golden core stage, stabilizing his talisman crafting ability at the 4th level. By the age of 25, Li Yunshan commenced his quest for the nascent soul stage. He chose a secluded valley rich in spiritual energy for his retreat, utilizing the abundant spiritual energy within to nourish his golden core. After an extended period of careful nurturing, his golden core finally birthed a nascent soul, and he successfully entered the nascent soul phase. Upon entering this stage, Li Yunshan's understanding of talisman crafting reached new heights, enabling him to create pinnacle 4th-level talismans while beginning to explore 5th-level techniques. During his nascent soul phase, Li Yunshan took on greater family responsibilities and frequently ventured out for training. 8 years later, he attained the mid-stage of the nascent soul phase and practiced the intermediate earth-level sword technique, Leiyu Jinghongjian, which could summon the power of heavenly thunder to amplify the sword's might, delivering rapid and formidable strikes. With the accumulation of talisman crafting experience, he successfully ascended to the 5th level of talisman crafting, capable of producing highly regarded 5th-level talismans in the cultivation realm. After another 7 years, he broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul phase, further enhancing his talisman crafting skills and mastering various techniques of 5th-level talismans. At the age of 40, Li Yunshan sought to break into the spirit-severing stage. He secluded himself in an ancient ruin, harnessing the mysterious powers within the relics alongside the guidance of Xiaoyao Naling Ju to successfully split the consciousness of his nascent soul, entering the spirit-severing phase. Thereafter, he dedicated 10 years to consolidating his initial spirit-severing stage, practicing the advanced earth-level movement technique, Fengyun Huandiabu, which allowed him to manipulate the powers of wind and clouds to confuse his enemies while achieving rapid movement and concealment. In terms of talisman crafting, he diligently pursued knowledge. And after tireless efforts, Li Yunshan successfully attained the 5th level of talisman crafting mastery and began challenging the 6th level. 85 years of age, Li Yunshan reached the consummate state of the spirit-severing phase and prepared to advance towards the combined body stage. Li Yunshan commenced his seclusion in the sacred grounds of his clan, where he diligently practiced his cultivation. The clan leader had established the formidable protective array, Zhuling Huantongzhen, which included a gathering spirit function. Under the deliberate guidance of the clan leader, the closed-door chambers within the family were infused with abundant spiritual energy. Following a methodical approach, Li Yunshan began to break through to the integration stage using the Xiaoyao Nailing Ju. As time passed, he successfully merged his Yuan Ying with his corporeal form, officially entering the integration stage. Upon achieving this milestone, his power surged significantly, and he gained deeper insights into the laws of the universe. He spent 15 years solidifying his initial stage, followed by 13 years reaching the middle stage, and another 12 years to break through to the late stage. During this period, he made substantial advancements in talisman crafting, elevating his skills to the 7th tier and mastering the art of drawing 7th-tier talismans, gradually reaching the pinnacle of that stage. At the age of 120, Li Yunshan successfully broke through to the tribulation stage. As the complete mastery of the tribulation stage required enduring the thunder tribulation to ascend to the great ascension stage, he focused on enhancing his strength, traveling extensively to seek fortuitous opportunities, and deepening his understanding of Xiaoyao Nailing Ju, further augmenting his grasp of the laws of the universe. By this time, his talisman crafting expertise had stabilized at the 7th tier, earning him a prominent reputation within the talisman community. In the 290th year of his reincarnation, Li Yunshan attained the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, finally confronting the thunder tribulation that would allow him to challenge the great ascension stage. He meticulously prepared defensive formations on an open, desolate plain, and soon, the calamity clouds swiftly gathered overhead, unleashing formidable bolts of lightning. Li Yunshan exerted every ounce of his strength to resist. However, the power of this tribulation exceeded his expectations. Despite his utmost efforts, he ultimately failed to transcend the tribulation. Left with no other choice, he opted for disintegration and turned to cultivate as a loose immortal. After transitioning to the path of a loose immortal, Li Yunshan entered the 1st tier. With his indomitable will and the unique cultivation method of Xiaoyao Nailing Ju, he solidified his 1st-tier status within a mere 200 years and began comprehensive preparations for the 1st-tier tribulation. The tribulation for loose immortals was fraught with peril, and he diligently researched countermeasures day and night, never daring to slacken his efforts. After 250 years, Li Yunshan faced the tribulation test for 1st-tier loose immortals. With thorough preparation and unwavering resolve, he successfully passed this trial and smoothly ascended to the 2nd tier. As a 2nd-tier loose immortal, Li Yunshan continued to cultivate using Xiaoyao Nailing Ju, constantly exploring the unique cultivation methods of loose immortals and their integration with Xiaoyao Nailing Ju. 300 years later, he perfected his 2nd-tier status and successfully transcended the 2nd-tier tribulation, entering the 3rd tier. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, Li Yunshan encountered even more formidable challenges, as he not only had to contend with the difficulties of his own ascension, but also fend off various external disturbances. He chose to enter seclusion once more, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. 300 years later, he successfully transcended the 3rd-tier tribulation, entering the 4th tier. After reaching the 4th tier, Li Yunshan's understanding of Xiaoyao Nailing Ju deepened significantly, and he skillfully applied it to his cultivation as a loose immortal, resulting in rapid enhancement of his strength. 360 years later, he successfully passed the 4th-tier tribulation and officially ascended to the 5th tier. As a 5th-tier loose immortal, Li Yunshan focused on enhancing his comprehension and application of the laws of the universe to face even more formidable tribulations. 380 years later, he successfully transcended the 5th-tier tribulation, entering the 6th tier. However, at the 6th tier, despite his exhaustive preparations for the tribulation, a slight inadequacy in his prior accumulation, combined with the overwhelming force of the current tribulation, ultimately led to his failure. Thus, this lengthy cycle of reincarnation, lasting 1980 years, came to an end. Li Yunshan awakened in the 9 heavens reincarnation array within the reincarnation hall, feeling a profound heaviness in his mind. As he surveyed his surroundings, the unfamiliar environment filled him with bewilderment, prompting him to mutter, "Where am I? Did I not fail the 6th-tier loose immortal tribulation and perish?" Suddenly, as he spoke, he realized his voice carried an unexpected youthful tone. Instinctively looking down at his body, he was astonished to find himself transformed into the appearance of a child. At that moment, Li Zhihua's voice resonated gently within the 9 heavens reincarnation array. "Young Li Yunshan, come forth. You have spent 1980 years within the 9 heavens reincarnation array. After this life of reincarnation, having learned from both strengths and weaknesses, your future cultivation will surely be a smooth journey." "This is the voice of the clan leader," Li Yunshan murmured. In an instant, the memories of his extensive reincarnation flooded his consciousness, and he quickly regained his composure, swiftly clarifying everything. Soon, Li Yunshan emerged from the reincarnation hall with a calm demeanor. Upon exiting, he encountered the clan leader, his father and mother, along with numerous elders standing outside. Li Yunshan promptly adjusted his attire and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, father and mother. Greetings, esteemed elders." The onlookers, witnessing a 3-year-old child solemnly bowing to them, found the sight quite amusing. However, they soon recalled that Li Yunshan had endured 1980 years within the 9 heavens reincarnation array, and they quickly understood. Li Zhihua waved his hand and said, "No need for excessive formalities. Go and absorb the experiences of this reincarnation fully. When you reach the age of 6, return for another cycle." Hearing this, Li Yunshan's eyes brightened. Having undergone a life of reincarnation, he understood better than anyone the significance of such cycles to cultivation. Thus, before his parents could react, Li Yunshan bowed again, earnestly proclaiming, "Thank you, clan leader, for your generous favor. I shall devote myself to diligent cultivation. I aspire to dedicate my life to the clan, striving for its development and safeguarding its honor and peace, ensuring the Li clan thrives in this realm." "Excellent. Truly a commendable son of the Li clan. Go forth. I eagerly await your performance." After Li Yunshan departed with his parents, Li Zhihua addressed the 12 elders, saying, "I entrust the 9 heavens reincarnation array in the reincarnation hall to you. From today onward, arrange for all clan members with spiritual roots who are 3 years old to enter the reincarnation hall for reincarnation, prioritizing those with higher quality spiritual roots." Just as Li Zhihua finished speaking, the elder in charge of the spirit stones hesitantly interjected, "Clan leader, activating the 9 heavens reincarnation array consumes 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. However, our clan's supply of spirit stones is rather limited. We cannot endlessly activate this 9 heavens reincarnation array. Moreover, as you have stated, if cultivators enter the 9 heavens reincarnation array, the consumption of spirit stones will escalate geometrically. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the consumption." Li Zhihua was well aware of this. He desired not only to facilitate the reincarnation of the Li clan's children, but also wished to include all capable cultivators. "How many medium-grade spirit stones remain in the clan?" Li Zhihua inquired. After distributing monthly stipends to the clan members over the years, "We currently have less than 35 million medium-grade spirit stones," the elder replied. 35 million spirit stones, with each activation costing 100,000. Means we can activate the 9 heavens reincarnation array approximately 350 times. Each activation lasts 9 days, allowing for nearly 9 years of support. Contemplating this, Li Zhihua addressed the elder. "I have now established a 7-tier protective array, Zhuling Huantongzhen, encompassing offensive, defensive, illusion, and spirit-gathering capabilities across our ancestral land. As time progresses, the spiritual energy of the Li clan's ancestral grounds will grow increasingly dense, significantly reducing our reliance on spirit stones. Therefore, for now, the monthly stipends to clan members will temporarily shift to low-grade spirit stones, with high-grade spirit stones distributed sparingly based on cultivation level." After finishing his speech, Li Zhihao continued earnestly, stating that the Li clan is currently in a period of revitalization and development. While everyone is engaged in their cultivation, they should also delve into the arts of alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. All the necessary texts are available within our clan, and we must strive to develop the Alchemy Hall, Forging Hall, and Talisman Hall to achieve a profitable state. Upon hearing this, the 12 elders unanimously agreed. After accomplishing these tasks, Li Zhihao's busy schedule came to a temporary halt. 2 months later, as the teleportation array flashed with white light, Li Zhihao and Lin Wanqing stepped out of the array. Upon their arrival, they were immediately met with a cacophony of discussions. Instinctively, Li Zhihao raised his head to survey the surroundings, only to find an expansive space that seemed boundless. He quickly focused his spiritual sense to investigate, and was astounded to discover that the area was astonishingly vast, at least half the size of Earth. Looking around, he saw throngs of people filling the entire space, roughly estimated to be in the tens of millions. The crowd was dressed in various styles of attire, some engaged in conversation while others were surveying their surroundings, with waves of spiritual energy intermingling among them. At the edges of the space, countless teleportation arrays were densely distributed. At that moment, these arrays flickered with white light, and figures emerged from the radiance, continually arriving at this location. The newcomers displayed a range of emotions. Some appeared excited, eagerly exploring their environment, while others wore solemn expressions, quietly organizing their belongings and magical artifacts. The entire scene was bustling with energy, imbued with a sense of tension and anticipation. Seeing that Li Zhihao was observing the place, Lin Wanqing hurriedly introduced, "This is the venue for the grand competition hosted by our Duobao Pavilion. This space was created by a powerful loose immortal from our pavilion, spanning an impressive 300 million square kilometers, and it contains nearly 50 million teleportation arrays." Upon hearing this, Li Zhihao was taken aback and quickly inquired, 50 million teleportation arrays? Does that mean there are correspondingly 50 million branches of Duobao Pavilion? Lin Wanqing smiled softly, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. Indeed, these 50 million teleportation arrays correspond to 50 million branches of Duobao Pavilion, but the actual number of branches far exceeds this. Take Qingfeng Town, for instance. It evidently lacks a corresponding teleportation array. Generally, only bustling or larger mid-sized cities will have their own arrays. Li Zhihao recalled that he and Lin Wanqing had arrived from a large city and was deeply impressed, pondering to himself, if each teleportation array corresponds to a large city, how astonishing must the number of branches of Duobao Pavilion be? With this thought in mind, he asked, "Then, how many branches does the entire Duobao Pavilion have?" Lin Wanqing, maintaining her gentle smile, replied, "As far as I know, Duobao Pavilion has 285,429,436 branches." Li Zhihao found himself muttering in disbelief. 285,429,436 branches. There are indeed so many. At this moment, he began to develop a preliminary and intuitive understanding of the vastness of the Xianxian world. Contemplating this, he continued, "Does this not imply that Qingfeng Town is a minuscule and insignificant place in the grand scheme of the Xianxian world?" Lin Wanqing nodded gently, affirming, "Yes. Qingfeng Town is indeed exceedingly small in the face of the entire Xianxian world." After a brief pause, her tone took on a note of gratitude as she added, "If it weren't for meeting you, I would never have had the opportunity to participate in this grand competition. You have given me the chance to step out of a small place like Qingfeng Town." Indeed, had she not encountered a talent as extraordinary as Li Zhihao, Lin Wanqing could only wonder how long it would take her to reach a larger city to serve as the branch leader. Now, participating in this grand competition meant she had qualified for a transfer from the Qingfeng Town branch of Duobao Pavilion. Li Zhihao, hearing her words of gratitude, did not dwell on them. At that moment, his heart was filled with boundless ambition. The vastness of the Xianxian world ignited his aspirations. He silently vowed to lead the Li clan out of Qingfeng Town, allowing the family to shine on the grand stage of the Xianxian world. Step by step elevating the Li clan to the summit of the Xianxian world, making the name of the Li clan resound throughout the entire realm. Li Zhihao and Lin Wanqing arrived at the venue for the grand competition hosted by Duobao Pavilion. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, they found themselves in a colossal space. Beneath their feet lay an expansive, flat plaza, paved with a pitch-black stone that gleamed like a mirror, reflecting their silhouettes with clarity. Towering stone pillars surrounded the plaza, each with a diameter of several dozen meters and soaring into the clouds. The pillars were adorned with ancient and intricate runes that emitted a faint glow, intertwining to form an invisible barrier encompassing the entire space. Unaware of the soaring ambitions within Li Zhihao's heart, Lin Wanqing continued her explanation. Our Duobao Pavilion branches are divided into 10 ranks. For instance, the Qingfeng Town branch is the lowest, a first-rank branch. Each rank can carry a different number of exceptional individuals to participate in the grand competition. A first-rank branch can only bring one, while a second-rank branch can bring two, and so forth, up to a 10th rank branch, which can bring 10. As she spoke, her expression became serious, and she looked into Li Zhihao's eyes, earnestly advising, "You must be cautious of those from higher-ranked branches, especially the 10th-rank branches. As they can enter the competition with 10 exceptional individuals, their strength should not be underestimated. If you encounter a team with overwhelming strength, do not be reckless. Prioritize your safety and avoid confrontation." After a brief pause, a satisfied and relieved smile appeared on her face. "In fact, when you think about it, you need not place too much pressure on yourself. The mere fact that I can bring you to participate in this grand competition surpasses all first and second-rank branches. With this opportunity, I now have the right to be transferred to a third-rank branch. I owe this all to you. Without you, I would not have such an opportunity." As she spoke, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with visions of the future, as if she could already see herself flourishing in a third-rank branch. Li Zhihao raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he pressed on. "Oh, what if I achieve even better results, perhaps even secure the first place? What would you gain from that?" Lin Wanqing, hearing this, displayed a faint, somewhat dismissive smile, responding nonchalantly, "If you place within the top 10,000, I could be promoted to the position of a 5th-rank branch leader. If I make it into the top 1,000, I could be elevated to a 6th-rank leader. If I rank in the top 100, I could rise to a 7th-rank leader. If you secure a top 10 position, then I could be promoted to an 8th-rank leader. As for the top 3 or the first place, that corresponds to opportunities for me to become a 9th-rank and a 10th-rank leader, respectively." Lin Wanqing delivered these statements with an air of casualness, her expression revealing little anticipation. In her heart, she believed that Li Zhihao's aspirations for a high ranking were far-fetched, hence her nonchalant response. She then continued on the previous topic, explaining that the grand competition would take place within a secret realm. Within the realm, there are beasts ranging from 5th to 8th rank. The inner cores of these beasts serve as tokens for points, with 5th-rank beasts yielding 1 point for early stage, 3 points for mid-stage, 7 points for late stage, and 9 points for complete 5th rank. In the early stages of the 6th-tiered demon beasts, one earns 10 points. In the mid-stage, 30 points, and in the late stage, 70 points. Upon reaching the pinnacle of 5 tiers, 90 points are awarded. For the 7th-tiered demon beasts, the early stage grants 100 points, the mid-stage, 300 points, and the late stage, 700 points, culminating in 900 points at the 5th-tier pinnacle. In the case of the 8th-tiered demon beasts, one earns 1,000 points in the early stage, 3,000 points in the mid-stage, and 7,000 points in the late stage, with 9,000 points for the 8th-tier pinnacle. The rankings for this grand competition will be determined solely by the points accrued. The duration of this contest is 1 year, albeit measured within the confines of the secret realm. Remarkably, a year within the secret realm equates to only 12 days outside. Thus, 1 month in the realm corresponds to merely 1 day in the outside world. Furthermore, there is a notable benefit to the competition. Everything obtained within the secret realm belongs solely to the individual, with no deductions from Duobao Pavilion. At that moment, a resonant voice filled the atmosphere, accompanied by a subtle yet formidable pressure that enveloped the venue. "Esteemed participants, please maintain silence." As the voice echoed, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. It was then that Lin Wanqing spoke. "Look above." Following her direction, Li Zhihao gazed skyward, where he beheld an immense figure hovering in the air, reminiscent of a celestial being. Lin Wanqing, noticing that Li Zhihao had spotted the elder in the sky, continued to elucidate. "This venerable figure is Mo Xianfeng, the vice master of our Duobao Pavilion, a formidable 5-tiered scattered immortal." Just as Lin Wanqing concluded her explanation, Mo Xuanfeng's voice resonated once more from above. "Noble prodigies from all corners of the Xianxian realm, welcome to the grand competition hosted by Duobao Pavilion. This event is monumental in scale, with over 46 million branches participating and more than 50 million prodigies gathered here today. You, the youth of Xianxian, are the hope for the future. Within the secret realm, opportunities and dangers coexist, with demon beasts ranging from the 5th tier, equivalent to the divine mind stage, to the 8th tier, equivalent to the transcendent stage. The points will be determined by the demon cores found within the beasts. I trust that each of you possesses the courage and strength to embrace the challenges ahead and vie for unparalleled glory. During this competition, I implore all prodigies to refrain from taking lives." Mo Xianfeng paused before continuing. "I assume your respective masters have already briefed you on the rules of the competition, so I shall not reiterate them. In the year to come, I hope you will all give your utmost in the secret realm, showcase your talents, and achieve personal growth in both cultivation and mindset. The rewards for this competition are substantial. The first place winner will receive a mid-grade heavenly artifact and may select 3 manuals from the Duobao Pavilion's library. The second-place winner will obtain a low-grade heavenly artifact along with 2 manuals, while the third-place winner will be awarded a top-grade earthly artifact and the privilege to select 1 manual. Additionally, the top 10,000, 1,000, 100, and 10 will also be granted generous rewards prepared by Duobao Pavilion, including artifacts, spiritual materials, and precious manuals. Finally, I wish you all exceptional success in this competition and a safe return. I hereby declare the commencement of this grand competition. As Mo Xuanfeng's declaration faded, his image in the air gradually dissipated, replaced by a vast spatial passage. The entrance exuded a profound azure hue, radiating a mysterious glow that flickered and intertwined to form intricate patterns. Surrounding the passage were golden runes, gently swirling, alternating in brightness, exuding a powerful aura. Once the spatial gateway was fully formed, Mo Xuanfeng's voice reverberated once more. Esteemed participants, the spatial passage is now open. Upon entering, you will be randomly transported to various locations within the secret realm. I urge all prodigies participating in the competition to enter in an orderly fashion. With that, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Millions of prodigies wasted no time, rising and dashing towards the spatial passage. The sky became a tapestry of figures, some enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, transforming into streaks of light, others riding spiritual swords that gleamed brilliantly as they sliced through the air. They moved with both order and grandeur, each figure exuding an aura potent enough to cause the very air to tremble. Zhihao, however, did not rush to join the throng. He stood, mesmerized by the spectacle, contemplating the imminent challenge of competing alongside such prodigious talents, his heart swelling with boundless ambition. Within himself, he murmured, "Let this trial within the secret realm bear witness to the true rise of my Li clan." After a considerable time, once the majority of prodigies had entered the secret realm, Zhihao turned to Lin Wanqing and declared with conviction, "I am entering now. Watch as I claim the first place." Chapter 62. Entering the secret realm. Before Lin Wanqing could respond, Zhihao's aura surged dramatically. Taking a deep breath, his spiritual energy surged like a torrential river, converging vehemently towards the acupoint in his legs. As his energy roiled, he tilted his head back, his eyes sparkling with an unwavering determination. At that moment, Zhihao executed the 6th form of the mid-grade earthly technique, Thunderlight Steps, known as Thunderbolt Soaring Sky. With a powerful stomp, cracks erupted across the ground, flickering with hints of lightning. Utilizing this potent rebound force, his body shot upward like a cannonball, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he ascended rapidly. With each flicker, a deep rumble of thunder echoed, as if resonating with the forces of heaven and earth. His figure flickered before the onlookers, moving so swiftly that only a blurred silhouette could be discerned. Simultaneously, he boldly proclaimed, amidst countless prodigies competing in the secret realm, "I shall wield my sword toward the heavens and laugh. With thunder shattering the path, the top position is destined to be mine." His voice, infused with a powerful spiritual resonance, pierced through the clamor of the crowd, reverberating throughout the venue. He then erupted into a hearty laugh, the sound cascading in waves, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Those prodigies yet to enter the passage, along with many branch masters and formidable figures from Duobao Pavilion, were captivated by his commanding presence. Ignoring the throng drawn to his aura, Zhihao, amidst his jubilant laughter, fixed his gaze upon the direction of the secret realm's passage. Employing Thunderlight Steps, he moved with astonishing speed, flashing towards the entrance without hesitation. As Zhihao stepped into the secret realm, the remaining prodigies erupted in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the passage still shimmering with residual light. A young woman clad in a long blue robe, her eyes brimming with curiosity, was the first to inquire. Who is this individual? Such audacity to proclaim he will seize first place? A male cultivator beside her stroked his chin and replied, "I do not recognize him. He appears unfamiliar. I wonder how he dares to make such bold claims, especially among over 50 million prodigies. Yet, I must admit, his movement technique is impressive." A scholar-like figure, gracefully fanning himself, chimed in, "Perhaps he hails from a hidden lineage, seeking to make a name for himself through this opportunity." A stern young man in black robes snorted disdainfully, "His bravado is notable. I shall see how capable he truly is once inside the secret realm." A petite girl with twin ponytails, her demeanor playful, exclaimed, "Wow, he's so handsome. With such confidence, he might actually claim victory. Ah, I think I recognize him." A striking young woman with vibrant red hair, her eyes sparkling with excitement, waved her arms and exclaimed, "This gentleman is truly to my taste. I adore him. I hope we have a captivating encounter within the secret realm." The crowd buzzed with speculation and excitement. Their anticipation for the upcoming secret realm competition heightened as they each made their way towards the spatial passage, stepping into the realm filled with the unknown and opportunities. Lin Wanqing gazed longingly at the place where Li Zhihao had just vanished, softly murmuring the lines. Countless prodigies compete in the secret realm. While I wield my sword to the heavens and laugh, thunder shatters the path ahead, and the foremost position shall surely return to my nest. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she gently shook her head, whispering, I do not ask for you to secure first place, only for your safe return. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, yet it could not disturb the deep-seated concern in her heart. Memories of her time spent with Li Zhihao flooded her mind, each moment vividly clear. In the exclusive venue of the headquarters of Duobao Pavilion, the esteemed figures gathered: Wang Zhiping, the master of Duobao Pavilion; Han Shihua, the vice-master; Zhuozhila, the other vice-master; and Mo Xianfeng, along with a number of elders, including Lin Wanqing's father, Lin Huayan, a second-stage xianxian. At that moment, Lin Huayan addressed Wang Zhiping and the vice-masters, stating, Master, vice-masters, we have ascertained that this young man is named Li Zhihao, hailing from a remote little town in the eastern domain called Qingfeng Town. He is the son of the patriarch of a foundational family in Qingfeng Town. His father was gravely injured in a conflict over a resource vein with other foundational families and ultimately passed away within the family. Subsequently, Li Zhihao ascended to the patriarch's position with his qi refining cultivation. Due to the family's decline, they faced threats from several foundational families, living in constant danger of extermination. Yet this young man has risen against all odds. My daughter, Lin Wanqing, happens to be cultivating in Qingfeng Town, serving as the master of the first branch of Duobao Pavilion there. According to her protector, Granny Cheng, who is at the integration stage, this young man possesses a heavenly spirit root and a thunder spirit body, rapidly advancing from the qi refining stage to the out-of-body stage in just 12 to 13 years. Lin Huayuan's excitement grew as he spoke, as if Li Zhihao's journey mirrored his own. He was indeed overjoyed, recognizing that Li Zhihao was clearly a prodigious talent destined to soar in the world of cultivation, and he had already committed himself to his daughter. Lin Huayuan couldn't help but marvel at his daughter's extraordinary fortune. If she could truly become a partner to someone like Li Zhihao, their Lin family's standing within Duobao Pavilion would undoubtedly rise. He had no doubt that with a heavenly spirit root and a thunder spirit body, Li Zhihao was fully capable of achieving such heights. Upon hearing Lin Huayuan's account, the other high-ranking members of Duobao Pavilion expressed their astonishment and admiration. At that moment, Wang Zhiping inquired, the movement technique this young man just executed, is it not the Earth-grade mid-tier technique Thunder Step that we sell at Duobao Pavilion? Vice-Master Zhuozhila replied, indeed. 8 years ago, Li Zhihao exchanged for several brand-new techniques that we have never sold before, with the assistance of Elder Lin's daughter. Among them was the Earth-grade mid-tier movement technique, along with the Earth-grade low-tier sword technique Thunderous Blade, the Earth-grade mid-tier sword technique Blade of Raging Thunder, the Earth-grade mid-tier palm technique Thunder Shattering Palm, the Earth-grade mid-tier fist technique Lightning Strike Fist, the Earth-grade mid-tier magical boots Phantom Thunder Boots, and the Earth-grade mid-tier magical gauntlets Raging Thunder. Wang Zhiping, seemingly unconcerned about the other details, murmured to himself, in just 8 years, he has cultivated an Earth-grade mid-tier technique to such an exceptional level. He mused, it is truly remarkable to possess a thunder spirit body. One must understand that for an ordinary person to cultivate an Earth-grade technique to mastery typically takes hundreds or even thousands of years. Reaching an extraordinary level is exceedingly rare, as it would require at least 10,000 years of cultivation, a feat achievable only by those at the integration stage or above. Furthermore, as their strength increases, they tend to cultivate techniques far superior to Earth-grade, particularly those at the tribulation stage and beyond. Countless prodigies compete in the secret realm. While I wield my sword to the heavens and laugh, thunder shatters the path ahead, and the foremost position shall surely return to my nest. Such a remarkable genius. Subsequently, Wang Zhiping addressed Lin Huayuan, saying, Elder Lin, since your daughter and this young man are from the same town, and she has brought him to participate in the grand competition, you shall be responsible for fostering a connection with him. I grant you the highest level of incentives from Duobao Pavilion. Of course, if you are unable to win him over, do not offend him. Our priority is to maintain good relations. Lin Huayuan was taken aback by these words. The highest level? That is the supreme standard. Duobao Pavilion would not only fully support his growth, but also assign a protector above the Xianxian level to guide him. Under such supreme treatment, Li Zhihao was destined to make a name for himself throughout the realm of cultivation. Lin Huayuan thought excitedly. As Wang Zhiping's words fell, the high-ranking officials, including the 3 vice-masters and other elders, gasped in astonishment, casting envious and jealous glances at Lin Huayuan. It is worth noting that such supreme treatment can only be granted by the master of Duobao Pavilion. Even the Vice Masters can only offer a lower-level diamond standard, highlighting the immense value of this supreme treatment. Meanwhile, Li Zhihao was oblivious to the fact that he had entered the sights of the high-ranking officials of Duobao Pavilion and that they had even offered him the highest supreme treatment. Even if he were aware, he would merely chuckle, for he possessed a billion-fold amplification system, and now that he had reached 1,000-fold amplification, acquiring anything he desired at this stage was no challenge. Li Zhihao felt a flash of light before him, and his body soared through the air as if weightless, arriving in the secret realm in an instant. Before his eyes lay an endless expanse of primordial forest, ancient trees stretching towards the heavens, their branches intertwining. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The surroundings were eerily tranquil, occasionally pierced by low, rumbling roars of beasts, adding an air of mystery and danger. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhihao's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, swiftly activating his divine sense to perceive everything around him. Since his breakthrough to the out-of-body stage, his divine sense had expanded to an astonishing range of 23 million kilometers. Its strength was now fully at the integration stage. Suddenly, clad in the Earth-grade mid-tier magical gauntlets raging thunder, his right fist clenched tightly as he struck upward with force. Instantly, he unleashed the sixth form of the Earth-grade mid-tier fist technique Lightning Thunder Fist, known as Thunder Roar of the Heavens. Li Zhihao's right fist erupted in a torrent of lightning, emitting a sizzling sound as the brilliance intensified. The overwhelming force summoned the power of thunder, creating a shockwave that surged toward a lurking figure in the trees. A sixth-stage low-tier demon beast known as the Dark Flame Shadow Leopard. This Dark Flame Shadow Leopard was agile and powerful, its limbs long and muscular, with claws as sharp as blades glinting with a cold sheen. Measuring over 10 meters in length and standing around 5 meters tall, its fur was as black as ink, subtly glowing in the shadows. Its triangular head bore blood-red vertical pupils that glimmered with a chilling light, while its thick tail was engulfed in blazing dark flames, capable of unleashing waves of scorching heat with each swing. At that moment, the Dark Flame Shadow Leopard was struck head-on by the thunderous shockwave, its skull shattered in an instant, blood and shattered bones scattering in all directions as its massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and dying on the spot. Li Zhihao approached and extracted the inner core of the sixth-stage Dark Flame Shadow Leopard from its crushed skull. Beep. One inner core of the sixth-stage low-tier demon beast Dark Flame Shadow Leopard discovered. Please choose the amplification method. Option 1, 1,000-fold quality amplification. Option 2, 1,000-fold quantity amplification. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zhihao immediately responded, I choose the 1,000-fold quantity amplification. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 inner cores of the sixth-stage low-tier demon beast Dark Flame Shadow Leopard. How delightful. Ha 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 ha. While others earn a mere 100 points for slaying a sixth-tier low-grade monster, I reap a staggering 100,000 points for the same feat. Even if 1,000 of such creatures are difficult to procure, surely extracting 200 or 300 inner cores from them should pose no challenge. After all, this secret realm is vast. Ha 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 ha. Talented prodigies? Monsters of genius? What does it matter? I shall crush you all beneath my feet. For I am a man destined to succeed beyond measure. Calming himself, Li Zhihao subsequently stored the corpse of the Yin Bao in his storage ring. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more, ding. Detected the corpse of a sixth-tier low-grade monster, and Yin Bao. Please select a method of amplification. Option 1, 1,000-fold quality enhancement. Option 2, 1,000-fold quantity enhancement. After pondering briefly, Li Zhihao responded decisively. I choose the 1,000-fold quality enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the corpse of a sixth-tier low-grade monster, Jiuyu Yin Bao. Jiuyu Yin Bao? Yet another creature capable of ascending to the immortal realm. It seems I can capture numerous beasts within this secret realm to dominate it. Indeed, the possibilities are vast. First, I shall seek out the most formidable feline beast, capture it, and then use the blood and essence from the Jiuyu Yin Bao to facilitate its evolution. With its powerful bloodline, I shall recruit additional monsters as my subordinates. Then, I will sweep through this entire secret realm. Ha 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 ha. The first place in the grand competition of this secret realm is within my grasp. With that, Li Zhihao unleashed his full mental power, extending his consciousness over a span of 23 million kilometers. Within this range, every detail became apparent to him. He discovered not only feline monsters, but also tigers, wolves, dogs, foxes, and various other creatures. In this space, the territory of each formidable beast was quite limited. Soon, Li Zhihao identified his target not far from his location, a seventh-tier perfected and Yin Bao, equivalent to the human realm of harmony. In an instant, Li Zhihao enveloped himself in a torrent of lightning elemental energy and executed the mid-tier earth-grade movement technique, Thunder Step. His feet moved in rapid succession, each step igniting bursts of lightning beneath him. Chapter 64. Confrontation with the 7th tier perfected and Yanning Bao. The air rippled with invisible waves as he moved, and fine strands of lightning danced at the edges of these ripples, intertwining. With every motion, his form extended, dissipating and then reassembling. He darted through the air with remarkable agility, creating a series of lightning afterimages, each lingering for but a fleeting moment before vanishing, as if time itself were momentarily suspended and then swiftly reset. His hair whipped wildly due to the speed and energy coursing through him, while his garments rustled fiercely. His arms swayed slightly, harmonizing with the rhythm of his steps to maintain his balance and direction. As he turned sharply, lightning coalesced on that side, forming a brief arc of light that illuminated a small portion of the dim surroundings. Harnessing this force, he rapidly closed the distance to the 7th tier perfected and Yanning Bao, while simultaneously checking its attribute panel. Monster name, Yanning Bao. Monster race, leopard. Monster level, 7th tier perfected. Monster quality, exceptional. Monster attributes, darkness, flame. Monster skills, dark flame impact. Harnesses the power of dark flames to unleash a devastating wave of energy, inflicting dual damage and weakening defenses. Shadow strike. Merges into shadows, silently approaching foes to launch surprise attacks from unexpected angles, delivering lethal strikes imbued with dark flames. Dark flame cage. Summons a cage of dark flames around itself, continuously scorching the enemy's body and soul while restricting their actions and energy flow. Flame shadow clone. Creates multiple clones composed of dark flames and shadows, capable of independent action to confuse and mislead opponents. Dark flame roar. Emits a deafening roar enveloped in dark flame energy, causing both physical and mental harm to foes, leaving them briefly dazed and fearful. Monster status, healthy. Lethargic. Monster potential. Possesses a unique dark flame bloodline. With nourishment from rare materials of dark and fire attributes, it may unlock further potential and ascend to greater powers. Monster evolution paths, abyssal dark flame leopard, flame prison shadow leopard, dark star flame shadow leopard, crimson flame spectre leopard, Jiuyu Yanning Bao. The 7th tier perfected and Yanning Bao, previously dozing upon a branch, seemed to sense something, swiftly opening its eyes. With a powerful push of its forelimbs, it sprang to its feet, muscles taut, its black fur bristling with alertness, subtly shimmering with dark light. The ears of the Yanning Bao perked high, rotating to catch even the slightest sound in the air. Its emerald-green slit pupils glowed ominously, surveying its surroundings with vigilance. Its nostrils flared as it attempted to detect any hint of danger carried by the wind. Suddenly, as if sensing an intruder, it whipped its head around, fixing its gaze on Li Zhihao's position. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and emitted a low growl, its lips curling into a menacing snarl. The deep, resonant growl echoed in the tranquil space, warning Li Zhihao to keep his distance. Li Zhihao was engulfed in a maelstrom of lightning elemental energy, surging within him like a roaring tide. His garments fluttered wildly under the influence of this energy, and his feet danced with the thunder step, propelling him swiftly to the forefront of the Yanning Bao. At that moment, his eyes locked onto the beast, filled with unwavering determination. He inhaled deeply, knowing he could not afford to be careless in the face of a 7th tier monster of perfected prowess. Every muscle in his body tensed as he began to gather his strength. With every movement, his field of power activated, drawing the surrounding lightning energy toward him as if responding to some immense force. His fists became enveloped in rich lightning energy, radiating brighter and pulsating with power capable of shattering the heavens. Then, with a thunderous roar, Li Zhihao struck out with his fists, executing the ultimate technique of the mid-tier earth-grade boxing style, lightning thunderclap fist, the most powerful strike, thunderbolt unification. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from his fists, sending a colossal beam of lightning toward the Yanning Bao. Where it passed, the air was instantly torn apart, producing a shrill whistle. Trees, stones, and other objects in its path disintegrated into dust, swept up in the violent onslaught. The beam, infused with boundless lightning energy, surged with unstoppable momentum, crashing down upon the 7th tier perfected Yanning Bao. The formidable Yanning Bao, a pinnacle entity of the 7th tier, has roamed this secret realm for an extensive period, establishing itself as one of the sovereigns of the region. Upon encountering the mere mid-tier human, Li Zhihao, it felt a profound sense of pride that rendered it dismissive of him. In its perception, this human was nothing more than a synonym for weakness, hardly worthy of notice. Thus, from the very outset, it regarded Li Zhihao with utter disdain. However, This underestimation would soon unveil itself as the seed of its own tragic fate. In a swift maneuver, Zhihao deftly advanced, unleashing the Earth-tier mid-grade martial technique, Shan Dian Lei Ming Quan, perfected to a transcendental realm. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hindrance, with each transition of technique embodying the essence of relentless refinement. This punch, imbued with the primal force of simplicity, surged forth towards the Yanning Bao. This strike represented the apex of Shan Dian Lei Ming Quan, a thunderous culmination of power. As the Yanning Bao's acute senses detected the cataclysmic force behind Li Zhihao's strike, its previously disdainful countenance transformed drastically. A flicker of panic ignited in its fiery, darkened eyes, a first for such a proud creature. In an instinctive response, it hastily summoned the power of its fire attribute domain, erecting a protective shield of dark flames to withstand the impending blow. In an instant, dark red flames erupted around its massive form like a tumultuous tide, each flicker of flame imbued with a mysterious and potent force, as if each spark possessed its own will, swirling and coalescing into a formidable barrier. Within the blink of an eye, a thick and eerie glowing shield of dark flames enveloped the Yanning Bao. The flames within the shield writhed violently, emitting a fierce roar and generating an intense heat that distorted the surrounding air as though it were caught in an invisible gravitational field. The ground near the shield cracked and splintered under the extreme temperature, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Yet, it was all in vain. Li Zhihao's concentrated strike, embodying the ultimate power of thunder and lightning, collided with the hastily erected dark flame shield with overwhelming force. A thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the very foundations of the world. The seemingly indestructible dark flame shield faltered under the terrifying might of the lightning, shattering in an instant like fragile parchment. As the shield crumbled, countless shards of dark flames scattered like meteors, igniting trees into ashes in their wake. Simultaneously, the unleashed fury of thunderous energy crashed mercilessly upon the body of the Yanning Bao. Its once mighty and imposing form was hurled through the air like a boulder struck by cannon fire, tracing an uncontrollable arc as it collided with ancient trees, snapping their trunks as if they were mere twigs. Wood shards flew in every direction as Li Zhihao's devastating blow inflicted the full brunt of the chaotic lightning power upon the creature. The violent force surged within the Yanning Bao, akin to countless searing needles stabbing simultaneously at its insides, inflicting excruciating pain that almost obliterated its consciousness. With its veins feeling as though they were caught in a tempest, it let out a heart-wrenching roar, echoing with a mix of unwillingness and despair through the tranquil forest. Concurrently, the overwhelming energy of the lightning paralyzed its limbs, robbing its might and sending its colossal form crashing heavily to the ground. There it lay, twitching weakly, its eyes still flickering with defiance, yet stripped of its former arrogance and grandeur, left to witness Li Zhihao, now momentarily devoid of the ability to resist. Seizing the moment, Li Zhihao pressed his advantage, initiating the first form of Shan Dian Lei Ming Quan, Dian Guang Chu Xian, concentrating spiritual energy and channeling lightning attributes into his fists. With remarkable speed, he struck toward the Yanning Bao, immediately following with the second form, Lei Yin Jia Xiang, delivering rapid punches that reverberated through the air, producing booming thunderclaps to disrupt its focus. Subsequently, he executed the third form, Dian Mang Lian Shan, moving with agility as he unleashed a flurry of punches resembling flickering lightning. Then came the fourth form, Ben Lei Ji Chong, propelling himself forward with the force of lightning surrounding him, launching a fist toward the Yanning Bao. Following this, he unleashed the fifth form, Zi Dian Hong Kong, enveloping his fists in violet electricity and striking with a sweeping motion, generating a colossal wave of violet lightning. He then performed the sixth form, Lei Yao Hong Tian, gathering all his spiritual energy into his fists, raising them high before bringing them down with ferocity, summoning a thunderous shockwave. Finally, with the seventh form, Lei Bao Xianhua, Li Zhihao twirled rapidly, creating a vortex of lightning with his fists, ensnaring the Yanning Bao within. To conclude, he executed the eighth form, Dian Shan Lei Ming Guei, channeling all his strength and understanding of lightning into his fists, releasing a powerful beam of light. This series of attacks left the Yanning Bao on the brink of collapse. Li Zhihao couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of this seventh-tier entity. Despite unleashing his utmost efforts, he had not inflicted a fatal wound upon the Yanning Bao. Thus, Li Zhihao realized he had overestimated his combat prowess. Had the Yanning Bao not underestimated him from the beginning and fought with its full strength, he would likely not have stood a chance. Observing the beleaguered Yanning Bao, a thought crossed his mind, and a drop of Jiuyu Yanning Bao blood materialized in his palm. The droplet, a deep crimson like fire, shimmered with an extraordinary glow, emanating a powerful and mysterious aura that caused the very air around it to tremble. The moment Li Zhihao revealed the blood of the Jiuyu Yanning Bao, the Yanning Bao sensed it and gazed at the blood with an intense yearning. Witnessing this, Li Zhihao smiled faintly and inquired, "Do you desire it?" The Yanning Bao nodded eagerly, its once dim eyes now sparkling with fervor, its massive body trembling with excitement. It emitted an urgent low growl, instinctively struggling toward the blood. It displayed a profound craving for the superior blood of the Jiuyu Yanning Bao. "If you submit to me and form a pact, I can offer you even more blood of the Jiuyu Yanning Bao." With that, Li Zhihao produced 9 more droplets of Jiuyu Yanning Bao blood, utilizing his spiritual energy to levitate all 10 droplets before the Yanning Bao. As Li Zhihao levitated 10 drops of the blood essence of the Jiuyu Yanning Bao before the Yanning Bao, a slight tremor coursed through its body. Its gaze firmly locked onto the precious essence. Its eyes brimmed with unmasked desire. An instinctive yearning for evolution and power surged within, akin to a turbulent tide. It longed to immediately nod in agreement to Li Zhihao's proposition, its nostrils flaring as heavy breaths echoed audibly, accompanied by low growls from its throat, expressing an intense craving for the blood essence. Yet, as a 7th-tier perfected demon emperor, its ingrained pride was as unyielding as ice. Rationality cautioned it that to acquiesce and sign a contract of servitude would mean relinquishing its dignity as a demon emperor, causing a flicker of struggle and pain to flash in its eyes. Its head swayed slightly, resisting the pull of its instincts. Its limbs restlessly pawed at the ground. Caught in a tug-of-war between the desire for evolution and its lofty pride, ensnared in profound indecision. Observing the Yanning Bao's inner turmoil, Li Zhihao understood its conflict and continued to coax it gently. "You have reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier, which is the limit for your kind. Without evolution, you will remain stagnant in this realm until the end of your days, devoid of any possibility for advancement. However, with these 23 drops of Jiuyu Yanning Bao blood essence, the situation would vastly differ. You would have a significant chance to evolve into a Jiuyu Yanning Bao, a lineage capable of ascending to the celestial realm. Imagine possessing such a bloodline. You would no longer be constrained by your current tier. The future would be boundless, and your strength immeasurable. Is this opportunity truly one you wish to forfeit?" Upon hearing Li Zhihao's words, the scales within the Yanning Bao tipped dramatically towards the desire for evolution. Its gaze flitted back and forth between the blood essence and Li Zhihao. The struggle in its eyes gradually transformed into a resolute yearning. Recognizing that the Yanning Bao was succumbing to temptation and was on the verge of accepting his terms, Li Zhihao promptly unveiled the corpse of the Jiuyu Yanning Bao, stating, "Once you agree, this Jiuyu Yanning Bao corpse shall be yours. Surely, the flesh and blood of this creature will greatly enhance your physique." Seeing the Jiuyu Yanning Bao's corpse, the Yanning Bao hesitated no longer. It strained its injured body, slowly bending its forelegs, and with a thud, knelt heavily upon the ground, lowering its once proud head, exposing its vulnerable neck before Li Zhihao. A deep, submissive growl emanated from its throat, signifying its willingness to submit. Thus, Li Zhihao swiftly entered into a contract with the Yanning Bao. From that moment forth, Li Zhihao acquired a second beast companion, whom he named Xiao Bao. The following day, Li Zhihao hunted 5 more Yanning Bao of mid to late 7th tier. After amplifying their quality through the system by 1,000-fold, he transformed them into the corpses of Jiuyu Yanning Bao and presented them all to Xiao Bao. Consequently, Li Zhihao engaged in battles within Xiao Bao's territory, commencing his cultivation. Engaging with Xiao Bao, a 7th-tier perfected beast, akin to a human cultivator at the consummate stage, Li Zhihao soon discerned signs of breakthrough under such pressure. After a month within the secret space, Li Zhihao successfully advanced to the 6th layer of the out-of-body mid-stage, while Xiao Bao, having absorbed a substantial quantity of Jiuyu Yanning Bao blood essence and flesh, also achieved a breakthrough to the 8th tier, successfully completing its transformation and evolving into a Jiuyu Yanning Bao, standing out as a paragon within its clan. Beast name: Jiuyu Yanning Bao Beast Race, Leopard Clan Beast Level, Early 8th Tier Beast Quality, Epic Beast Attributes, Jiuyu, Flame. Shadow Beast Skills: Jiuyu Yanyu Claw, wielding its sharp claws, it intertwines Jiuyu flames with shadow power, causing burn damage while the shadows erode the enemy's spirit, inducing momentary disorientation. The wounds also succumb to the chilling grip of Jiuyu, slowing their healing. Shadow Realm Traversal: it can freely enter and exit the shadow world, silently appearing behind enemies for ambushes. During traversal, it can also pull enemies into the edge of the shadow realm, obstructing their vision and striking them with shadow energy. Jiuyu Yin Breath: it exhales vast plumes of Jiuyu flame breath, creating a small fiery domain ahead. Enemies entering this zone will find their spiritual energy disrupted and their bodies scorched by the flames, experiencing sharp pain. Yan-Ing illusory body. It can create 3 to 4 illusory bodies composed of Jiu flames and shadows, surrounding enemies and disturbing their judgment. When these illusions make contact with foes, they explode, releasing Jiu energy and inflicting area damage while repelling enemies. Jiu soul binding spell. By gazing at an enemy, it casts a spell that establishes a faint connection between the enemy's soul and the power of Jiu, continuously siphoning their soul strength, gradually weakening and demoralizing them. Beast appearance. Majestic and imposing, it exudes an aura of lethal intent. Beneath its pitch-black fur, ethereal blue Jiu flames flicker, occasionally surging forth to create unique fiery patterns. Its blood-red slit pupils radiate ferocity, instilling a profound sense of pressure in any creature that approaches it. Beast potential. Possessing the ancient bloodline of Jiu Yanning. Should it absorb special spiritual materials and treasures with flame and shadow attributes from the Jiu realm. It holds the promise of breaking through its current boundaries and significantly enhancing its strength, becoming a formidable force of Jiu Yanning power. Beast evolution direction. Yu Yan Moing Bao, Yin Yu Master Bao, Jiu Lai Kong Bao, Yanning Hun Yuan Bao, Su Kong Yuing Bao with Xiao Bao. An early 8th tier beast as his enforcer, Zhihao had gained a measure of self-protection in the secret space. Xiao Bao. Let us venture into the territory of the 7th tier perfected beasts. Zhihao commanded resolutely while seated firmly upon Xiao Bao's back. His decision to approach the domain of 7th tier perfected beasts was made after careful consideration. Over the past month, he had experienced a breakthrough to a mid-level out-of-body 6th layer. He believed that engaging in combat with 7th tier perfected beasts would provide the pressure necessary for further advancement. Even in defeat, Xiao Bao would stand guard beside him. Not only that, but Zhihao also contemplated capturing as many 7th tier perfected beasts as possible within the secret space, aiding them in their ascension to the 8th tier Demon Emperor realm, thereby sweeping through the entire secret realm. Xiao Bao complied, exerting its 4 claws and racing towards the territory of the 7th tier perfected beasts like a tempest. Zhihao sat steadily atop Xiao Bao, his garments fluttering in the wind. In a short while, Xiao Bao guided Zhihao to a valley. Zhihao, with keen eyes, swiftly assessed the valley before him. The entrance was broad, flanked by towering stones, their surfaces rugged and worn by the passage of time. Looking deeper within, the valley was lush with vegetation. Colossal trees casting shadows that obscured the sun, their branches interwoven. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which would undoubtedly rustle underfoot. A faint sound of trickling water echoed within the valley. Zhihao speculated that there must be a stream within the valley. His expression was one of deep concentration as he meticulously observed his surroundings, vigilant for any signs of lurking monsters. Thoughts of the impending battle filled his mind, and his gaze revealed both determination and anticipation. Aware that a reckless intrusion would alarm the enemy, he instructed Xiao Bao to conceal its aura as an 8th tier beast. Obediently, Xiao Bao complied, suppressing its formidable energy fluctuations. Consequently, the 7th tier monster within the valley remained oblivious, continuing its leisurely existence. Through the information relayed by Xiao Bao, Zhihao discerned that the beast in the valley was the Qihong Shuangwei Shi. He promptly issued orders. Xiao Bao, conceal yourself. Only emerge when I summon you. Understood, master. Xiao Bao acknowledged, immediately employing its innate skill, shadow realm shuttling. A faint glow enveloped it as its form gradually became ethereal, and then it vanished into thin air. Chapter 67. Confrontation with the 7th tier perfect Qihong Shuangwei Shi. The Shadow Realm is, in essence, a dimension beyond the ordinary. A unique space created by Xiao Bao's innate capabilities as a Jiu Yanning Bao. Within the Shadow Realm, Xiao Bao could not only obscure its presence, but also traverse seamlessly between the shadow world. When the time was ripe, it would be able to silently emerge from behind the enemy for a surprise attack, even dragging foes to the edges of the Shadow Realm to obstruct their vision and subject them to Shadow Energy's onslaught. At this moment, Xiao Bao had successfully entered the Shadow Realm, awaiting Zhihao's call, ready to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Once Xiao Bao had concealed itself, Zhihao took a deep breath, his spiritual energy surging as he unleashed his might without reservation. His imposing aura radiated from him like ripples, swiftly spreading throughout the surroundings. The flora within the valley quivered in response. At the very instant Zhihao released his aura, the Qihong Shuangwei Shi, coiled upon a massive rock deep within the valley, immediately sensed the disturbance. Its crimson vertical pupils narrowed sharply as it honed in on Zhihao's location. Upon realizing that Zhihao was merely a mid-tier 6th grade human, a wave of disdain washed over it. Just a feeble human daring to intrude upon my territory. truly ignorant of its mortality. Yet, it has been a while since I feasted on a human cultivator. This one shall make a fine meal. In its eyes, the mid-tier 6th grade Li Zhihao was but an insignificant ant, devoid of any power to contend with it. The Qihong Shuangwei she writhed, emitting a low hiss, as if to intimidate Li Zhihao while mocking his audacity. In an instant, accompanied by a rustling sound, the Qihong Shuangwei she swiftly emerged at the mouth of the valley. Li Zhihao focused his gaze and beheld the serpent, measuring over 20 meters in length, its body adorned with bright red scales, each gleaming like meticulously forged bronze plates. The serpent's girth was extraordinary, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, coiling majestically and exuding immense strength. It possessed a singular head, raised high, with 3 eerie green vertical pupils that flickered like ghostly flames, emanating a chilling aura as they fixated on Li Zhihao. Its 2 tails resembled stout pythons, each extending over 5 meters, tipped with sharp barbs that shimmered ominously in the sunlight, suggesting they could effortlessly rend anything in their path. The serpent's forked tongue flickered as it hissed, issuing a challenge to Li Zhihao. Subsequently, Li Zhihao accessed the system to examine the attributes of the Qihong Shuangwei Shi. Beast name, Qihong Shuangwei Shi. Beast species, serpent. Beast level, 7th tier perfect. Beast quality, perfect. Beast attributes, main attribute fire, secondary attribute earth. Beast skills, Qihong explosive flame ball, launches a condensed fire and earth energy projectile from its mouth. Upon detonation, it generates intense flames and triggers minor seismic waves, inflicting dual damage upon foes. The explosive power is formidable enough to obliterate a small mountain. Earth Flame Prison manipulates fire and earth elements to create a prison of magma and rock beneath the enemy, trapping them in overwhelming heat and pressure, with the prison being indestructible by ordinary attacks. Double Tail Quake Flame Strike. Both tails strike simultaneously, one enshrouded in flames, the other wielding earth elements, creating a powerful sweeping attack that burns enemies while shattering the ground, destabilizing foes over a vast area. Phosphor Fire Concealment releases phosphor flames wrapped in red phosphorus, obscuring its presence and utilizing earth elements to mask its aura, allowing for sudden ambushes. The concealment effect is highly effective. Even high-tier cultivators struggle to detect it. Flame Earth Guardian activates its attributes to form a shield of fused magma and rock around its body, capable of reflecting some damage while inflicting burn and impact damage on nearby foes. The shield possesses self-repair capabilities, enduring multiple strong attacks. Beast status, healthy. Beast potential, possesses an exceedingly rare dual fire-earth bloodline with high purity. If it can obtain spiritual items containing ultimate fire and earth powers, there is a significant chance of breaking through its current realm and evolving into a formidable dragon-like creature, wielding even more terrifying power. Beast evolution directions, Qihong Shuangwei Jiao. Thick Earth Qihong Jiao, Melting Flame Earth Vein Jiao, Fire Earth Rift Jiao, World Burning Dominator Jiao. Just as Li Zhihua's gaze shifted away from the attributes of the Qihong Shuangwei Shi, the ferocious beast could no longer contain itself. It opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of searing and violent energy that instantly invoked the forces of nature. The once tranquil valley transformed dramatically as the elements of fire and earth surged wildly, intertwining as if manipulated by an unseen giant hand. The Qihong Shuangwei Shi's mouth blazed with brilliance as a fireball, the size of a grinding stone, rapidly took shape, its surface swirling with eerie crimson light, the power within causing ripples in the very fabric of space. With an earth-shattering roar, the Qihong explosive flame ball shot towards Li Zhihua like a meteor. As it passed, the air ignited instantaneously, leaving a long trail of flames in its wake. As the fireball neared, the ground began to tremble violently, cracks spreading like a web. Soon after, the fireball detonated explosively before Li Zhihua, the tremendous sound resonating throughout the valley. The scorching flames surged forth like tumultuous waves, engulfing everything in their path, incinerating trees to ashes. Meanwhile, a powerful shockwave radiated from the explosion's epicenter, spreading outward in all directions, causing the ground to ripple as if the valley itself were on the verge of being overturned. Just as the Qihong Shuangwei Shi's devastating fireball rushed towards Li Zhihua, nearly enveloping him in its lethal embrace, Li Zhihua's gaze flickered with intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the 6th form of the Earth-rank mid-grade movement technique, Leguang Bu, known as Thunderbolt Ascension. Li Zhihao took a deep breath, and in an instant, his internal spiritual energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide, resonating violently with the chaotic forces of thunder that pervaded the heavens and the earth. In a heartbeat, his aura skyrocketed, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward from him, spreading like a shockwave. He then stamped his feet against the void with the force of a hammer. The resulting thunderous roar reverberated, causing the very fabric of space to ripple as if it were tangible. The immense backlash acted like invisible hands, propelling his body skyward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the thick layers of heavy clouds above. As he ascended, a colossal storm of thunder coalesced around him, with numerous robust bolts of lightning writhing and roaring like dragons, shaking the very heavens. The deafening clamor seemed to make the world tremble, as if it would tear the sky asunder. Once Zhihao stabilized in the high altitude, he gazed downward, surrounded by crackling thunder, exuding an aura of authority reminiscent of a deity wielding dominion over lightning. His piercing gaze held the promise of a lethal strike, instilling endless psychological pressure and intimidation upon his adversaries. However, just as Zhihao had evaded the Qingfeng Shuangwei's fiery projectile, he had yet to mount a counterattack. The cunning and ferocious Qingfeng Shuangwei darted through the air like a wraith, appearing in the high altitude before him. It opened its gaping maw and emitted a low, menacing growl, then unleashed its skill, earth-fire prison. In an instant, fire and earth elements surged and converged around Zhihao, accompanied by a powerful spatial fluctuation. A prison composed of boiling magma and solid rock erupted from the ground, resembling an indomitable fortress of searing heat, swiftly ensnaring Zhihao within. This earth-fire prison was no ordinary confinement. It contained the power of a domain, warping and reshaping the surrounding space entirely. The interior walls flowed with molten magma, unleashing waves of intense heat that threatened to suffocate him. The oppressive temperature followed an eerie rhythm, as if it sought to incinerate every inch of his skin. The surface of the rocks was rough and unyielding, glimmering with a dull metallic sheen, inscribed with runes that seemed to siphon energy from the heavens and the earth to bolster the prison's strength. Zhihao found himself amidst a fiery inferno, where the surrounding heat and pressure pressed against him like a relentless tide. Moreover, the domain's power severely restricted his movements. Every inch he attempted to shift was met with tremendous resistance, as though countless invisible hands were pulling him back, compounding his predicament. The domain power interfered with his spiritual communication with the outside world, making it arduous to summon external forces to extricate himself from this dire situation. What was even more troublesome was that the Qingfeng Shuangwei's attacks were not constrained by the earth-fire prison, allowing it to strike at Zhihao with impunity. At this moment, both combatants hovered in the high altitude, surrounded by surging clouds. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting golden beams that illuminated the battlefield, creating an ethereal yet perilous atmosphere. In the distance, peaks emerged from the sea of clouds, resembling islands afloat in a dreamlike realm. The howling winds battered his ears, intertwining with the roars of the Qingfeng Shuangwei and the thunderous booms, forming a symphony imbued with a sense of destruction. While Zhihao assessed the earth-fire prison, contemplating an escape, the Qingfeng Shuangwei launched its skill, Twin Tails Earth-Fire Strike. The malicious assault of the Twin Tails Earth-Fire Strike descended upon him like a tempest. Its two tails danced simultaneously. One, a sinuous fiery serpent, ignited the surrounding clouds with intense heat, sending plumes of thick smoke spiraling upward. The other tail, resembling a dragon flipping in the earth, carried with it the weighty earth elements, surging forth like a black tidal wave. The two forces merged rapidly, forming an overwhelming sweeping power akin to a cataclysmic firestorm. Utilizing the domain power of the earth-fire prison, it surged ferociously toward Zhihao's position. The Twin Tails Earth-Fire Strike wielded an extensive range, dispersing the clouds for miles as it approached, causing rocks and dust to explode from the mountains below. Gigantic ravines spread across the mountainsides, while raging flames devoured everything in their wake, threatening to reduce the world to ashes. The domain power further amplified the potency of this attack, twisting the space itself, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Faced with the onslaught of the Twin Tails Earth-Fire Strike, Zhihao marveled at the formidable battle instincts and rich combat experience of his opponent. Truly, it was worthy of being a 7th-rank perfect realm beast. Nevertheless, in this moment of peril, Zhihao felt no fear. Rather, his blood surged with fervor, and his fighting spirit soared. Excitement ignited within his eyes as he shouted, "Come at me. Such an assault is precisely what I need to fight with all my might." With his words barely spoken, Zhihao held nothing back, unleashing his full power like a volcanic eruption. His internal spiritual energy surged like a torrential flood, and harnessing the unique abilities of the Lei Ling body, he swiftly transformed all his energy into lightning attribute power. Simultaneously, with a robust mental force akin to a giant hand, he stirred the ambient rules of thunder in the void. At that moment, the Earth-rank mid-grade artifact gauntlets he wore, Baolei, were enveloped in a boundless radiance of lightning. Every inch of the metal surface shimmered with wild electric sparks. Then, Li Zhihao executed the most formidable strike from the Earth-rank mid-grade fist technique, Shandian Laming Quan, the 8th form, lightning flash and thunder roar. His figure flickered like a bolt of lightning as he unleashed a flurry of punches, each accompanied by a powerful beam of lightning attribute energy erupting forth. These beams roared with the fury of ancient thunder gods, carrying the weight of annihilation, and surged forth to meet the Twin Tails' Earth-Fire strike with overwhelming force. In that instant, numerous colossal beams of lightning attribute energy collided violently with the Twin Tails' Earth-Fire strike. Where they met, space seemed to be frantically kneaded by an invisible hand, creaking ominously as if it would shatter. The roaring flames and heavy earth elements of the Twin Tails' Earth-Fire strike clashed violently with the lightning energy beams. The flames were instantly ignited by the thunder, erupting into an even more intense blaze. The scorching heat threatened to ignite the very air around them, while the dense earth elements were pulverized into dust under the relentless assault of the thunder, scattering with the wind. A tremendous roar echoed like the collapse of the heavens and earth, shaking the surrounding clouds into tumultuous waves. The once tranquil high altitude was swiftly thrown into chaos, as powerful energy ripples surged forth like blades, wreaking havoc in all directions. Below, the mountains quaked under the impact of this force. The mountain peaks appeared as if they had been hewn away by a sharp axe, with colossal boulders hurtling through the air like cannonballs. In the distance, the sea of clouds was instantaneously dispersed, revealing a clear expanse of sky. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it was swiftly shrouded once more by newly formed rolling black clouds. Chapter 69. Subduing the CHL and xianxiash. At the epicenter of this fierce clash, brilliance radiated with dazzling intensity, blinding to behold. A powerful energy storm surged forth like an ancient beast unshackled, recklessly unleashing its destructive force. Li Zhihao and the CHL and xianxiash were both rocked by this violent energy, yet neither was willing to relent in this pinnacle confrontation. Each strove to gain the upper hand through their own strength. Despite Li Zhihao's current cultivation being merely at the 6th layer of the out-of-body stage, which corresponded to the mid-level of a 6th-tier beast, he faced the CHL and xianxiash, a perfected 7th-tier beast, with a considerable disadvantage in realms, separated by several minor levels. Nevertheless, Li Zhihao harnessed his ability to battle beyond his rank with his Thunder Spirit body, along with the formidable enhancement provided by his Earth-tier middle-grade martial art, the Lightning Thunder Fist. In his struggle against the CHL and xianxiash, he established a peculiar equilibrium. In the void, lightning, flames, and dust intertwined and swirled. Li Zhihao moved with agility, resembling a fleeting shadow of lightning amidst the chaos. With every punch, he enveloped his strikes in surging thunderous power, the air exploding with each blow. The lightning thunder fist manifested in his hands as if channeling the very essence of thunder from the heavens. Columns of lightning surged forth like dragons emerging from the sea, striking with overwhelming force against the CHL and xianxiash. The CHL and xianxiash, undeterred, summoned its own immense demonic power, masterfully wielding the elements of fire and earth. Skills such as the CHL and explosive flame bomb, earth flame prison, and Twin Tails ground split flame strike rained down upon Li Zhihao like a tempest. In this exchange, both combatants were momentarily locked in a stalemate, unable to inflict substantial damage upon one another. Before long, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Li Zhihao identified a frail point in the earth flame prison. Instantly, the thunderous energy coalesced around his fists, which crackled with lightning as if they were twin miniature suns. With a sudden burst of strength, he launched his fists forward like cannonballs, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Break. The fierce thunder erupted like a tsunami, crashing against the earth flame prison with overwhelming force. A series of sickening cracking sounds echoed as the seemingly indestructible earth flame prison, composed of magma and rock, crumbled under the mighty onslaught. Countless fragments of stone scattered like meteors, while molten lava morphed into droplets, tracing blazing trails through the air before vanishing into nothingness. Once the earth flame prison of the CHL and xianxiash was shattered by Li Zhihao, he spoke telepathically to the beast, declaring, "Enough. You must realize now that you are powerless against me. Yet, I can end your existence at any moment. Come forth, little leopard." Barely had Li Zhihao's words faded when the CHL and xianxiash felt the dual pressure of realm and bloodline from little leopard. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Li Zhihao sat regally upon the agile back of little leopard, a gentle breeze caressing his garments. His right arm was lazily wrapped around a small serpentine creature, which had transformed from the CHL and xianxiash into an early-stage 8th-tier beast known as the Huti Li Ke Ingjio. Affectionately, Li Zhihao referred to it as Little Snake. After forming a pact with Little Snake, Zhihao sensed a slight burden upon his soul, as it became evident that he could currently only form contracts with 3 beasts simultaneously. At present, he was filled with vigor, preparing to venture into the territory of a perfected 7th-tier beast, poised to commence his hunt. Beast name: Huti Li King Geo. Beast race: Geo clan. Beast level: early stage 8th tier. Beast quality: epic. Beast attributes: fire, earth. Beast skills: 1. Flame earth eruption, gathering immense fire and earth power before launching a tremendous energy shockwave. Upon contact, it triggers an explosion, generating searing flames and intense seismic waves that can not only launch enemies into the air, but also tear the surrounding space, ensnaring foes in chaotic turbulence. 2. Rift flame earth prison, manipulating fire and earth elements to construct a vast prison around enemies. The prison consists of burning magma stone pillars and resilient rocks, which continuously constrict, compressing the enemy's space for movement. Those trapped within endure both searing heat and crushing pressure from the rocks. 3. Dual element tail blade storm, swinging a powerful tail to spin fire and earth elements at high speed, forming a colossal storm. The storm ensnares razor-sharp flames and earthen shards, shredding everything in its path and capable of leveling entire mountains in an instant. 4. Flame earth concealment strike, utilizing fire and earth power to mask one's presence, hiding underground or within flames. When the enemy is unsuspecting, the strike is launched, allowing for instant ambush from behind, delivering a fatal blow. 5. Flame earth domain, unleashing a domain where fire elements rage and earth elements stabilize. Enemies within the domain move sluggishly, their spiritual power obstructed, while their own attack and defense capabilities are significantly enhanced. Beast appearance, majestic and imposing, exuding an aura of annihilation. Its body stretches over 100 feet, covered in vibrant orange-red scales through which glowing magma flows, occasionally erupting in flames from the crevices. Its massive head bears golden vertical pupils, both regal and chilling, while its robust limbs sport claws that glimmer menacingly, ever ready to rend foes asunder. Beast potential, possessing the ancient dual attribute bloodline of fire and earth. Its potential is limitless. With the fusion of the essence of fire and earth, it could transcend the 8th-tier limitation, ascending into the extraordinary 9th-tier realm, becoming a master of the laws of fire and earth. Beast evolution directions: 1. Yin Ut in Sh Geo 2. Chtyk in Geo 3. Li Df Nt in Geo 4. Yin Tku in L in Geo 5. Chy in Hut Geo. As Li Zhihao journeyed forth, he keenly sensed a powerful wave of energy collision ahead, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt spiritual power. It appears there is a battle up ahead. This energy fluctuation is quite intense. The conflict must be fierce. I have rapidly ascended in realm recently, and have yet to witness another's battle. Perhaps I should observe. I might glean some insights, Li Zhihao mused, curiosity and excitement gleaming in his eyes. He then leaned down and softly instructed Little Leopard, "Little Leopard, take me into the shadow realm. Let us approach quietly and take a look." With a soft hum, Little Leopard enveloped itself in a veil of deep shadowy light, guiding Li Zhihao into the shadow realm. The shadow realm resembled a mystical dimension, detached from the mundane world, enveloped in thick, ink-like shadow energy, as if the entire world had been consumed by night. Chapter 70. Murong Shui suffers from spring poison. Upon entering, Li Zhihao felt a chilling aura assail him, as if submerged in the depths of an endless cold night. In the realm of shadows, light and darkness intertwine, creating a dreamlike and ethereal atmosphere. Occasionally, ghostly emerald shadows dart swiftly, emitting faint hissing sounds, as if whispering the ancient secrets of this enigmatic space. Beneath one's feet lies a soft layer of shadowy mist, rippling with each step taken, akin to treading upon the surface of a tranquil lake. The ripples expand outward, only to vanish instantaneously into the darkness. Before long, Xiao Bao stealthily approaches the battlefield with Li Zhihao. Peering through the crevices of the shadow realm, Li Zhihao observes a fierce battle unfolding before him, where human cultivators engage in a life-and-death struggle. Unbeknownst to him, one side comprises Hua Qianxing, a cultivator at the early stage of integration from the esteemed Lingyun Pavilion of the Central Domain, alongside Hong Qingzhou, who is at the mid-integration stage. Their faces betray a glint of greed. Opposing them stands Murong Shui, a powerful cultivator from the revered Lingxiao sacred land, at the peak of integration. Though alone, she maintains a dignified posture, her expression resolute. All are participants in a grand competition hosted by the same 10th-level faction leader. Hua Qianxing, with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, speaks with a tone devoid of the previous subservience and flattery, now filled with arrogance and lustful delight. Murong Shui, cease your futile resistance and yield willingly. You have already fallen victim to the spring poison of the Chuanxin Ninglu Dan. You must realize that with each exertion of your spiritual energy, the poison spreads within you like a raging wildfire. If you were wise enough to let us assist you in detoxification, you might spare yourself some suffering. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui's brows furrow with rage, her beautiful eyes flashing with deadly intent. The hatred within her surges like a roaring inferno. Hua Qianxing Hong Qingzhou, you despicable scoundrels, as disciples of Lingyun Pavilion. How could you employ such vile tactics? To scheme against me with the repugnant Chuanxin Ninglu Dan. Today, even if I shatter into 1,000 pieces, I shall ensure your wicked plot does not succeed. With that, she suppresses the surging spring poison within her and gathers the last remnants of her spiritual energy, thrusting her sword towards the two men with the swiftness of lightning. The blade gleams with cold light, as if determined to eradicate the ugliness before her. However, the effects of the Chuanxin Ninglu Dan surge within her like a wild stallion, leaving her limbs as heavy as lead and her consciousness gradually fading. The scene before her becomes a blur of overlapping images, yet her spirit remains unyielding. With every step taken, she moves with unwavering determination, embracing the courage of one who welcomes death. Seeing this, the burly Hong Qingzhou scoffs mockingly. Humph, quite resilient, aren't we? Look at you now, barely able to stand. Do you still wish to resist? Save your energy and submit to us. We can guarantee your safety. Gritting her teeth, Murong Shui steadies her faltering body and shouts defiantly. You shall not succeed. I hail from the Lingxiao sacred land. How could I bow to the likes of you lowly wretches? Even if I bleed out here today, I will ensure you find no peace in death. With that, she brandishes her treasured sword once more, charging towards them with unwavering resolve, despite her unsteady form. Murong Shui feels her consciousness sinking into a viscous darkness, slowly eroding her thoughts. Yet, deep within her, an indomitable will flickers like a candle flame amidst a storm, flickering yet fiercely burning. In her moment of delirium, she bites down hard on her tongue, the sharp pain jolting her back to clarity. A rush of salty blood fills her mouth, and the piercing agony slices through the haze of confusion, momentarily restoring her awareness. At this moment, her eyes blaze with cold brilliance, and her spiritual energy surges like a tumultuous tide. In this fleeting clarity, all her power converges upon the sword in her hand. Murong Shui moves like lightning, pointing her sword to the heavens as she softly chants an intricate sword incantation. In an instant, the world transforms. The once tranquil sky erupts with a howling wind, dark clouds racing in to obscure the heavens. Centered around Murong Shui, the furious wind elements gather, forming visible blades of wind that whirl around her, emitting a sharp whistling sound as they prepare for her impending lethal strike. The sword in her hand radiates brilliance, its blade adorned with swirling wind runes that resonate in harmony with the tempest. Then, with a powerful swing, Murong Shui unleashes a strike infused with her entire strength and unyielding spirit, birthing a resplendent wind sword rainbow that roars like an awakened beast. Tearing through the sky with thunderous might, hurtling towards Hua Qianxing and Hong Qingzhou. Where the sword rainbow passes, space appears to be sliced by countless blades, producing a hissing sound as it distorts and warps. The surrounding air is churned into a chaotic vortex, mercilessly sweeping everything in its path. Hua Qianxing and Hong Qingzhou watch in horror as this embodiment of destructive power approaches, their expressions of arrogance freezing into masks of terror and despair. Their eyes widen, filled with dread of impending death. They attempt to struggle and flee, only to find their bodies shackled by invisible chains, utterly immobilized. No, they scream in despair, their voices laced with fear and defiance. Yet, their cries are swiftly drowned out by the roar of the sword rainbow. The vibrant wind sword rainbow engulfs them in an instant, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones shattering and spiritual energy fracturing, mingled with the howling wind. Under the onslaught of this ferocious wind-based sword technique, their bodies are effortlessly crushed like fragile ants, disintegrating into countless minuscule particles that dissolve into the vastness of the world, leaving behind only a serene and vacant void that silently narrates the terrifying might of this strike. In the aftermath of that last move, the spring poison of the Chuanxin Ninglu Dan within Murong Shui erupts uncontrollably, and she can no longer harness her spiritual energy, plummeting from the sky. From a distance, Li Zhihao watches in alarm as Murong Shui sways precariously from nearly 1,000 meters in the air. Panic seizes him. He can no longer afford to observe the battle, knowing that a fall from such a height unprotected would most likely be fatal. Heart racing, he hastily commands Xiao Bao to transport him from the Shadow Realm, rushing towards the direction where Murong Shui is descending. Finally, just 200 meters from the ground, Li Zhihao manages to catch Murong Shui. In that fleeting moment, A delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk envelopes him, subtle yet intoxicating. Upon closer inspection, Mu Rongshue's cheeks flush a vivid red, akin to ripe apples, exuding an alluring charm. Softly, she murmurs, "Hot, hot, so hot." One hand unconsciously seeks the coolness of Li Zhihao's solid chest, while the other tugs at her garments, desperately trying to alleviate the unbearable heat enveloping her. The sheer pink gauze loosens under her grasp, revealing skin as white as snow. Chapter 71. Li Zhihao's reversal. Li Zhihao cradled Mu Rongxue in his arms as the wind whistled beneath his feet. He swiftly navigated through the forest and in mere moments discovered a natural cave. Upon entering the dim and damp cavern, a musty odor enveloped him. However, he had no time to dwell on such discomforts. Li Zhihao was acutely aware that Mu Rongxue was currently consumed by the spring poison of the Chuanxin Ninglua Dan, which ignited an insatiable desire within her, obliterating her rationality. If this poison remained untreated, she would surely perish. Gently, Li Zhihao laid Mu Rongxue upon the ground, her hair cascading chaotically around her. Her once orderly attire now lay in disarray, the collar wide open, exposing swathes of skin that glimmered alluringly in the cave's dim light. Her hands moved uncontrollably across her body, exploring with an awkward urgency. A languorous moan escaped Mu Rongshue's lips, soft and laced with an unquenchable thirst, echoing throughout the stillness of the cave, stirring the very soul. Suppressing the turmoil within, Li Zhihao swiftly closed his eyes, his consciousness diving into his storage ring, desperately seeking the antidote to Mu Rongshue's lustful poison. Just then, Mu Rongxue seemed to sense her departure from Li Zhihao's warm embrace. Her delicate form trembled, and a fleeting panic flickered in her dazed eyes. Upon spotting Li Zhihao, she instinctively lunged toward him, her arms wrapping tightly around him, her heated body pressed against his. In a tender whisper, she implored, "Please don't leave. Help me detoxify." 3 days later, an ambiguous and intricate atmosphere lingered within the cave. Li Zhihao and Mu Rongxue had endured a breathtaking and heart-wrenching 3 days. In his attempts to alleviate Mu Rongshue's dreadful poison, Li Zhihao had suffered greatly. Though his complexion was pale, he maintained a serene demeanor, seated cross-legged as spiritual energy flowed gently around him, working to replenish his considerable loss of strength. Mu Rongxue stood quietly beside him, her gaze laden with complexity as it rested on Li Zhihao, filled with conflict and turmoil. Having regained her senses, she comprehended the full scope of events. Memories of her uncontrollable state during the onset of the poison flooded her mind, reminiscent of a parched traveler desperately seeking relief. The shameful and seductive scenes replayed relentlessly in her thoughts, overwhelming her body and spirit. A flush crept over her cheeks, rendering her ears hot. The spiritual sword in her hand flicked toward Li Zhihao, only to be reluctantly withdrawn, its blade reflecting a chilling glimmer. Rationality urged her that Li Zhihao had stolen her purity, and she could not allow him to live. Yet, she was acutely aware that without him, she would have succumbed to the flames of desire long ago. This conflicting thought clashed violently within her, causing her hands to tremble slightly. At that moment, Li Zhihao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing directly into Mu Rongshue's. This glance momentarily halted her movements. Simultaneously, Li Zhihao's mind conjured her attributes: host, Mu Rongxue gender, female age, 91 identity, saintess of Lingxiao Holy Land status, celestial prodigy realm, perfect integration root, heavenly root physique, wine spirit body understanding, enlightened wisdom techniques, Qingfeng Yulingju, heavenly grade. Mid-tier, magic, earth grade, upper tier finger technique, Qingfeng Po Yunji, transcendent, heavenly grade, mid-tier sword technique, Fengying Huansha Jian, minor accomplishment, heavenly grade. Lower tier body technique, Fengqi Huanying Bu, minor accomplishment, you cannot kill me, Li Zhihao stated calmly, his expression devoid of emotion. As his words faded, the presence of his formidable beast companions, the 9th level early stage demon beast Jiu Yening Bao and the 8th level early stage demon beast Huotu Likong Jiao, subtly spread around him. Li Zhihao had no intention of frightening Mu Rongxue. After 3 days of detoxifying her, he was severely weakened and lacked the strength to confront her. The revelation of his beast's presence was merely to instill a sense of caution in her, fearing she might impulsively engage in a life-and-death struggle with him. Regaining his composure, Li Zhihao spoke earnestly. I understand that the events of these past 3 days weigh heavily on your heart, but I, too, am powerless. If it were possible, I would take responsibility and forge a bond with you. As he uttered these words, a conflict raged within him. On one hand, he recognized that he had indeed shared an intimate connection with Mu Rongxue. As a man, he felt obligated to assume responsibility. On the other hand, he knew this situation was not of his making. He had acted solely to save her, and had been subjected to her desires. He wished to convey to Mu Rongxue that he was not the type of man to shirk his responsibilities. However, should it cost him his life, he would never acquiesce to such a fate. Following this declaration, Li Zhihao resumed his meditative state, focusing on recovery. Upon hearing his calm words, Mu Rongxue trembled with rage, almost losing her grip on the spiritual sword in her hand. She longed to strike Li Zhihao, yet the sudden awareness of the two potent beast presences steadied her resolve. She could never have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable mid-stage cultivator possessed such formidable companions. Simultaneously astonished and infuriated, she took in Li Zhihao's proposal of partnership. Her pride felt as if it had been upended, a swirl of emotions flooding her heart. The thought of having lost her virtue inexplicably caused her deep pain, threatening to bring tears to her eyes, as her emotions threatened to spiral out of control. Nevertheless, she recognized that she could not allow matters to devolve into chaos. It was imperative to approach the situation with reason. She understood that Li Zhihao's words represented a potential solution. Yet her pride would not permit her to become an anonymous male cultivator's partner without due consideration. Gritting her teeth, she stifled her grievances and coldly retorted, "Responsible? How can you take responsibility? Do you know the standing of the Mu Rong family in the realm of cultivation? You are merely a mid-stage cultivator. What gives you the right to think you can be my partner?" As she spoke, she contemplated that if he possessed a powerful background and was a prodigious genius like herself, she might entertain the idea. Li Zhihao, though feeling somewhat helpless at her words, maintained a placid demeanor. "This is our first experience for both of us. From that perspective, you are not at a disadvantage. Moreover, the poison you suffered from is unrelated to me. I have silently endured the consequences over these 3 days. Consider what might have happened had I chosen to ignore you." He hoped that Mu Rongxue would grasp his sincerity and cease her relentless pursuit of blame. Upon hearing his words, Mu Rongxue's face flushed, and her desire for vengeance against Li Zhihao began to waver. She recognized the truth in his statements. However, the thought of her lost innocence still left her feeling aggrieved. She muttered softly, "It is easy to say, but this matter is truly difficult for me to accept." Lowering her head, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart in turmoil as she pondered her next steps. Observing Mu Rongshue's demeanor, Li Zhihao noted a shift and continued, "Did you not just assert that I am unworthy to become your Dao partner?" Chapter 72, Sparring with Mu Rongxue. Let us discuss this matter thoroughly. You possess a Tianling Jin of Wind, and you are 91 years old, having reached the completion of the He-Ti realm. I, on the other hand, am a Tianling Jin of Thunder, merely 35 years of age, yet I have attained the mid-stage of the Chu Qiao realm. In terms of cultivation aptitude, our potentials are quite similar. In fact, my Thunder physique harbors even greater potential than your Wind physique. You have cultivated for 56 more years than I, and come from a prestigious lineage, yet your cultivation is only one major realm and 4 minor realms above mine. Had I reached your age, I might have already surpassed you in cultivation." As he spoke, he keenly observed Mu Rongshue's expression. Li Zhihao's intention was to convey to her that he was not inferior to her, perhaps even more exceptional. He hoped these words would lead her to regard him with newfound respect. Startled by Li Zhihao's analysis, Mu Rongxue could not help but inquire, "How do you know my age, spiritual root, and physique?" She gazed at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Li Zhihao refrained from answering her directly and continued, "Moreover, when it comes to battling beyond one's realm, my Thunder physique far surpasses your Wind physique. With my current mid-stage Chu Qiao strength, I might not necessarily be defeated by you in a confrontation. If it were a life-and-death struggle, you might even find yourself caught off guard and perish beneath my sword." As he spoke, he stood tall and resolute. Li Zhihao's incessant explanations and analyses were rooted in his belief that only a woman of Mu Rongshue's extraordinary talent and noble lineage was worthy of being his Dao partner. With such a companion, they could support one another on the path of cultivation and jointly strengthen the Li family. Otherwise, after detoxifying Mu Rongxue, he would have long since departed on his small leopard. Upon hearing Li Zhihao's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Mu Rongshue's eyes, prompting her to ask, "Are you truly saying that with your mid-stage Chu Qiao cultivation, you can engage in battle with a fully realized He-Ti master like myself and not be defeated?" "Indeed, I am entirely confident in my ability to overcome a He-Ti cultivator. As for killing, that remains a challenge for me at present, as He-Ti experts possess teleportation abilities that I have yet to master. If they choose to flee, I would be unable to pursue them. However, should they not use teleportation to escape, I am assured in my capability to slay them." Li Zhihao's gaze was unwavering as he answered without hesitation. Mu Rongxue, astonished, could hardly close her mouth. Yet, still skeptical, she questioned, "Are you speaking the truth? Surely you are not exaggerating?" In her heart, she mused, if Li Zhihao were indeed capable of such feats, then perhaps becoming his Dao partner would not be so unwise. After all, Everything that needed to happen between them had already transpired. Li Zhihao keenly sensed Mu Rongshue's wavering resolve, and elated, he said, "How about this? Once we both restore our strength to peak condition, we shall spar, and you will see whether my words hold true." "Very well, if you can prove your claims. I would not mind becoming your Dao partner." Mu Rongshue responded decisively, thinking that if he truly possessed such formidable strength, her parents would likely approve of her choice. "Agreed. It is settled." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Li Zhihao and Mu Rongshue stood 100 meters apart, facing each other in the sky. The fierce winds howled around them, but could not disperse the heavy atmosphere between the two. With a serious expression, Mu Rongshue spoke first. "I will fight with all my strength and show no mercy. You should be cautious." Her tone was firm, and her eyes reflected the gravity of the impending battle, for this spar could very well shape the course of her life. Li Zhihao smiled confidently and responded boldly, "Bring it on. I return the sentiment. I will hold nothing back. If you get injured by my hand, do not blame me." He understood well that Mu Rongshue was formidable and that in this high-altitude arena, the power of wind was exceptionally vibrant, favoring her as a wind physique cultivator. Yet, Li Zhihao's innate competitiveness was thoroughly ignited. "Now, I shall unleash the wind attribute heavenly tier sword technique, Feng Ing Huan Sha Jian." "Be prepared," Mu Rongshue declared, swiftly retrieving the heavenly tier sword, Lan Ing Huan Feng Jian, from her storage ring. The moment she grasped the sword, her connection with the wind elements deepened, and the surrounding wind energy surged toward her. To ensure Li Zhihao understood her sword moves, she called out the name of her technique, Heavenly Tier Sword Technique Feng Ing Huan Sha Jian. First move, Initial Wind Sword Shadow. With her inner spiritual energy mobilized, the wind elements danced around her sword blade, creating faint azure wind patterns. As she moved, her strike was executed with incredible speed, the sword shadow gliding like a gentle breeze, elusive and difficult to capture. Utilizing her affinity with the wind elements, she aimed a precise thrust towards Li Zhihao's vital points, seeking to disrupt his defensive formation. Seeing the grand display of her sword technique, Li Zhihao marveled at Mu Rongshue's prowess, while feeling an even stronger surge of determination. "Come at me," he shouted. Swiftly, he retrieved the exceptional earth-tier sword, Zhihao Lei Jian, from his storage ring. As a thunder physique cultivator, his perception and control over thunder elements far surpassed the norm. At that moment, he unleashed the earth-tier middle-grade sword technique, Jianyin Quang Lei. Mastering the first move, Initial Thunder Sword Summon. With a decisive step forward, his aura coalesced sharply, and his gaze became piercing. He stood firmly in the void, raising his exceptional earth-tier sword, Zhihao Lei Jian. The thunder attribute's spiritual energy surged within him like a torrent, converging toward his right arm. Utilizing the unique energy manipulation method from the heavenly tier middle grade technique, Xiao Yao Na Ling Ju, and his acute sensitivity as a thunder physique cultivator, he summoned the ambient thunder energy, causing it to flow toward the sword. The blade shimmered with a faint thunderous glow. In that instant of attack, Li Zhihao's eyes turned cold, and with a flick of his wrist, he thrust the sword forward with tremendous force, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp cry, aiming directly for Mu Rongshue's throat. With the swift speed of the sword strike and the suddenness of the ambush, an attempt was made to disrupt Mu Rongshue's defensive rhythm. As the sword techniques of wind and thunder collided, the forces of wind and thunder clashed, unleashing intense waves of energy. The azure wind patterns intertwined with the deep blue lightning, forming powerful currents that radiated outward. The surrounding air appeared to boil, churning violently. In this fierce confrontation, Li Zhihao, through his exquisite control of the thunder element and the flawless integration of his thunder spirit body with his swordsmanship, gradually gained the upper hand. Although Mu Rongshue leveraged her advantage as a wind spirit body, rendering her wind sword techniques more agile and variable, she still fell slightly short in this round of tentative attacks. At this moment, Mu Rongshue was astonished, realizing that Li Zhihao was merely 35 years old. In such a short span of time, he had manifested the thunder sword technique to such an extraordinary level. She clenched her teeth in determination, her pride insisting that she could not concede defeat. Simultaneously, she resolved to turn the tide in the next round of attacks. Chapter 73, A Thrilling Battle. Li Zhihao sensed Mu Rongshue's unwillingness to yield, and he understood that the ensuing battle would be even more arduous, yet he was filled with anticipation, eager for a more thrilling duel with Mu Rongshue. The two engaged in fierce combat for over 2 hours, exchanging blows as the energies of wind and thunder clashed violently, erupting in dazzling brilliance and deafening roars. The azure wind elements and the deep blue thunder elements interwove like two furious dragons battling in the heavens. Amidst the flickering light, waves of energy rippled outward from the two, causing the surrounding space to shimmer with concentric circles, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone. With the surrounding spiritual energy thrown into disarray, forming a colossal vortex that mercilessly engulfed everything nearby. Ha 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 ha. Delightful, invigorating, utterly exhilarating. Li Zhihao laughed heartily, his heart brimming with a sense of unrestrained joy. He mused to himself, never anticipating that this duel with Mu Rongxue would bring him such satisfaction. At that moment, he deeply comprehended that battling a human was far more exhilarating than fighting against demonic beasts. The attack patterns of demonic beasts were relatively fixed. Even a seasoned serpent lacked the flexible and variable tactics and techniques of human cultivators. Human cultivators could adjust their strategies according to the battle situation, skillfully combining various techniques, movements, and swordplay to create countless possibilities in combat. Mu Rongxue gazed at Li Zihao's audacious demeanor, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. As if she were observing a monster, she pondered to herself, how could this fellow cultivate both earth-level movement and sword techniques to such an extraordinary realm? Moreover, he wielded not just one sword technique. This was simply unheard of. She could not fathom that Li Zhihao, with merely mid-stage out-of-body cultivation, possessed such formidable combat prowess, enabling him to engage in a stalemate with her, a consummate cultivator at the integration completion stage, and even slightly gain the upper hand. Had it not been for her own cultivation of the earth-level inferior movement technique, Fengqi Huanying Bu, which allowed her to evade Li Zihao's ferocious assaults intermittently, she would have surely been defeated long ago. A surge of intense unwillingness welled up within Mu Rongxue. Despite her higher cultivation level, she found herself ensnared in such a predicament. Gritting her teeth, she declared loudly, "Next, I shall unleash my most powerful sword. If you can withstand this strike, I shall concede defeat." Li Zihao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded without hesitation, "Excellent. Then let us decide the victor with this one strike. Prepare yourself." Mu Rongxue shouted, her aura instantly retracting, her eyes sharp as cold stars. She stood firmly in the void, as steadfast as a pine rooted deep in the earth. Gradually, she raised her hands, grasping the sword hilt. In an instant, the spiritual power within her surged forth like a slumbering dragon awakening, roaring towards her right arm. Simultaneously, she immersed herself in a profound method of spiritual energy operation, deeply invoking every strand of wayward wind attribute spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. These wind energies, originally ethereal and formless like gossamer, now responded as if summoned by a mysterious force, flowing towards her long sword from mountains, rivers, lakes, and deep valleys. From the vast expanse of the sky, as the wind spiritual energy continually gathered, a faint azure halo gradually enveloped the sword, flickering and shimmering, emitting a subtle whistling sound, akin to the whispers of the wind. Mu Rongxue's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes deep as an abyss. With a flick of her wrist, swift as lightning, she poured all her spiritual power unreservedly into the sword, simultaneously infusing her profound understanding of the wind attribute, accumulated through countless cultivations and insights, into this single strike. At that moment, her body and sword appeared to meld into one, becoming the very vessel of the wind. As the sword technique was unleashed, heaven and earth instantly changed color. The once sapphire blue sky was suddenly obscured by rolling dark clouds, an expanse of darkness like ink, boundless and infinite. A furious wind howled, a terrifying spectacle, as if the entire world were to be drawn into an endless vortex. The sound of the wind howled, intermingled with the tremors of all things in the world under the rampaging tempest. A cataclysmic sword energy erupted from the sword tip, enveloped by an infinite force of wind, presenting a deep and mysterious hue of azure black. Its speed surpassed the limits of human perception as it sliced through space, emitting a sharp, tearing sound. Li Zhihao felt this power, more formidable than any previous sword strike, igniting a surge of excitement within him. His battle intent erupted like a volcano. "Come forth," he roared, gripping the earth-level supreme long sword, Xianxiaaudiobooks. In an instant, he entered a transcendental realm of unity with heaven and earth. He closed his eyes, concentrating, gathering all his spiritual energy, deep insights into the thunder attribute, and all the thunder forces of the universe into this one strike. At that moment, lightning flickered around his body, as if he had become the sovereign of thunder, exuding unparalleled majesty. As his sword technique was unleashed, heaven and earth transformed once more. The originally clear sky was again shrouded in dark clouds, an abyss of darkness, boundless and infinite. Countless bolts of lightning ravaged through the clouds, accompanied by deafening roars, as if the apocalypse had arrived. All the thunder forces, drawn by a mysterious and powerful force, converged toward the long sword in his hand. As the thunder energy continued to accumulate, the brilliance of the long sword reached its zenith, resembling a supernova on the verge of eruption, illuminating the entire dark sky. Zhihao suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce light flashing within them, like lightning piercing through the darkness. He bellowed, his voice resonating across the plains, thrusting his long sword with all his might. A world-destroying sword energy shot forth from the sword tip, imbued with the power of myriad thunders, carrying an endless aura of destruction. When the two engaged in this ultimate clash, the entire space seemed to freeze for a moment, followed by an explosion of cataclysmic force. The azure wind sword energy entwined with the cerulean lightning sword energy, intertwining and strangling one another. In an instant, a radiance erupted, more dazzling than the sun, piercing the eyes and causing pain. The terrifying waves of energy radiated outward from the point of collision, surging like a tsunami. Where it passed, space shattered like a broken mirror, revealing countless fissures. The surrounding spiritual energy was forcibly distorted and disrupted by this power, forming a colossal spiritual storm. Mu Rongshui felt an irresistible force crash into her, as if her chest had been struck by a mountain, her internal organs churning violently. Blood erupted uncontrollably from her mouth, and her body flew uncontrollably like a meteor struck by a cannonball, soaring thousands of meters away. During this flight, the fierce winds cut against her skin like blades, instantly shredding her garments into tatters that fluttered in the air. Her long hair danced wildly in the wind, obscuring her face filled with terror and unwillingness. Chapter 74, Mu Rongshui's Defeat. The Dual Cultivation Technique of the Immortal Realm. Yin-Yang Hehuan Dual Cultivation Method. Finally, Mu Rongshui steadied herself thousands of meters away, her complexion as pale as paper, her eyes filled with disbelief. Gazing at the unyielding Li Zhihao before her, she could not help but shout, "Monster, Li Zhihao, you are truly a great monster. I concede, I admit defeat." The sound of her voice, laden with deep frustration and helplessness, lingered in the high skies. Li Zhihao, executing the earth-level middle-grade movement technique, Lei Guangbu, appeared before Mu Rongshui in the blink of an eye, his face adorned with a confident smile. He said, "So, do you now believe that my words were not in vain?" A trace of helplessness and admiration flickered in Mu Rongshui's eyes as she nodded, saying, "I believe it. You are indeed a monster. I will keep my promise. From now on, I shall be your Dao partner." In her heart, she contemplated the prospect of forming a partnership with such an exceptionally gifted Li Zhihao. Given her family leader's stringent nature, she figured he would not oppose, but rather praise her discerning eye. With this thought, Mu Rongshui could not help but revel in the potential accolades she would receive upon returning to her family. Well, since we have become Dao partners, should we not engage in the affairs that Dao partners ought to? Li Zhihao stated, and before Mu Rongshui could respond, he pulled her close and activated Lei Guangbu once more. A cascade of lightning flashed as they streaked across the sky like meteors. After several dozen quick movements, they found a secluded natural cave. Once inside, Li Zhihao spent half an hour setting up a shielding formation. With the system's quality enhancement, it reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier, rendering the formation undetectable unless one used divine sense to scrutinize it closely. After ensuring that Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi were on guard outside, Li Zhihao led Mu Rongshui into the cave. Recalling the 3 days of torment he endured at Mu Rongshui's hands, Li Zhihao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He longed to vent this pent-up irritation. At that moment, as he reached the critical juncture, Mu Rongshui suddenly cried out, "Wait!" Interrupting him, Li Zhihao's anger flared, his eyes turning icy as he glared at Mu Rongshui, coldly questioning, "What? Are you having second thoughts?" Mu Rongshui, taken aback by Li Zhihao's domineering demeanor and furious expression, felt a twinge of fear. Her aura subconsciously weakened, and she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Just a moment. I will give you a technique from the Mu Rong clan. After you review it, we can continue." As she spoke, she hastily retrieved a jade slip containing the technique from her storage ring and handed it to Li Zhihao. "Here, this technique is for you." Li Zhihao raised an eyebrow, accepting the jade slip. Upon probing it with his divine sense, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was a high-quality dual cultivation technique of the heavenly tier, titled Yin-Yang Hujidian. Just then, he heard the familiar mechanical voice of the system echo in his mind. Ding! Detected a high-quality dual cultivation technique of the heavenly tier, Yin-Yang Hujidian. Please choose the enhancement method. Option 1, thousandfold quality enhancement. Option 2, thousandfold quantity enhancement. Instinctively, Li Zhihao glanced at Mu Rongshui, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He understood the unique capabilities of the system. If he performed the enhancement in front of Mu Rongshui, it would likely expose the secret of his possession of the system. With this in mind, he swiftly placed the jade slip into his storage ring and promptly responded in his mind, "I choose the thousandfold quality enhancement." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Tier Dual Cultivation Technique Yin-Yang, He-Huan Dual Cultivation Method. The Heavenly Tier Dual Cultivation Technique. Li Zhihao was overjoyed, never expecting to acquire such a high-level dual cultivation technique. He hurriedly delved into the contents of this technique within his storage ring. Soon, he was thrilled to discover that this technique was nothing short of miraculous. It not only significantly accelerated cultivation speed, but also possessed the enchanting ability to enhance one's spiritual root quality. It is known that a person's spiritual root is predetermined from birth, and elevating it is no easy feat, although some opportunities exist to enhance one's spiritual root. The rare treasures required are difficult to obtain and have limited potential for enhancement. However, this heavenly tier dual cultivation technique was entirely different. Its ceiling could reach the highest possible level, enhancing one's spiritual root to the celestial level, truly deserving of its title as a heavenly tier dual cultivation technique. Li Zhihao could not help but marvel internally. Mu Rongshui, observing Li Zhihao's delighted expression upon receiving the high-quality dual cultivation technique, could not help but feel a sense of pride. She intended for Li Zhihao to understand that despite his formidable combat prowess, her family's power was not to be underestimated. In essence, she wished to showcase her family's depth before him. However, before she could revel in her satisfaction, she noticed that Li Zhihao abruptly stowed away the jade slip into his storage ring, his face lighting up with excitement. To Mu Rongshui, the expression on Li Zhihao's face now bore an unsettling air. When he accepted the heavenly tier dual cultivation technique, Yin-Yang, Hu Ji Dian, she keenly noticed the fleeting pride on her face. Clearly, she was deliberately showcasing the strength of the Mu Rong clan before him. Li Zhihao was determined not to let her have her way. He believed such an atmosphere should not be encouraged, lest Mu Rongshui continually boast about her family's prowess in their future interactions. Therefore, Li Zhihao deliberately cleared his throat and spoke. The dual cultivation technique of the Tianjia Shangpin, known as Yin-Yang Hdn, is indeed an impressive method. As soon as Li Zhihao finished speaking, he noticed a distinct sense of superiority etched upon Mu Rongshui's face. Observing this, he continued in a leisurely manner, stating that there was nothing more to it. However, he possessed a technique far superior to this one. Upon hearing this, the once fading look of superiority on Mu Rongshui's face solidified into one of disbelief, or more precisely, skepticism. With her eyes wide open, she exclaimed, "You have a technique that surpasses the Tianjia Shangpin dual cultivation method? You must know that the dual cultivation techniques of my Murong clan are the highest known among all factions." After a brief pause, as if suddenly struck by an idea, she continued, "Li Zhihao, since I am willing to share my clan's dual cultivation technique with you, it signifies my intention to walk this path with you. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with matters of face." Chapter 75, Cultivating the Dual Cultivation Technique. After Mu Rongshui finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on Li Zhihao's lips. He remarked, "It seems you still do not believe me. Why not take a look at this technique and see if it is not superior to your Murong clans?" As they conversed, Li Zhihao swiftly transcribed the celestial level dual cultivation technique, Yin-Yang Hu In Shu Ju, onto a blank jade slip and handed it to Mu Rongshui. Eagerly, she accepted the jade slip and probed her divine consciousness into it. To her astonishment, she discovered that it contained a celestial level dual cultivation technique. Quickly, she scrutinized the contents of the technique, and as she delved deeper, her expression shifted from surprise to shock. "Heavens, this is indeed a celestial level dual cultivation technique," she exclaimed. "Moreover, it is astonishingly powerful, capable of enhancing one's cultivation while simultaneously improving one's spiritual root, with the upper limit being the celestial spiritual root." A surge of joy coursed through Mu Rongshui as she contemplated. Does this mean that as long as I continue to cultivate this method with Li Zhihao, I can hope to elevate my spiritual root to that of a celestial spiritual root? With this thought in mind, she quickly looked up at Li Zhihao, only to find him regarding her with a teasing expression. Reminded of her earlier pride in her clan's Tianjia Shangpin dual cultivation technique, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Seeing that he had made his point, Li Zhihao decided to draw back, suggesting, "Let us study the effects of this celestial level dual cultivation technique." "All right," Mu Rongshui replied softly, her cheeks flushed. Time passed, perhaps only a minute or an hour, when suddenly the stillness of the cave was broken by Li Zhihao's teasing yet assertive voice. "Did you not previously claim that I lacked the qualifications to be your partner? Tell me, do I possess the qualifications to be your partner now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Rongshui's hesitant yet slightly trembling response followed. "Yes, you do have the qualifications." Seemingly unsatisfied, Li Zhihao pressed on. "Are you still doubtful of my combat prowess?" Mu Rongshui's voice trembled as she replied obediently, "I no longer doubt." Li Zhihao's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of pride, "Am I not impressive?" In response, Mu Morong Shue's voice quivered as she affirmed, "You are the most impressive person I have ever encountered." Just as her words left her lips, a sharp clap resonated through the cave, followed by Li Zio's stern query, Have you encountered anyone else's prowess? Morong Shue's tone turned urgent as she stammered, No, I have only witnessed your greatness." Satisfied, Li Zio replied, "Well, that is more like it." The atmosphere in the cave grew thick with a unique blend of intimacy and subtlety as their dialogue unfolded. Li Zio seemed to employ this slightly domineering approach not only to secure Morong Shue's complete recognition of him, but also to vent the frustrations of the past 3 days, establishing a distinct closeness and authority between them. In turn, Morong Shue, caught up in this back-and-forth exchange, appeared to gradually embrace this unique mode of interaction, her previous pride and arrogance dissipating entirely. 6 months slipped by, and Li Zio and Morong Shue emerged from the cave, shoulder to shoulder. The light outside was somewhat blinding, prompting them to squint as they adjusted to the long-lost brightness. Morong Shue turned her head, her eyes filled with reluctance and affection, softly telling Li Zio, "My dear, I must first reunite with my team. We shall converse in depth once we exit this secret realm." Li Zio smiled gently at her, nodding in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of ethereal energy enveloped Morong Shue, coalescing around her. In the next moment, her figure flickered, accompanied by a ripple of spiritual energy in the air, and she vanished in an instant, leaving Li Zio standing at the cave entrance, murmuring to himself, "Being able to teleport is indeed advantageous. If I could teleport, then cultivators at the integration stage would seem like mere ants to me. However, I will soon reach that stage. How exciting." Reflecting on the past 6 months, Li Zio and Morong Shue had devoted the majority of their time and energy to the study of the celestial-level dual cultivation technique. Xianxiaaudiobooks Xianxiadrama. Within the confines of the cave, they had nearly forgotten everything outside, immersing themselves in the profound world of the technique, only taking brief rests to recover their strength. Each cycle of spiritual energy and its fusion felt like unlocking a mysterious door to a higher realm. Through their tireless efforts, the results were remarkably fruitful. Morong Shue made significant strides in her cultivation, surging 2 minor realms from the initial stage of integration to the 3rd layer of the initial integration stage. It is worth noting that even cultivators with celestial spiritual roots typically require at least 5 years to elevate a single minor realm during this phase. In just 6 months, Morong Shue had not only advanced in cultivation but had achieved the remarkable feat of 2 minor realms. The terrifying potential of the celestial-level dual cultivation technique, Xianxiaaudiobooks Xianxiadrama, was evident. Simultaneously, under the exquisite influence of the dual cultivation technique, Morong Shue's spiritual root received a nurturing boost, blossoming with vibrant vitality, and her root's quality significantly improved, establishing a more solid foundation for her future cultivation journey. Meanwhile, the progress Li Zio made was even more astounding. His cultivation surged dramatically, ascending 3 minor realms from the 6th layer of the mid-out-of-body stage to the 9th layer of the late-out-of-body stage. Not only that, but his spiritual root also underwent subtle yet crucial changes, experiencing a tangible improvement of 0.5. Do not underestimate this seemingly trivial enhancement. In the arduous and lengthy journey of cultivation, even the slightest advancement in one's spiritual root heralds a smoother path ahead, significantly raising the ceiling of attainable achievements. It is noteworthy that 3 months after Li Zhihao and Morong Shue had taken refuge in the cave, Li Zhihao was struck by a brilliant idea. He instructed Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi to endeavor to annex the territories of the 5th, 6th, and 7th tier demon beasts. Subsequently, they were to scour these territories for heavenly materials, spiritual herbs, and mystical resources. As the patriarch of the Li family, Li Zhihao was not one to disdain the lesser 1st and 2nd tier spiritual herbs and resources, nor would he find an abundance of 3rd and 4th tier ones excessive. Rather, he believed that all tiers of such resources were highly beneficial. Thus, he spared no effort in his quest for collection. In Chapter 76, titled Surrounded by 18 Powerful Beings, Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi amassed a significant quantity of spiritual herbs and resources ranging from the 1st to the 7th tier over the course of 2 months, with a predominant focus on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th tiers. The 6th and 7th tier resources were relatively scarce, as this secret realm might have been artificially created, and resources were limited. Additionally, every decade, prodigies entered to participate in a grand competition, making the collection of spiritual herbs and resources by Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi merely a secondary task. After 2 months of diligent collection, they presented their findings to Li Zhihao, who then directed them to initiate a demon-beast war within the annexed territories for the remaining month, primarily targeting the 7th tier demon beasts while not overlooking the 6th and 5th tiers. Over the course of an entire month, Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi secured a staggering 38,000 5th-tier Demon Beast core essences, over 52,000 6th-tier core essences, and more than 8,000 7th-tier core essences. Their dimensional space was nearly overflowing with the remains of demon beasts. Upon reaching the 8th tier, demon beasts could develop their own dimensional spaces, whether large or small, which could not only store spiritual herbs and resources, but also temporarily house living beings. After Morong Shui departed for nearly half an hour, Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi returned, unaware that they were being followed by over 10 prodigies in the fusion realm and 2 in the early stages of the tribulation crossing. Once Li Zhihao had gathered the harvest, he intended to return to the cave to assess it. At that moment, a voice halted his steps. As the words fell, Li Zhihao witnessed a disturbance in the space around him, and soon found himself encircled by 18 formidable beings. Li Zhihao, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, scrutinized the 18 powerful figures surrounding him and discerned that among them were 2 in the early stages of the tribulation crossing, while the remaining 16 were all at the fusion realm, consisting of 6 in the initial stage, 4 in the mid-stage, 3 in the late stage, and 3 at the peak stage. At this juncture, one of the early-stage fusion realm experts spoke with an air of arrogance, proclaiming, "Yang Xingzi, I told you there was something amiss with this demon beast turmoil. How could the demon beasts possibly instigate a conflict on their own?" One of the early-stage tribulation crossing prodigies, named Yang Yiqin from the Holy Land faction Lingyun Holy Land, responded, "Zhao Yu, you've done a great service this time. Once we obtain the demon beast core essences, I shall ensure you receive a larger share." Another tribulation crossing prodigy, known as Xiao Ling from the Holy Land faction Xingqian Holy Land, interjected, "Brother Yang, remember that we were invited here. You promised us 40% of the spoils." It turned out that these 18 prodigies hailed from 2 branches of the 10th tier Duobao Pavilion in the central region, with both leaders being prodigies of Holy Land factions. Li Zhihao paid no mind to their conversation, but rather calmly inquired, "I am quite curious. How did you manage to have my 2 beasts follow you without their knowledge?" This question was imperative for Li Zhihao to clarify, as both Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi were early-stage 8th-tier demon beasts, comparable to early-stage tribulation crossing cultivators. Logically, the 18 prodigies should not have been able to elude them. As Li Zhihao's words fell, the 2 early-stage tribulation crossing prodigies, Yang Yiqin and Xiao Ling, simultaneously furrowed their brows. They were taken aback by Li Zhihao's calmness in the face of their encirclement, suggesting one of 2 possibilities. Either Li Zhihao was entirely unafraid of them, or he was merely feigning composure. Given that Li Zhihao was at the mid-6th layer of the out-of-body realm, while they were both at the early stages of the tribulation crossing, they towered over him by 2 significant realms. In their eyes, it was evident whether Li Zhihao was genuinely fearless or simply pretending. At that moment, Li Zhihao exhibited no signs of panic. During his time at the 6th layer of the out-of-body realm, he had been able to contend evenly with a complete 7th-tier Xiao Shi. Furthermore, after spending 6 months practicing the dual cultivation technique Yin Yang, Hihuan Shuang Xiuju with Morong Shui, Li Zhihao's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth had deepened significantly. This was not merely an elevation of his cultivation level to the 9th layer of the out-of-body realm. It also meant that, while he might not necessarily triumph over an early-stage tribulation crossing expert, he would certainly not be easily defeated. Should Li Zhihao engage in combat with the 16 fusion realm prodigies, he was confident in his ability to overcome them. As for the prospect of slaying them, it would prove challenging, given that fusion realm experts could teleport. If they wished to escape, he would be unable to pursue them. Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi, being early-stage 8th-tier demon beasts, were of equal standing to the 2 early-stage tribulation crossing prodigies. Thus, Li Zhihao could swiftly deal with the 16 fusion realm prodigies before joining forces with Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi to confront the 2 tribulation crossing prodigies. Therefore, he understood that these 18 prodigies could not possibly prevail against him, which naturally contributed to his confidence. At this moment, a perplexed early-stage fusion realm prodigy, noticing the frowns of the 2 tribulation crossing prodigies, mistakenly believed that Li Zhihao's words had displeased them. Seizing the opportunity to display his bravado, he boldly shouted at Li Zhihao, "Boy, do you not see the 2 Xingzi here? Why engage in so much idle chatter? Hand over the demon beast core essences at once. Offend the 2 Xingzi, and you shall pay with your life." Li Zhihao coolly replied, "Is that so? Are they truly Xingzi? You truly overestimate them. Would prodigies of the Holy Land participate in the Duobao Pavilion's grand competition? They are merely 2 who are not even core disciples, let alone true disciples, yet they dare to claim to be Xingzi. How utterly absurd." The hierarchy of disciples within the Holy Land factions includes miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, true disciples, and Xingzi, or Xingnu. As for how Li Zhihao was aware of this, it was, of course, thanks to Morong Shui's enlightenment. The reason the fusion realm prodigies referred to Yang Yichen and Xiao Ling as Shengzi was simple. Who does not relish flattery? Their designation as Shengzi satisfied their vanity. However, Li Zhihao's words ruthlessly stripped away their facade of vanity, provoking their embarrassment and anger. Initially, the two had held some trepidation towards Li Zhihao, but upon recalling that he was merely a mere ninth-tier transcendental being, no matter the hidden trump cards, how could they possibly contend with those two formidable realms above them? Thus, with a darkened countenance, Yang Yichen bellowed, "All together, subdue this audacious youth at once." At his command, the very heavens seemed to tremble. The initial stage tribulation cultivators, along with 2 illustrious figures from the Holy Land, and 16 remarkable beings in the fusion stage, simultaneously launched their assault on Li Zhihao. In an instant, a myriad of dazzling lights flickered, and spiritual energy surged forth like an unstoppable tide, rushing towards Li Zhihao. The force of the initial stage tribulation cultivators was astonishing, capable of shattering the void itself. Beams of destructive spiritual energy shot through the air like meteors, targeting Li Zhihao with relentless ferocity. The 16 fusion stage prodigies were equally unyielding, each unleashing their most formidable spells. Some conjured ice shards that rained down upon Li Zhihao, while others coalesced robust spiritual energy into colossal swords, striking down with fervor. Others still employed intricate formations, attempting to ensnare Li Zhihao within their grasp. The entire space erupted into chaos under the onslaught of such formidable attacks, the winds howling and thunder reverberating, as if the apocalypse had descended. At the very moment the 18 prodigies launched their assault, Li Zhihao swiftly transmitted his thoughts to Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi. Xiao Bao, Xiao Shi, hold back the 2 initial stage tribulation cultivators for now. Once I have dealt with these 16 fusion stage prodigies, I will join you to confront them. Understood, Master, they replied in unison. Feeling a sense of guilt for inadvertently leading the enemy here, Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi resolved to give their all. Xiao Shi transformed swiftly into the optimal combat form of the Huachalai Kwaikong Jiao, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance. Her form expanded to 100 feet in length, her robust body adorned with fiery orange scales that shimmered like forged iron. Beneath these scales, magma flowed with a life of its own, periodically bursting forth in searing flames that warped the surrounding air. Her colossal head held high, golden vertical pupils gleamed like twin suns, exuding a chilling radiance that could pierce through the weaknesses of her foes. Her powerful limbs anchored firmly to the ground, each claw glistening with a deadly cold light, poised to rend her enemies asunder. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoxi unleashed her skill, Yanshili Bengliel Chongji. As she opened her maw, fire and earth elements surged forth, drawn by an unseen force, converging before her. In the blink of an eye, a massive sphere of energy coalesced, radiant with orange light, its molten core roiling and intertwined with earthy energy. With a mighty thrust, she propelled this terrifying force towards Yang Yichen. As the energy surge passed, ripples spread through the space, as though the very fabric of reality struggled under the burden. Upon contact with Yang Yichen's defensive spiritual barrier, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, flames surged like a tidal wave, igniting everything in their path. The violent tremors radiated from the epicenter, causing the ground to undulate wildly, fissures cracking like spider webs. The surrounding space was torn apart, grotesque black rifts appearing as chaotic currents sought to swallow Yang Yichen into the abyss of turmoil. Faced with Xiao Shi's ferocious Yanshili Bengliel Chongji, Yang Yichen's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Aware of the immense power behind the strike, he dared not underestimate it and hastily summoned all his spiritual energy to form a robust barrier before him. This barrier shimmered with a pale blue hue, intricate runes flowing across its surface, emanating a formidable aura that spoke of its resilience. Yet, as the Yanshili Bengliel Chongji collided with the barrier, the tremendous impact jolted Yang Yichen violently. The cataclysmic force battered against the barrier like a raging beast, while the flames licked hungrily at its surface, seeking to consume it. The tremors reverberated through Yang Yichen's very being, dragging him back several dozen paces, leaving deep gouges in the earth beneath him. The barrier flickered uncertainly under the horrific onslaught, the runes growing hazy. Yang Yichen gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the barrier's integrity. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, the energy surge began to wane, ultimately dissipating into the air. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Yang Yichen's face was marked by a mixture of gratitude and dread. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Xiaoxi pressed her advantage, unleashing her next skill. Huatulingyu. In an instant, orange light erupted from her center, the fire elements rampaging within the domain, while the earth elements provided a steadfast foundation. The entire space seemed to be reshaped, creating a bizarre world where fire and earth intertwined. Trapped within, Yang Yichang felt an invisible force binding his body, rendering his movements sluggish. Each step felt as though he were wading through a quagmire. Attempting to channel his spiritual energy to cast spells, he found it being hindered, as if an unseen hand thwarted his efforts, diminishing the potency of his incantations. Meanwhile, within this domain, Xiaoxi's aura intensified, her scales shimmering with an even more brilliant light, her already formidable offensive and defensive capabilities significantly enhanced. Yang Yichang was struck with astonishment. He had never anticipated this beast would prove such a formidable adversary, unleashing such powerful skills in rapid succession. As he ruminated on a means of escape, Xiaoxi launched her next skill, Yanshili Inru Tushi. Cunningly, she utilized the powers of fire and earth to mask her presence, silently concealing herself beneath the ground. Yang Yichang warily surveyed his surroundings, yet detected nothing amiss. Just as he anticipated an ambush from the flames, the earth beneath him suddenly shifted. Xiaoxi erupted from the ground like a specter, appearing behind Yang Yichang, her massive claws imbued with terrifying fire and earth energy, reaching for him with ferocious intent. Yang Yichang did not immediately perceive the sudden assault of the small serpent. By the time he reacted, it was too late to evade. The serpent's strike landed heavily upon his back, and with a resounding crack, it felt as though his spine might shatter. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling forward before crashing heavily onto the ground. At this moment, it was evident that Yang Yichang had fallen into a disadvantageous position. He struggled to rise, yet was met with excruciating pain, his limbs rendered soft and powerless. Chapter 78, The Great Battle Won. The series of attacks from the small serpent flowed seamlessly, a testament to its newfound strength. Its combat awareness and experience surpassed anything seen before, compelling even a cultivator like Yang Yichang, who was in the early stages of tribulation, to suffer grievous injuries in an instant. Meanwhile, the small leopard had transformed into the optimal combat form of Jiuyu Yening Bao. Standing imperiously, it emanated a chilling aura of lethal intent. Beneath its inky black fur, ethereal blue flames danced like spirited apparitions, subtly shifting. Occasionally, flickers of fire erupted from its coat, forming unique and mysterious fiery patterns across its surface. Its blood-red vertical pupils radiated ferocity and determination, seemingly capable of piercing through the very souls of its foes, instilling a profound sense of oppression in all creatures that drew near, as if they were marked by death itself. Without a moment's hesitation, the small leopard unleashed its skill, Jiuyu Yanshi. It opened its gaping maw, releasing a vast expanse of ethereal blue flames. These flames billowed like thick smoke, yet bore the searing heat capable of incinerating all. They rapidly spread forth, creating a localized domain of fire. Within this fiery realm, the temperature surged dramatically, the air seemingly ignited, crackling ominously. Xiaoling, caught off guard, found himself enveloped by this sudden onslaught. The instant he stepped into the fiery domain, he sensed his spiritual energies flow become sluggish, as if restrained by an invisible force. The ethereal blue flames clung to his body like parasitic maggots, searing his skin and inducing waves of stinging pain, as if countless needles were piercing him simultaneously. Enveloped by the small leopard's Jiuyu Yanshi, Xiaoling was immediately assailed by an overwhelming heat. The ethereal blue flames voraciously devoured his protective spiritual energy, emitting a hissing sound as it was consumed. His expression grew grave as he swiftly performed hand seals, conjuring a shimmering silver shield that coalesced around him. The runes upon the shield glimmered, indicative of a highly advanced defensive spell. The ethereal blue flames violently crashed against the shield, sending forth bursts of ghostly light, as though seeking to engulf the silver barrier. Xiaoling could feel the energy of the shield rapidly depleting with each impact, his spiritual energy surging tumultuously with every strike. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he exerted all his will to maintain the shield's stability while striving to dispel the strange force that impeded his spiritual flow. However, just as Xiaoling was frantically defending against the small leopard's skill, the small leopard activated another technique, Yining Huanshan. The ethereal blue flames enveloping its form surged dramatically, from which 4 phantoms composed of Jiuyu Yin and Shadow emerged. These phantoms, though varied in appearance, exuded an unsettling aura, swirling around Xiaoling like specters. A flicker of panic crossed Xiaoling's eyes. He dared not underestimate these phantoms. His gaze fixed upon them as he continuously altered his hand seals, poised to counter their attacks. Yet, the phantoms moved with astonishing speed, akin to wraiths, evading his grasp. One phantom seized the opportunity, lunging toward Xiaoling. He swiftly sidestepped, but the phantom executed a swift turn mid-air and lunged at him once more. Simultaneously, the other phantoms launched their assaults from various angles, encircling him. With a thundering crash, one phantom collided with Xiaoling's shield, erupting in a violent explosion that unleashed a terrifying wave of Jiu Yen energy. The force of the impact jolted Xiaoling, causing the shield's glow to dim considerably. The surrounding space seemed to warp under this power, flames rampaging, scorching the earth, and creating massive craters. Xiaoling was sent staggering back several feet, barely managing to regain his footing. Yet before he could collect himself, the small leopard unleashed yet another skill, Jiu Ning Hun Zhao. Its blood-red vertical pupils fixed intently on Xiaoling, a flicker of ghostly light shimmering within. A mysterious and frigid force shot forth from its gaze, establishing a tenuous connection with Xiaoling's soul. A wave of cold surged from the depths of his spirit, as if an invisible hand were slowly siphoning away his soul's strength. His mental clarity began to wane, his once clear consciousness growing increasingly muddled, and his body involuntarily trembled. He yearned to break free from this binding force, yet found his soul ensnared by the power of Jiu, each struggle intensifying his anguish. As the strength of his soul continued to be drained, Xiaoling's complexion grew ever paler, his abilities gradually diminishing. In the instant combat erupted, the small leopard and small serpent swiftly gained the upper hand. Li Zhihao sprang into action, donning the Earth-tier mid-grade gauntlets, Bao Lei. Before executing the fifth form of the Earth-tier mid-grade movement technique, Lei Guangbu, in a flash, he unleashed all the lightning attribute spiritual energy within him. His eyes flashing with lightning as he melded with the surrounding space, vanishing from his original position to reappear behind Zhao Yu. A prodigy at the culmination of the fusion stage. The moment he arrived behind Zhao Yu, Li Zhihao unleashed the sixth form of the Earth-tier mid-grade fist technique, Lei Yaohong Tian. He concentrated all his spiritual energy into his fists, which radiated with dazzling brilliance. Raising both fists high, he struck down upon Zhao Yu with ferocious force, summoning the power of lightning to create a shockwave. Zhao Yu sensed the impending attack from behind and hurriedly turned to defend himself. In a frantic effort, he summoned his spiritual energy to forge a defensive barrier before him. Yet against Li Zhihua's full-force assault, his resistance proved futile. Li Zhihua's fists, accompanied by the thunderous shockwave, crashed into Zhao Yu, shattering his flesh and obliterating his nascent soul without mercy. Li Zhihua's decision to eliminate Zhao Yu first was not merely due to the fact that Zhao Yu was one of the 5 with the lowest cultivation among the 16, but rather because Zhao Yu had exhibited the most audacious behavior within the group. Not only had he closely associated himself with the pursuit of the small leopard and small serpent, but his crude language and foul mouth had also garnered the ire of his peers. At this moment, the remaining 15 male cultivators at the fusion stage observed Li Zhihao executing the Earth-tier mid-grade fist technique, Shandian Laming Quan, with remarkable fluidity and natural grace, indicative of having reached a transcendent level. One prodigy at the culmination of the fusion stage could not help but exclaim that this was the pinnacle of lightning-based fist techniques. Yet, in the aftermath of Li Zhihua's obliteration of Zhao Yu, the remaining 15 fusion stage cultivators remained in stunned disbelief, unable to react. Without delay, Li Zhihao employed the Earth-tier mid-grade movement technique, Lei Guangbu, his form like a flash of lightning, instantly appearing beside the prodigy at the culmination of the fusion stage. Chapter 79, The Great Battle 2. Immediately thereafter, Li Zhihao unleashed the Earth-tier mid-grade fist technique. In the fifth stance of Shan Dian Laming Quan, titled Zi Dian Hong Kong, he swiftly gathered a more refined essence of lightning attribute spiritual energy. Before long, his fists were enveloped in violet electric light. Subsequently, Li Zhihao unleashed a powerful horizontal strike with his fists, and in an instant, a colossal violet fist ray surged forth, magnificent in its might, hurtling towards the prodigy at the completion of the harmonization phase. The expansive reach of the violet fist ray caused the surrounding space to appear slightly distorted. Despite the prodigy's hurried defensive response, the overwhelming power of the violet fist ray shattered his defenses, obliterating him entirely. Both his physical form and primordial spirit were annihilated. After Li Zhihao had vanquished that prodigy of the harmonization phase, the remaining 14 prodigies witnessed this scene, their faces paling in terror. While it was one thing for Li Zhihao to have defeated Zhao Yu, a harmonization early-stage opponent, it was entirely another for him to have eradicated even a companion at the completion of the harmonization phase. This revelation sent them into a complete panic. Disregarding the ongoing battle with Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi, and they hastily activated their teleportation, dispersing like beams of light in flight. Unable to catch up, Li Zhihao immediately initiated Lei Guangbu, resembling a streak of lightning as he rapidly reached Yang Yichen's side. He then executed the most formidable strike of Shan Dian Lei Ming Quan, the 8th stance, Dianshan Lei Mingguei. As Li Zhihao's spiritual energy surged violently around him, his comprehension of lightning seemed to form an invisible bridge, drawing the power of thunder from the heavens like rivers converging into the sea. His fists shone like two radiant suns, their brilliance blinding, as though the very essence of thunder was gestating within. With a tremendous effort, he propelled his fists forward, unleashing a colossal column of electric light imbued with world-shattering power. As the column traversed its path, the space around it fractured like shattered glass, the air instantly ionized, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, while everything in its vicinity warped and distorted under this terrifying force. Yang Yichen sensed the imminent peril, his complexion draining of color. In a state of alarm, he could not help but exclaim that Li Zhihao, merely at the 9th layer of the out-of-body stage, could unleash such a formidable attack. In the blink of an eye, he deduced that Li Zhihao's overwhelming power stemmed evidently from his extraordinary mastery of the lightning-style fist technique. A surge of jealousy and envy washed over him as he lamented his own arduous years of cultivation, finding it incredibly frustrating that he could not bring his own fist techniques to such heights, while Li Zhihao, at such a tender age, had already achieved this level of prowess. With no time to ponder further, he summoned all his spiritual energy, rapidly forming a thick spiritual energy shield before him, while simultaneously producing an ancient defensive artifact, hoping to withstand this cataclysmic strike. The shield shimmered with multicolored hues, and the runes on the artifact flowed, revealing its extraordinary quality. However, in the face of Li Zhihao's full-powered Dianshan Lei Mingguei, Yang Yichen's defenses appeared woefully inadequate. The immense column collided violently with the shield and artifact, erupting in a deafening roar. The multicolored brilliance dimmed instantaneously, and the runes on the artifact gradually faded under the powerful impact. The shield was torn apart as if it were mere paper, and the artifact emitted a mournful cry. Its light extinguished. Yang Yichen felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, his body akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, uncontrollably propelled backward. Just as Yang Yichen was on the brink of succumbing to this lethal blow, Xiaoxi astutely seized the opportunity. With a tumultuous surge of fire and earth energy, flames enveloped Xiaoxi entirely, who, shrouded in the fiery veil, stealthily merged into the inferno. As the flames intensified under Xiaoxi's influence, the temperature skyrocketed. Engrossed in resisting Li Zhihao's assault, Yang Yichen was utterly oblivious to the unusual presence behind him amidst the flames. At the opportune moment, Xiaoxi burst forth from the fire, appearing instantaneously behind Yang Yichen. All of Xiaoxi's strength coalesced into its claws, striking fiercely at Yang Yichen. With a tearing sound, the exorbitantly priced defensive garment on Yang Yichen was effortlessly shredded by Xiaoxi, as if it were decayed fabric. The sudden turn of events left Yang Yichen momentarily stunned. In this brief lapse, Li Zhihao surged forth like lightning once more, delivering a punch that contained torrential thunderous energy, which struck Yang Yichen's physical form directly. With a thunderous explosion, Yang Yichen's body detonated like a bomb, erupting into a cloud of blood mist. At the moment Li Zhihao's thunderous punch made contact with his flesh, Yang Yichen's primordial spirit had already fled from his corporeal form. The tiny face of the primordial spirit was etched with terror, and it did not dare linger for even a moment, immediately employing its teleportation technique to escape in a flash. In another part of the battlefield, Xiao Ling witnessed the destruction of Yang Yichen's physical form and the frantic flight of his primordial spirit, causing him to be gripped by fear. He understood that if he did not leave, he would be faced with a dead end. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his teleportation, escaping the battlefield in a state of panic. Just as Xiao Bao and Xiaoxi prepared to give chase, Li Zhihao interjected, stating it was unnecessary to pursue. After collecting Zhao Yu and another prodigy's storage rings, Li Zhihao advised Xiao Bao and Xiaoxi that they could not linger here and needed to find another location. Soon, Li Zhihao rode Xiao Bao to a natural cave, instructing Xiao Bao and Xiaoxi to stand guard at the entrance while he entered the cave alone. Seated cross-legged, Li Zhihao began to assess his spoils, retrieving the storage rings of the two harmonization phase prodigies. Skillfully, he categorized the items from the two rings. After a considerable time, the inventory was as follows: 12 billion low-grade spirit stones, which Li Zhihao amplified to yield 12 billion mid-grade spirit stones. 8 billion mid-grade spirit stones were also amplified to yield 800 billion mid-grade spirit stones. 56 billion high-grade spirit stones were similarly amplified to yield 560 billion high-grade spirit stones. 68,000 supreme-grade spirit stones were acquired. But Li Zhihao chose not to amplify these for now, as he intended to keep them in reserve. He never anticipated that the prodigies from the central domain would be so affluent. The spirit stones from just the 2 harmonization phase prodigy storage rings resolved the Li family's spiritual stone deficit. The main consumer was the reincarnation hall. And with these spirit stones, it seemed he could establish even more reincarnation formations. This would allow not only 3-year-old children to undergo reincarnation, but also enable the Li family members with cultivation to do the same. He was uncertain how many spirit stones would be consumed for a reincarnation attempt by someone at the out-of-body stage, but he estimated it would require a substantial amount. Li Zhihao murmured to himself. Chapter 80. The Secret Realm competition is about to conclude. Regarding the remaining elixirs, spiritual herbs, materials, demonic beast cores, techniques, spells, and artifacts, Li Zhihao enhanced them according to the needs of the Li family, employing both 1,000-fold quality and quantity amplifications. Through the resources acquired from these 2 harmonization phase prodigies, the foundation of the Li family had been significantly enriched. The Li family is poised for significant development. As Li Zhihao meticulously counts the spoils, a disturbance ripples through a mountainous area within the secret realm, heralding the emergence of a yuan-ing, roughly the size of an adult's fist. It is evident that he is Yang Yichen, who was obliterated by Li Zhihao's might. This location serves as a sanctuary for 5th-tier demon beasts within the secret realm, rendering it one of the safest havens therein. It is also where Yang Yichen deliberately chose to reside. Cursed be it. How could he possibly possess such strength? I must avenge myself. I must seek retribution. Meanwhile, in another valley of the secret realm, Xiao Ling expresses her trepidation, exclaiming how terrifying this individual is. With post-out-of-body strength rivaling that of the tribulation stage, this has escalated the stakes considerably. I cannot provoke him. I cannot afford to. Alas. I hope he soon forgets about a minor character like me. After Li Zhihao stores all the items into his spatial ring, he reflects that there are still over 4 months left until the conclusion of the Baobao Pavilion's secret realm competition, murmuring to himself. He then communicates with Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi through his thoughts, instructing them to continue their previous endeavors, but to refrain from initiating conflicts easily, focusing instead on subjugation and the thorough gathering of spiritual materials and medicinal herbs. They are to reconvene with him here in 4 months. Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi respond affirmatively and depart. Next, Li Zhihao dedicates himself to enhancing his skills in alchemy, artifact forging, formation crafting, and talisman making. A month later, in the 8th month of the Secret Realm's timeline, he immerses himself fully in alchemy, and his efforts finally bear fruit. At this moment, he stands vigilantly beside the alchemical furnace, where the flames leap, exuding intense heat. With hands moving like phantoms, he swiftly performs the incantation to summon the elixir. As the incantations are infused into the furnace, the lid trembles slightly, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafts into the air. Shortly thereafter, a low rumbling emanates from the furnace, and one by one, plump 6th-tier elixirs, the gathering spirit returning essence pill, emerge, shimmering with a soft glow, as if drawn by unseen threads from the furnace. The surface of each elixir glows with mysterious patterns, seemingly narrating the immense spiritual power contained within. Li Zhihao gazes upon the elixirs, the culmination of his efforts, and a smile of satisfaction graces his face. The emergence of the 6th-tier elixirs signifies his official entry into the ranks of 6th-tier alchemists. 2 months later, in the 9th month of the Secret Realm's timeline, after a month of preparation, Li Zhihao begins to set up a 6th-tier formation, the xianxiaaudiobooks formation. His demeanor is serious as he swiftly executes the intricate hand seals, positioning the formation flags, inscribed with runes, into the ground with precise alignment. With each flag inserted, strands of spiritual energy, like silver serpents, coil downward, resonating harmoniously with the energies of the other flags, sketching a subtle network. He then retrieves 6 crystalline stones that radiate an extraordinary light, carefully placing them at the critical focal points of the formation. Once positioned, the ground erupts in brilliant luminescence, intertwining to form complex formation patterns that expand and flourish, ultimately manifesting into a grand and intricate design. In an instant, the formation is complete, unleashing a vast and mysterious power that seems capable of traversing the skies and intimidating all directions. With the formidable 6th-tier xianxiaaudiobooks formation successfully established, elevating Li Zhihao's formation skills to the 6th tier. 3 months later, in the 10th month within the Secret Realm, Li Zhihao is drenched in sweat, wholly focused on forging a 6th-tier artifact. He stands beside the artifact furnace, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his gaze fixed intently on the nascent shape of the artifact within. At this critical juncture, he meticulously engraves the formation into the artifact. Holding his breath, he channels his spiritual energy into fine threads, slowly and accurately delineating the complex formation patterns. Each stroke is imbued with months of labor and hope. As the final line is inscribed, the furnace radiates a brilliant light, and a sixth-tier artifact emerges into existence. This artifact, surrounded by mysterious runes, is named the Dawn Spirit Sky, Sword by Zhihao. His artifact forging has also attained the 6th tier. For months later, in the 11th month of the Secret Realm, Zhihao is now engaged in crafting 6th-tier talismans within a cave. On the table lies talisman paper made from the hide of a 6th-tier demon beast, adorned with clear and ancient patterns, while a jade bowl holds the precious blood of rare demon beasts, shimmering with a faint glow. With a grave expression, Zhihao infuses his spiritual energy into the ink and begins to draw. His brush moves swiftly, the lines of the talisman drawn with precision, reflecting his profound understanding of the art of talisman crafting. As the runes gradually take shape, the surrounding spiritual energy surges wildly, as if drawn in by the talisman. Upon completing the final stroke, Zhihao holds his breath and steadies his hand. In an instant, the talisman paper radiates brilliant light, a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanating forth. With a satisfied smile, he names this talisman the Thunder Sovereign Breaking Sky Talisman. After over 4 months of diligent effort, Zhihao successfully elevates all 4 of his skills to the 6th tier. Host, Zhihao. Gender, male. Age, 34. Identity, patriarch of the Li family. Realm, 9 layers of post-out-of-body. Spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root. Physique, thunder spirit body. Comprehension, enlightened understanding, top-tier comprehension. Technique, carefree spirit absorption technique. Heavenly tier, medium quality. Arts, yellow tier, upper-grade fist technique. Thunderstorm fist, masterful. Mysterious tier, upper-grade sword technique. Purple lightning sword cannon, masterful. Earth tier, lower-grade sword technique. Thunderous sword roar, masterful. Earth tier, medium-grade sword technique. Sword of raging thunder, masterful. Earth tier, medium-grade movement technique. Thunderlight step, masterful. Earth tier, medium-grade palm technique. Thunderous breakthrough palm, masterful. Earth tier, medium-grade fist technique. Flash of thunder fist, masterful. 6th tier, lower-grade alchemist. 6th tier, lower-grade talisman maker. 6th tier, lower-grade formation master. 6th tier, lower-grade artifact forger. During Zhihao's period of skill cultivation, Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi have also been industrious, amassing an abundance of 1st to 7th tier spiritual herbs and materials over the past 4 months. It can be said that these spiritual herbs and materials are sufficient for the Li family to utilize for several centuries. And this is without the enhancement from Zhihao's system. This implies that these spiritual herbs and materials can be further amplified through alchemy into pills, or through forging into artifacts. With only 8 days remaining until the conclusion of the Secret Realm competition, it is time to hunt a few 8th-tier demon beasts to secure my position as the first. Thus, Zhihao mentally calls out to Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi. Soon, the 2 beasts arrive at his side, noticeably smaller now. Xiao Bao is approximately the size of an average dog, while Xiao Shi measures around 1 meter in length. Do you know if there are any 8th-tier leopard or flood dragon demon beasts within this Secret Realm? Ideally, ones we can face together, preferably those in the early 8th tier. Chapter 81, Slaying the 8th-tier Dark Star Flame Shadow Leopard. Zhihao's intent to hunt leopard and flood dragon demon beasts is also to gather resources for Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi's evolution. As they have exerted considerable effort during this expedition into the Secret Realm, Zhihao intended to reward them, of course. He could also allow them to extract their essence to amplify their powers. Yet, such actions would inevitably harm the source. 3 days later, Zhihao, accompanied by Xiao Shi and Xiao Bao, arrived at the territory of an early-stage 8th-tier demon beast, the Anxing Yan Ingbao. Upon their arrival, the Anxing Yan Ingbao quickly sensed their presence, leading to an immediate standoff. Zhihao then examined its attribute panel. Beast name, Anxing Yan Ingbao beast species, leopard beast level, mid-8th tier beast quality, epic beast attributes, dark, flame beast skills. 1. Dark Flame Spiral Strike. Concentrates dark flames at the tips of its claws, unleashing a spiraling attack that effortlessly penetrates enemies' defenses, causing sustained dark flame damage and inflicting a tearing effect. 2. Flame Shadow Stealth. Melds into shadows, utilizing dark flames to conceal its presence, appearing instantaneously behind enemies to deliver a fatal strike, with attacks inflicting burn damage and weakening effects, reducing enemies' defenses and spiritual power. 3. Dark Flame Canopy. Releases a vast area of dark flames, forming an assault akin to a celestial canopy that descends upon foes, dealing area damage while plunging the surroundings into darkness, obstructing enemies' vision and subjecting them to continuous erosion by dark flames. 4. Flame Shadow Pulse. Discharges dark flame pulses from its body, radiating outward from its center, impacting enemies' bodies and spiritual power. interrupting their spellcasting and causing temporary paralysis while continuously disrupting them with dark flame energy. 5. Dark Flame's Soul Lock Chain summons chains constructed from dark flames to bind enemy souls. Any foe touched by these chains will suffer burns to their soul and experience slowed movements, as their own power is gradually consumed by dark flames. Beast Status. An aura of dread envelopes it, its glossy black fur concealing flickering dark flames beneath, occasionally manifesting eerie patterns. Its blood-red vertical pupils brim with vigilance and ferocity, as if capable of seeing through everything. Beast Potential. Possesses a unique dark flame bloodline. Should it absorb high-quality dark flame spiritual objects, it may surpass its current realm, significantly enhancing its mastery over dark flames, potentially becoming a sovereign of dual dark flame attributes. Beast Evolution Directions. Dark Prison Flame Demon Leopard, Flame Sea Shadow Overlord Leopard, Dark Flame Annihilator Leopard, Crimson Flame Phantom Leopard, Underworld Flame Dark Star Leopard. Realizing the Anqing Yanning Bao was at mid-8th tier, Zhihao frowned and spoke. However, just as he contemplated whether to engage in battle with the Anqing Yanning Bao, it had already launched an attack. The fierce confrontation commenced. The Anqing Yanning Bao, being mid-8th tier, sent a wave of unease through Zhihao, who furrowed his brow, knowing the impending battle would be extraordinarily challenging. While Zhihao pondered his strategy, the Anqing Yanning Bao suddenly attacked. It opened its mouth and unleashed a deafening roar, distorting the air with its sound waves. Following this, a torrent of inky dark flames erupted from within, swiftly coalescing into a dark flame canopy that bore down upon Zhihao, Xiao Bao, and Xiao Shi. Wherever the dark flame canopy passed, sizzling sounds emerged, plunging the surroundings into darkness as dark flames rained down, bringing both burning and corrosive force. Xiao Bao instantly transformed into the Jiu Yu Yanning Bao, its spiritual power surging mightily. It swung its claws, executing the Jiu Yu Yan Prison Claw, intertwining Jiu Yu flames with shadow power, charging towards the dark flames. The claws tore through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, clashing against the dark flames, where the shadow eroded the dark flames, and the Jiu Yu flames blazed fiercely in opposition, creating a continuous roar as powerful energy fluctuations shook the ground, causing fissures to spread. Simultaneously, Xiaoxi transformed into the Hua Tu Lai Kong Jiao, entering its most formidable combat form. It gathered immense fire and earth power before it, launching the Yin Tu Bung Lai impact. A colossal energy shockwave surged towards the dark flame canopy, igniting a violent explosion upon contact, with high-temperature flames spreading, and intense shockwaves radiating outward from the explosion's epicenter, cracking the ground with numerous fissures. The space was torn open with tiny gaps, entwining with the dark flame forces, releasing a dazzling display of light and energy. Li Zhihao donned the Yulei Huaning boots, wielding the Zishao Lei Jian, channeling his spiritual power to execute the fourth form of Lei Guangbu, Zi Lei Fei Lu. Surrounding his body was a swirling purple lightning glow, crackling with energy. He moved swiftly across the battlefield, his form shifting rapidly, cutting through the air with a hissing sound, leaving behind a trail of purple light. The Anqing Yanning Bao, having missed its strike, utilized the flame shadow stealth to vanish into the shadows, silently approaching Xiao Bao from behind. Sensing the danger, Xiao Bao activated Shadow Realm Traversal, slipping into the shadow world to evade the attack while dragging the Anqing Yanning Bao to the edge of the shadow realm. The Anqing Yanning Bao, at the edge of the shadow realm, was struck by shadow energy, letting out an enraged roar. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoxi manipulated the fire and earth elements, casting the Lai Kong Yin Tu prison. Centered around the Anqing Yanning Bao, a cage made of magma stone pillars and rocks rapidly formed. The magma stone pillars belched flames, emitting a hissing sound, while the heavy rocks exerted immense pressure, causing the cage to constrict continuously. Trapped within, the Anqing Yanning Bao struggled against the colliding dark flames and fire-earth power, producing crackling sounds and showering sparks. At the moment the Anqing Yanning Bao was ensnared, Li Zhihao unleashed the 8th form of Jian Yin Kuang Lei, Lai Lei Pation. He raised his longsword skyward, channeling all his spiritual power while guiding the gathering of wandering lightning energy from the heavens. The sky transformed dramatically, dark clouds rapidly converging, and lightning danced within the clouds. The gathered lightning converged onto the sword, which blazed with brilliance. Li Zhihao then struck down with his sword, sending a pillar of lightning shooting towards the Anqing Yanning Bao. As the lightning bolt traversed its path, the space warped, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Sensing the threat, the Anqing Yanning Bao unleashed the flame shadow pulse, causing dark flame pulses to radiate outward from its center, striking Xiao Bao, Xiao Shi, and Li Zhihao. Xiao Bao expelled Jiu Yu Yan Qi, forming a small flame domain for defense, which emitted an eerie glow. Xiaoxi swung its tail, initiating the dual-element tail blade storm to clash with the pulse wave, resulting in an explosion of energy, flickering light, and a deafening roar, causing the ground to fracture further. Zhihao executed the fifth form of Lei Guangbu, Lei Yao Shan, instantly unleashing his spiritual power, merging with the space to evade the impact and reappear at the flank of the Anqing Yanning Bao. He then swiftly enacted the sixth form of Jianin Kuang Lei, Lei Bao Xianwu, rotating rapidly at his center, creating a vortex of air around him as he wielded his longsword, generating a flurry of sword shadows imbued with lightning attribute spiritual power, illuminating the surroundings with flashes of lightning. The lightning attribute spiritual power intertwined like a raging python, colliding and erupting in a thunderous roar. The immense power converged, forming a tempestuous vortex akin to a black hole, mercilessly drawing the Anqing Yanning Bao into its depths. The Anqing Yanning Bao struggled desperately within the whirlpool, its body enduring the frenzied gnawing of lightning, while spectral blades sliced through its flesh, its anguished roars echoing around. The young leopard and the young snake keenly seized the opportunity presented by the Anqing Yanning Bao's entrapment in the storm, launching a decisive assault. The young leopard summoned a surge of spiritual energy, manifesting multiple fiery phantoms that darted around the Anqing Yanning Bao like wraiths. Upon contact, these phantoms detonated, unleashing the power of the nine hells fire, causing the Anqing Yanning Bao to stagger under the force of the explosion. The young snake executed a stealthy ambush technique, concealing its presence and burrowing into the earth like a specter. Suddenly, it erupted from the ground, launching itself at the Anqing Yanning Bao like an arrow, striking with ferocity. New wounds appeared on the Anqing Yanning Bao, dark flames oozing from its injuries. With great effort, it broke free from the tempestuous vortex, unleashing a furious roar that rippled through the air. It summoned the dark flame soul lock chain, chains forged from concentrated dark flames, shooting towards Zhihao and his companions like a ferocious beast. The young leopard swiftly cast the nine hells soul binding spell, drawing forth mysterious power from the abyss to siphon the Anqing Yanning Bao's spiritual essence, slowing its movements. Zhihao executed the third form of Lei Guangbu, dashing sideways with the swiftness of lightning, skillfully navigating through the gaps between the chains. He infused the ground with the power of lightning attributes. As the Anqing Yanning Bao's legs touched this power, they were instantly paralyzed, causing some chains to veer off target. Recognizing this as the perfect opportunity for a fatal blow, Zhihao unleashed the sixth form of Lei Guangbu, soaring towards the heavens. He harmonized his spiritual energy with the celestial thunder, stomping the ground with force, his body shooting skyward like a cannonball, surrounded by a tempest of thunder and lightning. Upon reaching a great height, he executed the 10th form of Jianin Kuang Lei, merging deeply with the celestial thunder. As he unleashed his sword strike, the world around him transformed, lightning converging upon his sword like rivers flowing into the sea. With a fierce gaze, he shouted, thrusting the sword with all his might, releasing a blade of energy infused with the power of myriad thunders. The sword energy struck the Anqing Yanning Bao, resulting in a tremendous explosion, a blinding light illuminating the surroundings. The Anqing Yanning Bao, struck by this devastating blow, collapsed, devoid of breath, leaving behind a battered corpse. As the brilliance faded, the battlefield gradually returned to tranquility. Zhihao, the young leopard, and the young snake triumphed, having slain the early-stage Anqing Yanning Bao. In the 5 days following their successful hunt, the bond between Zhihao, the young leopard, and the young snake deepened, resembling a tightly knit unit. They navigated the perilous terrains of the secret realm, seeking the traces of formidable beasts. One day, they entered a searing landscape, where molten lava surged from the ground's fissures, waves of heat crashing upon them, the air warped as if ignited. This was the territory of the Rongyan Demaijiao. This early-stage 8th-tier beast sensed the intrusion and erupted from the depths of the lava like a cannonball, its massive, menacing form engulfed in flames, splattering molten rock in its wake. With unwavering resolve, Zhihao and his companions swiftly positioned themselves for battle. The young leopard transformed into a wraith of 9 hells flames. Launching the first assault, the flames surging towards the Rongyan Demaijiao in a relentless tide, attempting to suppress its fiery might. Meanwhile, the young snake silently burrowed underground, utilizing earth-based spiritual energy to stabilize the surrounding terrain, preventing the Rongyan Demaijiao from escaping or unleashing a more ferocious attack. Zhihao wielded the Zhixiao Leijian, his feet executing Lei Guangbu, summoning the power of thunder from the heavens, as bolts of lightning descended like dragons, coordinating with the 9 hells flames and the solidified earth to encircle the Rongyan Demaijiao. After an intense struggle, the Rongyan Demaijiao ultimately fell beneath their combined might. Following this, They ventured into a valley where fierce winds howled and jagged rocks loomed. Within the valley, a formidable Qingfeng who lay in wait. This mid-stage 8th-tier beast possessed even greater strength, surrounded by violent wind blades, shattering the nearby rocks. As Zhihao and his companions approached, the Qingfeng who let out a thunderous roar, its body quaking as countless wind blades surged towards them like a torrential downpour. The young leopard unleashed the Nine Hells flame prison claw, intertwining flames with shadows to form sturdy barriers that withstood the onslaught of wind blades. The young snake assisted from the side, manipulating fire and earth to disrupt the Qingfeng whose movements. Seizing the moment, Zhihao executed Jianin Quanglei. The powerful forces of thunder colliding with wind, fire, and earth, erupting in a dazzling display of light. After a breathtaking battle, the Qingfeng who succumbed at their feet. Merely an hour after defeating the Qingfeng who, the previously tranquil secret realm suddenly vibrated violently with spiritual energy, like a stone cast into a still lake. The energy surged tumultuously. Soon after, a massive portal of light slowly materialized in the sky above the secret realm, radiating a gentle yet formidable wave of power. Zhihao understood that this was the portal to the exit of the secret realm. This portal could only remain open for 3 days. Akin to the fine sands in an hourglass, once the time expired, it would close. Should they fail to exit the secret realm within these 3 days, they would be left to await the next opening from the outside world in 10 years, which would equate to a lengthy span of over 300 years within the secret realm. Naturally, Zhihao had no intention of remaining in the secret realm. He turned to the young leopard and the young snake, saying, "We must leave the secret realm. I apologize for the inconvenience, but you will have to stay in the beast taming bags for a while. I will release you once we are out." With that, he produced 2 beast taming bags, placing the young leopard and the young snake inside. Then, Zhihao activated Lei Guangbu, racing towards the portal. Simultaneously, all the prodigies in the secret realm were making their way towards the portal. After 2 hours of rapid progress, Zhihao arrived within 3 kilometers of the portal, only to find himself halted by a throng of people tightly surrounding it. Within that 3-kilometer radius, the area was bustling with individuals. Standing amidst the crowd, Zhihao found himself unable to advance. Observing the throng ahead, he furrowed his brow slightly, the surrounding murmurs clear to his ears. A young cultivator, appearing to be around 25 and reaching the late stage of the soul separation realm, voiced his displeasure. These people are utterly domineering. How could they blockade the portal, preventing anyone from leaving the secret realm? The young monk's companion hastily covered his mouth, urging him to lower his voice, reminding him of the formidable disciples from the great powers of the central region. Did he not notice that each of them was a formidable figure at the tribulation stage? Just then, a middle-aged male cultivator, appearing to be around 40, spoke up. "Indeed. Did you see that elegant young man standing to the left in front of the teleportation portal? He is Li Xingqian, an inner disciple of the Xianxiao Pavilion, a sacred place in the central region, and he has reached the mid-stage of the tribulation." As soon as he finished speaking, an 18-year-old girl with a pleasing appearance exclaimed dreamily, "Ah, so he is the inner disciple of the Xianxiao Pavilion, Li Xingqian. He is so handsome. I really like him. How wonderful it would be to be his partner." At this moment, a burly man with a rugged demeanor frowned and grumbled. "At a time like this, you are still daydreaming? Don't you realize these disciples from the central region are surrounding the teleportation portal for a reason?" A slender male cultivator chimed in. "Yes. These disciples from the central region must have ulterior motives for surrounding the teleportation portal." The dreamy girl shot an annoyed glance at the slender cultivator and pouted. What ulterior motives could they possibly have? As disciples of the great powers in the central region, especially that young Master Li, with such a refined and handsome appearance, they wouldn't do anything wrong. The burly man contemptuously glanced at the dreamy girl and muttered, with such naivety, "I truly wonder how you managed to reach the spirit-severing stage. These elite disciples from the central region surrounding the teleportation portal undoubtedly have ill intentions." As soon as he spoke, others in the crowd nodded in agreement, expressing their concerns about the difficulty of exiting the secret realm. Just then, someone timidly asked, "Look over there, to the right of the teleportation portal, that woman in the light blue dress. Isn't she the core disciple Su Mingyao from the Lingxian Valley?" Upon hearing this, a male cultivator around 35 years old turned his gaze towards her, excitement lighting up his expression. "Indeed, that is Su Mingyao from Lingxian Valley. It is said that she practices the rare ice heart technique. Her demeanor is cold, and her strength is unfathomable, having reached the peak of the mid-stage of the tribulation, just a step away from the late stage." He paused before continuing. "Not only is Su Mingyao's cultivation profound, but her alchemy talent is also astonishing. It is rumored that the pills she concocts are of exceptional quality, making her a rare alchemy prodigy in Lingxian Valley." At this moment, a chubby male cultivator timidly inquired. And who is that cold-faced man standing next to Su Mingyao? He seems to stand out among the crowd. Before he could finish, a delicate female cultivator responded with admiration. I know him. His name is Jun Wuhan, the young master of the Ba Dao sect, a first-rate power in the central region. He practices the supreme sword technique, Ba Dao Ju, which is incredibly domineering. I have witnessed him shine in this secret realm, having slain several powerful 7th-tier demonic beasts. His cultivation is at the early stage of the tribulation, and he is certainly not to be underestimated compared to talents like Li Xingqian and Su Mingyao. Hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Jun Wuhan and Su Mingyao, along with the other elites gathered at the entrance of the teleportation portal. Their eyes filled with both awe and curiosity, as whispers of discussion rose among them. Li Zhihao, while listening to the chatter, was also scrutinizing the elite figures surrounding the entrance of the teleportation portal. He counted carefully, recognizing about 50 elite cultivators at the tribulation stage. Li Zhihao understood their encirclement of the portal was likely for the purpose of robbing others of their demonic beast cores. As expected, one of the elites stepped forward confidently, proclaiming, esteemed guests, this teleportation portal is now under the control of our central region. If you wish to exit, you must each submit 1,000 points worth of demonic beast cores. Of course, if any of you are from the central region, you may join our team and use the portal freely. At his words, the crowd erupted in a mix of shock, excitement, and anger. The central region elites, upon hearing the young man's declaration, displayed expressions of delight. A young male cultivator in elegant blue attire from the central region rubbed his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "What an honor it is to fight alongside these esteemed elites." He strode confidently towards the exit of the teleportation portal, revealing his identity token. Another elite could not wait any longer, declaring, "I am also from the central region, a disciple of the first-rate power, the Sunset Tower." He quickly followed suit, asserting that those from remote places should submit their points to the elites of the central region. A graceful female cultivator from the central region chimed in with a smile. "I am an inner disciple of the Hahuan sacred sect." As she spoke, the charm in her voice captivated the male cultivators around her, who were visibly enchanted. She continued, "Being able to act alongside these renowned elites will certainly provide me with much to boast about in the central region." As these three figures made their way through the crowd, a continuous stream of central region elites followed suit towards the teleportation portal. A spirited young female cultivator from the southern region brandished her sword towards the portal, exclaiming, "Do you truly think you central region folks can do as you please just by blocking the portal? We will fight to the bitter end if necessary." Meanwhile, a red-haired elite at the early stage of the tribulation from the eastern region clenched his fists in fury, shouting, "You central region people are nothing but bandits. Why should we relinquish the cores we fought hard to obtain in the secret realm?" A companion from the eastern region echoed his sentiments. "Exactly. We from the eastern region never compromise with such behavior. To demand our cores is sheer folly. You central region elites are far too arrogant. The inhabitants of Zhongyu act with such boldness. Do they not fear inciting the wrath of the prodigies from the four domains? If they wish to seize the inner cores of our demon beasts, they must first inquire about our magical artifacts." A robust and imposing figure from the northern domain spoke in a deep and gruff voice, asserting that they should not simply concede to their demands. He firmly believed that the combined might of the numerous prodigies from the four domains could surely contend with this group from Zhongyu. Tension filled the air, and anger spread among the crowd. However, the many powerful beings from Zhongyu, who were in the ascension phase, merely scoffed at the fury of the four domains prodigies, seemingly dismissing them entirely. Chapter 84. Breaking out of the encirclement of Zhongyu's prodigies. Li Zhihao observed the unfolding scene amidst the crowd, where an unceasing stream of prodigies from Zhongyu was joining their ranks. Anxiously, he realized that the larger the Zhongyu contingent grew, the slimmer the chances of victory for the four domains. Silently, he lowered his figure until he reached a relatively open space. There, he discreetly retrieved the beast-taming pouches belonging to Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi, releasing the two beasts. He quickly instructed them, "Xiao Bao, draw me and Xiao Shi into your shadow realm," and swiftly approached that teleportation gate. "Understood, master." Soon, Li Zhihua and Xiao Shi entered Xiao Bao's shadow realm, and then Xiao Bao hastened towards the teleportation gate. As they neared the gate, approximately 500 meters away, several prodigies from Zhongyu, who were also in the ascension phase, sensed a shift in the spatial currents. Just as they prepared to launch an attack, Li Zhihua shouted inwardly, "Now is the time. Xiao Bao, Xiao Shi, strike with all your might at the marked location." In an instant, Li Zhihua, Xiao Bao, and Xiao Shi appeared before the gathered Zhongyu prodigies and unleashed their assault in the blink of an eye. Li Zhihua wielded the Zixiao Thunder Sword, his feet executing the Thunder Flash steps, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning towards the teleportation gate's exit. His form resembled a streak of lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he rapidly approached. Meanwhile, 200 meters from the gate, Li Zhihao summoned all his internal spiritual energy, causing the thunder attribute energy within him to surge like a boiling ocean. He then executed the most formidable move of the earth-level sword technique, sword-inducing thunder. Specifically the 10th strike, 10,000 thunders converging. Li Zhihao closed his eyes, focusing intently, and in an instant, he entered a profound state of unity with heaven and earth, becoming the very core of thunder, as if he were melding with the rules of thunder that govern the cosmos. Suddenly, lightning erupted around him, the brilliance blinding, accompanied by a crackling sound. In that moment, he embodied the sovereign of thunder, emanating an awe-inspiring authority. As the sword move was initiated, the sky transformed dramatically. The previously clear heavens were swiftly engulfed by ominous dark clouds, and darkness expanded relentlessly. Countless bolts of lightning raged within the depths of the clouds, producing a thunderous roar. The entire secret realm trembled under the weight of this terrifying power. The lightning, guided by Li Zhihua's sword technique, converged towards the Zhihao thunder sword in his grasp. With the thunderous energy rapidly amassing, the power within the sword reached its zenith, resembling a star on the verge of explosion, illuminating the dark space shrouded by the ominous clouds as bright as day. Li Zhihao opened his eyes suddenly, a fierce, lightning-like gleam flashing within. He bellowed, "To the trash of Zhongyu, prepare to meet your demise." His thunderous shout resonated, rippling through the air and causing a buzzing echo. Then, with all his strength, Li Zhihao thrust the Zhihao thunder sword towards the prodigies on the left side of the teleportation gate. In an instant, a cataclysmic beam of sword light erupted from the tip of the Zhihao thunder sword, infused with the power of myriad lightning bolts, carrying an endless aura of destruction. As it sliced through the air, it generated a sizzling sound, and the space buckled under the immense force, fissures appearing and spreading in its wake. Simultaneously, Xiaoxi swiftly transformed into the most powerful battle form of the Fire-Earth Rift Dragon. Its body twisted, and its robust tail rose high. The rules of fire and earth energy rapidly converged at the tip of its tail, swirling violently. In an instant, a massive storm formed, with flames turning into agile blades, intertwined with sharp earth fragments, producing a fierce whistling sound. The power contained within this storm was terrifying, capable of obliterating anything in its path, even the hardest of rocks, reducing them to dust in an instant. Xiaoxi violently swung its tail, unleashing a formidable attack towards the designated target. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Bao transformed into the most powerful battle form of the 9 nether flame shadow leopard. It howled towards the sky, and the 9 nether flames rapidly engulfed its body, the pitch-black flames burning fiercely around it. The silent flames distorted the surrounding space, while the shadow energy and the dark 9 nether power rapidly coalesced around Xiao Bao's claws. The claws, now surrounded by the 9 nether flames and shadow energy, radiated an overwhelming and terrifying energy wave. With a swift motion, Xiao Bao unleashed these intertwined forces, its claws cutting through the air with a sound akin to a piercing scream, as if the very air was being torn asunder. The claw shadows, imbued with the searing 9 nether flames, raced towards the targeted location, while the shadow energy silently eroded the enemy's psyche. Should they be struck, the foes would find themselves momentarily dazed, and the wounds inflicted would suffer the chilling effect of the 9 nether flames, greatly slowing their healing. Thus, 3 cataclysmic attacks surged forth towards the designated location, akin to a raging torrent, compressing the air around them and producing a sharp whistling sound, as if the very fabric of space struggled to endure such overwhelming power. As Li Zhihao and the attacks from Xiao Bao and Xiaoxi approached their targets, the 5 prodigies, sensing the impending doom of these terrifying strikes, hastily executed a teleportation to evade the onslaught. As he struck directly at the portal to the secret realm, ripples danced across its surface, and then there was nothing more. Li Zhihao observed the gaps among the elites surrounding the portal and swiftly summoned Xiao Bao and Xiaoxi into his Beastmaster pouch before hastily entering the portal. The moment Li Zhihao stepped into the secret realm's portal, he proclaimed, "The rabble of the central region, you are nothing but this, ha." His scornful words were directed at the elites of the central region, for their presence had greatly vexed him. Who would be pleased when their path was obstructed? Li Zhihao's insults and taunts aimed to incite the bloodlust of the elites from the other 4 regions, demonstrating that what he could achieve alone, they collectively could also accomplish. Moreover, the individuals from the central region had disrupted Li Zhihao's plans for supremacy. Should these elites succeed in their plunder, his chances of claiming victory would dwindle. Although Li Zhihao possessed a system that could amplify every beast core 1,000-fold, he could not reveal too many at once without raising suspicions. As long as the elites of the central region failed to rob those from the other 4 regions, he had a strategy to claim supremacy without arousing doubt. After all, the efforts of Xiao Bao and Xiao Shi in the secret realm over the past 6 months were not to be underestimated. With a flash of white light, Li Zhihao exited the secret realm. Upon his return to the grand competition square, countless gazes fell upon him. Unfazed by the scrutiny, he noted particularly the high-ranking members of the Duobao Pavilion, who were well aware of all that transpired within the secret realm, thanks to its creation by the Vice Pavilion Master, Imo Xianfeng. At that moment, Imo Xianfeng remarked, "Indeed, the Pavilion Master's insight remains as sharp as ever. I did not expect that Li Zhihao, at the late stage of the out-of-body realm, could possess strength comparable to that of the mid-stage tribulation realm, an extraordinary ability to fight beyond his means. Furthermore, I did not foresee him being such a formidable beast master." Wang Zhiping, the Pavilion Master of Duobao Pavilion, nodded in agreement with a smile. Indeed, had we not witnessed the events within the secret realm, it would have been challenging to recognize his profound beast master capabilities. Wang Zhiping regarded Li Zhihao with increasing admiration and eagerly instructed, "Elder Lin Huiyin, please approach this young prodigy and convey to him the supreme treatment I have in mind." Lin Huiyin, overjoyed, promptly bowed and respectfully replied, "Yes, Pavilion Master, I shall go at once." With that, he teleported towards Li Zhihao, internally reflecting, "My daughter, indeed. You are the pride of the Lin family, truly blessed with extraordinary fortune, having found such a gifted son-in-law." Lin Huiyuan was aware of the budding relationship between Lin Wanqing and Li Zhihao, as well as their mutual agreement. He thought to himself, "No, given Li Zhihao's exceptional talent, he will undoubtedly not lack for companions in the future. I must hasten their union, disregarding their previous agreement. After all, it is inevitable for Li Zhihao, at merely 33 years of age, to reach the integration realm, especially now that he has become a supreme seed of Duobao Pavilion." The first to notice Li Zhihao's emergence was Lin Wanqing. The moment he was teleported out of the secret realm, she immediately recognized his presence. Since Li Zhihao had entered the secret realm, his declaration of supremacy, among countless prodigies competing in the secret realm, "I wield my sword towards the heavens and laugh. The path to the pinnacle shall surely be mine," had echoed perpetually in her mind. Lin Wanqing understood that Li Zhihao need not risk himself for her sake in the secret realm, yet she constantly worried for his safety. For he was the only one who stirred her heart. Throughout those 12 days, she had resolved that if Li Zhihao could emerge safely from the secret realm, she would become his partner, regardless of her father's objections. However, unbeknownst to Lin Wanqing, her father, Lin Huiyuan, was fervently hoping for her to become Li Zhihao's partner, as the supreme treatment from Duobao Pavilion would significantly elevate their family standing. Upon seeing Li Zhihao, Lin Wanqing urgently turned to the matron behind her, saying, "Grandmother, quickly, take me to welcome Li Zhihao." Then there was Murong Shui, who, at the very moment the portal to the secret realm appeared, emerged hastily. She wished to distance herself from the central region's elites, not wanting to partake in their despicable actions that would bring shame to her and her sect. Furthermore, Li Zhihao had provided her with sufficient beast cores to secure a high ranking. As soon as Li Zhihao appeared, Murong Shui instantly utilized her teleportation to reach him. Almost simultaneously, 3 spatial fluctuations manifested near Li Zhihao, and 4 figures quickly converged beside him, accompanied by the exclamations of Lin Wanqing and Murong Shui, "How go, Zhihao?" Upon focusing his gaze, Li Zhihao recognized Lin Wanqing, Murong Shui, and the matron as familiar faces, while he was unfamiliar with Lin Huiyuan. However, he soon discerned Lin Huiyuan's identity. Seeing her father, Lin Wanqing was taken aback and asked, "Father, what brings you here?" Lin Huiyuan, feeling slightly awkward at the scene, replied, "I have come to discuss a matter with your friend, Li Zhihao. Additionally, I have something to tell you." Lin Wanqing, intrigued by her father's urgency, inquired, "What is it? Father, is it important? If not, we can discuss it later." Lin Wanqing noticed a woman of comparable beauty approaching Li Zhihao, and from her demeanor, she surmised the situation. Although the realm of cultivation did not adhere to monogamy, Lin Wanqing considered herself to be Li Zhihao's first partner, making her feel anxious. While she would not overly restrict Li Zhihao's choices, she at least wished to be informed. Thus, she hurried to discern the circumstances surrounding Li Zhihao. Observing Lin Wanqing's demeanor, Lin Huiyuan, who had watched her grow, understood her thoughts. Casting a glance at Li Zhihao and Murong Shui, he then said, "Wanqing, that female cultivator is Murong Shui, the saintess of the Lingxiao sacred land. She has already become Li Zhihao's partner within the secret realm." Despite Lin Wanqing's psychological preparation, she was still caught off guard. At this moment, she yearned to confront Li Zhihua, questioning why he sought a Dao partner without consulting her. Why he did not inform her immediately upon exiting the secret realm. Would I not agree? At the very least, a modicum of respect is warranted. For I am your first Dao partner. Yet, considering that Li Zhihua ventured into the secret realm for his own sake, perhaps he had his reasons. Morong Shui swiftly approached Li Zhihua, scrutinizing him from every angle with concern. She asked, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Her inquiry stemmed from the fact that the elite of the central domain had surrounded the teleportation portal, preventing anyone from exiting unless they surrendered the inner cores of demon beasts. Chapter 87. The Meeting of Two Dao Partners. Knowing Li Zhihua's steadfastness, Morong Shui was aware he would never acquiesce to surrendering the demon cores, which meant that he would inevitably clash with those from the central domain. Although she had faith in Li Zhihua's combat prowess, she could not overlook the overwhelming numbers of the central domain's elites. "They can't stop me," Li Zhihua remarked nonchalantly. After saying this, he turned to Morong Shui, asking, "What about you? How did you manage to get out? They couldn't hinder me. Have you forgotten? I am the holy maiden of Lingshao's sacred land. They lack the audacity to obstruct me," Morong Shui replied. She then added apologetically, "I'm sorry. I neglected to wait for you when I exited the secret realm. Had I been present, I could have easily brought you out. It's fine. It's actually better that you exited first. Otherwise, I would have found it quite difficult to secure victory in this competition," Li Zhihua responded, glancing towards Lin Wanqing, who appeared displeased. He then said, "All right, let us not dwell on this. Someone is feeling jealous." "Jealous? What do you mean?" Morong Shui asked, bewildered. Li Zhihua ignored her inquiry and made his way towards Lin Wanqing. Noticing his disregard, Morong Shui followed suit. Upon reaching Lin Wanqing, Li Zhihua first acknowledged Lin Huayuan respectfully. Junior Li Zhihua pays his respects to Uncle Lin. Lin Huayuan was delighted by Li Zhihua's politeness and the affectionate address, responding, "Young friendly, you are too courteous." Li Zhihua nodded amicably at Lin Huayuan and stepped closer to Lin Wanqing, asking, "What's wrong? Who has upset my dear Wanqing?" "And nothing at all," Lin Wanqing stammered, feeling guilty. In that fleeting moment, she did feel a twinge of discomfort, but it dissipated as soon as Li Zhihua spoke to her. Realizing her cheeks flushed, she shyly retorted, "Who is your dear Wanqing?" "You," Li Zhihua teased, adding, "Didn't you say that once I reached 100 years of age and broke through to the harmonization stage, you would?" "What? What are you babbling about? That is not true," Lin Wanqing protested, her words contradicting her heart. "What did I say that was false? What is untrue?" Li Zhihua inquired with a knowing smile. Lin Wanqing stuttered. "All right, I won't tease you any longer," Li Zhihua said, gesturing towards Morong Shui. "This is Morong Shui, and like you, she is my Dao partner." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing felt a bit embarrassed and protested, "Who is yours?" However, before she could finish, Li Zhihua interrupted, continuing to Morong Shui, "This is Lin Wanqing. You should call her sister." Morong Shui immediately approached Lin Wanqing, taking her hands and saying, "Sister Lin, hello? You are so beautiful. Seeing you makes me feel a bit inadequate." As the astute head of the Duobao Pavilion, Lin Wanqing instantly recognized Morong Shui's attempt to ingratiate herself, understanding the importance of maintaining a good relationship for future interactions. Lin Wanqing replied, "Sister Morong is being too modest. You are also quite exceptional." Seeing his daughter engaging with Morong Shui, Lin Huayuan seized the opportunity to speak with Li Zhihua. "Young friend, may we converse further?" "Certainly. Please, lead the way, Uncle Lin," Li Zhihua replied. Soon, Lin Huayuan guided him to a secluded corner. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier enveloped them, indicating a soundproofing formation. "Young friend, I represent our pavilion master in inviting you to join the Duobao Pavilion. Our pavilion master has promised you the highest level of treatment," Lin Huayuan stated. Intrigued, Li Zhihua responded, "Oh, supreme treatment?" Lin Huayuan felt a surge of hope, thinking, this could work. He elaborated, "Indeed. Supreme treatment means that all the treasures and cultivation resources of the Duobao Pavilion will be fully accessible to you, and you will be provided with a guardian at the level of a loose immortal." Li Zhihua was taken aback by the offer, realizing the magnitude of what the Duobao Pavilion could provide. However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling the adage that nothing comes without a price. Confident in his own abilities, bolstered by his system that magnifies his potential exponentially, he concluded that even the vast resources of the Duobao Pavilion could not rival his own future wealth. Thus, Li Zhihua spoke, "Thank you for relaying the message, Uncle Lin. While I cannot accept your offer, I assure you that I will not be adversarial towards the Duobao Pavilion, now or in the future." As Lin Huayuan awaited Li Zhihua's agreement with eager anticipation, he was taken aback by the rejection. "What? You cannot accept? Why?" Li Zhihua replied candidly, "I am accustomed to freedom and dislike constraints." "Ah, well, that is understandable," Lin Huayuan said. Disappointed yet aware that individuals like Li Zhihua possess their own pride that cannot be coerced. Since persuasion had failed, he resolved to cultivate a friendship instead. However, Lin Huayuan soon recalled his daughter's situation. Since we cannot have the Duobao Pavilion nurture you, my Lin family will do our utmost to support you. He then shifted the conversation, saying, regarding my daughter, I, representing the Lin family, consent to your becoming her Dao partner, without requiring you to be at the harmonization stage. You may do so now. Li Zhihao, upon hearing the news, joyfully exclaimed, then I must thank Uncle Lin. Very well. With that, Lin Huayuan waved his hand, and the soundproof barrier vanished, allowing the two to walk towards Lin Wanqing and Murong Shui. Upon reaching the two ladies, Lin Huayuan conveyed through thought, Wanqing, I have consented to your relationship with Li Zhihao. You may now take him as your Dao partner, but make sure to capture his heart. After all, the saintess of Lingxiao sacred land, Murong Shui, is not to be underestimated. Lin Wanqing, upon receiving Lin Huayuan's transmission, felt a surge of joy, followed by a wave of embarrassment and annoyance. She retorted through thought, ah, father, you are truly incorrigible. Just take care of your own affairs, and leave mine alone. Haha, very well, I shall not meddle. After concluding his message, Lin Huayuan contemplated the necessity of informing his father, intent on ensuring the Lin family fully supports Li Zhihao's growth. With that, he swiftly vanished. Chapter 88, The Unquestionable First Place. However, what neither Lin Huayuan nor the entire Lin family knew was that Li Zhihao did not require their support. In fact, it would soon become evident that the Lin family would benefit significantly from him. These benefits had the potential to transform the entire Lin family, reshape the structure of Duobao Pavilion, and even alter the dynamics of the cultivation world. Yet, that is a tale for another time. As Lin Huayuan disappeared, a multitude of prodigies emerged from the secret realm, starting with those from the central domain. Each of these individuals bore solemn expressions, their faces betraying their displeasure. Witnessing this, Li Zhihao could not help but smile, aware that their plan to gather the inner cores of the demon beasts at the teleportation portal had failed. Once the prodigies from the central domain had mostly exited, those from the other four domains began to pour forth, each brimming with enthusiasm, engaging in lively conversations. Their voices rising in a chorus of pride, eager to proclaim their victories over the central domain's talents. As the participants from the secret realm began to gather, the vice master of Duobao Pavilion, Imo Xianfeng, once again appeared in the air. Esteemed prodigies, please hand over the demon beast inner cores you have collected in the secret realm for me to tally your points. A reminder, when you present your storage rings or bags, kindly include a jade slip indicating which branch of Duobao Pavilion you belong to, along with your name, and leave a trace of your soul's aura so that I may accurately register your points. Once Imo Xianfeng completed his announcement, he bellowed, disperse. Almost immediately, a remarkable occurrence unfolded before Li Zhihao's eyes. Imo Xianfeng transformed into countless avatars, saturating the entire space. Li Zhihao, witnessing this spectacle, was astonished. Although he, as a cultivator at the out-of-body stage, could also create avatars, he could only manage around 8 or 9,000. If others were to learn that Li Zhihao, at his current level, could produce such a multitude, it would surely astonish the entire cultivation world. Typically, those at the out-of-body stage could only manifest a maximum of 10 avatars. The ability to do so is usually reserved for those who have reached the integration stage, where a significant enhancement of the soul occurs. Li Zhihao had not anticipated that Imo Xianfeng, a 5th-tier loose immortal, could create such an impressive number of avatars. This ability, seemingly trivial for a being of such power, filled Li Zhihao with reverence for these advanced cultivators. With his thoughts settled, Li Zhihao retrieved a storage ring and placed all the demon beast inner cores he had collected into it, including those he had skillfully enhanced in both quality and quantity. Approaching the nearest avatar of Imo Xianfeng, he bowed courteously and said, Senior, here is my storage ring. He then handed it over. The avatar of Imo Xianfeng accepted the ring and remarked, Young friend, you have done well. Li Zhihao, hearing this, quickly bowed again and replied, Senior, you flatter me. In no time, Imo Xianfeng returned the storage ring to Li Zhihao and stated, I have registered your points. Surprised at the speed, Li Zhihao took the ring and said, Thank you, Senior. I shall take my leave. After Li Zhihao completed his registration, Murong Shui also took her turn with Imo Xuanfeng's avatar. Once they had finished, the three returned to Lin Wanqing's side, where they resumed their cheerful banter, drawing the envy of many onlookers. Time swiftly passed, and soon 2 hours had elapsed. At that moment, the teleportation portal vanished entirely, replaced by a vast transparent light screen that appeared in its stead. The screen soon filled with a flurry of text. Imo Xianfeng retracted all his avatars, his voice resonating throughout the area once more. Esteemed prodigies, the screen displays the top 10,000 participants of this secret realm competition. Congratulations to these exemplary talents. You may claim your rewards from the branch masters of the pavilion you represented. As Mo Xuanfeng's words faded, Li Zhihao focused his consciousness on the scoreboard. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had secured the first position, the font of his name significantly larger and in gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance. First place, Li Zhihao, points, 7, 424,000. Branch, Dongyu Qingfeng Town. 6th tier late stage Demon Beast Inner Cores, 5, 054. Points, 353, 780. 6th tier Perfected Demon Beast Inner Cores, 4, 824. Points, 434, 160. 7th tier Early Stage Demon Beast Inner Cores, 5, 171. Points, 517, 100. 7th tier Mid-Stage Demon Beast Inner Cores, 3, 654. Points, 1, 096, 200. 7th tier Late Stage Demon Beast Inner Cores, 3, 514. Points, 2, 459, 800. 7th tier Perfected Demon Beast Inner Cores, 3, 691. Points, 3, 321, 900. 8th tier Early Stage Demon Beast Inner Cores, 11. Points, 11, 000. 8th tier Mid-Stage Demon Beast Inner Cores, 6. Points, 18, 000. 2nd place, Jin Tianlu, points, 5, 121, 678. Branch, Central Domain ZUS City. 3rd place, Du Fongting, points, 5, 042, 311. Branch, Central Domain Bipao City. 4th place, Lu Bolei, points, 4, 812, 785. Branch, Central Domain Lingyun City. 9th place, Chun Ruotian, points, 3, 358, 724. Branch, Central Domain Chenxi City. 10th place, Feng Zi, points, 2, 907, 426. Branch, Central Domain Fanqing City. 32nd place, Murong Shui, points, 1, 896, 534. Branch, Central Domain Lingfeng City. Li Zhihua glanced at the top 10 rankings, noting that he stood proudly at the pinnacle, while the other 9 were all exceptional talents from the central region. Murong Shui held a commendable 32nd position. When Lin Wanqing utilized her spiritual sense to discover Li Zhihua's name reigning at the top, she gasped, covering her mouth with both hands, her sparkling eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Li Zhihua had truly emerged victorious in this secret realm competition. Recalling his bold declaration upon entering the secret realm, in a contest of countless prodigies, I wield my sword towards the heavens and laugh. As thunder shatters the path ahead, the top position is destined to return to the nest, Lin Wanqing murmured in awe. He did it, he really did it. Her exhilaration was beyond words. At this moment, aside from Lin Wanqing's astonishment, the entire competition space erupted in a tumultuous uproar due to Li Zhihua's triumph, as if a thunderclap had reverberated through the arena. The atmosphere was charged, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning, and after a brief silence, a deafening wave of sound erupted. Countless astonished gazes shot like arrows towards the gilded characters at the top of the screen, and discussions poured forth like bubbling magma. How is this possible? Exclaimed Jin Tianlu from the ZUS City branch of the Duobao Pavilion, rising abruptly. His golden robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen force. His gaze fixated on the name of the first-place winner that overshadowed his own. The blood vessels in his eyes reddened with disbelief. As a core disciple of the Taishu Dao sect, one of the few participating forces from the central region in this secret realm competition, he had believed himself assured of the top position. Yet, he never imagined that a mere boy from a remote corner of the eastern region would claim the first place. And with a staggering score exceeding 2 million points. Qingfeng Town in the eastern region? A middle region cultivator's jade fan fell to the ground with a thud as he expressed his astonishment. Where is this Qingfeng Town? I've never even heard of it. Over 7 million points? This is absurd, surpassing even the core disciples of the Taishu Dao sect by more than 200,000 points. It must be cheating. It has to be cheating. Chun Ruotian from the Chengxi City branch of the Duobao Pavilion exclaimed incredulously. Qingfeng Town in the eastern region? It's obviously an exceedingly remote place. In such an area with scarce spiritual energy, even a golden core cultivator could dominate. How could such a monstrous genius emerge from there? Du Fongting from the Bibao City branch of the Duobao Pavilion, who secured 3rd place, suddenly let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Don't you all find this suspicious? Without considering anything else, just one 7th-tier monster beast encompasses all stages. Early, mid, late, and perfected, with a total of 16. 030 inner cores. How long would that take to kill? Did these beasts line up just to be slain? It's utterly ridiculous. However, regardless of the doubts and disbelief expressed by others, the eastern region's contingent of prodigies erupted in deafening cheers as their spiritual senses confirmed the victory. Ha! The top spot is ours from the eastern region. This time, let us see how those self-important central region talents can bear it. This thunderous laughter came from a burly man over 6 feet tall, his muscles rippling like iron, his bronze skin adorned with scars from battle. This man was Taizhan, the renowned disciple of the revered Han Zun from the eastern region. At that moment, he laughed with abandon, his powerful arms stirring up gusts of wind that caused the surrounding cultivators' robes to flutter. His laughter seemed to open floodgates, igniting the fervor of the entire eastern region, which quickly reached a boiling point. Li Zhihua, Li Zhihua. Initially a sporadic chant, the cries soon coalesced into a unified roar. Look at the expressions on those central region folks. A clever eastern region cultivator shouted. The crowd turned to see the once proud central region prodigies now looking utterly defeated, their shock and resentment evident on their faces. The eastern region cultivators were elated, with some deliberately mimicking the haughty tone of their central region counterparts, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could the top spot belong to someone from the eastern region?" This elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. Several young cultivators formed a human wall, preventing any central region cultivators from approaching Li Zhihua, their faces radiating satisfaction. Li Zhihua, unfazed by his victory, paid no heed to the surrounding discussions, as he was preoccupied bidding farewell to Murong Shui, while Lin Wanqing went to collect his rewards. Grasping Murong Shui's hands tightly, he gazed at her with warmth and intensity, saying, "Murong Shui, I am leaving. Wait for me. I will come to find you in the central region soon." Tears welled in Murong Shui's eyes as she clutched his hands tightly, her voice trembling. "You must come." Before she could finish, Li Zhihua pulled her into an embrace. With her head nestled against his chest, she listened to the steady beat of his heart, choking on her words, "I'll be waiting for you in the central region." The two lingered in their embrace, their unspoken affection suffusing the air, until Lin Wanqing returned with the rewards, prompting them to reluctantly part. Murong Shui cast a deep look at Li Zhihua, as if imprinting his image into her heart, before vanishing in an instant. Li Zhihua stood rooted in place, staring at the spot where she had disappeared, struggling to regain his composure. Enough daydreaming. She has already left. We should hurry and collect our rewards. Otherwise, those central region prodigies will soon react and challenge you. It won't be easy for us to escape. Here, this is the token for entering the Duobao Pavilion Treasury Space, your reward for securing first place. You only need to input a trace of spiritual energy into the token to access the treasury and select your treasures. Remember, you may only choose 1 mid-grade heavenly treasure and 3 martial arts manuals. Just speak the treasures you desire, and the realm spirit will present them before you. Li Zhihua accepted the token, exclaiming, "All right, please wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." With that, he infused spiritual energy into the treasury token. In a flash of white light, he vanished from sight. Upon entering the Duobao Pavilion Treasury Space, Li Zhihua was immediately awestruck by the scene before him. The treasury space resembled a vast sea of stars, with countless luminous orbs floating densely, each exuding a unique glow, some soft as moonlight, others dazzling as the sun, each representing a rare treasure. These orbs varied in shape, some resembling smooth pearls, their light swirling mystically. Within it lies a mysterious array of runes, some resembling ethereal, fluttering feathers, their brilliance flickering as if exuding strands of spiritual energy. Others resemble ancient scrolls, enveloped in a haze of light, emanating a profound and distant aura. Surrounding the luminous orbs, spiritual energy swirls like ethereal mist, coiling and spiraling, sometimes converging, at other times dispersing, as though protecting these precious treasures. Li Zhihao's gaze was intense. He could sense the formidable power concealed beneath each orb. The sharp sword aura radiating from some of the orbs caused a tingling sensation upon his skin, while others released a gentle healing energy that revitalized his spirit. He understood that among these myriad orbs, there lay divine artifacts that could propel his strength to unprecedented heights. Li Zhihao focused his mind and spoke, "Jieling, I require a mid-tier heavenly grade thunder attribute longsword, the finest in this realm." "As you wish." As soon as Li Zhihao's words left his lips, a resonant voice echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Subsequently, a luminous sphere of spiritual energy, entwined with lightning, crackled and hummed, swiftly moving from the vast sea of orbs to stand before Li Zhihao.